Qingyang University, on the sports field. Everyone, come and look.
Shin Dog just confessed to Ji Xing. At that moment, a voice as loud as thunder rang out, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. In the crowd, Shin Haoyu knelt on one knee, holding a bouquet of red roses in his hands, staring blankly at Ji Xing with a heart full of anticipation.
Haoyu, I'm sorry. You're a good guy.
Ji Xing looked down at the man kneeling before her, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of her lips. Shin Haoyu, as the most loyal of her simps, should have understood the consequences of confessing.
Shouldn't a simp have some dignity of his own?
The people around burst into laughter upon hearing Ji Xing's words.
It was exactly as expected. Ji Xing was practically a goddess at Qingyang University. Shin Haoyu, did he forget his place? No family background, no martial talent to speak of. Who gave him the courage to confess? Was it Liang Jingru?
At this moment, Ji Xing's words were like a heavy blow, snapping Shin Haoyu out of his daze.
He looked down at the roses in his hands, his face full of confusion. Where am I? As an upright and responsible college student, shouldn't he be gaming in his dorm room right now? Then, an unfamiliar flood of memories surged into his mind.
As Shin Haoyu gradually sorted through them, he was shocked to discover that he had transmigrated. He had arrived in a world of advanced martial arts. Compared to his previous world, the only major difference was that here, people could cultivate martial abilities. According to the memories in his mind, thousands of years ago, spiritual energy had awakened on Blue Star.
Once young people turned 20, they could awaken a talent. If successful, they could absorb spiritual energy and become spiritual warriors.
This marked the beginning of the era of universal cultivation. However, the good times did not last long. Less than 1,000 years later, the stargates opened, and alien races invaded, repeatedly attacking the borders of humanity. Nations began prioritizing the training of spiritual warriors, leading to the establishment of spiritual martial academies. Various welfare policies were tilted in favor of spiritual warriors. Becoming one, slaying aliens, and protecting the homeland became every young person's dream.
And today happened to be Blue Star's annual Talent Awakening Day. Freshmen from Qingyang University gathered on the sports field.
This was another life-changing opportunity following the college entrance exams.
As long as one awakened a talent, they would qualify for the special martial admissions exam.
Passing the exam would grant them entry into a spiritual martial academy, making them a true spiritual warrior. From Shin Haoyu's previous life's perspective, this was equivalent to being given a guaranteed graduate school placement in your freshman year. All you needed to do was awaken your talent and pass the special admissions exam to enter a higher-level martial institution. Of course, if you failed to awaken a talent or pass the exam, you could continue studying at your current university. After sorting through his memories, Shin Haoyu looked up at Ji Xing in front of him, understanding everything. The former owner of this body had been infatuated with her for years, simping for her from high school all the way to college. Bringing her breakfast every day, delivering umbrellas in the rain, doing her homework, these were all routine for the previous owner. In the end, though, he gained nothing and was mocked as Shin Dog. For this, Shin Haoyu couldn't help but feel heartache for his predecessor. Bro, why did you do this to yourself? Why be a simp? He quickly stood up, glanced at the roses in his hand, and couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. What a waste.
Haoyu, don't be too upset. I just don't really want to be in a relationship.
Ji Xing looked at Shin Haoyu's expression, assuming he was heartbroken over her rejection. A sense of satisfaction filled her heart, though she maintained her goddess-like demeanor outwardly. But Shin Haoyu was no longer the lovesick fool of his predecessor, he was utterly unfazed by her act. Having sorted through his memories, he clearly saw through this woman's true nature. She was nothing but a queen of the sea, enjoying the thrill of stringing along a group of men.
Shin Haoyu smirked playfully. Sorry, but I'm not interested in you anymore.
With that, he casually held the bouquet, turned, and walked away from her. Ji Xing was stunned. She had expected Shin Haoyu to continue fawning over her, but she never thought he'd say something like that. As her most loyal simp, how dare he speak to her this way? A surge of anger rose in her heart, but she quickly suppressed it, maintaining her composed image.
Haoyu, I just don't want to date right now, and yet you say such heartless things. I'm so disappointed in you.
Ji Xing finished her words, putting on a pitiful expression, tears seemingly glimmering in her eyes.
The people around, seeing this, were immediately enraged. How could Shin Haoyu talk to their goddess Ji Xing like this? As he walked away, his steps faltered slightly, and his lip twitched. This woman was truly a master manipulator. At that moment, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Shin Haoyu's mind, a sound that to him was like heavenly music. Beep, detecting host, Shin Haoyu. Binding to the ultimate support system. Beep, binding successful. Newbie mission issued, confess publicly and perform the song Confession Balloon. Mission reward, newbie gift pack. Hearing the mission, Shin Haoyu's face instantly darkened. What kind of ridiculous task was this? Public confession was bad enough, but singing too? What the hell? System, can I not do this?
Shin Haoyu asked, on the verge of tears.
Newbie missions must be completed. Failure will prevent access to subsequent tasks.
Hearing the system's response, Shin Haoyu froze.
So that's how it was going to be? Fine. He'd go all in. What was a little public humiliation, anyway? With that, Shin Haoyu looked around under the watchful eyes of the crowd, searching for a target. Just then, a stunning figure slowly walked onto the field. The girl was dressed in casual, sporty attire, her hands in her pockets, exuding a lazy and carefree vibe. Her long, slender legs were particularly striking. The girl's appearance instantly drew everyone's attention, their gazes fiery. She was none other than Lin Xiaowen, the universally acknowledged ice-cold goddess among the freshmen at Xinjiang University.
Her beauty was breathtaking, her academic and martial achievements equally devastating. First in both academics and martial arts, the word excellence seemed inadequate to describe her.
Lin Xiaowen noticed the crowd's collective gaze but remained unfazed.
Calmly, she pulled a strawberry-flavored lollipop from her pocket and popped it into her mouth. She was used to scenes like this. From a young age, her exceptional talent and stunning looks had always made her the center of attention.
When Lin Xiaowen reached the awakening platform, the crowd instinctively gave way to the ice-cold goddess, their eyes filled with admiration and reverence.
But Lin Xiaowen paid no mind to them. She looked up at the glowing awakening stone above, a flicker of excitement flashing in her eyes.
Finally, the day had come.
On Blue Star, turning 20 meant the opportunity to awaken a talent, connect with spiritual energy, and become a true spiritual warrior. Having waited 20 years for this moment, Lin Xiaowen could hardly contain her emotions. The martial prowess levels on Blue Star ranged from 1 to 12, with 12 being the pinnacle. And Lin Xiaowen, in her previous life, had been a peak-level 12th tier warrior.
Not only that, but she possessed the supreme Phoenix Flame talent, the pinnacle of combat power, revered as the Phoenix Empress.
Yes, she was a reincarnator, already awakened to the memories of her past life. In her previous life, she faced the powerful races beyond the Stargate, single-handedly supporting the human race as they trudged forward with difficulty. Surrounded by enemies, her extraordinary talents still could not change the declining fate of humanity. Ultimately, during the Holy War, she was defeated by the combined forces of several emperor-level foreign powerhouses. In this life, with the wealth of experience from her previous one, she believed she could go further, determined to lead humanity out of their dire straits. As Lin Xiaowen stood at the awakening platform, lost in thought, Shin Haoyu's gaze fell upon her figure, and his eyes instantly lit up.
The aloof campus queen, huh? It's decided, you're the one. Even if I die of social embarrassment, I'll make it a memorable death.
A mysterious smile crept onto Shin Haoyu's face as he grabbed a bouquet of flowers and walked straight toward Lin Xiaowen. At this moment, Lin Xiaowen, as if sensing something, turned her head slightly to the side. Seeing Shin Haoyu approaching her, she shifted the lollipop in her mouth to the other side, squinting her eyes.
This guy, what's he up to?
Frankly, Lin Xiaowen had a particularly deep impression of Shin Haoyu. In her memories, Shin Haoyu, though born with only a C-grade aptitude, shone like a dazzling star, standing out among many with divine-level talents and reaching the pinnacle of the 11th tier. In a fierce war against foreign races, Shin Haoyu, armed with just a sword, struck terror into the hearts of his enemies, earning him legendary fame.
At that time, Lin Xiaowen had already ascended as the Supreme Empress of Blue Star. With resolute determination, she appointed the then C-grade Shin Haoyu as the Duke of the Northern Territories, despite widespread opposition.
Shin Haoyu lived up to her expectations, steadfastly guarding the northern front, which remained impregnable under his watch. Later, when the foreign army invaded, Shin Haoyu, as the Duke of the Northern Territories, single-handedly held off several 11th-tier powerhouses.
By the time Lin Xiaowen led reinforcements to the northern front, the battle was nearing its end.
Shin Haoyu stood tall, sword in hand, though he had fallen from exhaustion. Around him lay the corpses of numerous 11th-tier foreign powerhouses. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaowen looked at the Shin Haoyu standing before her, her heart filled with complex emotions. Who would have thought that the valiant Duke of the Northern Territories in her past life had once been such a sycophant?
What's Shin the dog up to now? Damn, bold move.
As expected of Shin the dog, his audacity remains unmatched. The crowd surrounding them stared at the scene with incredulous eyes.
Shin the dog had done it again. First, it was the goddess Ji Xing, and now it's the goddess Lin. Was this guy specializing in chasing goddesses?
Not far away, Ji Xing initially felt a twinge of anger seeing Shin Haoyu approach another woman.
However, when she realized the other woman was Lin Xiaoen, her anger transformed into amusement.
As the newly crowned aloof goddess of Qingyang University, Lin Xiaoen would never brush off such awkward advances with polite words like she did.
Realizing this, Ji Xing's heart filled with anticipation. She couldn't wait to see Lin Xiaoen coldly reject Shin Haoyu, teaching this persistent sycophant a lesson and making him return to her with renewed appreciation. By now, Shin Haoyu had arrived in front of Lin Xiaoen. Looking at her frosty yet exquisite face, he felt a strange sense of comfort. This cold and stunningly beautiful woman was truly one of a kind. If he had to die of social embarrassment, at least it was for someone extraordinary. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shin Haoyu handed the bouquet to Lin Xiaoen and said firmly, "You're beautiful. I like you."
The simplicity of his confession left the crowd in stitches.
Couldn't he put a bit more effort into this? This was embarrassingly outdated.
Even Shin Haoyu himself felt a trace of awkwardness. In his previous life, he had never even had a girlfriend, and now, blurting out such clumsy words made his face flush red.
Hearing his confession, Lin Xiaoen couldn't help but chuckle softly, a ripple stirring in her heart. So this is what it feels like to be confessed to.
The smile on Lin Xiaoen's face left the crowd momentarily stunned.
The ice goddess actually smiled. This world has gone mad.
Even crazier, under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Xiaoen accepted the roses from Shin Haoyu, her smile deepening.
Did you know that flowers given to one girl shouldn't be given to another afterward?
Her words carried a hint of playfulness that shocked the crowd even more.
The aloof goddess was joking? Shin the dog had done it. 2 jaw-dropping moments in a row.
The most shaken of all was Ji Xing. Her face darkened as her gaze fixated on their interaction, her heart aching with disbelief. No matter how hard she racked her brain, she couldn't understand why Lin Xiaoen was treating Shin Haoyu so amicably.
This didn't make sense. Shouldn't Lin Xiaoen have ruthlessly rejected him?
Meanwhile, Shin Haoyu, standing before Lin Xiaoen, scratched his head awkwardly at her remark.
Reusing the flowers meant for Ji Xing to confess to Lin Xiaoen was indeed a bit outrageous.
But seeing her accept them, a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes.
Could it be that his first confession actually worked?
Seizing the momentum, he boldly declared, "I'm feeling inspired, I can't help but sing for you." Before Lin Xiaoen could react, Shin Haoyu began his performance.
By the Seine River. On the left bank's cafe. With a cup in hand. Savoring your beauty. At that moment, the crowd was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of move is this? This is insane. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, this is so awkward.
Everyone looked at Shin Haoyu belting out his song, struggling to hold back their laughter while silently sympathizing with Lin Xiaoen for having to endure the scene.
This was a full-blown social death moment. Lin Xiaoen must be mortified. As the female lead, Lin Xiaoen was utterly stunned by Shin Haoyu's performance.
His voice, like an auditory assault, sent shivers down her spine, making her break out in goosebumps. For the first time, she held her forehead, revealing a rare wry smile. The stick of her lollipop was nearly bitten through. Even with her 2 lifetimes' worth of experience, she had never encountered such an excruciatingly awkward moment.
What kind of brain function did this guy have to act like this? Was this really the stoic Duke of the Northern Territory she remembered? He seemed more like a social menace. At this moment, Lin Xiaoen began to question her decision. Why had she decided to help this ridiculous man in the first place? Finally, Shin Haoyu's debut performance came to an end. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, letting out a long sigh of relief. Damn, it's finally over. He thought.
If this had gone on any longer, his toes would have dug a hole in his shoes from sheer embarrassment.
And just then, the system's notification chimed in as if on cue. Ding!
Congratulations, host, on completing your first performance.
You have received a rookie gift pack. The host's talent has been upgraded to SSS level.
Hearing the system's announcement, Shin Haoyu's eyes filled with tears. Based on this life's knowledge, talent levels ranged from F, E, D, E, C, B, A, S, SS, to SSS. Now, his talent had maxed out, and he finally felt comforted his embarrassment hadn't been for nothing. He glanced at Lin Xiaoen's helpless little face, feeling a bit embarrassed.
Sorry about.
Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiaoen quickly pulled a lollipop out of her pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. She absolutely couldn't endure a second round of torment, dreading that Shin Haoyu might pull some other ridiculous stunt. This scene, however, took on a completely different meaning in the eyes of the bystanders. The interaction between the two looked just like flirtation between a couple.
I cannot coexist with that dog Shin. Shin, you unworthy dog. How could you, how could you? This is too much, the world has gone mad. The athletic field was instantly filled with wails of despair. The two central figures in question exchanged a glance before tactfully averting their eyes, as if by unspoken agreement. Shin Haoyu knew in his heart that Lin Xiaoan had accepted his flowers in front of everyone only to save face. Thinking of this, he spoke softly, "Thank you." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoan cast him a light glance, nodded faintly, and a trace of amusement flickered in her eyes. This guy was indeed a bit ridiculous, but not in a bad way. Perhaps he might even add a touch of excitement to her life in this new timeline. The awakening ceremony is about to begin. All students, prepare yourselves. At that moment, a man dressed like an officer stood on the awakening platform, addressing the crowd below. In an instant, the freshmen of Qingyang University straightened up, their gazes brimming with anticipation. Finally, it was about to start. Shin Haoyu's face lit up with a hint of joy upon hearing this. "Tremble, mortals. My supreme talent is on its way." As one of the most important events on Blue Star, Talent Awakening Day was typically overseen by the military. All eyes were on the event, and on the stands near the awakening platform, the school leaders watched the proceedings nervously yet eagerly. "Students." On the stage, the officer's gaze was sharp, and his voice was loud and resolute. "I must say a few words to all of you here. Do not place too much weight on talent." His voice was like thunder, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Throughout history, the greatest heroes of our Huaxia nation have relied on an unyielding spirit, not the predestined talent bestowed upon them. Remember, the strength of your talent only determines where you start, but reaching the end relies entirely on yourself. So, never lose faith. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. No matter the outcome today, I hope you all maintain the determination to climb higher still. Of course, for those who fail to awaken a talent, do not despair. Every industry and society needs talent. As long as you excel in your field of expertise, you are a success. The officer's tone was filled with encouragement. Below the stage, Lin Xiaoan listened to these words and nodded silently. In her previous life, she had seen too many extraordinary geniuses fade into mediocrity and countless individuals with low-level talents achieve great things. Thinking of this, her gaze unconsciously shifted to Shin Haoyu. This man, the former king of the Northern Territories, was the most vivid example of such a phenomenon. The awakening ceremony begins. With the officer's command, the crowd's faces lit up with excitement. What level of talent would they awaken? The first to go on stage was naturally Lin Xiaoan. As the top freshman, her presence caused quite a stir, even making the school leaders on the stands hold their breaths. When Lin Xiaoan placed her palm on the awakening stone, a blinding golden light erupted from it. Immediately after, a wave of intense heat swept through the crowd, and faintly, a phoenix's cry could be heard. An SSS-level phoenix fire talent. The nearby officer's eyes widened in shock. An SSS-level elemental talent, what an auspicious start. It was no wonder the officer was so astonished. On Blue Star, talents were categorized into elemental, special, summoning, transformation, and weaponry. Lin Xiaoan had awakened the pinnacle of the elemental category, which meant that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, her future would be limitless. Elemental talents were highly effective for both single-target and group scenarios. The crowd below instantly erupted. This is a fire element talent, and it's top tier. Incredible! My goodness, truly worthy of being the Goddess Lin. Please, Goddess Lin, accept my kneeling allegiance. As everyone marveled, Shin Haoyu didn't show much excitement. It was common knowledge that someone deemed the top goddess of the school was bound to awaken a top-tier talent. The plotline was simply too classic. At this moment, the school leaders on the stands were beaming with joy. The first SSS-level genius in Xingyang City was born. The old headmaster's face was wrinkled with laughter. Having completed her test, Lin Xiaoan showed little surprise. As someone reborn, she had long anticipated this outcome. Returning to her spot, Lin Xiaoan felt the familiar surge within her body, and a sense of exhilaration welled up. It had been so long, her phoenix fire had finally returned. As she thought of this, she raised her hand, and a tiny flame suddenly appeared in her palm. The crimson fire danced and flickered, with hints of black intertwined within it. Standing next to Lin Xiaoan, Shin Haoyu suddenly felt an intense heat. Looking at the small flame in her hand, he couldn't help but feel envious. What an incredible talent! He thought to himself. No need to worry about lighters ever again. Sensing Shin Haoyu's gaze, Lin Xiaoan withdrew the flame and cast him a faint glance before shifting her eyes away. Shin Haoyu looked at Lin Xiaoan, her icy demeanor as distant as ever, and a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. To have this proud goddess use her top-tier fire talent to light a cigarette for him, wouldn't that be the ultimate thrill? With that thought, Shin Haoyu's face broke into a meaningful grin. Lin Xiaoan happened to turn her head just then, catching sight of Shin Haoyu's silly smile. She furrowed her brows slightly. She had a nagging feeling that he was up to no good, but she had no proof. Next, Ji Xing. The officer's voice called out again, and everyone's attention shifted back to the stage. Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan also looked toward the platform. Ji Xing stood before the awakening stone, his expression tense. Slowly, he placed his palm on the stone. In an instant, a golden light flashed, though it was not as intense as Lin Xiaoan's. As the light subsided, a gentle glow emanated from Ji Xing, and everyone suddenly felt a sense of comfort, as if their bodies and minds had been healed. The officer smiled approvingly. Ji Xing, S-level. Special category, healing. Ji Xing's face immediately lit up with joy, like a proud swan, as he walked off the stage with his head held high. Suitors flocked to him like a tide, showering him with compliments. Amid the crowd's adoration, Ji Xing cast a fleeting glance at Shin Haoyu, only to find him still silent. A trace of dissatisfaction flickered in Ji Xing's heart. That lapdog dared to ignore her. Shin Haoyu, of course, noticed her gaze. With a casual glance, he thought to himself, truly fitting for the Queen of the Sea, her talent even matches her title. Everyone knew that healers were treasured wherever they went. But, looking at Ji Xing's figure, he couldn't help but think her petite frame was somewhat lacking for someone dubbed a healer. Next, Wu Qiren. Where's Wu Qiren? Hearing this name, Shin Haoyu almost burst out laughing. What an absurd name, he thought. Here. From the back of the crowd, Wu Qiren finally made his way forward, fashionably late. Shin Haoyu took one look at him and froze in place. This guy's face looked like a shoehorn, covered in freckles, with a large mole at the corner of his mouth. On that mole grew a few awkward hairs. Truly, what a striking appearance. Wu Qiren stepped forward and, upon seeing Ji Xing in the crowd, his eyes lit up instantly. On the way here, I heard that Sister Ji Xing awakened an S-grade talent. Congratulations. Ji Xing looked at Wu Qiren standing before her and felt a surge of disgust. That face was simply unbearable to look at. However, Ji Xing didn't show it and only smiled slightly. Thank you, Brother Wu. I'm sure you won't be any less impressive than Xinger. Go for it, Brother Wu. Not far away, Shin Haoyu overheard their conversation and almost couldn't hold back the urge to vomit. Brother Wu? Big sis, how are you not throwing up right now? Ah, Sister Xinger, just watch. Brother Wu is bound to be S-grade. With Ji Xing repeatedly calling him Brother Wu, Wu Qiren visibly floated into a state of elation, walking onto the stage brimming with confidence. He placed his hand on the awakening stone, and at that moment, a golden light burst forth. Shin Haoyu's mouth twitched slightly, thinking to himself, well, turns out he really is S-grade. As the crowd watched intently, the golden light faded, and Wu Qiren's body sprouted dense fur, transforming into a werewolf. The officer raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, Wu Qiren, S-grade transformation type talent, nightmarish shadow wolf. Shin Haoyu looked at the transformed Wu Qiren on stage and couldn't help but nod. Much more bearable to look at now. Beside him, Lin Xiaoan heard this and couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed much easier on the eyes. At this moment, Wu Qiren reverted to his human form on stage. Seeing the envious gazes from the crowd below, he felt secretly pleased and utterly content. He had anticipated his S-grade status all along. I am the chosen one. Wu Qiren's arrogance soared sky high. As soon as he stepped off the stage, he spotted Shin Haoyu and a mocking grin appeared on his face. Shin the dog, I heard that you confessed to Sister Ji Xing today? You're killing me here. Where'd you get that courage? Have you even looked at yourself? If Sister Ji Xing were to pick a boyfriend, she'd choose a top-tier genius like me. Walking up to Shin Haoyu, Wu Qiren's mocking expression grew more pronounced, his tone full of pride. The onlookers were instantly captivated by this drama of a sycophant tearing down another, and the atmosphere grew so tense it felt like it might explode. Ugh, can you not point that face at me? Shin Haoyu turned his head away in disgust, thinking to himself, this guy is just too ugly. Hearing Shin Haoyu's words, those around them couldn't help but stifle their laughter. It seemed Shin Haoyu had voiced what they all felt. Even Lin Xiaoan frowned slightly, finding her lollipop suddenly tasteless. What did you just say? Wu Qiren's face turned dark with rage. You piece of trash. Stupid bootlicker. You're begging for a beating. Shin Haoyu's blunt words had hit Wu Qiren's fragile ego, leaving him both livid and flustered. Next up, Shin Haoyu, the officer on stage, called out. Hearing his name, Shin Haoyu casually flipped a middle finger at Wu Qiren and walked straight to the stage, not bothering to engage further. Wu Qiren sneered and thought to himself, once your talent awakens, you'll see just how vast the gap between us really is. On stage, Shin Haoyu heard Wu Qiren's mutterings and responded with a meaningful smile. Oh, you'll see soon enough just how big the gap is between me and you. As all eyes fixed on him, Shin Haoyu placed his hand on the awakening stone. In an instant, an intense golden light erupted, no less radiant than Lin Xiaoen's. Holy crap! Shin the dog actually has a top-tier talent? The crowd below was stunned, jaws practically dropping to the floor. No one had expected the second top-tier talent in the entire school to be Shin the dog. As the light faded, an overwhelming sword aura surged from Shin Haoyu's body, and an ancient, unadorned longsword appeared, floating silently before him. Shin Haoyu gazed at the sword and felt a connection as though it were part of him. This was his talent? Unable to resist, he reached out to grasp it. The moment his hand touched the sword, a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens, shaking everyone to their core. Newbie package received. Talent upgraded. SSS grade Dragon Slaying Sword. A smile spread across Shin Haoyu's face as he thought, Dragon Slaying Sword? I like it. The crowd below, seeing Shin Haoyu's talent, couldn't hide their shock. A weapon-type top-tier talent? This is the first time I've ever seen a top-tier weapon-type talent. They say weapon-type talents are notoriously weak in the early stages. But could a top-tier weapon talent be different? A top-tier weapon-type talent? The officer on stage looked at Shin Haoyu, sword in hand, with an expression of disbelief. This was unprecedented in the entire history of Blue Star. Normally, weapon-type talents never exceeded S grade, as they were considered too niche and lacked the utility of elemental or special types. Of course, the late game was a different story. Talent only determined the starting point, whether one reached the peak depended on personal strength. Across Blue Star, there were plenty of strong individuals with weapon-type talents. Even within Huaxia, a few war god-level figures had emerged with such talents. After recovering from his shock, the officer quickly pulled out a communication device. This has to be reported immediately. A top-tier weapon-type talent was enough to shake the entire spiritual martial arts world. It was the only one of its kind right now. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoen's brows furrowed as she observed Shin Haoyu. A sense of unease crept into her heart. Could he also be a reincarnator? At this moment, Shin Haoyu descended from the awakening platform, casting a playful glance at Wu Qiren. So, son, are you convinced now? Wu Qiren, having been publicly humiliated, felt utterly mortified. Furious, he shouted at Shin Haoyu, damn it. If you've got the guts, let's spar. He immediately shifted into his werewolf form, raising a middle finger provocatively at Shin Haoyu. Do you dare? Just then, a system notification sounded in Shin Haoyu's mind, ding. Mission triggered, perform as a hero slaying demons and monsters. Mission reward, enlightened sword body. Receiving the mission, Shin Haoyu turned his gaze back to the little werewolf before him, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Slaying demons and monsters? That's right up my alley. Silver light flashed in Shin Haoyu's hand, and the dragon-slaying sword materialized instantly. Its blade shimmered with dazzling brilliance, as if announcing the imminent battle. Standing with one hand behind his back, Shin Haoyu pointed the sword at Wu Qiren, his aura overwhelming. Ha! Little wolf demon, how dare you wreak havoc here? Watch as this sword immortal subdues you. The surrounding crowd, munching on the drama, was dumbfounded by Shin Haoyu's theatrics. They couldn't help but think, is this guy having a full-blown case of middle school syndrome? Wu Qiren, hearing this, veins bulging, felt his fury ignite. Who are you calling a wolf demon? This punk was clearly courting death. Enough was enough. Wu Qiren bared his fangs and claws, lunging fiercely at Shin Haoyu. Shin Haoyu grinned, his sword aura surging as he swung his blade. In an instant, a silver-white sword energy tore through the air, shredding Wu Qiren's shorts to pieces. The crowd was left speechless. The little werewolf Wu Qiren was suddenly stark naked, feeling an icy chill where it mattered most. Damn it! You bastard, you fight dirty! Wu Qiren was furious, immediately using his two large palms to cover his vital area. The crowd burst into laughter. Shin Haoyu was truly something else, his antics were absurdly abstract. Although Wu Qiren reacted quickly, the crowd still managed to catch a fleeting glimpse of something small. Ah, Wu Qiren, that's a bit small. Unbelievable. Someone this big, yet so small. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaoen shook her head with a wry smile upon witnessing the scene, thinking to herself, this guy never plays by the rules, he's just too wicked. Disregarding his dignity, Wu Qiren grabbed a red banner beside him and hastily covered his vital area. Shun, you dog. If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square. Wu Qiren glared at Shin Haoyu, his teeth grinding audibly. Fine, fine. A little wolf demon dares to show off in front of me? Great Vajra dragon.
Shin Haoyu smiled faintly, transforming into a warrior god, exuding an imposing aura as he shouted. As soon as his words fell, Shin Haoyu swung his sword, the sword light flashing like thunder as it charged straight at Wu Qiren. Wu Qiren was startled and quickly raised his steel claws to shield himself. However, after waiting for a while, he realized he hadn't felt any impact.
Damn it, it's stuck.
Shin Haoyu muttered helplessly, this dragon-slaying sword was still not fully under his control.
Wu Qiren snapped back to his senses, seething with rage. This kid was humiliating him endlessly.
In his fury, Wu Qiren's werewolf form upgraded again, his white fur turned into a radiant red, emanating an intense battle aura. Shin Haoyu was astonished, his face full of disbelief.
This little werewolf could transform further? At that moment, Wu Qiren felt a surge of excitement.
Under Shin Haoyu's provocation, he had unlocked the second stage of his werewolf form, and his combat power skyrocketed.
Heh, prepare to die.
Wu Qiren charged at Shin Haoyu, fearless and full of vigor. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Under the gaze of the crowd, he placed the dragon-slaying sword horizontally across his chest and slowly released his grip. The long sword floated quietly before Shin Haoyu, like a giant dragon lying in wait. A glimmer of joy flashed in Shin Haoyu's eyes as he thought, this feels amazing. He waved his hand toward Wu Qiren, and the sword instantly tore through the air, flying straight at him. The crowd froze in shock. What the hell? A flying sword? Split! Split! Shin Haoyu's voice boomed like a war drum. The dragon-slaying sword immediately fragmented into countless flying swords, raining down on Wu Qiren like a storm. Wu Qiren stared at the densely packed flying swords, his heart tightening.
What kind of talent does this guy have? Is this still just a weapon ability? It's unbelievable. The officer on the stage was utterly dumbfounded. This weapon talent was absurdly powerful.
In all his years in the military, he had seen many weapon-related talents, but none that could split a flying sword into so many fragments. As the officer marveled, Wu Qiren was already engaged in a fierce battle with the flying swords. Several swords danced around him like spirits, launching indiscriminate attacks. Initially, Wu Qiren relied on his enhanced defense from his transformation to hold his ground against the swords. However, as time passed, his stamina dwindled, and the energy drain from his second form left him increasingly exhausted. The flying swords, almost alive, targeted his weak points relentlessly. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't withstand such an intense and concentrated assault. Before long, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Wu Qiren was covered in wounds, battered and exhausted. Finally, the flying swords forced him out of his transformed state, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Shin Haoyu watched the scene unfold, rubbing his nose as he thought to himself, maybe I overdid it. This was his first time using his talent, so he wasn't entirely familiar with it yet. However, the flying swords consumed a tremendous amount of energy, leaving him feeling weak in the knees.
He sighed inwardly, I'm drained.
Nonetheless, to maintain his composure, Shin Haoyu flashed a confident smile and declared smugly, little wolf demon, taken down.
The crowd, hearing Shin Haoyu's words, dared not mock him anymore.
That flying sword technique just now had instantly defeated an S-class Wu Qiren, it was simply too powerful. As Shin Haoyu glanced around at the subdued crowd, he felt a surge of satisfaction. These people were so superficial. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out again, ding.
Host has completed the mission. Reward issued. Transparent sword body.
As the voice fell, Shin Haoyu's face lit up with excitement, and his entire demeanor elevated once more. At the same time, he saw the description of the transparent sword body. Transparent sword body grants the owner unparalleled aptitude in swordsmanship, allowing them to master sword techniques 10 times faster than an average person. Shin Haoyu was ecstatic, praising the system. This is insane.
Having cheats really is something else.
Not far away, Ji Xing looked at Shin Haoyu, who was holding the sword, her face flushed with excitement.
So strong. This is exactly the kind of man she was into. She thought to herself, I must make this man mine.
With that, Ji Xing raised her hand, and a pure energy instantly flowed into Shin Haoyu's body. Shin Haoyu felt a wave of comfort wash over him, his fatigue vanishing instantly. Confused, he glanced at Ji Xing and rubbed his nose, thinking, healers really are the best. As for Wu Qiren, though he groveled for ages, he didn't even get a single heal. Truly, a simp's fate is to end up with nothing.
Wow, Haoyu, you're amazing. Ji Xing gushed with admiration, moving closer to Shin Haoyu.
Shin Haoyu waved dismissively.
It's nothing.
Considering this woman had just healed him, he refrained from saying anything too harsh.
Then, are you free later?
Let me treat you to a meal, Ji Xing said shyly, tugging at her clothes in a coy manner.
Hearing this, Shin Haoyu glanced at her, thinking, what's this? A role reversal? The queen of teasing men is now fawning over me? Meanwhile, the surrounding onlookers gritted their teeth in frustration. Shin Haoyu was too much. First Lin Xiaowen, now Ji Xing, couldn't he leave some room for others?
Just as Shin Haoyu was pondering how to turn down Ji Xing, a cold yet commanding voice interrupted, "Come here.
I need to talk to you."
Shin Haoyu turned to see Lin Xiaowen standing with her arms crossed, her brows furrowed as she approached him. In an instant, Ji Xing and Lin Xiaowen's gazes collided, sparks flying. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes.
The two most renowned goddesses of the school were competing for a single man? Shen Haoyu, you bastard.
After a brief stare-off, Lin Xiaowen broke eye contact first, pulling Shin Haoyu aside directly. The crowd watched as Lin Xiaowen dragged Shin Haoyu away, their hearts shattering. Ji Xing's expression shifted subtly, her heart filled with resentment. This woman's aura was too overwhelming, she had been completely outmatched in their
confrontation.
Watching the two of them walk away, Ji Xing gritted her teeth, silently vowing, "Just you wait.
I won't give up on the man I've set my sights on."
On the other side, Lin Xiaowen led Shin Haoyu away from the crowd slowly, taking him to a secluded corner. The air was thick with tension, as though an undercurrent was surging beneath the surface. At this moment, Shin Haoyu stared at Lin Xiaowen's indifferent back, unable to suppress the unease rising in his heart.
What was this woman planning? Could she have already noticed something?
Just then, Lin Xiaowen turned around, her expression serious and her gaze tinged with a hint of suspicion as she looked at Shin Haoyu, sharp and alert like a vigilant leopard.
Have you experienced anything strange happening to you recently?
Shin Haoyu's heart tightened at her words, and a keen sense of alertness surged within him.
He could tell that there was something hidden in her tone.
"No, nothing strange at all," he replied casually, though inwardly he was on guard, afraid he might inadvertently reveal something.
Hearing his response, Lin Xiaowen frowned even more deeply and continued to press. Really? Nothing at all? Like, memories that suddenly appeared? Her gaze was like a blade, piercing straight into Shin Haoyu as if she could see through his soul. What are you talking about? No, not at all.
Shin Haoyu feigned confusion in his reply, but his mind was racing, trying to figure out how much Lin Xiaowen might have uncovered. Lin Xiaowen's sharp eyes grew even more intense, and the atmosphere sank into a stifling silence. After a moment, she finally looked away, as though she
had come to some realization.
"It's nothing," she said simply before turning on her heel and walking off, leaving Shin Haoyu in a whirl of confusion. Watching her departing figure, Shin Haoyu let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking to himself how her probing questions had given him a shock. Luckily, he had managed to maintain his composure and not let anything slip.
But why was she asking about sudden memories? Could it be that she had discovered he was a transmigrator?
The thought sent a wave of vigilance through Shin Haoyu. He had a gut feeling that this woman was now watching him closely, which meant
he would have to be even more cautious in the future.
With these thoughts, he quickly picked up his pace and followed after her.
Meanwhile, Lin Xiaowen, who had walked off first, was replaying Shin Haoyu's reactions in her mind.
Her initial suspicion was that Shin Haoyu might be like her, a person reborn.
It sounded absurd, but hadn't the same thing happened to her? Yet, after probing him, she hadn't been able to find any clear clues. On reflection, the likelihood of Shin Haoyu being a reborn individual seemed slim. If he had some method to change his fate, why hadn't he used it in the previous life?
At that moment, Shin Haoyu had already caught up to her. The two exchanged a brief glance, and Lin Xiaowen decided to put her speculations aside for now, silently pondering her next steps. Suddenly, a domineering voice rang out from the sports field, shattering the tense atmosphere between them.
"Who the hell dared to lay a hand on my son? Get out here now."
The roaring voice boomed like thunder, instantly drawing everyone's attention and causing the atmosphere to tighten, as if a storm was brewing. Following the voice, a commanding man descended from the sky, as if a war god had arrived. His imposing presence caused the crowd to retreat in fear, and the air became saturated with a suffocating pressure.
The man's identity was immediately clear. It was Wu Feng, the father of Wu Qiren. Not only was he a board director at Qingyang University, but he was also the head of the Qingyang branch of the Xie Family Commerce Association, wielding immense power and influence.
Upon arriving, Wu Feng's sharp gaze swept across the crowd like a blade, sending shivers down everyone's spine.
He quickly began inspecting Wu Qiren's injuries.
Seeing his son's body covered with wounds, Wu Feng was consumed with fury, his desire for vengeance ignited. From his pocket, he pulled out a vial of basic spiritual essence and injected it into Wu Qiren without hesitation.
The crowd collectively gasped in shock. This was a bottle of basic spiritual essence worth 100,000.
Wu Feng's wealth and decisiveness were truly staggering. Shin Haoyu, observing this man, frowned slightly, his thoughts racing. A fifth-tier spiritual warrior, exuding such overwhelming power.
However, when he got a good look at the man's face, Shin Haoyu couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself, like father, like son, huh?
Wu Feng had sharp eyebrows and striking eyes, his chiseled features exuding an air of handsomeness.
It was hard to believe this man was Wu Qiren's father. Genetics truly worked in mysterious ways. Are you the one who hurt my son? Wu Feng's icy gaze locked onto Shin Haoyu, his tone carrying an overwhelming pressure, as though he intended to tear him apart.
In that moment, Shin Haoyu felt as though 1,000 tons of weight pressed down on him, making it nearly impossible to breathe.
Wu director, what are you trying to do? The university principal, seated in the stands, could no longer remain idle. After all, Shin Haoyu was Qingyang University's second SSS-level talent, and he couldn't afford to let such a major figure be harmed.
The principal swiftly appeared beside Shin Haoyu, dispelling Wu Feng's oppressive aura.
Only then did Shin Haoyu manage to take deep breaths, silently thankful. The pressure from a fifth-tier expert was suffocating.
If the principal hadn't intervened in time, he might have been gravely injured on the spot. At that moment, all the university officials in the stands also rushed to Shin Haoyu's side. His instructor immediately checked on him and, upon confirming that he was unharmed, finally let out a sigh of relief. The military officers overseeing the awakening platform also furrowed their brows, ready to intervene, but a mysterious voice suddenly echoed in their ears, stopping them in their tracks.
They exchanged glances, realizing in shock that there was an even greater figure present.
Not daring to act rashly, they chose to wait and observe. Meanwhile, Wu Feng turned his gaze toward the principal, raising an eyebrow and smirking arrogantly.
When my son was being beaten, where were you? What, now that this kid is an SSS-level talent, you're starting to care? The principal couldn't help but inwardly retort, Wu Qiren brought this on himself. Who else is to blame?
Still, he said kindly, Director Wu, I admit I was at fault earlier.
How about this?
The conflict between Shin Haoyu and your son, we can mediate it on behalf of the university.
As for your son's medical expenses, the school will cover everything.
Wu Feng sneered at the offer.
Do you think my family is short on money? This boy, so young and already so ruthless today, I demand an explanation on behalf of the Xie family.
Hearing the veiled threat, the principal's face darkened. At that moment, a commanding yet melodious voice rang out next to Shin Haoyu. Chairman Wu, this was merely a sparring match.
Injuries are inevitable. For the Xie family to press so aggressively, isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill?
All eyes turned toward the voice, only to see Lin Xiaowen stepping forward past Shin Haoyu toward Wu Feng, her aura fully unleashed, instantly commanding the entire field. In this moment, Lin Xiaowen exuded the presence of an empress descending upon the world, inspiring awe in everyone around her. When Wu Feng saw Lin Xiaowen, sweat began to bead on his forehead as if he had suddenly remembered something.
You are General Lin's youngest daughter?
Wu Feng's arrogance faltered, his tone carrying a trace of caution. Lin Xiaowen nodded slightly, standing calmly before Shin Haoyu, her aura unshaken. At Wu Feng's words, the crowd erupted into chatter. General Lin, the pinnacle of combat power in the nation, Lin Zhan, the war god. And Lin Xiaowen was his daughter. The reverence in the crowd's eyes deepened as they looked at Lin Xiaowen. No wonder the goddess Lin was so exceptional, she was the daughter of Lin Zhan himself. At this moment, Shin Haoyu turned his head to glance at the woman beside him, his gaze filled with astonishment. The goddess, with her stunning beauty and unparalleled family background, was practically the perfect template for a goddess. The president of Qing University, upon seeing the scene, relaxed his furrowed brows. Even if Wu Feng didn't take Qing University seriously, surely he couldn't ignore the presence of a Tier 10 war god's daughter. When Wu Feng saw Lin Xiaowen acknowledging her identity, he lowered his head to ponder for a moment before breaking into a smile.
Ha ha ha, who would have thought?
The daughter of war god Lin attends the same school as my son.
What a coincidence! How has war god Lin been lately?
Wu Feng's gaze was sharp as a hawk as he stared at Lin Xiaowen, seemingly attempting to discern something from her expression. Lin Xiaowen cast a cold glance at him, her face emotionless.
My father is returning to Qingyang today.
Wu Feng's face darkened instantly as he thought to himself, if what she says is true, then today's revenge will be hard to exact.
Lin Xiaowen silently observed Wu Feng's shifting emotions, though she remained internally unmoved.
Just as everyone thought the storm had passed, a thunderous roar erupted from the distance.
Wu, are you courting death? Look at your son,
beaten to this state, and you're still standing here dumbstruck. The voice boomed like thunder, and everyone turned their heads to see two black jeeps speeding toward them, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the car doors swung open, a woman as fierce as a raging tyrannosaurus stepped out, her imposing presence leaving no room for underestimation. Behind her, 5 or 6 muscular men in suits emerged in an orderly fashion, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. Shin Haoyu immediately recognized who had arrived and sighed inwardly. So, Wu Xiren's mother is indeed no ordinary person. This woman was undoubtedly a tank-like existence, her aura overwhelming, as if a wild force had descended upon the mortal world. He couldn't help but sympathize with Wu Feng, a mocking thought surfacing in his mind. Beta, the one who drives a tank. The newcomer was none other than Wu Xiren's mother, Xia Wudi, the head of the Xia Commerce Guild and currently a Tier 7 spirit warrior. Her methods rivaled those of any man, and under her leadership, the Xia Commerce Guild had risen to prominence. As a live-in son-in-law, Wu Feng now stood before his wife with his head bowed, filled with unease. Xia Wudi strode forward, her gaze briefly sweeping over the president of Qing University before dismissing him entirely.
Her primary focus was on Lin Xiaowen's attitude.
Miss Lin, I've long heard of your unparalleled beauty, and today I see that your reputation is well-deserved.
You are the most beautiful in all of Hua Nation. Lin Xiaowen responded calmly, Master Xia, you flatter me.
But her heart was on high alert. She knew Xia Wudi was no ordinary woman, her ruthless methods made her a formidable opponent.
Lin Xiaowen couldn't help but glance worriedly at Shin Haoyu, thinking to herself, I must protect him today.
Shin Haoyu noticed her gaze and gave her a faint smile. Don't worry, and thank you for earlier, he said softly, as if to reassure her. Even so, Lin Xiaowen's expression remained grave as her mind raced to devise a plan. At that moment, Xia Wudi turned her sharp gaze toward Shin Haoyu, her expression unreadable.
Miss Lin, this is a family matter. I hope you won't intervene. Once this is resolved, I will personally visit to apologize.
Her gaze turned icy as she continued, I have only one son. I can't bear to hit him, let alone scold him. This time, letting him suffer a little might be a good thing, but the Xia family has always repaid grievances tit for tat.
You struck my son, which is equivalent to striking the Xia family's face.
Shin Haoyu furrowed his brows slightly but remained composed. Senior, disputes between the younger generation inevitably lead to some friction. I understand your concern for your son, but overprotection may not be beneficial for his growth. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps could be heard all around.
This kid actually dared to speak to the head of the Xia family like this? Truly audacious. Xia Wudi quietly studied Shin Haoyu, a cold smile tugging at the corner of her mouth.
Young man, you're neither servile nor overbearing, quite remarkable.
However, the Xia family has always conducted itself this way.
Her gaze grew colder, and Shin Haoyu's frown deepened.
Then, senior, how do you propose I make amends to you?
Xia Wudi turned her eyes to her son Wu Xiren, who was covered in injuries, a trace of cruelty flickering in her expression.
It seemed the situation had only just begun. You've beaten my son into this state, losing one of your arms would not be excessive, would it? Her voice thundered, silencing the entire venue.
Everyone was intimidated by Xia Wudi's imposing aura and dared not make a sound. Shin Haoyu's expression gradually darkened as he calculated his options.
Then, I'm sorry, Master Xia.
Just then, a bold idea flashed through Shin Haoyu's mind.
Taking a deep breath, he locked eyes with Xia Wudi, his voice fearless. If you dare touch my son, I will make the entire Xia family pay the price.
The atmosphere immediately became tense as everyone held their breath, none daring to disrupt the standoff. Xia Wudi froze for a moment before a sneer spread across her face.
Who do you think you are to act so insolently before me? Shin Haoyu's heartbeat quickened, yet he knew he couldn't back down.
Slowly raising his hand, he pointed at the bodyguards nearby.
Seize him. Today, I'll let you all know that the Shin family is not to be trifled with. The bodyguards charged at Shin Haoyu like ferocious beasts. However, just as they reached him, Shin Haoyu's figure vanished like a phantom. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Xia Wudi, a dagger gleaming with cold light pressed against her neck. With one move, I can make you the next victim.
Shin Haoyu said coldly. The scene plunged into utter silence once more. Everyone was dumbfounded, none had expected Shin Haoyu to act so decisively and mercilessly.
Xia Wudi's face darkened as she grew wary.
She hadn't anticipated that the seemingly ordinary young master of the Shin family would possess such hidden prowess.
You're courting death,
Xia Wudi said gravely, though a trace of disdain flickered in her eyes. I'd like to see who dares harm my son today.
Shin Haoyu's gaze burned with unwavering determination, refusing to back down.
At that moment, a loud explosion erupted from outside, as if heralding an even greater storm on the horizon. Both Shin Haoyu and Xia Wudi turned their attention to the source of the noise, an unspoken unease rising in their hearts simultaneously. As he spoke, Shin Haoyu's aura surged to its peak, and the dragon-slaying sword in his hand materialized, its edge shining with lethal intent. To hell with it. If worst comes to worst, I'll fight to the end. Lower my head? Not a chance. Witnessing Shin Haoyu's indomitable stance, the crowd was awestruck by his courage. Alone, wielding his sword against the Xia Commerce Guild, was this bravery or folly? At this moment, Xia Wudi, observing Shin Haoyu in his prime, couldn't help but smirk. Kid, you've got guts. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? Any one of the Xia family members here is tier 2 or above. And you, a mere novice who's just awakened your abilities, think you can challenge us head-on? I think you've lost your mind. Shin Haoyu snorted coldly. This stubborn guy? Yeah, that's me. What of it? Lin Xiaowen, standing to the side, hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Don't act on impulse. Shin Haoyu gave her a wry smile. I'm not like you. I'm just a lowly commoner with no power or influence. The only thing I can rely on is the sword in my hand. Silently, he added in his heart, and with the support of Lord Tong. As Shin Haoyu's resolute words fell, everyone around him couldn't help but cast admiring glances his way. Impressive. That's what being a real man is all about. The president of Qing University listened to Shin Haoyu's words, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. However, his brows soon furrowed as he resolved inwardly that, no matter what, he had to protect this child today. With that thought in mind, Qing University's president turned to Xia Wudi and said, President Xia, aren't you being a bit excessive? At this moment, Lin Xiaowen hesitated no longer. She stepped forward decisively, positioning herself in front of Shin Haoyu. Xia Wudi, ignoring the president's words, turned his gaze to Lin Xiaowen. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, Miss Lin, do you still wish to interfere? Yes, I'm standing by him today, she responded calmly. As for medical expenses, feel free to negotiate, but breaking his limbs is out of the question. Lin Xiaowen's tone carried an unyielding firmness that left no room for debate. Shin Haoyu glanced at her in shock. He hadn't expected that the girl he had just met today would stand up for him so assertively. Xia Wudi's expression flickered unpredictably as he thought to himself, this boy has managed to earn such staunch support from the daughter of Lin the warlord? How surprising. All right then, Xia Wudi said with a mocking smile. Since both Qing University's president and Miss Lin have spoken, my Xia family must show some respect. Here's the deal, he added, waving a hand. Wang, come here. A man who looked like a bodyguard stepped forward. This man is a newly recruited bodyguard of the Xia family, with second-tier strength, Xia Wudi explained. If this boy can defeat him, then we'll consider the matter settled. Xia Wudi's face bore a meaningful smile as he glanced at Lin Xiaowen. Upon hearing this, both Lin Xiaowen and Qing University's president frowned deeply. Although the opponent was only at the second tier, Shin Haoyu had just awakened his abilities. How could he possibly stand a chance against him? This was clearly an intentional challenge. Just as they were about to speak, Shin Haoyu stepped forward and sincerely addressed them. Thank you, President, and thank you, Miss Lin. This is enough. Seeing the determination in Shin Haoyu's eyes, the president of Qing University spoke with concern, Child, that man is second tier. A glimmer of resolve flashed through Shin Haoyu's eyes. Since awakening, his understanding of sword intent had subtly transformed his personality. Though a second-tier opponent was indeed formidable, it didn't mean they were invincible. If he shrank back and hid behind others in this situation, wouldn't that tarnish his sword path? With this thought, he turned to the group and said earnestly, Thank you both, but I'd like to try. Even if I lose. The president and Lin Xiaowen, both experienced enough to understand Shin Haoyu's gaze, immediately realized that this was the sword path Shin Haoyu was cultivating. At this point, they could say no more. If they didn't let him fight, he might lose his spirit entirely. Alright then. Fight with all you've got. We'll make sure you're safe. The president patted Shin Haoyu on the shoulder. Hearing this, Shin Haoyu nodded to the two of them before turning to Xia Wudi. I'll fight him. Xia Wudi's face lit up with a smug expression. Good. Rest assured, as long as you win, I'll keep my word. I hope so, Shin Haoyu replied, his tone betraying his lack of trust in Xia Wudi's promise. With that, the crowd hurriedly cleared a space for them. Shin Haoyu stepped into the makeshift arena, his expression serious as he faced the second-tier bodyguard before him. This isn't going to be easy. Meanwhile, the bodyguard looked at Shin Haoyu with cold disdain. This newly awakened brat dares to challenge me? He's simply overestimating himself. Without further delay, the bodyguard unleashed his second-tier aura.
A chilling frost spread instantly, enveloping the area.
Seeing this, Shin Haoyu frowned.
An elemental talent, no less. The onlookers also felt a wave of unease for Shin Haoyu.
This was a genuine second-tier powerhouse, and an elemental one at that. Shin Haoyu silently assessed his chances. Against such a powerful opponent, victory seemed almost impossible. Yet, he refused to hesitate any longer. With a flash, his dragon-slaying sword materialized in his hand. It transformed into a flying sword form, hovering before him with a radiant glow.
The sword's aura surged like a rainbow. Split! Shin Haoyu commanded in a low voice. Instantly, the flying sword split into several blades, which streaked toward the opponent like flashes of lightning.
The Xia family bodyguard's eyes flickered with surprise.
This kid's talent is intriguing.
However, in the face of absolute power, such tricks were nothing. Cold energy surged around him, forming an ice-blue protective barrier as solid as a mountain. The numerous flying swords struck the barrier, producing crisp clangs, yet they failed to breach its sturdy defenses. Shin Haoyu frowned slightly.
Bringing
his hands together, he fused the scattered swords into one. Concentrating all his power, he directed a fierce assault on a single point of the barrier. The bodyguard's brow arched slightly.
This kid has decent combat instincts. But in the next moment, a loud boom resounded as the barrier shattered.
The flying sword surged forward like a tidal wave, aiming straight for the bodyguard's heart.
However, with a swift motion, the bodyguard drew an ice-blue sword, deflecting the attack effortlessly.
A cold smile adorned his face, as if mocking Shin Haoyu's naivete.
The crowd from Qing University sighed collectively.
The gap in talent and strength was all too clear. Outside the arena, Xia Wudi observed calmly, her expression unchanged. Everything was proceeding as she had anticipated. As Shin Haoyu's dragon-slaying sword embedded itself into the ground, the Xia family bodyguard smirked provocatively.
"Boy, let me show you what real swordsmanship looks like." He stepped forward, his face full of contempt. Shin Haoyu's heart tightened.
Quickly, he recalled the dragon-slaying sword, gripping it firmly once more.
Facing off against the bodyguard's ice-blue longsword, a faint smile played on Shin Haoyu's lips. His eyes
gleamed with newfound confidence. While he couldn't match his opponent in raw power, when it came to swordsmanship, that was a different story.
Did they really think his weapon talent was limited to just flying swords?
In an instant, sword intent erupted from Shin Haoyu, surging wildly around him.
His aura skyrocketed. The sword's brilliance was blinding,
and silver-white sword energy churned violently in his vicinity.
As he slowly raised his sword, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. "Dragon slash!"
Shin Haoyu's voice thundered, as if shaking the heavens. A brilliant silver dragon's soul seemed to rise from the dragon-slaying sword, its sword energy cascading like waves. The audience was left in stunned silence, as if watching a scene straight out of a blockbuster movie.
What kind of technique is that? So cool. Absolutely amazing. Is this even a weapon talent anymore? It's so big. I love it.
The entire freshman class stared at Shin Haoyu with eyes full of admiration.
Jealousy and awe intertwined in their gazes. Xia Wudi's heart tightened, a sense of foreboding creeping in.
This sword intent felt eerily familiar.
Her pupils constricted as realization struck. Sword intent? Impossible. How could a newly awakened brat possess such potent sword intent?
Even the military officer on the stage was visibly shaken. He could feel the overwhelming power of the sword intent.
This is absurd.
Sword intent isn't something even third-tier spirit warriors can easily grasp. At the center of everyone's gaze, Shin Haoyu faced the advancing Xia family bodyguard with a cold, ruthless smile.
His dragon-slaying sword talent was unparalleled, awakening
with an innate comprehension of sword intent. As his cultivation advanced, his understanding of sword intent only deepened, requiring no effort on his part to grasp it. Shin Haoyu felt a surge of excitement in his heart, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. The person before him was the perfect target for him to hone his skills. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he swung it fiercely toward the Xia family's bodyguard. A silvery dragon of sword energy surged forward like a lightning bolt. The Xia family bodyguard's face changed instantly at the sight, his mind racing. How is this possible? This kid can unleash such a fearsome aura. Not daring to underestimate him, he immediately channeled his icy spiritual energy. A chilling force rose from his ice-blue longsword, surging forth to meet the attack. "Ice Soul Sword," he shouted in a low voice. In an instant, he launched himself forward, colliding head-on with Shin Haoyu's sword energy dragon. The clash exploded into a cloud of dust and debris, accompanied by a deafening roar that seemed to tear apart the battlefield. The confrontation had pushed the fight to its boiling point.
As the dust slowly settled, a figure emerged from the haze, stepping into everyone's view.
Shin Haoyu stood leaning against his sword, casually wiping the dirt from his face. A relaxed and confident smile played across his lips. The crowd gasped in astonishment. No one had expected Shin Haoyu to still be standing. He had first engaged in a fierce battle with Wu Qiren, and then fought against a second-tier expert, yet he remained undefeated. His strength was nothing short of unbelievable. On the other side, the Xie family bodyguard knelt on one knee, his hand gripping the ice-blue longsword trembling slightly. Bright red blood trickled slowly from the cracks in his grip. The bodyguard's face was grim. He had never imagined that Shin Haoyu's sword energy would be so sharp. The clash had left his grip torn and his hand aching with pain. The onlookers were in disbelief. How could a newly awakened Shin Haoyu have injured a second-tier expert? The outcome was beyond anyone's expectations. At this moment, Xia Wudi's expression turned completely dark. A second-tier expert injured by a rookie who had just awakened? If word of this spread, wouldn't the Xia family's reputation be utterly destroyed? Xia Wudi beckoned to his subordinates, and 5 bodyguards immediately stepped forward. His voice was icy and chilling as he ordered, "Seize this boy." His tone sent shivers through the crowd. The 5 bodyguards, acting on the command, charged toward Shin Haoyu. The audience watched the Xia family's shamelessness unfold, their hearts filled with gloom. A renowned and noble family behaving in such a disgraceful manner. The principal of Qingyang University and several other leaders darkened in expression. They were about to intervene when Wu Feng blocked them single-handedly. These educators, even the principal who had a 4th-tier cultivation, were no match for Wu Feng. Xia family head. If anything happens to Shin Haoyu today, Qingyang University will jointly report this to the Education Bureau. The principal of Qingyang University roared angrily, his face severe. Xia Wudi smirked slightly at the threat. The Education Bureau? How naive to underestimate the Xia family's influence. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Ji Xing clenched her teeth as she looked at the exhausted Shin Haoyu. Making a resolute decision, she raised her hand and sent 2 streams of pure energy into Shin Haoyu's body. He quickly regained his strength, his eyes now cold and sharp. Seeing the 5 bodyguards approaching, Shin Haoyu understood that the moment for counterattack had come. He struggled to stand upright, gripping his dragon-slashing sword tightly, ready to fight to the death. Outside the battlefield, Lin Xiaowen looked at Shin Haoyu, who stood leaning on his sword, and felt a sense of déjà vu. The image of the Northern King from her past life overlapped with the present Shin Haoyu. She couldn't let tragedy repeat itself. Suddenly, she turned her gaze to the 5 Xia family bodyguards advancing toward Shin Haoyu, her eyes igniting with fiery determination. Just as they prepared to attack, Lin Xiaowen's figure appeared like a phantom in front of Shin Haoyu. With a wave of her hand, a surge of intense flames erupted from her body, accompanied by a faint phoenix cry that echoed throughout the scene. The 5 bodyguards froze, not daring to act rashly. The woman before them was none other than the daughter of the legendary Lin War God. The freshmen from Qingyang University were awestruck, their spirits shaken by what they witnessed. Shin Haoyu must survive. Xia Wudi's expression darkened further. At that moment, a domineering voice boomed across the battlefield, "Leave. Let's see who dares to harm my daughter." As the voice fell, a powerful shockwave sent the bodyguards flying backward. They landed heavily on the ground, completely incapacitated. The crowd was stunned by this sudden turn of events, their gazes darting toward the source of the voice. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit descended from the sky, landing heavily on the ground. He yanked off his tie with one swift motion, exuding the aura of a suited warrior as he strode forward. In that moment, the man's identity became unmistakable. The only one who could call Lin Xiaowen his daughter was none other than China's war god, Lin Zhan. The principal of Qingyang University lit up with joy. With Lin Zhan himself present, would the Xia family dare to act insolently? The students of Qingyang University gazed at the imposing figure with burning admiration. This was the legendary 10th-tier war god of China. At the same time, an elderly man descended lightly from the sky, landing gracefully ahead of Lin Zhan. However, no one paid him any attention, as all eyes were fixed on Lin Zhan. "Is the Xia family challenging me, Lin Zhan?" Lin Zhan asked coldly, his gaze as sharp as a blade pointed at Xia Wudi. Xia Wudi was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend how Lin Zhan had arrived so quickly. How could that be? At this moment, Xia Wudi felt a sense of unease and hastily replied with a forced smile. "Ha! If I hadn't arrived in time, my precious daughter would have been bullied by the likes of you." Lin Zhan sneered, his icy eyes fixed on Xia Wudi. Xia Wudi trembled all over and quickly changed his tone. "It's all a misunderstanding.
Pointing at Shin Haoyu, who stood beside Lin Xiaowen, he added, "This boy injured my son. Everything that happened earlier was just an attempt to capture him. We had no intention of bullying your daughter." Xia Wudi's tone grew more respectful by the second. Hearing this, Shin Haoyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Your son started it. He wasn't strong enough and got beaten by me. How is that anyone else's fault?"
Lin Zhan raised an eyebrow slightly, casting a faint glance at Shin Haoyu.
Internally, he was already evaluating the boy. He had actually arrived earlier and witnessed Shin Haoyu's confession to his daughter.
Now, looking at this young man again, Lin Zhan found him increasingly unpleasant.
Sensing Lin Zhan's gaze, Shin Haoyu's heart tightened.
For some reason, he felt a bit nervous, as though that look contained an inexplicable meaning. Noticing Lin Zhan's silence, Xia Wudi grew even more anxious and quickly said, "War God Lin, if you hand that boy over to us, the Xia family will personally visit to apologize and prepare a grand gift as compensation for Miss Lin's troubles." After speaking, Xia Wudi noticed Lin Zhan's unreadable expression and began to sweat. Speaking to a figure as imposing as Lin Zhan carried immense pressure. Lin Zhan's lips curled into a faint, meaningful smile.
"Oh, so you mean, only if I hand over that boy will you make amends?" Feeling the mounting pressure, Xia Wudi scrambled to explain, "That's not what I meant. No matter what, the Xia family will provide Miss Lin with compensation."
Lin Zhan nodded indifferently, his gaze once again falling on Shin Haoyu.
"That's more like it."
Internally, he chuckled to himself.
"Let's see how you dare pursue my daughter now, might as well scare you a little." Xia Wudi felt a glimmer of hope. Could it be that the matter had been resolved?
He hadn't expected Lin Zhan to be so reasonable.
"Thank you, War God Lin."
He immediately signaled to Wu Feng, who lunged toward Shin Haoyu.
Shin Haoyu's head began to spin, thinking, "Brother, is that it? Where's your war god aura?"
But before Wu Feng could even approach, he was suddenly struck by a terrifying force and sent flying.
Shin Haoyu froze in confusion, muttering to himself, "What just happened?" Xia Wudi's face darkened, rushing to help Wu Feng up. Wu Feng, badly injured, coughed up blood, leaving Xia Wudi both heartbroken and furious. "War God Lin, what do you mean by this? Do you really think the Xia family can be pushed around?" Lin Zhan raised an eyebrow. "What did I do?" Realizing something was amiss, Xia Wudi scanned his surroundings and locked eyes on the unassuming elderly man. "Have we somehow offended you, senior? Why strike so harshly?"
The elderly man stepped forward with a serene smile.
"Why put it like that? It's not my fault he couldn't take a hit." Xia Wudi's expression shifted subtly.
"Sigh. I, Li Xuanzong, have searched my whole life and finally found a disciple worthy of inheriting my legacy.
Naturally, I won't let you bully him."
The man named Li Xuanzong sighed to himself, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Shin Haoyu's eyes lit up upon hearing his words, thinking, "I've found a big supporter.
A super powerful one."
Meanwhile, Xia Wudi's face turned ashen, and the crowd trembled at the mention of that legendary name.
Li Xuanzong, a man whose story was almost mythical.
100 years ago, alien forces had united to attack China's front line, the Human Great Wall. That battle saw the aliens' elite forces unleashed with the goal of conquering humanity's most impenetrable fortress within 3 months. At that time, aside from China's neighboring allies, other nations stood by indifferently, leaving the Human Great Wall in a dire situation. In that moment of crisis, a 10th-tier war god of China emerged. Alone with a single sword, he held the Human Great Wall, slaying 10 alien war god-level powerhouses and crushing their ambitions. After that battle, the war god retired due to injuries, fading from public view. Yet his legend of one man, one sword, one fortress lived on, even becoming part of high school textbooks in China. At this moment, the entire crowd fell silent.
The soldiers on the awakening platform stepped down in unison, their gazes fervent as they saluted Li Xuanzong. "Greetings, War God Li." Their resonant voices instantly echoed throughout the area.
The crowd quickly snapped out of their stupor and followed suit, shouting with flushed faces, "Greetings, War God Li." The cheers on the field surged like a roaring tide. Even the leaders abandoned their composure and rushed forward. The principal of Qing University ran the fastest, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle upon
reaching Li Xuanzong. "We welcome War God Li to visit our school."
The other school leaders behind him were visibly embarrassed, silently thinking, "This principal really knows how to seize an opportunity."
Was War God Li here for a casual visit? All right, I'm just an old man now."
Li Xuanzong waved his hand with a benevolent smile on his face as he looked at the enthusiastic crowd. Then, he turned around and glanced at Shin Haoyu, beckoning him over. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned toward Shin Haoyu, filled with envy. To catch the attention of war godly Shin Haoyu is truly destined to soar. Under their gazes, Shin Haoyu strode confidently toward Li Xuanzong. As he approached, Li Xuanzong looked at him with a broad smile, patting him on the shoulder. Good lad. I saw everything that happened earlier. Would you be willing to become my final disciple? As soon as Li Xuanzong's words fell, the crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. Final disciple? That carries a completely different weight. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Shin Haoyu's future was bound to be limitless. Nearby, Xia Wudi's expression turned incredibly grim upon hearing those words. Who was Li Xuanzong? The renowned, invincible war god. Even Lin Zhan had to address him as senior with respect. Now, the Xia family had completely offended this young man. If Shin Haoyu truly became Li Xuanzong's final disciple, wouldn't that mean the Xia family had offended an invincible war god? At this thought, cold sweat broke out on Xia Wudi's forehead. Meanwhile, Shin Haoyu, upon hearing Li Xuanzong's proposal, immediately bowed deeply without hesitation. Student Shin Haoyu greets the teacher. Are you kidding? When such a golden opportunity presents itself, of course I'll hold on tightly. Hearing Shin Haoyu's response, Li Xuanzong's smile widened. He reached out and helped Shin Haoyu up. Good, no need for so many formalities. The crowd looked at Shin Haoyu with admiration overflowing from their expressions. Congratulations, Senior Li, you found a remarkable talent. It seems this trip was truly worthwhile. At this moment, Lin Zhan approached with Lin Xiaowen to congratulate Li Xuanzong. However, upon seeing Shin Haoyu standing beside Li Xuanzong, Lin Zhan's mood instantly soured. He then added, but I think this kid's intentions might not be pure. Senior Li, you should be cautious. Hearing this, Shin Haoyu detected the malice in Lin Zhan's words, and recalling Li Xuanzong's earlier comment, I saw everything that happened earlier, a realization dawned on him. Could it be that these two had arrived early and witnessed the scene where he confessed to Lin Xiaowen? With this thought, Shin Haoyu felt immensely awkward and thought, did I just walk right into trouble? Haha, young people's affairs are not for us elders to meddle in, Li Xuanzong said magnanimously, noticing Lin Zhan's sour expression. Lin Zhan's face darkened further at these words, thinking to himself, easy for you to say, she's not your daughter. Lin Xiaowen, listening to the exchange between her father and Li Xuanzong, immediately grasped the underlying meaning in their words. She cast a sidelong glance at Shin Haoyu, her eyes glimmering with a hint of inscrutable mystery. Shin Haoyu awkwardly rubbed his nose, silently thinking, this is way too embarrassing. But this time, thanks to you, I almost missed this opportunity if it weren't for you dragging me to Qingyang. Li Xuanzong exclaimed enthusiastically, his smile growing even brighter. He had come to Qingyang at Lin Zhan's invitation, coinciding with Lin Zhan's daughter's awakening ceremony. With nothing better to do, he had tagged along. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a prodigy in swordsmanship here. From his earlier observation, Li Xuanzong was astounded. This young man exuded a natural aura of swordsmanship, as if he were born for it. How could he possibly let such a gem slip through his fingers? At this moment, Li Xuanzong had no idea that Shin Haoyu's sword intent was an innate talent. If he knew, he would likely be utterly astonished. After all, he had poured countless efforts into mastering sword intent himself. Just then, Lin Xiaowen stepped forward, greeting Li Xuanzong sweetly. Hello, Senior Li. Good, Ran, you're becoming more and more beautiful. Li Xuanzong replied with a smile, then teased, I really wonder how this brute managed to have such a lovely daughter. Lin Zhan's face turned completely dark at these words, silently thinking, I was quite the looker in my youth, okay? Shin Haoyu couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Seeing Lin Zhan's awkwardness filled him with a sense of satisfaction. Alright, Senior Li, let's not delay any further. We should get to business, Lin Zhan suggested. Li Xuanzong nodded in agreement, then turned to Shin Haoyu. Haoyu, my apologies. We actually have some tasks to complete today. We'll have a proper chat tomorrow. Shin Haoyu quickly responded, not at all, teacher. Please go ahead with your duties. Li Xuanzong patted Shin Haoyu's shoulder, smiling warmly. Very well. You should head home and assure everyone of your safety. Tomorrow, come directly to the Lin residence. I have some very important news to share with you all. As he spoke, Li Xuanzong's gaze swept over Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen, his expression grave. Lin Zhan's face also turned serious. Shin Haoyu, puzzled, thought to himself, what kind of news could be so important? However, neither Li Xuanzong nor Lin Zhan elaborated further. At this point, Li Xuanzong turned around, casting a cold glance at Xia Wudi. In a stern voice, he said, from now on, Shin Haoyu is my disciple. I saw the entire conflict you had earlier. If your Xia family believes you're in the right and want revenge, feel free to come at this old man instead. As he spoke, Li Xuanzong's face softened into a seemingly kind smile.
Xia Wudi trembled at these words, cold sweat pouring down his back.
We wouldn't dare, it was entirely our fault. The Xia family wouldn't dream of provoking a figure as formidable as Li Xuanzong.
At least you know you're in the wrong. After this matter, I want an explanation from your Xia family. If it weren't for your family's
contributions to the Stargate, I would have already had your family removed. Li Xuanzong said coldly, his expression stern as he addressed Xia Wudi.
Absolutely, absolutely. Xia Wudi hastily replied, not daring to breathe too loudly.
Seeing Xia Wudi's pitiful state, Li Xuanzong felt slightly appeased. He then turned to Lin Xiaoen. I'll leave Haoyu in your care. Lin Zhan immediately bristled.
Care for what? He's not missing any limbs.
Li Xuanzong glanced at Lin Zhan, his expression filled with meaning, before pulling Lin Zhan along and vanishing from sight. This left Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoen standing there, staring at each other, both lost in thought about what might come next.
Shin Haoyu first glanced at Lin Xiaoen, who remained as cold as ever. He couldn't help but marvel internally, this new teacher of mine is truly extraordinary, even creating opportunities for me.
But then, thinking about her icy demeanor, Shin Haoyu felt a pang of helplessness.
Who could possibly win over someone like her?
Meanwhile, on the field, with the departure of the two war gods, the tumult finally subsided, and the awakening ceremony resumed.
Lin Xiaoan cast a glance at Shin Haoyu before walking away on her own.
Watching her retreating figure, Shin Haoyu found himself at a loss. Having only recently transmigrated, his mind was still somewhat muddled. Just then, Ji Xing approached, her expression shy as she greeted Shin Haoyu.
Haoyu, congratulations.
Shin Haoyu nodded lightly in acknowledgement.
Thanks for earlier.
Ji Xing's assistance in the fight earlier had left him feeling grateful. He wasn't one to hold grudges, especially now that he was trying to make the most of his new life.
Hearing his gratitude, Ji Xing's heart leapt with joy. She continued, so, Haoyu, do you have time? Want to grab a meal together?
Hearing this, Shin Haoyu suddenly felt a headache coming on.
Why is this happening again?
At that moment, a red sports car roared up and came to a screeching halt in front of Shin Haoyu.
The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to the scene.
The car window rolled down, revealing a strikingly beautiful profile. It was Lin Xiaoen. She glanced at Shin Haoyu coldly and said, "Get in." Shin Haoyu felt as if he'd been granted a reprieve, his heart rejoicing.
Finally, an excuse. Sorry, Ji Xing, I already have plans today. With that, he swiftly opened the passenger door, climbing in with practiced ease. The car roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust on the field before gradually disappearing from view. The crowd watched the departing sports car with envy, thinking to themselves, top-tier talent, a war god mentor, and even the favor of an ice-cold goddess. Shin Haoyu has truly reached the pinnacle of life. However, off to the side, Ji Xing stood there, her face darkened by frustration as she inhaled the exhaust fumes of the sports car. Her heart burned with anger. That woman again?
Watching the car disappear, a fire of determination ignited in Ji Xing's eyes.
So, we're fighting for the same man? I won't give up without a fight.
In the car, Shin Haoyu occasionally turned his head to glance at Lin Xiaoen. She wore a cold expression, focused entirely on driving. Since they had gotten in, the atmosphere inside the car had been oppressively silent, making Shin Haoyu feel incredibly uneasy. Where do you live? Lin Xiaoen finally broke the silence, her gaze fixed on the road ahead.
Shin Haoyu quickly searched through his predecessor's memories before replying, Sunshine Orphanage.
Hearing this, Lin Xiaoen turned her head slightly to look at him. She had some prior understanding of Shin Haoyu's background, so she was not surprised. Without a word, she drove towards Sunshine Orphanage. During the ride, Lin Xiaoen's mind was filled with questions. Shin Haoyu had awakened a top-tier talent and was later accepted as a disciple by the war godly.
Such a meteoric rise left her utterly baffled.
Although everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction, this only made her more determined to uncover the secrets surrounding this man. Meanwhile, Shin Haoyu observed Lin Xiaoen's stoic demeanor, pondering inwardly.
Why would someone like her suddenly offer to take me home? This is really odd. He was no fool.
There was no way he'd believe she was just being kind. Recalling her previous questions, Shin Haoyu grew more convinced that this woman had ulterior motives.
With both of them lost in their own thoughts, the car soon arrived at the entrance of Sunshine Orphanage.
The orphanage was located in Xingyang
City's impoverished district.
Compared to the bustling city center, this area seemed particularly rundown, consisting mostly of yellow brick houses. The two stepped out of the car, greeted by the sight of the orphanage's entrance. A sign reading Sunshine Orphanage hung to one side.
Though worn, the lettering was remarkably clear, a testament to the care it received.
From within the gates came the occasional sound of children's joyful laughter. Seeing the familiar entrance, Shin Haoyu felt a surge of emotion. Although he was a transmigrator, his predecessor's memories made this orphanage feel incredibly familiar and dear to him. He turned to look at Lin Xiaowen and noticed her staring intently at the gate, seemingly deep in thought.
"Thank you, Miss Lin. I've arrived."
"Sorry to trouble you," Shin Haoyu said tentatively.
"It's getting late. Perhaps you should head back?"
Lin Xiaowen nodded faintly at his words but remained standing where she was, showing no intention of leaving.
Seeing her hesitation, Shin Haoyu thought to himself, "Does she expect me to invite her in?" Forcing a smile, he said, "Would you like to come in and have a look?"
"Sure, why not?" she replied nonchalantly. Shin Haoyu felt a pang of helplessness.
"I was just being polite. Did you really have to agree?" But he couldn't very well refuse now.
"All right then, please, after you," he said. With that, he led Lin Xiaowen through the gates. The two walked along a long cobblestone path, and the view before them suddenly opened up. In the courtyard, over a dozen children were playing and immediately turned their attention to Shin Haoyu upon his arrival.
"Brother Haoyu is back. What talent has Brother Haoyu awakened? It must be S-class. Brother Haoyu is the best." "Yeah, Brother Haoyu's talent is definitely at least S-class." Shin Haoyu was surrounded tightly by the children, and a smile naturally appeared on his face. He felt that this kind of warmth was truly rare.
"All right, stop crowding around your brother Haoyu.
Don't you see he's brought a guest?"
At that moment, an elderly woman with a cane walked out and spoke kindly to the children. She was dressed simply but exuded a unique aura. Although she was in her 60s, one could still catch glimpses of her youthful grace.
"Grandma Huang."
Shin Haoyu called out quickly, his eyes flickering with complex emotions upon seeing her. This elderly woman was none other than Huang Qi, the director of the orphanage and the benefactor who had raised Shin Haoyu since he was a child.
Huang Qi smiled warmly at Shin Haoyu and nodded in acknowledgement.
At this moment, the children finally noticed the beautiful woman standing behind Shin Haoyu, and an uproar of exclamations followed.
"Wow, Brother Haoyu, is this your girlfriend, Sister Ji Xing? Is Sister Ji Xing coming home with Brother Haoyu to get married? Does this mean we'll get to be groomsmen?" Shin Haoyu's face darkened instantly, thinking to himself, "Damn it, how did I forget about this?"
In his past life, he was ridiculed as a simp at school, but in the orphanage, he'd always bragged, claiming his girlfriend was Ji Xing, a stunning beauty.
What a headache. This is the mess left by the former self, and I have to clean it all up. Lin Xiaowen, hearing the children's chatter, shot Shin Haoyu a teasing glance, as if to say, "You rascal, how dare you deceive little kids?"
Feeling her gaze, Shin Haoyu wished he could find a hole to crawl into from the embarrassment.
This was truly mortifying. "Stop with the nonsense.
She's my classmate, not Ji Xing," he quickly explained, his tone tinged with nervousness.
"Her name is Lin Xiaowen. Go on, call her sister,"
Shin Haoyu added hurriedly. The children grew even more excited and crowded around Lin Xiaowen.
"Sister Xiaowen, are you Brother Haoyu's other girlfriend? Sister Xiaowen, you're so pretty. Are you two here to get married?" Lin Xiaowen looked helplessly at the children and thought, "What is all this nonsense?" She felt as though she'd suddenly become Shin Haoyu's girlfriend, and it left her both amused and exasperated. "All right, enough of this. Have all of you finished your homework?"
Huang Qi walked over at this time and feigned seriousness as she spoke to the children.
As soon as her words fell, the kids immediately quieted down, seemingly intimidated by her authority.
Then, Huang Qi turned to Lin Xiaowen and said gently, "I hope you don't mind them."
"Oh, not at all."
Lin Xiaowen's initially flustered tone softened, though her expression remained calm.
Shen Haoyu noticed this and glanced at her in surprise. This was the first time he'd heard Lin Xiaowen speak so gently. "Aren't you going to introduce her to me, child?"
Huang Qi looked at Shin Haoyu and gently scolded him. Hearing this, Shin Haoyu snapped out of it and quickly said, "Grandma Huang, this is Lin Xiaowen, my classmate from university.
And this is the director of our orphanage, Huang Qi. We all call her Grandma Huang."
Everyone here, myself included, was raised by Grandma Huang. Hearing Shin Haoyu's words, Lin Xiaowen couldn't help but feel a newfound respect for the elderly woman before her.
"Just a classmate?"
Huang Qi's gaze swept over the two of them, her tone carrying a hint of curiosity.
Shin Haoyu scratched his head. "She really is just a classmate, Grandma Huang."
Listening to their exchange, Lin Xiaowen's expression remained neutral, and she didn't say a word.
Huang Qi sighed softly, a faint trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes before she quickly concealed it. She then continued, well, come inside to chat. Haoyu, go pour some tea for your guest. The group entered the house, and Shin Haoyu went off to prepare tea while Lin Xiaowen took a moment to glance around. The house was sparsely decorated, furnished with only a few simple pieces. In some places, the wall paint had already peeled away. Please, have a seat. Since you're about the same age as Haoyu, I'll call you Xiaowen. Huang Qi led Lin Xiaowen to a seat and spoke kindly. Thank you, Director Huang. Lin Xiaowen's tone was unexpectedly gentle. For some reason, she felt a strange sense of warmth in the presence of this elderly woman. At that moment, Shin Haoyu returned with the tea, placing it in front of the two women before casually sitting down next to Lin Xiaowen. This is the first time Haoyu has brought a friend home. It seems like you two have a good relationship, Huang Qi remarked while observing the two of them. Hearing this, Shin Haoyu couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Grandma Huang, how did you come to that conclusion? Seeing that neither of them responded, Huang Qi asked again, by the way, how did the awakening ceremony go today? She directed her question toward Shin Haoyu. Before he could answer, Lin Xiaowen interjected, Director Huang, Shin Haoyu awakened an SSS class weapon talent. The moment the words left her lips, Huang Qi's face lit up with joy. She immediately turned to Shin Haoyu and asked, is that true? Shin Haoyu glanced sideways at Lin Xiaowen. Why did she steal his moment? Then he quickly nodded toward Huang Qi. Receiving confirmation, Huang Qi's smile grew even wider. Wonderful, wonderful. Our little Haoyu has truly made us proud. And he's even been accepted as the personal disciple of Li Xianzong, the war god. Lin Xiaowen said this with her usual calm expression. Huang Qi, upon hearing this, thought she must have misheard and asked again, the war god, Li Xianzong? Li Xianzong, the war god. Lin Xiaowen repeated herself. Hearing the familiar name, Huang Qi's entire body trembled, a rush of emotions washing over her. Her eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence. She then turned her gaze to Shin Haoyu, a smile forming on her face. Fate, it seemed, worked in wonderful and mysterious ways. Huang Qi looked at Shin Haoyu with deep satisfaction. My little Haoyu has grown so remarkable. Shin Haoyu, hearing her praise, couldn't help but scratch his head shyly. I'm also here to inform you that Shin Haoyu will likely have to leave for a while soon, Lin Xiaowen said once again. Both Huang Qi and Shin Haoyu turned to her with puzzled expressions. Shin Haoyu was especially confused. Since when was he planning to leave? Lin Xiaowen explained, there's a special event coming up. All those with S-class talents or higher are required to participate. I can't disclose the details. Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu suddenly understood. It was probably related to the important matter his new master had mentioned. Still, he was curious. How did Lin Xiaowen know so much about it? Huang Qi thought for a moment before nodding. All right, then. Just make sure to stay safe. Shin Haoyu nodded in response. At that moment, an unpleasant voice came from outside. Huang Qi, get out here. It's time to pay the rent. Both Shin Haoyu and Huang Qi frowned upon hearing this, and even Lin Xiaowen knitted her brows tightly. The three of them stepped out of the door together, and immediately saw a group of small-time thugs standing in the courtyard, their gazes filled with threat. Yo, isn't this Shin Dog? Perfect timing, you're back, pay the rent already. Otherwise, you old, weak, sick, and disabled better pack up and get out of here. Shin Haoyu's heart burned with fury as he thought to himself, these punks are going too far. Clenching his fists tightly, he braced himself for the confrontation ahead. The leader, a blonde-haired thug, smirked with growing arrogance upon seeing Shin Haoyu. His tone was taunting. Kid, you're looking pretty bold today, huh? What, itching for a beating? Shin Haoyu frowned, stepping forward to shield Huang Qi. He gave a cold, mocking smile. Where's that barking coming from? Quit eating crap, your mouth reeks. His retort caused an uproar among the onlookers, while the blonde thug's face darkened instantly, clearly unprepared for Shin Haoyu's counter. Huang Qi grew nervous at the escalation and tugged at Shin Haoyu. Don't start trouble with them. Shin Haoyu gently patted the old woman's hand, giving her a reassuring glance. These were just a bunch of petty thugs collecting rent, who had clashed with him before and often came looking for trouble. This time, it was obvious they were using the already paid rent as an excuse to provoke him again. Bad luck for you today. Blondie's anger flared, and he decided to teach Shin Haoyu a lesson. Just as he was about to issue another threat, his gaze shifted to Lin Xiaowen, who was standing behind Shin Haoyu, and his eyes lit up. Damn, Shin Dog, you brought back a fine chick like this? Here's the deal, let the brothers here borrow this beauty for some fun, and we'll waive this month's rent. The moment those words left his mouth, Shin Haoyu's expression turned playful as he thought to himself, this idiot is really digging his Own grave, daring to provoke this lady.
As expected, Lin Xiaowen's face darkened instantly, and the air around them seemed to freeze. In a flash, Lin Xiaowen moved. Screams erupted, accompanied by the sound of bones snapping. The thugs were swiftly knocked to the ground, writhing in pain. The scene left everyone in stunned silence, and they gazed at Lin Xiaowen with a newfound reverence, secretly marveling, what a fierce woman. At that moment, a crisp voice came from outside the door, Hao Yuji, Aunt Huang, are you all right? As the words fell, a delicate young girl peeked her head in. Upon seeing the thugs on the ground, groaning in agony, she gasped in shock.
Xiao Xiao.
We're fine now, Huang Qi said with relief, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead. Li Xiaoxiao walked over to Huang Qi, eyeing Lin Xiaowen suspiciously.
Aunt Huang, who is this sister?
Huang Qi smiled knowingly and glanced at Xin Haoyu.
Xiao Xiao, this is my classmate, Lin Xiaowen.
Just call her sister Ran. Xin Haoyu caught on immediately, then walked over to the thugs, giving one of them a solid kick.
Get lost.
The thugs scrambled up, supporting each other as they fled in disgrace. This is my neighbor, Li Xiaoxiao, Xin Haoyu introduced her to Lin Xiaowen. As soon as he finished speaking, the two girls' gazes met, and a subtle tension filled the air. Li Xiaoxiao's face dimmed slightly as she observed Lin Xiaowen's exquisite features and striking presence. Hello, Sister Ran, she said, her voice tinged with sadness.
Lin Xiaowen noticed Li Xiaoxiao's downcast expression and couldn't help but glance at Xin Haoyu. She thought to herself, so, this guy also has a childhood sweetheart? Just then, a piercing voice came from outside the door. Who's the bastard that beat up my men?
A scrawny young man strode in, followed by a group of burly henchmen, all radiating menace.
Xin Haoyu frowned, thinking to himself, why do people keep coming to stir up trouble?
The young man scanned the room with a cold gaze. Whoever dared to touch my men must have a death wish. Xin Haoyu cast a calm glance at Huang Qi and the children behind him, silently thinking, this is going to be troublesome.
I'm the one who beat them. Let's talk outside, this isn't the place for it, Xin Haoyu said. Wang Mozi's snake-like eyes fixed on him as he sneered, fine, let's go. I'd love to see what you've got. With that, everyone stepped outside the orphanage gate.
Huang Qi looked at Xin Haoyu with concern.
How you? Don't worry, Aunt Huang.
Leave this to me, Xin Haoyu reassured her before striding out confidently. Li Xiaoxiao and Lin Xiaowen followed closely behind. Once outside, they realized the area was surrounded by Wang Mozi's gang of muscular thugs, leaving no room for escape. Neighbors gathered around, whispering among themselves.
What trouble has Xin Haoyu gotten into this time? I always knew that kid was no good, constantly causing trouble.
That's Wang Mozi, the enforcer for the Xia Commerce Guild's branch. Xin Haoyu's picked the wrong fight this time.
What? People from the Xia Commerce Guild?
The crowd gasped in fear upon hearing Wang Mozi's affiliation. In their eyes, the Xia Commerce Guild was untouchable.
Hearing the murmurs, Wang Mozi's smirk grew wider. Looks like you're not well liked around here, kid. I thought someone might actually back you up. How about this?
I'll even give you some time to call for reinforcements, so nobody can say Wang Mozi bullies the weak, he mocked.
Shen Haoyu's face darkened as he listened to the neighbors' gossip, fully aware of his predecessor's tarnished reputation in the area due to frequent fights. Those fights, however, were never unprovoked. The local thugs often harassed the orphanage, and as its only capable protector, Xin Haoyu had no choice but to step up. Unfortunately, these altercations always caused chaos, leaving the neighbors with a poor impression of him. No need.
I'm enough on my own, Xin Haoyu said firmly, staring down Wang Mozi.
Wang Mozi burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Did you all hear that?
This guy thinks he can take us on alone.
His cronies joined in the mocking laughter. Here's the deal.
Pay us 3 million Federation credits for medical expenses, and we'll go easy on you, Wang Mozi said, his tone dripping with mockery. Xin Haoyu's expression remained stoic.
Sorry, I don't have money. And even if I did, I wouldn't give it to dogs. Wang Mozi's face darkened instantly. You've got no clue what kind of trouble you're in, do you?
The crowd gasped at Xin Haoyu's bold words, as if he had lost his mind.
He's done for.
Xin Haoyu's completely doomed this time.
Those are Xia Commerce Guild people, and he still dares to mouth off?
At that moment, Li Dezhuang pushed through the crowd, shouting anxiously, Xiao Xiao, come here now. His face was pale with fear as he thought, these people are scoundrels.
What if something happens to my daughter?
Li Dezhuang glared at Xin Haoyu with resentment, silently cursing, it's all that brat's fault.
What kind of nonsense has he been feeding my daughter?
Xin Haoyu quickly turned to Li Xiaoxiao.
Your dad's calling you. Go to him, it'll be fine here. No. I want to face this together with Hao Yuji.
Li Xiaoxiao shook her head stubbornly, her pure face resolute. Ever since she was a child, the local thugs had harassed her endlessly, and it was always Hao Yuji who protected her. Though everyone saw Shin Haoyu as a troublemaker, Li Xiaoxiao knew deep down that her Hao Yuji was a good person. Once, she always hid behind him. But now, she had grown stronger and vowed never to let Hao Yuji face hardship alone. Li Dazhuang nearly fainted from anger. Xiao, come home with me now. And you're never to hang around that punk again. Li Dazhuang mustered his courage, stepping forward to drag her away. No! Li Xiaoxiao broke free from her father's grip and stared at him defiantly. Dad, Hao Yuji protected me when I was little. I can't be a coward now. It was the first time Li Xiaoxiao had defied him so strongly, and Li Dazhuang was furious. You don't understand. You're so pretty, this punk must have bad intentions. Shin Haoyu sighed inwardly. Uncle, where's the trust between people? Li Xiaoxiao's face turned red with indignation. Dad, you can't say that about Hao Yuji. Li Dazhuang felt as if his heart had been pierced. His precious daughter, his little angel, was now standing firmly against him. Yo! How did I not notice earlier, two stunning beauties here? Kid, you've got quite the good fortune. At that moment, Wang Matzi finally noticed the two girls standing behind Shin Haoyu, and his eyes lit up with a wicked green glow. Li Dazhuang's heart sank deeply, thinking to himself, we're doomed this time. Sir, my daughter is young and ignorant. Please don't stoop to her level. I'll take her away immediately. Li Dazhuang mustered his courage, looked at Wang Matzi, and spoke respectfully. Take her away? Did I say you could leave? Send your daughter to my bed, and I won't hold this against her. Wang Matzi leered at Li Xiaoxiao, a perverse grin spreading across his face. Hearing these words, cold sweat instantly poured down Li Dazhuang's face. Oh, right, and that one behind you too, send her to my bed as well. Serve me well, and then I'll let this matter go. Wang Matzi's lecherous gaze locked onto Lin Xiaoen. Shin Haoyu smirked silently to himself. Great, here's another one courting death. Before Wang Matzi could finish his sentence, a cold glint flashed in Lin Xiaoen's eyes. She raised her hand, and a small flame suddenly ignited in her palm. She flicked the flame towards Wang Matzi, and in an instant, the searing fire engulfed the crotch of his pants. Wang Matzi screamed in agony, howling at the top of his lungs. Shin Haoyu, seeing this, couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his own forehead. Wang Matzi is completely done for this time. Everyone around was dumbfounded. God damn it, put out the fire, quick! Wang Matzi turned to his stunned lackeys, cursing loudly. Only then did his lackeys snap out of it. They scrambled to grab bottles of mineral water from their car and poured them over Wang Matzi. But instead of extinguishing the flames, the fire blazed even brighter, making Wang Matzi grimace in unbearable pain. What the hell is this? Is this water or gasoline? Wang Matzi rolled on the ground, screaming helplessly. Shin Haoyu, watching from the side, was thoroughly amused and thought to himself, what a bunch of clowns. After relentless efforts from the group of burly men, they finally managed to barely extinguish the flames. However, by this time, Wang Matzi was in a pitiful state. Shin Haoyu glanced at Wang Matzi's scorched black crotch with a hint of sympathy. Well, he's alive, but I doubt his bird made it through this. Just then, a long convoy of cars appeared in the distance, heading towards them. Wang Matzi, sitting on the ground in despair, perked up instantly when he saw the license plates. A wide grin spread across his face. Turning to Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoen, he sneered sinisterly, you're finished. This is the convoy from the Xieklan. I swear. You're going to die a horrible death. As Wang Matzi's words fell, the surrounding onlookers turned their attention to the approaching convoy, their expressions filled with worry. It's over. They're in big trouble now. Shin Haoyu is doomed. Serves him right. Who does he think he is to act so recklessly? The crowd buzzed with chatter, and a bitter smile appeared on Li Dazhuang's face. Shin Haoyu, you've really dragged Xiaoxiao into a mess this time. Hearing Li Dazhuang's words, Shin Haoyu scratched his head but internally reassured himself, Uncle Li, don't worry. It'll be fine. Li Dazhuang, even more annoyed, retorted angrily, fine? Young people these days are so full of themselves. Look at the army they've brought. The others around shook their heads in exasperation at Shin Haoyu's seemingly oblivious attitude. Does this kid have no sense of danger? Or is he really just stupid? Shin Haoyu's gaze turned to the ever-nearing convoy, and a peculiar feeling stirred within him. For some reason, he felt that this convoy wasn't here for trouble. The vehicles slowly approached and came to a stop before the crowd. Wang Matzi, noticing this, hurriedly gestured for his lackeys to help him stand and move closer to the cars, his heart pounding with anticipation. The moment Wu Feng stepped out of the car, his gaze fell onto Wang Matzi's charred and blackened crotch.
He frowned slightly, thinking, what on earth happened here? However, recalling his purpose for coming to apologize to Shin Haoyu, he set aside his curiosity and smiled warmly, asking, excuse me, do you know Shin Haoyu? Wang Mozi froze for a moment, a spark of delight flashing through his mind. You're the Grand Master. He remembered seeing Wu Feng from afar at a business gathering and immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Wu Feng was slightly taken aback but quickly frowned. You're with the Xie clan? What happened to you? Wang Mozi promptly had his lackeys set him down and began wailing, Master. We were just here collecting rent, but these people were too arrogant. They not only beat up my brothers but also left me like this. As he spoke, Wang Mozi sobbed miserably, his face full of grievance. Wu Feng glanced at Wang Mozi indifferently and waved dismissively. We'll deal with your matter later. I have more important business to attend to. With that, he gestured to the people behind him, who began unloading various gifts and carried them towards the courtyard. Wang Mozi was left dumbfounded by the scene. The Grand Master personally delivering gifts? Who has such significant influence? Puzzled, he gestured for his lackeys to help him up again and followed the group. Shin Haoyu's expression grew colorful when he saw Wu Feng. He muttered, I didn't expect Wu Feng to come in person. Seems like my cheap master has quite the pull. Beside him, Lin Xiaoan rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, this guy has no idea what a true war god represents. Not to mention, Li War God is no ordinary war god. The surrounding people stared at the Xie clan members, their faces full of confusion. With all the lavish gifts in hand, they hardly seemed like they were here to cause trouble. If anything, it looked like they were here to make amends. Wu Feng approached the crowd, his eyes landing on the orphanage signboard. He quickly spotted Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan. Taking a deep breath, he strode forward with a beaming smile. Ah, Brother Shin, Miss Lin, we meet again. Wu Feng's overly friendly demeanor left the neighbors and onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Shin Haoyu glanced at Wu Feng indifferently and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, Oh, President Wu, what brings you here? Come to avenge your son? Everyone gasped in shock at Shin Haoyu's words. President? The president of the Xie clan's business association? And he dared to address him like that? Wu Feng burst into hearty laughter. Nothing of the sort. It was our Xie clan that was out of line before. He wasn't angry in the slightest, in fact, his tone became even more polite. At that moment, Huang Qi emerged from the courtyard, leaning on her cane, slightly dazed by the grand scene before her. Wu Feng continued, this time, our Xie clan has brought a grand apology gift to seek forgiveness from you, Brother Shin. I hope you'll pardon us. The crowd was stunned into silence, their gazes shifting to Shin Haoyu. Their impressions of him changed instantly. Wu Feng's humility, could Shin Haoyu truly have some immense background? Shin Haoyu smirked slightly at the sight and replied, Oh? Funny, because I recall someone just now saying we'd be finished. Hearing this, Wu Feng's brow furrowed. He turned sharply and locked eyes on Wang Mozi, who was standing awkwardly at the back of the crowd. Wang Mozi's face turned ashen, and his heart sank. I'm doomed. Bring him to me. Wu Feng roared, his aura fully unleashed. Immediately, Wang Mozi was forcefully dragged in front of Shin Haoyu. Wu Feng, filled with apology, said, Sorry, young brother. Shin, it's my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. After speaking, he delivered a fierce kick, sending Wang Mozi flying several meters away. The scene erupted in chaos. Are you blind? Do you even know who he is? Wu Feng was furious, glaring at Wang Mozi lying on the ground, his face as dark as the sky before a storm. He's the last disciple of Li Xuanzong, the war god. How dare you provoke him? As soon as Wu Feng finished speaking, the crowd was thrown into an uproar. Li Xuanzong? The war god's last disciple? Everyone present was stunned, their minds in disarray. The legendary war god, a hero known to everyone across all of China. And Shin Haoyu turned out to be this invincible war god's disciple? Li Xiaoxiao looked at Shin Haoyu beside her, her eyes filled with admiration. She had always believed that her brother Haoyu would one day achieve greatness. Then, Wu Feng dragged Wang Mozi like a dead dog toward Shin Haoyu. Young brother Shin, tell me, how should we deal with this blind fool? Shin Haoyu waved his hand nonchalantly and said, Since he's one of your people, you handle it. Wu Feng nodded and casually ordered his subordinates, drag him out and feed him to the dogs. The people around, seeing Wang Mozi's miserable state, were shocked in their hearts. Wu Feng's methods left everyone awestruck. Recalling their previous mocking words toward Shin Haoyu, none dared to speak again, fearing that Shin Haoyu might seek revenge. It's nothing serious, just a minor incident, Wu Feng said with a laugh. Bring forth the gifts. As he spoke, a group of Wu Feng's subordinates stepped forward, carrying large bags of gifts. When Shin Haoyu saw the dazzling array of items,
his eyes lit up, he was about to strike it rich. Wu Feng introduced the gifts one by one. This is the Supreme VIP card from my Xia Commerce Association.
With this card, you can select anything you like from any of our stores.
These are some basic spiritual liquids and various medicines. Since young brother Shin has just embarked on the path of a spiritual martial artist, these will surely be helpful to you. Here are some spiritual techniques carefully selected by my Commerce Association, tailored to your talents, young brother Shin. This is a card loaded with 10 million federal credits. The journey of a spiritual martial artist requires money in many aspects, and though money is mundane, it is indispensable. And this is the property deed for a villa in Yucheng.
Since young brother Shin doesn't yet own any property, consider this villa as your residence in the city. The villa is fully furnished and ready to move in.
If you have any additional requirements, feel free to inform the property management. After Wu Feng finished speaking, Shin Haoyu looked at the items before him and immediately felt the abundant wealth of the Xia Commerce Association. These gifts were easily worth at least 1 billion federal credits on the market.
This is our sincerity.
I hope young brother Shin won't refuse, Wu Feng said with a hint of nervousness in his voice. He was deeply worried that Shin Haoyu might decline. After the incident earlier in the morning, the higher-ups at Xia Commerce had severely reprimanded them, urgently dispatching him to offer reparations and apologies. They absolutely didn't want to provoke someone of war god level, especially since this was Li the war god.
Li's reputation in China was unparalleled. If they became enemies, Xia Commerce might as well prepare to shut down.
Shin Haoyu rubbed his nose and coughed lightly. Ahem, in that case, I'll accept. Hearing this, Wu Feng felt an immense sense of relief, as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders.
Young brother Shin, please accept these without hesitation.
The incident earlier was entirely our fault, and I hope you won't take it to heart. And please, put in a good word for me with Li the war god.
Shin Haoyu nodded. Alright, I'll mention it to my master. Wu Feng wiped the sweat off his forehead, utterly exhausted by the ordeal. At last, the troublesome matter was resolved. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you, President Wu.
Hearing this, Wu Feng straightened up immediately, his nerves on edge. Young brother Shin, just say the word. If it's within my power, I'll do my best.
Is the orphanage part of your Xia Commerce territory?
Shin Haoyu asked with a serious expression.
Wu Feng instantly understood. Yes, young brother Shin. I'll have people transfer the area under your name right away.
Shin Haoyu was taken aback by Wu Feng's swift response.
No wonder he was a president, decisive and bold. Thank you, President Wu. He didn't hold back.
The orphanage was Aunt Huang's lifelong dedication, and he wouldn't let it be easily compromised.
It's nothing, really. Wu Feng waved his hand, a hint of bashfulness on his face. But, young brother Shin, I also have a small request.
Shin Haoyu was surprised.
The president of Xia Commerce was actually asking him for help? That was unusual. Go ahead.
Wu Feng approached Shin Haoyu and spoke in a low voice. Soon, you'll be entering the Stargate for training.
Could I trouble you to look after my son when the time comes? Shin Haoyu raised an eyebrow. Entering the Stargate?
Seeing his reaction, Wu Feng realized Shin Haoyu might not fully understand the situation, so he explained, here's the thing.
According to the latest news, all S-level ability awakeners of your generation will enter the Stargate for training.
This was a proposal made by War God Lin to the higher-ups this year. Shin Haoyu felt as though a light bulb had gone off in his head, instantly understanding.
No wonder Lin Xiaowen had mentioned going far away before. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Wu Feng, President Wu, I can't guarantee anything, but if I encounter Wu Qiren, I'll do my best to help. Since Wu Feng had shown such sincerity and brought so many gifts, it would be impolite to outright refuse such a small request.
Wu Feng was overjoyed, thanking him profusely.
Thank you, thank you.
My son is actually a good kid, just spoiled by his mother.
Shin Haoyu nodded.
In truth, he didn't harbor much hostility toward Wu Qiren.
Miss Lin, I didn't realize you were here earlier. Otherwise, I would have brought your apology gift along. But it should have already arrived at your home.
I hope Miss Lin can help convey my apologies to War God Lin.
Wu Feng turned to Lin Xiaowen with a sincere tone. Lin Xiaowen merely nodded lightly, her expression indifferent.
The people around, however, were stunned by Wu Feng's words.
This cold and aloof girl was actually the daughter of War God Lin? The crowd looked at Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen, starting to speculate, could they be a couple?
Li Xiaoxiao's eyes dimmed slightly, and her heart sank.
A girl like that, she thought, was indeed the only one worthy of brother Haoyu.
Li Dezhuang noticed his daughter's disappointment and sighed helplessly.
Well then, young brother Shin, Miss Lin, I'll take my leave now and not disturb you any further.
Seeing everything was settled, Wu Feng left with his subordinates. The crowd stared at the luxurious gifts by the door, their eyes gleaming.
Wasn't this essentially becoming wealthy overnight? Alright, show's over, everyone. Go home now. Shin Haoyu looked at the neighbors around him and said grumpily. Remembering their previous mocking remarks, everyone felt embarrassed.
They cast reluctant glances at the gifts on the ground but eventually dispersed quietly. As Shin Haoyu watched everyone leave, he felt a surge of emotion. The fickleness of human nature was truly unpredictable. At this moment, Lin Xiaoen, feeling that everything was settled, said to Shin Haoyu indifferently, "I'm leaving.
Remember to come to my house tomorrow." Shin Haoyu nodded. "Alright, and thanks for today."
Lin Xiaoan rolled her eyes at him, then glanced at the slightly dejected Li Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat irritated. She had initially intended to probe into Shin Haoyu's background, but it turned out she had spent the whole day as a free bodyguard. She got into her car, slammed on the gas, and sped off, leaving a trail of dust.
Shin Haoyu touched his nose helplessly, puzzled. Why did this woman seem so aggressive? Who had offended her?
Li Xiaoxiao slowly walked over, her expression downcast as she said softly to Shin Haoyu, "Brother Haoyu, I'm going home too."
Shin Haoyu responded with a smile, "Alright."
Li Xiaoxiao pouted slightly and followed her father home.
She had heard the earlier conversation loud and clear and thought to herself, is this preparing to meet the parents?
Thinking of this, a wave of bitterness surged in Li Xiaoxiao's heart. Then, "I wish you happiness, Haoyu."
Shin Haoyu looked at Li Xiaoxiao's slightly desolate figure, feeling even more puzzled.
Why are all these girls so strange, one after another?
Huang Qi couldn't help but laugh on the side, thinking, what a typical straight guy.
Shin Haoyu turned his head and looked at the gift box on the ground again, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, and exclaimed, "This is truly a big haul." Then he looked at Huang Qi and said boldly, "And Huang,
today we're eating out."
Huang Qi heard this, and a kind smile spread across her face, her eyes brimming with joy. After tidying up the gifts, Shin Haoyu found a restaurant, planning to surprise everyone. The group enjoyed a long overdue lavish feast, with the children eating until their bellies were round and jumping with excitement. On the way home, the children were full of energy, laughing and playing as they ran around. Huang Qi watched the children's happy faces, but a tinge of sadness welled up in her heart. Over the years, the children had truly endured a lot. She managed this orphanage, and although there were government subsidies, they were barely enough to cover the expenses.
Thinking
about it, it had been a long time since she had taken the children out to eat.
Just as she was feeling down, a hand gently held hers.
Huang Qi turned her head and saw Shin Haoyu looking at her with a cheerful smile.
"Mom Huang, thank you for all your hard work."
Such a simple sentence almost brought tears to Huang Qi's eyes. She looked at the boy in front of her, now a head taller than her, and felt a deep sense of comfort. She smiled faintly. With those words, everything was worth it.
Everyone returned to the orphanage, and the children were so excited that they couldn't sleep.
Huang Qi spent a long time coaxing them to bed. Meanwhile, Shin Haoyu lay down early, reflecting on the day's busyness and feeling exceptionally fulfilled. The next morning, at dawn, Shin Haoyu quietly left the orphanage while everyone was still asleep. He carried only a few changes of clothes, his heart brimming with anticipation. When Huang Qi woke up, she found Shin Haoyu's room empty. On the table, there was a bank card and a note. Huang Qi unfolded the note, which read, "Mom Huang, we have money now, don't save it for me." Huang Qi suddenly felt a warm current surge in her heart, both touched and helpless. Silly child, not even thinking to leave some for himself. What she held in her hand was the bank card Wu Feng had sent.
Qingyang City, Yuqing.
A taxi slowly stopped by the roadside. Shin Haoyu got out of the car, looked at the villa district in front of him, and let out a sigh of relief, finally here. He carried his backpack and walked inside. Just as he reached the gate of the villa area, he was stopped by someone.
Back! What are you doing here?"
The gatekeeper, holding a broom, directly drove Shin Haoyu several meters away. Shin Haoyu looked at the old man, his face full of frustration.
Could this not be a high-end residential area? Why is the security guard an old man?
"Sir, at such an old age, you're still working as a security guard?"
Shin Haoyu couldn't help but ask. The old man, upon hearing this, immediately became angry. "What, you got a problem with that? Then why are you kicking me out? Isn't it obvious? Didn't you see the sign next to you? No entry for idlers."
The old man said with a smug expression.
"Sir, I'm not an idler, I'm a property owner."
Shin Haoyu responded helplessly.
"Bah, young man, I've seen more people in my life than you've had meals. You, a property owner?"
The old man looked at him with disdain.
Hearing this, Shin Haoyu felt instantly annoyed. Why couldn't he be a property owner? He was about to take out the property deed to defend himself when a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. How you? What are you doing here?
Shin Haoyu turned around and saw a young man in a security guard uniform, his face full of surprise.
Brother Nyo? What are you doing here?
After Shin Haoyu transmigrated, he roughly grasped the memories of his predecessor and immediately recognized Nyo Zijge in front of him. Hearing Shin Haoyu's address, Nyo Zijge looked helpless, thinking to himself, why are you shouting so loudly?
Haoyu, just call me Zijge. Nyo Zijge said awkwardly. Alright, Brother Nyozi. I told you not to call me Brother Nyozi.
Nyo Zijge cursed inwardly, feeling it was impossible to explain properly.
You're working as a security guard here?
Shin Haoyu looked excited, seeing a familiar face always brought joy.
Yeah.
Nyo Zijge replied helplessly.
Then let me in quickly.
Shin Haoyu's eyes sparkled with anticipation.
Let him in? No way, little Nyozi, don't let him in. An old man behind them interjected coldly.
Nyozi Gu sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. This nickname was just too awkward.
Haoyu, I'm just a part-timer, I can't let you in.
Nyozi Gu explained helplessly.
Why? I really am the homeowner.
Shin Haoyu hurriedly pulled out the property deed from his backpack, his face full of determination.
Bro, stop joking with me.
With our status, could we really afford a house here? Nyo Zijge glanced at the property deed, his heart tightening. Back in middle school, he was deskmates with Shin Haoyu.
How could he not know Shin Haoyu's background? I really am the homeowner, why does no one believe me?
Shin Haoyu felt secretly anxious in his heart.
Haoyu, what are you doing going in there?
Listen to me, this isn't a place we can enter, Nyo Zijge said earnestly.
But I have the property deed.
Shin Haoyu grew increasingly exasperated, angrily spreading the deed out in front of the two of them. The two leaned in and studied it carefully.
Is it fake? Fake, the two said in unison.
Shin Haoyu was instantly dumbfounded.
Could it be that Wu Feng had given him a fake property deed?
At this moment, a stunning figure appeared behind the three of them.
What are you all doing?
Shin Haoyu turned around and saw Lin Xiaowen dressed in a neat sports outfit, her high ponytail swaying as she looked at him with a puzzled expression.
Miss Lin, it's nothing.
This kid was trying to sneak into our community, and I was just about to. The old man hadn't finished speaking when Lin Xiaowen interrupted him. Why didn't you notify me in advance? She said to Shin Haoyu, frowning.
The old man's mouth hung wide open in shock. This kid was actually a resident?
I don't have your contact information either, Shin Haoyu said helplessly.
Lin Xiaowen rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that this guy clearly had her contact information but actually forgot.
Alright, come with me, she said irritably, leading Shin Haoyu into the neighborhood. Nyo Zijge stood dumbfounded on the side, his heart filled with shock.
They had clearly agreed to be broke buddies together. How did you end up becoming a homeowner?
Lin Xiaowen's home was located at the innermost part of the neighborhood. Shin Haoyu followed her into the house and immediately saw two big shots sitting on the sofa, engrossed in playing a game.
Xiao Linzi, hurry up and push the tower. The other side is interfering. Unbelievable, how can you be so bad at this? Li Xuanzong said while patting Lin Zhan's head. Shin Haoyu twitched the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, these two war gods actually play this kind of game?
Hearing the commotion at the door, the two turned their heads in unison to look over. Li Xuanzong's eyes lit up when he saw Shin Haoyu, and the first thing he said was, Disciple, do you know how to play Honor of Kings?
Shin Haoyu replied helplessly, I guess.
I do.
Hurry up, Lin Zhan is too weak, take me to rank up.
Li Xuanzong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Zhan also looked at Shin Haoyu with anticipation, secretly thinking, this guy doesn't seem simple. For a moment, Shin Haoyu felt like he had walked into a den of thieves. These two were completely different from yesterday. However, since it was their first meeting, Shin Haoyu couldn't refuse, so he took out his terminal and joined them in battling through the canyon. Lin Xiaowen looked at the three of them and couldn't help but roll her eyes. With Shin Haoyu joining in, the three of them achieved consecutive victories. Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan became more and more excited as they played, while Shin Haoyu found it increasingly boring.
He hadn't expected that these two war gods were only in the silver rank in the game.
You should know, before transmigrating, he was at the level of Glory King every season. Playing this kind of match was simply effortless and enjoyable.
The two dragged Shin Haoyu to play all the way until noon. As lunchtime approached, under Lin Xiaowen's death glare, Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan finally stopped.
At the dining table, the two big shots finally became uncharacteristically serious.
Disciple, I heard from Ran that you're an orphan?
Li Xuanzong asked Shin Haoyu.
Shin Haoyu nodded upon hearing this. Li Xuanzong sighed and said, I never thought the two of us would have such a connection. I, too, was an orphan. It's okay, disciple. A master is like a father, so from now on, I'm basically your dad.
Shin Haoyu's expression turned a bit unnatural upon hearing this, secretly thinking to himself that this felt rather strange. Ahem, seniorly, let's get back to the main topic, Lin Zhan reminded at this moment.
Oh, right.
Li Xuanzong immediately straightened up and said, this time I came to Qingyang at Lin's invitation to implement policy reforms.
You should have heard that the current situation at the Stargate is not optimistic.
He paused for a moment, his gaze becoming profound. As spiritual warriors, sooner or later you will have to venture beyond the Stargate. Li Xuanzong's tone grew serious. Therefore, Lin proposed a suggestion to the higher-ups. All young people in Huaxia who awaken talents above S-level must go to the Stargate for trials. His voice was like thunder, shaking everyone present. This suggestion was put forward, causing quite a bit of dissatisfaction among many people, Li Xuanzong continued, but there were also quite a few supporters. Both sides were at an impasse, so the proposal was temporarily shelved. As Li Xuanzong spoke, his expression gradually grew solemn.
But now, the situation at the Stargate has become even more dire. The higher-ups have finally adopted Lin Xiaozi's suggestion and designated Qingyang as the pilot site, with the trial code named Kindling.
Each of his words was as sharp as a blade. This time, Lin Xiaozi and I are the highest-ranking officials in charge. At this point, Li Xuanzong paused and looked at the two of them again. You might be wondering why you're being sent to the Stargate trial so early. The main reason is that your generation has lived too comfortably, completely unaware of the current situation of Blue Star, Li Xuanzong said with a sigh. Letting you experience it earlier might help cultivate a new generation with a sense of national responsibility. This is also about nurturing the spark for humanity's survival, Li Xuanzong added, and the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy.
Listening to Li Xuanzong's words, Lin Xiaowen's thoughts began to drift. Having been reborn, she understood Blue Star's predicament better than anyone. In the future, the top combat power of the human race would be far inferior to that of the other races. Among the 12-tier powerhouses, the entire human race would only have a handful. Thinking of this, a glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Xiaowen's eyes.
She didn't want to pin her hopes on others, so in this lifetime, she must reach the 13th tier. Only then could the crisis facing the human race be completely resolved. I won't let history repeat itself. She made a firm resolution in her heart, her gaze as steadfast as steel. Shin Haoyu listened to Li Xuanzong's words, but his heart remained largely unmoved.
Now that he had just awakened, why bother thinking so much?
You eat a meal one bite at a time, he thought silently.
Ha, I might have said a bit too much, but you don't need to worry.
Li Xuanzong saw the two young people looking somewhat downcast and immediately laughed heartily.
Just focus on cultivating well. If the sky falls, we taller ones will hold it up. Alright, that's enough for now.
Li Xuanzong waved his hand, and with a flash of light, 2 books appeared in his hand. He casually tossed them to Shin Haoyu and said, You've just awakened, so your primary goal is to break through to a first-tier spirit warrior.
During this period, your master won't be able to help you much.
These 2 books, one is the general outline of spiritual martial cultivation, and the other is the basic breathing technique, Li
Xuanzong continued, study them on your own. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Ranran. She's already broken through.
Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu glanced at Lin Xiaowen in shock, thinking to himself, it's only been a day, how did she break through so quickly? Lin Xiaowen cast a glance at Shin Haoyu, the corners of her mouth slightly curving upward, feeling secretly pleased. She was no ordinary person, her identity as a reborn individual gave her a significant advantage in cultivation. After the 4 of them had lunch, Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan hurriedly left, clearly to attend to matters related to the fire seed trial.
Shin Haoyu returned to his room, leaving him alone in the living room.
With nothing else to do, he took out his terminal and began browsing messages. He hadn't checked any yesterday, and now the notifications on his social app had already exceeded 99 plus. He casually browsed through the message list and suddenly noticed a few messages from Ji Xing opening the chat box. Shin Haoyu couldn't help but be captivated by the scene before him. Ji Xing had sent him quite a few photos of her beautiful legs and white stockings, clearly taken just yesterday.
Do you like them, Haoyu? Shy emoji. Ji Xing's message made Shin Haoyu's heart race. With an appreciative gaze, Shin Haoyu carefully admired the photos, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smile as he thought to himself, as expected of the campus belle, her figure is truly flawless. They're alright, but I prefer black stockings.
Shin Haoyu quickly typed into the input box, clicked send, and revealed a smug smile.
Just after closing the chat window with Ji Xing, the class group chat became lively.
Shin Haoyu glanced casually and saw, latest news, it said that this time, everyone above S-level will participate in a special operation organized by the authorities. As soon as the message was posted, the group chat exploded. Why can't I, an F-level, participate? Are they looking down on us? One classmate complained indignantly.
94 plus 1.
The group chat surged with activity, filled with heated discussions. Shin Haoyu watched everyone's enthusiastic debate and casually clicked at 94.
Instantly, the group chat fell silent like a chicken.
Everyone looked at Shin Haoyu's message, grinding their teeth in frustration and cursing inwardly. What the heck are you +1 ing for?
Isn't this just rubbing it in? But none of
them dared to express their dissatisfaction. After all, Shin Haoyu's status was undeniable. He was the personal disciple of War Godly, someone they couldn't afford to offend.
The group chat fell into an awkward silence.
Shin Haoyu quickly lost interest, but just then, he received Ji Xing's reply, "Sure, I'll take some for you next time." At this moment, Ji Xing was lying on her bed with a smug smile on her face, thinking to herself, "Humph, she knew it, no man could resist this kind of charm offensive."
Seeing this, Shin Haoyu raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, is this female player trying to seduce me? She must be underestimating him. How could he be such a shallow man? Just black stockings? Not enough.
Stop replying to Ji Xing's messages. Shin Haoyu turned off his phone, picked up the 2 books given to him by Li Xuanzong, and began carefully reading through them. Gradually, he gained a basic understanding of the cultivation system for spiritual warriors.
After awakening their talent, they could absorb cosmic spiritual energy through breathing techniques. This energy was the essential resource for spiritual warriors' cultivation.
The prerequisite for breaking through the first stage was to absorb spiritual energy, circulate it through the meridians of the entire body, and strengthen the meridians, thereby achieving the first cycle. After gaining a decent understanding, Shin Haoyu crossed his legs and began practicing the basic breathing technique. In the midst of his focus, he felt a pure energy slowly entering his body. Just as he had absorbed a trace of spiritual energy, an unexpected voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "Ding, mission triggered, pretend not to understand the breathing technique and ask someone for guidance.
Mission reward, enhanced basic breathing technique.
Shin Haoyu heard this long-lost voice and was overwhelmed with emotion.
Finally, there was a new task. However, what he hadn't expected was that this time the reward could actually enhance the basic breathing technique. An invisible determination ignited in his heart. This time, he would show everyone his potential and strength. It should be noted that spirit warriors below the 3rd tier can only cultivate using the basic breathing technique. Could this mean that he could get ahead of everyone else and reach the pinnacle before even reaching the 3rd tier?
Excitement surged in Shin Haoyu's heart, and he quietly headed toward Lin Xiaowen's bedroom, thinking, right now, Lin Xiaowen is the perfect choice to complete the system's task.
When he reached the door, Shin Haoyu gently knocked. "What's wrong?"
A cold voice came from inside, as if scrutinizing his thoughts.
"Miss Lin, I can't understand this breathing technique."
Shin Haoyu called out innocently at the door. The door slowly opened, and Lin Xiaowen, dressed in pink loungewear, looked at him suspiciously.
She thought to herself, this guy can't understand a breathing technique? What a joke. Seeing her puzzled expression, Shin Haoyu immediately said with a sincere look, "I really can't understand it, could you teach me?" Lin Xiaowen was momentarily stunned.
After pondering for a moment, she finally said, "All right, but you must first answer a question for me, and you have to answer truthfully."
When Shin Haoyu heard this, his heart tightened, and he thought to himself, what kind of trick is this woman trying to pull now? But in order to complete the task, he could only brace himself and say, "Go ahead and ask. What exactly has been happening to you lately?" Lin Xiaowen's gaze was sharp, locking onto Shin Haoyu.
Hearing this, Shin Haoyu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this woman is so perceptive.
Could she have figured out that I'm a transmigrator? But my predecessor had no connection with her, how could she possibly tell? Nothing really happened.
Shin Haoyu forced himself to stay calm, but he grew increasingly nervous inside.
You've already asked twice.
He thought for a moment and then pretended to laugh foolishly. Lin Xiaowen sighed upon hearing this response. She understood in her heart that trying to get a secret out of Shin Haoyu was impossible.
Who would easily reveal their own secrets to others? Forget it. Everyone has their own secrets. Why insist on getting to the bottom of it?
A thought crossed her mind, and she ultimately decided not to press further.
Come in.
Lin Xiaowen thought for a moment, then took 2 steps back and said to Shin Haoyu. Hearing this, Shin Haoyu felt a surge of joy and immediately stepped into the room.
Lin Xiaowen's room was simple and clean, with no extra decorations on the walls.
The only thing standing out was the flowers he had given her earlier, quietly placed in a vase. Looking at the flowers, Shin Haoyu couldn't help but smile. It seemed the goddess Lin really liked them. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a pile of lollipops on the table.
Do you really like lollipops? Shin Haoyu asked curiously.
Lin Xiaowen blushed upon hearing this, secretly thinking, whether in her past life or this one, she had only one hobby, and that was eating lollipops. Being asked about it by Shin Haoyu at this moment, she suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and glanced at Shin Haoyu.
Are you going to learn or not? Learn, learn, learn. Shin Haoyu immediately responded, secretly thinking, who would have thought that the aloof campus belle would have such an adorable hobby? It was truly a delightful surprise.
Afterward, Lin Xiaowen had Shin Haoyu sit cross-legged and began explaining to him. As Shin Haoyu listened to Lin Xiaowen's explanation, he felt secretly astonished.
No wonder she was a top student.
Although he was only pretending not to understand, after hearing
Lin Xiaowen's explanation, he realized that his understanding was merely superficial.
Her comprehension of the basic breathing technique was clearly much more profound.
Demonstrated once, Lin Xiaowen said to Shin Haoyu after finishing her explanation.
At that moment, the system's voice sounded again, ding, task completed.
Reward issued, enhanced basic breathing technique.
Shin Haoyu was delighted, and immediately, a surge of unfamiliar information flooded into his mind like a tide. After a quick review, he discovered that the enhanced version of the basic breathing technique was not significantly different from the original, with only a few modifications, but the absorption speed had doubled. Unable to contain his excitement, Shin Haoyu began to try it out. Instantly, the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy around him reached a
terrifying level.
Lin Xiaowen also sensed the disturbance in the spiritual energy in the air at this moment and looked at him in astonishment.
What's going on? How is he absorbing so quickly? Lin Xiaowen was shocked. How could the basic breathing technique possibly have such a terrifying absorption speed?
Shin Haoyu couldn't care less about anything else at the moment, completely immersed in the ecstasy of devouring spiritual energy.
As time passed, 2 hours later, the spiritual energy within
his body gradually reached saturation and began circulating through his meridians. Nourished by the spiritual energy, his meridians started to expand, and his skin emitted a gentle white glow. Seeing the phenomenon occurring on Shin Haoyu's body, Lin Xiaowen was even more astonished.
2 hours, and he was already nourishing his meridians? What kind of speed was this?
Back then, it had taken her nearly 5 hours to reach this stage. Another 2 hours passed, and Shin Haoyu suddenly opened his eyes, completing the first cycle.
All the meridians in his body had been fully strengthened.
Spiritual energy flowed slowly through his meridians, and he felt his entire body brimming with power. Shin Haoyu looked at Lin Xiaowen with a face full of joy, only to find her sitting sideways nearby, staring at him curiously as if he were a monster. For hours, breaking through one stage, such speed was something she had never seen in her 2 lifetimes. Shin Haoyu's expression gradually turned strange as he looked at Lin Xiaowen. At this moment, Lin Xiaowen was dressed in pink loungewear, holding a lollipop in her hand, her small mouth pouting, making her appear adorably cute. Shin Haoyu hadn't expected that the aloof school beauty would have such a cute side. When Lin Xiaowen noticed Shin Haoyu's gaze, her pretty face flushed slightly. She quickly stuffed the lollipop into her mouth and then glared at him fiercely. Shin Haoyu awkwardly touched his nose and coughed lightly a few times. Then his gaze involuntarily shifted downward, noticing Lin
Xiaowen's slender legs completely exposed to the air. He couldn't help but swallow and secretly thought to himself, so fair. Does it look good? Lin Xiaowen noticed Shin Haoyu's gaze and asked coldly. It looks good.
Shin Haoyu blurted out, then immediately realized he had misspoken. Cold sweat streamed down his face as he glanced at her awkwardly.
Misunderstanding. Afterward, a miserable scream echoed through the room. Shin Haoyu was directly thrown out by Lin Xiaowen, crashing into the wall opposite the door and leaving a human-shaped imprint. What a sin!
Shin Haoyu climbed up from the ground, rubbing his sore lower back, cursing inwardly, violent girl.
Just wait until he gets the chance, he'll make sure to spank her until she can't sit.
Lin Xiaowen stepped out the door at this moment, unable to suppress a laugh, and glanced at the miserable Shin Haoyu.
At first, when Shin Haoyu was rejected after confessing his feelings, she
felt a bit sympathetic toward him. But ever since she followed him to the orphanage, her thoughts changed. This guy has such an adorable childhood friend by his side, serves him right.
Pervert. Afterward, the two sat down in the living room. Why do you absorb spiritual energy so quickly? Lin Xiaowen asked in confusion.
Shin Haoyu looked at her puzzled expression and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction.
He chuckled inwardly, Ah, aren't you supposed to be the top student? Want to know? Shin Haoyu asked cheekily. Lin Xiaowen nodded. Give your bro a leg massage, and I'll tell you, Shin Haoyu said with a face begging for trouble. Hearing this, a small flame instantly appeared in Lin Xiaowen's hand as she coldly looked at Shin Haoyu. This guy, always so shameless. Ah, just kidding. Shin Haoyu immediately backed down upon seeing this, thinking to himself, you can't mess with a fiery woman. Remembering Wang Mozi's miserable state, he suddenly felt a chill below. Speak! Lin Xiaowen urged impatiently. I modified the basic breathing technique a bit, Shin Haoyu admitted. Lin Xiaowen was instantly shaken, completely losing her composure. Improved basic breathing technique? How is that possible? Although the basic breathing technique is the most fundamental breathing method, it is also a classic work that has been refined over hundreds of years. If there were truly room for improvement, those old monsters would have done it long ago. In her previous life, she had never heard of the basic breathing technique being improved. Are you kidding me? Lin Xiaowen frowned, asking with a face full of disbelief. It's true. Shin Haoyu, seeing her disbelief, responded firmly, his tone carrying a strong sense of confidence. Lin Xiaowen rolled her eyes at him, thinking to herself, how could this kid possibly have such skills? Shin Haoyu noticed her disbelief, and a sly grin appeared on his face. Do you dare to make a bet? What are we betting on? If I really improve it, you have to wear black stockings for me. Lin Xiaowen's face immediately darkened. What's wrong with this guy? In the previous life, he was a quiet and reserved person, but in this life, he's acting like a lecher. However, she still harbored doubts about his ability to improve the basic breathing technique. Fine. Lin Xiaowen, unconvinced, firmly agreed. Shin Haoyu's eyes lit up, his face full of excitement. Great, it's a deal. He was afraid she might change her mind, so he immediately recited the enhanced version of the breathing technique. Lin Xiaowen perked up her ears, and the more she listened, the more she felt something was off. This was almost no different from the basic breathing technique, just with a few parts rearranged. After Shin Haoyu finished reciting, he looked at Lin Xiaowen smugly. Is this what you improved? Yes. Shin Haoyu nodded confidently, his face full of self-assurance. Lin Xiaowen refused to believe in superstition, sat down cross-legged, and began cultivating according to the breathing technique recited by Shin Haoyu. After just one cycle, she was utterly shocked. The absorption speed had actually doubled. She opened her eyes, looking at Shin Haoyu with disbelief all over her face. How on earth did he do it? This improved version is simply a great boon for low-level spiritual warriors, capable of significantly enhancing their cultivation. Speed. If this breathing technique can be widely promoted, the overall strength of Blue Star will see a substantial increase. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaowen's eyes lit up with fiery hope. In this way, perhaps the future situation of Blue Star could truly be changed. Shin Haoyu looked at her shocked expression and secretly felt proud, chuckling. Told you I wasn't lying, right? You should fulfill your promise now. Shin Haoyu urged. Lin Xiaowen was reminded by him, snapped back to reality, and her cheeks instantly turned red. Doing this was simply too embarrassing. But thinking about the importance of this breathing technique, she bit her lip and finally mustered the courage. If you promise me one more condition, I'll wear it. She shyly looked at Shin Haoyu, her face flushed, her tone carrying a hint of nervousness. Shin Haoyu, upon hearing this, was furious. You're cheating. You clearly lost, and yet you dare to make conditions. Lin Xiaowen's lips curved into a proud smile. Then forget it. Shin Haoyu's face instantly darkened. This dignified goddess was actually starting to act shamelessly. Don't, you say it. He reluctantly compromised. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Xiaowen's eyes, and her tone turned serious. Can this breathing technique be submitted? Shin Haoyu was taken aback. Hand over what? Hand it over to the country. Lin Xiaowen said firmly. Shin Haoyu was full of confusion. Why? For a moment, he couldn't quite understand Lin Xiaowen's reasoning. What was the point of handing it over? Because this breathing technique is enough to change the future situation of Blue Star. Lin Xiaowen said, her eyes igniting with a passionate flame. Shin Haoyu looked at her, puzzled. Could it be that she had a tendency to be a bit of a fervent patriot? At that moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding, mission issued. Play the role of a patriotic young man and submit the breathing technique. Mission reward, perfect combat skill scroll ×1. Shin Haoyu was stunned when he heard the task reward. What was a perfect combat skill scroll? Then, he saw the system's description. It can elevate a combat skill to the perfect level. Immediately, his eyes lit up. This was fantastic. As everyone knows, the cultivation of combat skills is divided into 4 levels.
beginner, proficient, mastery, and perfect. This scroll can directly elevate a combat skill to perfection, significantly reducing his cultivation costs. Shin Haoyu coughed lightly twice, his tone serious. I didn't expect your awareness to be so high.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Lin Xiaowen heard this, and a trace of admiration flashed in her eyes. You think so too? Shin Haoyu pretended to nod seriously. That's right, now that Blue Star is in decline, we young people should shine and contribute. If a breathing technique can enhance the strength of the human race, why not go for it? I, Shin Haoyu, though just an insignificant person, understand one thing: the rise and fall of the world is everyone's responsibility. After hearing this, Lin Xiaowen's impression of Shin Haoyu slightly improved. She thought to herself, this is the Northern King she had in mind. It's great that you think this way. Lin Xiaowen nodded with relief. Rest assured, after handing over this breathing technique, I believe the benefits you'll receive will definitely not be inferior to this technique. Shin Haoyu sighed. Am I that kind of person? I've never been in it for the rewards.
Lin Xiaowen looked at him, full of righteousness, and quickly shook her head. That's not what I meant.
I understand. You're doing it for my sake.
I got too emotional. Shin Haoyu nodded and revealed a slight smile. Then let's go directly, Lin Xiaowen said firmly.
Go where?
Shin Haoyu asked, looking puzzled.
Education Bureau. Shin Haoyu nodded. All right. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized and teased, so, can you fulfill your promise now?
Lin Xiaowen's pretty face turned slightly red, secretly thinking to herself, how could she have forgotten about this? Looking at Shin Haoyu's smug expression, Lin Xiaowen snorted lightly. Fine, since he voluntarily handed over the breathing technique, she'll indulge him this time.
I'll go prepare, Lin Xiaowen said, her face flushed, then quickly walked back to her room.
Shin Haoyu watched her departing figure, unable to suppress the smile on his face.
She agreed.
The goddess is going to wear black stockings for him. This is absolutely thrilling. Back in her room, Lin Xiaowen leaned against the door and took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. She patted her flushed face and cursed inwardly. She had never done such a thing in her past or present life. It was simply too embarrassing. She looked toward the wardrobe, bit her lip, and took out a pair of black stockings from the innermost box. They had been a gift when she bought a dress. Looking at the stockings in her hand, Lin Xiaowen cursed Shin Haoyu under her breath. Pervert.
He got off easy. At this moment, Shin Haoyu was sitting on the sofa in the living room, occasionally glancing toward Lin Xiaowen's bedroom. He picked up his tea, took a sip, and tried to suppress the restlessness in his heart. Just then, the door to Lin Xiaowen's bedroom opened.
Hearing the sound, Shin Haoyu swallowed hard and turned to look. Lin Xiaowen appeared, wearing a cropped tank top and a black short skirt. Her two smooth, long legs were wrapped in black stockings, and her slightly flushed, delicate face looked even more alluring. Shin Haoyu was momentarily stunned.
That figure, those beautiful legs, absolutely stunning.
Lin Xiaowen noticed Shin Haoyu's dazed expression and felt secretly pleased, but her face flushed slightly as she pretended to stay calm and walked toward him.
Are we going or not? She asked softly, with a hint of playfulness. Shin Haoyu snapped back to his senses and quickly replied, let's go.
Are you really going out dressed like that? He asked in disbelief, secretly thinking to himself that those were absolutely stunning legs that would draw everyone's attention.
Lin Xiaowen glanced at him and said nonchalantly, what's wrong? Nothing, you look amazing.
Shin Haoyu flashed a big smile, almost drooling. Lin Xiaowen rolled her eyes at him, feeling secretly pleased, and said no more as she stepped outside.
Shin Haoyu quickly followed. The two walked out the door. Lin Xiaowen got into the car and drove toward the Education Bureau.
On the way, she focused intently on driving. While Shin Haoyu sat in the passenger seat, his gaze constantly drawn to her beautiful legs in black stockings, unable to look away. Keep staring, and I'll dig your eyeballs out.
Lin Xiaowen warned irritably, interrupting Shin Haoyu's daydream.
Caught red-handed, Shin Haoyu awkwardly turned his head to the side, silently chanting to himself, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. But deep down, he knew those stunning legs were truly irresistible.
Soon, the two arrived at their destination. As soon as they got out of the car, they attracted countless stares. Lin Xiaowen's outfit was
undoubtedly captivating, and one man even walked straight into a utility pole while staring at her legs, creating a hilariously awkward scene. Shin Haoyu shook his head helplessly and sighed, watching too much will only harm yourself.
The two walked toward the entrance of the Education Bureau.
As soon as they stepped inside, all eyes once again focused on Lin Xiaowen. At this moment, a receptionist came forward and politely asked, may I ask what business you two are here to handle?
We have something important to discuss with your director, Lin Xiaowen said bluntly. The receptionist was taken aback and immediately asked, do you have an appointment? Lin Xiaowen shook her head. Tell your director that Lin Xiaowen is here. The young lady nodded. Please wait here for a moment. Shen Haoyu asked curiously, are you very familiar with our education bureau director? She's my aunt, Lin Xiaowen replied calmly. Shen Haoyu was shocked. Sure enough, her background was extraordinary. Not long after, a woman dressed in formal attire walked toward them. Miss Lin, right? I am Director Chu's secretary. The director is currently in a meeting, and she asked me to take you to the office to rest first. Lin Xiaowen nodded and followed the secretary into the elevator. After arriving at the office, the secretary smiled and said, please wait for a moment, the meeting will be over soon. After speaking, she brought 2 cups of tea and then left. The two sat in the office waiting, and soon the rhythmic sound of high heels echoed from outside. Click, click, click. A gentle voice immediately sounded by her ear. Ran, have you been waiting long? Lin Xiaowen looked up, and upon seeing the person, smiled in surprise and delight. Auntie. Shu Yiqing was dressed in a white suit, holding a notebook in her hand. Her makeup was exquisite, her long hair was styled up, and her demeanor was sharp and professional. As soon as she entered the room and saw Lin Xiaowen's outfit, she paused, secretly wondering how her little niece had suddenly become so fashionable. Then, noticing Shen Haoyu beside Lin Xiaowen, a maternal smile appeared on her face. Oh, has my Ran started dating? The atmosphere instantly became relaxed and pleasant, and Shen Haoyu felt a faint sense of pride rising in his heart. Upon hearing Chu Yiqing's words, Lin Xiaowen's face immediately turned rosy, and her heart was filled with panic. Auntie, don't say that. He's just my classmate. Chu Yiqing raised her eyebrows, her gaze wandering over them. Really? Ran, you're dressed particularly beautifully today. Lin Xiaowen felt a bit unnatural being complimented. I just wanted to give it a try, that's all. Chu Yiqing only smiled faintly, knowing her little niece's personality. How could she suddenly want to try this kind of outfit? She turned to look at Shen Haoyu, a hint of scrutiny flashing in her eyes. Young man, how old are you? Where do you live? What do your parents do for work? The 3 rapid-fire questions hit Shen Haoyu like a tiger pouncing on its prey, leaving him momentarily stunned. This was way too direct. Lin Xiaowen quickly interjected, Auntie, we're here for something important this time. Chu Yiqing finally restrained her expression slightly, a hint of concern showing in her eyes. What's wrong? Lin Xiaowen glared at Shen Haoyu, signaling him to introduce himself. Director, let me introduce myself. My name is Shen Haoyu, and I accidentally improved the basic breathing technique just now. As a law-abiding and patriotic citizen, I have decided to submit the improved breathing technique to the country. Shen Haoyu stood up in front of everyone, his tone firm. Oh, Xiaoshen, since you're Ran's friend, just call me Aunt Chu. Chu Yiqing hadn't reacted yet, but her face suddenly froze. What did you say? Chu Yiqing could hardly believe her ears. Improve the basic breathing technique? This was no joke. Xiaoshen, is today April Fool's Day? No, it's already September. Lin Xiaowen saw that Chu Yiqing didn't believe her and quickly added, Aunt, it's true. I tried it myself. After modifying a few details, the absorption speed of the basic breathing technique doubled. As soon as the words fell, Chu Yiqing's brows furrowed slightly. Are you sure? I'm very sure, Aunt. Lin Xiaowen said firmly, then sat cross-legged on the sofa and began practicing the enhanced version of the basic breathing technique given to him by Shen Haoyu. It didn't take long for Chu Yiqing to keenly sense Lin Xiaowen's absurdly fast rate of psionic absorption. Her expression instantly turned grave. If this is true, it would be a monumental event. Doubling the breathing technique means nearly having the time required, enough to shake the spirit martial realm. Lin Xiaowen stopped her demonstration, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Aunt, do you believe it now? Chu Yiqing finally snapped out of it, her gaze burning as she fixed her eyes on Shen Haoyu. Xiaoshen, let me see the breathing technique's formula. Shen Haoyu nodded and immediately recited the formula. Chu Yiqing hurriedly took out a pen and wrote down the formula, afraid of missing even a single word. After recording it, she looked at the breathing formula in her hand and frowned. As expected, just as Lin Xiaowen had said, only a few parts had been altered. Under the gaze of the two, Chu Yiqing began to try. Not long after, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at Shen Haoyu excitedly. Xiaoshen, how did you discover this? Shen Haoyu scratched his head awkwardly, thinking to himself, this discovery isn't my credit, it's all thanks to the system. Just a coincidence, I can't really explain it clearly. Chu Yiqing nodded, secretly admiring him in her heart. Geniuses often can't be judged by common sense. From discovering the problem to completing the improvement, how long did it take you? Chu Yiqing asked again. Lin Xiaowen's heart trembled. Shen Haoyu had only had the basic breathing technique for 1 or 2 hours.
Shin Haoyu gave another awkward smile. About 2 hours.
Chu Yiqing's eyes instantly lit up.
The young man in front of her was truly a genius. No wonder he could make her proud and aloof niece wear black stockings.
I will report this matter immediately. As for the improvement of the breathing technique, you two must not spread it around.
The two nodded repeatedly.
Chu Yiqing looked at Shin Haoyu with admiration.
Xiao Shun, you've truly made a great contribution.
I haven't heard you mention anything about rewards so far, which shows your excellent character.
Listening to Chu Yiqing's words, Shin Haoyu guiltily thought that if it weren't for the mission and the black stockings, he wouldn't bother to hand over this credit.
But don't worry, Xiao Shun. Although I can't give you a definite answer about your reward right now, it will only exceed your expectations.
This improved breathing technique of yours is enough to change the course of humanity.
I believe the state won't treat you unfairly, Chu Yiqing said again.
Shin Haoyu, upon hearing this, immediately said, Aunt Chu, I have never done it for the reward.
If I can benefit the nation, I will give my life. How could I avoid it for fear of misfortune?
I, Shin Haoyu, have always taken this as my principle. At this moment, he used a famous saying from his previous life to firmly and powerfully express his conviction. Lin Xiaoen and Chu Yiqing were both shocked by these words.
What kind of magnanimity and boldness is this? Chu Yiqing looked at Shin Haoyu, who was full of righteousness, secretly admiring him in her heart. The more she looked, the more pleasing he seemed. Afterward, she couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiaoen, pondering to herself, her niece has a cold personality, but at this moment, it seems there might really be a chance. I wonder what her talent is like.
Chu Yiqing was well aware of Lin Xiaoen's talent. She was a prodigy, far beyond the reach of ordinary people.
Thinking of this, Chu Yiqing asked, Xiao Shun, what kind of talent did you awaken? Shin Haoyu replied frankly, Aunt Chu, an SSS-level weapon-type talent. Hearing this news, Chu Yiqing's eyes lit up. You're the kid taken under General Li's wing?
Shin Haoyu was stunned, not expecting the news to spread so quickly, and hurriedly nodded.
Chu Yiqing's smile grew even brighter.
Yesterday, she had heard that among the new students at Qingyang University, there was someone with a rare, top-tier talent in weaponry who had been accepted as a disciple by General Li. She hadn't expected the person to be standing right in front of her today. This was truly a perfect match, like an opportunity falling straight from the heavens.
Chu Yiqing was overjoyed and turned around, saying, I'll go report this matter first. How about I treat you all to a meal later?
Lin Xiaoen immediately responded, No, Auntie, there's a seminar later. Chu Yiqing suddenly remembered that Lin Zhan had organized the fireseed trial, and several major chambers of commerce had jointly arranged a seminar, feeling a bit regretful.
All right, another day then.
She then turned to Shin Haoyu, her tone gentle, Xiao Shun, Ran, this child, her mother passed away early, so her personality is a bit cold.
Don't take it to heart.
Hearing this, Shin Haoyu looked at Lin Xiaoen, and suddenly it all made sense. No wonder he only saw Lin Zhan when he visited their house, so that's the reason. Lin Xiaoen's face immediately darkened upon hearing Chu Yiqing's words, Auntie,
why are you telling him this? Enough talking, let's go. Lin Xiaoen immediately pulled Shin Haoyu and headed out.
Seeing this, Chu Yiqing quickly said to Shin Haoyu, Xiao Shun, I'll contact you if there's any news.
All right, Aunt Chu. Shin Haoyu replied, turning back.
The two got into the car. Lin Xiaoen, with a dark expression, started fiercely stepping on the gas pedal, clearly venting her anger. She could obviously hear the hidden meaning in her aunt's words, clearly trying to match them up.
What kind of spell did this kid cast on her aunt? Shin Haoyu, sitting in the passenger seat, was sweating profusely. This woman is way too fierce.
At this moment, Shin Haoyu suddenly remembered the exchange meeting she had just mentioned.
Lin Goddess, what exchange meeting were you talking about just now?
Lin Xiaoen replied irritably, You'll know when you get there.
Shin Haoyu felt helpless. This woman was really like she'd taken gunpowder, showing no mercy at all.
On the way to the exchange meeting, Shin Haoyu suddenly heard the system's notification sound in his mind.
Ding, task completed.
Reward issued, perfect combat technique scroll ×1.
Shin Haoyu instantly understood that Chu Yiqing had already reported the breathing technique. The next highlight would be waiting for his own reward. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Surely it wouldn't be too bad, right?
The two remained silent along the way and soon arrived at their destination.
This exchange meeting was jointly organized by the Hongrong Chamber of Commerce,
the Xie Chamber of Commerce, and the Ji Chamber of Commerce, and was held at the Shanglong Grand Hotel, the most bustling location in Xinjiang City. After getting out of the car, Shin Haoyu looked at the grand and luxurious hotel entrance before him, feeling a surge of emotions. It's really great to have money.
You go in first later, I have something to take care of, Lin Xiaoen said beside Shin Haoyu.
Alright, then let's exchange contact information, Shin Haoyu casually suggested.
Contact directly later, Lin Xiaowen said impatiently. Shin Haoyu was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, did I?
He took out his terminal, opened the social app, and scrolled through his friend list. Seeing this, Lin Xiaowen rolled her eyes and thought to herself, did this guy really forget? They had been deskmates for a month in middle school. Later, due to Lin Zhan's work, she transferred to the
capital and only returned to Qingyang in high school. Their friend connection was added during middle school. Although they hadn't chatted much, it shouldn't have been completely forgotten, right?
At that moment, a notification from Ji Xing suddenly popped up.
Haoyu, it's the exchange meeting today, have you arrived? Lin Xiaowen glanced sideways and noticed the message, raising an eyebrow.
At this moment, Shin Haoyu's contact name for Ji Xing was still Star Goddess. Shin Haoyu casually clicked on it, and the chat window popped up instantly, revealing a previous photo Ji Xing had sent of herself in black stockings. Shin Haoyu saw the message, swallowed hard, and looked up to find Lin Xiaowen staring at his phone screen, instantly overwhelmed with embarrassment.
It's over, social death. You pervert.
Lin Xiaowen saw the messages between the two of them, instantly flew into a rage, angrily gave Shin Haoyu a kick, and turned to leave. Shin Haoyu watched Lin Xiaowen's departing figure, feeling a wave of grievance in his heart, grimacing in pain.
When had Ji Xing ever sent him such photos? This was way too awkward. The little bit of image he had just managed to build was now completely ruined. With no other choice, Shin Haoyu turned off his phone and walked toward the hall. Just as he reached the entrance, he was stopped by security. Hello, sir, are you here to attend the exchange meeting? Please show your invitation, sir.
The security guard at the door politely inquired.
Shin Haoyu looked confused. Invitation? No one mentioned an invitation.
I don't have an invitation, he replied helplessly. The security guard nodded. Please tell me your school and name, and I'll check it for you.
Qingyang University, Shin Haoyu. The security guard immediately walked to the computer to check.
A few minutes later, he returned with a respectful expression and said, Sir, it's been verified, you may enter.
This is your identity badge. After the event, you can use the badge to redeem a basic potion provided by Hangrong Chamber of Commerce for free.
Shin Haoyu took the nameplate, forming a bit of an impression of the Hangrong Chamber of Commerce in his mind. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. This Hangrong Chamber of Commerce sure knows how to win people over. Afterward, he walked into the hall and, following the guidance of the reception lady, arrived at the venue.
At this moment, the venue was bustling with noise and activity, lively and crowded.
Shin Haoyu glanced around briefly but didn't spot any familiar faces, so he found an inconspicuous spot to sit down. The reception staff enthusiastically provided him with drinks and desserts. Feeling bored, Shin Haoyu sat in his seat and began observing his surroundings. He still wasn't quite clear about the purpose of this gathering, but seeing that most of the people present were students like him, he guessed it was probably some kind of
networking event.
Thinking of this, Shin Haoyu couldn't help but feel helpless.
Lin Xiaowen, that woman, didn't tell him anything and just dumped him here, how infuriating.
At this moment, a sudden waft of fragrance swept by. Shin Haoyu turned his head and found a young girl in a gown sitting beside him.
Hello, hi there. The girl greeted Shin Haoyu enthusiastically. Hearing this, Shin Haoyu raised an eyebrow. From the girl's accent, he deduced that she was actually a Fusang native.
Hello, Shin Haoyu responded indifferently, harboring no particular fondness for Fusang people in his heart.
My name is Nakano Keiko, nice to meet you.
The young girl spoke as she extended her small hand toward Shin Haoyu, a sweet smile appearing on her delicate doll-like face, as if a spring breeze had brushed by. Shin Haoyu glanced at her, feeling somewhat puzzled. Perhaps due to his prejudice against Fusang, he always felt that women seemed to have ulterior motives.
However, deep down, he was drawn to her smile and still reached out to shake her hand. Shin Haoyu. The two briefly shook hands and quickly withdrew.
Shin Haoyu turned his head, not wanting to engage in too much conversation with the other party, but unexpectedly, Keiko Nakano was observing him with curious eyes. At this moment, Keiko Nakano looked at the indifferent Shin Haoyu, and a peculiar feeling arose in her heart. This feeling was indescribable. Shin Haoyu exuded a unique aura, like a sharp sword hidden in its sheath, reserved yet captivating.
Shin-san, which school are you from? Keiko Nakano asked shyly, her heart pounding nervously.
This was the first time she had ever initiated a conversation with someone. Qing University, Shin Haoyu replied indifferently. Keiko Nakano's eyes lit up upon hearing this, as if she had discovered a treasure. I heard that Qingyang University has produced a sword master.
Just awakened and already defeated a second-tier opponent, how amazing. Shin Haoyu listened to Keiko Nakano's words and unconsciously touched his nose, thinking to himself, am I really that famous? Then, he waved his hand. Just average. Keiko Nakano's eyes were full of admiration upon hearing this. Is Shin-san even more amazing than him?
About the same, Shin Haoyu replied vaguely, though he felt a bit proud inside.
The little stars in Keiko Nakano's eyes sparkled even brighter. Shin-sang uses a sword too? Shin Haoyu nodded.
Just as Keiko Nakano was about to speak again, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, interrupting their conversation.
He looked in the direction of the noise, and his expression instantly turned icy. You filthy wench, who do you think you are pretending to be so virtuous? A shrill and arrogant voice rang out, being asked to have a drink with young Master Chu is an honor for you. At that moment, not far away, Li Xiaoxiao was surrounded by a group of boys, with the leader speaking arrogantly. Shen Haoyu's heart burned with fury. Go with you? Are you crazy? Li Xiaoxiao angrily retorted. Oh, so you want to play the hero saving the beauty, huh? The boy sneered, then kicked the boy who had spoken up for Li Xiaoxiao. The boy flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto a nearby table. Seeing this, Li Xiaoxiao's face was filled with anger. Zhang Chang, what right do you have to hit people? She quickly helped the boy up. Ji Gang, are you okay? What right? A bunch of slum rats, I'll hit whoever I want. Zhang Chang said mercilessly, his gaze as sharp as a wolf's. Li Xiaoxiao, I advise you to be sensible and go over to accompany young Master Chu for a drink. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this hotel. He coldly threatened, and the atmosphere instantly became incredibly tense.
Shin Haoyu's expression had already turned completely grim, silently vowing in his heart, he would never let her suffer any harm. At that moment, just as Zhang Chang finished speaking, a flash of silver light appeared, and an ancient, unadorned longsword was suddenly placed
horizontally in front of him.
Instantly, cold sweat broke out on Zhang Chang's forehead. The sword was now only 0.001 centimeters away from his throat.
Lowly servant, who are you calling trash?
A chilling voice rang out, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present.
Shen Haoyu slowly walked through the
corridor and firmly stood in front of Li Xiaoxiao and the other person.
When Li Xiaoxiao saw who had arrived, a trace of joy appeared on her face. Brother Haoyu. Hearing Li Xiaoxiao's voice, Shen Haoyu turned around and gave her a gentle smile.
Then, his gaze turned as sharp as a blade, locking onto Zhang Chang. Repeat what you just said.
I didn't hear it.
Zhang Chang stammered, his lips pale. Shin Haoyu smiled faintly, his face showing an innocent and harmless expression, but the sword tip gradually approached, forcing Zhang Chang to retreat in fear. Buddy, let's talk this out. The people around witnessed this scene and all showed astonished expressions.
Who exactly is this sword-wielding guy?
At this moment, Keiko Nakano also followed Shin Haoyu over, her eyes filled with admiration. Shin-san, you're amazing.
So cool. This friend looks quite unfamiliar. A gentle voice interrupted everyone's exclamations.
Shin Haoyu frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a lavishly dressed young man,
slowly descending from the second floor.
With sharp brows and bright eyes, he was strikingly handsome, a faint smile lingering on his face. His appearance instantly ignited the entire scene.
It's Chu Xian, so handsome. Help! I can't take it anymore. Chu Xian, I adore you.
Shin Haoyu was instantly startled by the reaction of this group of people and couldn't help but label Chu Xian as a pretty boy in his heart. Ladies, is this really necessary?
Friend, do me a favor.
Chu Xian listened to the crowd's screams, feeling a surge of pride, and said to Shin Haoyu,
Who are you? Do I know you? Why should I do you a favor? Shin Haoyu retorted bluntly, secretly thinking, a pretty boy, and he wants me to give him face?
Chu Xian's expression froze, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and anger surged in his heart. Very well, you're quite interesting. Shin Haoyu rolled his eyes, speechless. Kid, you really know how to act.
Keep pretending.
I'll deal with your dog first. With that, he focused his mind, and the dragon-slaying sword instantly split into 3 blades, slashing wildly at Zhang Chang, deliberately avoiding vital areas. In an instant, Zhang Chang turned into a bloodied figure, a horrifying sight. Everyone was stunned at this moment, not expecting Shin Haoyu to be so ruthless.
Shin Haoyu looked at Chu Xian again and said coldly, keep your dog in check from now on.
Chu Xian froze, it was the first time he had been humiliated in public. Unable to maintain his composure, he shouted angrily at Shin Haoyu, you're courting death. With that, Chu Xian gave an order, and the bodyguards behind him surrounded Shin Haoyu. You're quite arrogant, huh?
Do you know who I am? The eldest son of the Chu family. Tired of living, aren't you?
The people around witnessed this scene and felt unfamiliar. In the past, Chu Xian had always been the image of a refined gentleman, and this was the first time they had seen him so out of control. Shin Haoyu heard this and understood.
No wonder he was so arrogant. He had heard of the Chu family.
After all, they were the largest underworld gang in Xinjiang, operating the Chu group on the surface while secretly engaging in many shady dealings.
Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Shin Haoyu unleashed his full aura and retorted to Chu Xian. Chu Xian was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, feeling a bit apprehensive. Could it be that this person has a significant background? Who are you? Chu Xian asked tentatively, frowning. Listen up, your father is Xinjiang University, Shin Haoyu. Shin Haoyu's face showed a hint of mockery. You dare talk to your dad like this, you little mutt?
Chu Xian's face instantly turned grim, his heart burning with rage.
He had been played. You brat, you're really asking for death. Get him. Beat him to death. I'll take responsibility for whatever happens.
Chu Xian roared hysterically. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself that these bodyguards, each with first-tier strength, surely couldn't fail to handle Shin Haoyu.
Beat him to death. Chu Xian commanded again.
At this moment, the system's prompt sounded once again in Shin Haoyu's mind. Ding, mission issued, play the role of a peerless sword immortal, achieving victory against the odds. Mission reward, combat skill, sever all clutter. Hearing the system prompt, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Shin Haoyu's mouth, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. He stood with his hands behind his back, his entire demeanor transforming in an instant. His gaze was sharp as he looked down at the group of bodyguards and coldly said, "A bunch of petty scoundrels dare to dream of defeating this sword immortal by sheer numbers? Sword, come!" At his command, the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand like lightning, its blade gleaming with an imposing aura. The bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances, their faces darkened. How could this guy be so over the top? It was as if he were acting in a play. However, outside the arena, Keiko Nakano stared unblinkingly, her eyes sparkling like stars, and thought to herself, so handsome. Is this what a sword immortal looks like? She couldn't help but touch her flushed cheeks, her heart racing. What do I do? I'm falling for him. Shin Haoyu smiled faintly, and with a thought, the dragon-slaying sword instantly transformed into countless sword shadows, overwhelming the sky as they descended. As he stepped into the first tier, the number of flying swords doubled, making it the perfect opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. Everyone was stunned, dumbfounded. What the heck is this talent? A few bodyguards saw this and quickly got into position, ready to respond. Shin Haoyu hadn't expected that these bodyguards were all transformation types, each of them beastified, making the scene utterly chaotic. Without hesitation, he gave an order, and countless dragon-slaying swords rained down on the bodyguards like a storm. In an instant, the scene descended into chaos, with almost every bodyguard having to fend off 7 or 8 flying swords at the same time, flustered and overwhelmed. Meanwhile, Shin Haoyu stood to the side, leisurely sipping his drink, his face full of ease and relaxation. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight. This talent is absolutely incredible.
Isn't this some kind of weapon-related talent? I used to hear that weapon-related talents were always at the bottom. How could it be this powerful?
Chu Xian looked at the leisurely Shin Haoyu, his heart dark and filled with burning anger.
He thought to himself, it's just a weapon. I have an SS-level Moonlight Divine Water talent. Without your sword, what will you use to fight me? Everyone witnessing this scene shook their heads, thinking to themselves, Shin Haoyu's sword is currently fighting with the bodyguards. How can he possibly withstand Chu Xian's offensive? This is the gap in talent.
Outside the arena, Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko saw this and their expressions changed drastically. They shouted in unison, "Brother Haoyu, watch out!
Shun sang, be careful!"
Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu frowned, his heart tightening. Chu Xian's movements made him feel a hint of unease. He quickly extended his hand, summoning a fragmented dragon-slaying sword, which instantly appeared in his hand and collided fiercely with the incoming Chu Xian. In an instant, the two separated. Shin Haoyu retreated several steps before stabilizing himself. The dragon-slaying sword in his hand dimmed and transformed into a streak of silver light, disappearing into his body, clearly unable to withstand such a fierce attack. Shin Haoyu's gaze locked onto Chu Xian, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He thought to himself, this guy's talent isn't weak, and his strength has already reached the first tier. Not daring to be careless, he quickly summoned the dragon-slaying sword back again, allowing the group of bodyguards to breathe a sigh of relief. These bodyguards were all of the transformation type, and facing the flying sword surging like a tide was truly troublesome. Seeing their master confronting Chu Xian, the group immediately ran behind Chu Xian, ready to provide support.
Come on, all of you together.
Shin Haoyu's lips curled into a disdainful smile.
Chu Xian burned with anger upon hearing this. This kid is truly arrogant. Attack, he commanded, and the group launched an assault on Shin Haoyu in unison. At this moment, Li Xiaoxiao outside the field emitted a radiant seven-colored light, pointing distantly at Shin Haoyu, all attributes enhanced. Shin Haoyu instantly felt a wave of comfort, turning his gaze to Li Xiaoxiao, utterly shocked. He hadn't expected Li Xiaoxiao to awaken a support talent, and such a powerful one at that. Not only could she quickly restore his condition, but she could also enhance all his abilities. He quickly regained his composure, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. The earlier exhaustion had made him reluctant to use sword intent, but now that his state was restored, it was the perfect opportunity to showcase his strength. In an instant, a dense sword intent emanated from Shin Haoyu, silver light flashing in his eyes as he shouted in a low voice, "Dragon Slash!" In an instant, a fierce gale of sword energy swept across the scene. Under everyone's gaze, it seemed as though a tangible dragon of sword energy was slowly rising. Everyone froze, astonished. "It's him! The one with the SSS-level weapon talent from Qingyang University," someone exclaimed. "Are you sure?" another person asked nervously. "I'm sure. I heard from my classmates that he used this move to defeat the second tier of the Xie family." Everyone was instantly shocked. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be the one taken in as the last disciple by Li the war god? The twist is too shocking. If this is true, Chu Xian might really have hit a brick wall. Nakano Keiko listened to the discussions, feeling as if a sudden realization had dawned upon her. She hadn't expected Shin Haoyu and that person to be the same individual. Looking at Shin Haoyu, who resembled a war god, ripples stirred in her heart. "Shun-san! So amazing! Shun-san, go for it!" She shouted excitedly to cheer for Shin Haoyu. At this moment, Li Xiaoxiao's face was pale. Having just applied a buff to Shin Haoyu, she had already exhausted all her strength. Hearing the cheers, she glanced sideways and saw Nakano Keiko's flushed face, secretly wondering, what's going on? When did Haoyu Ge get to know someone from Fuson? At this moment, Chu Xian's expression changed drastically upon seeing the situation. The sharp aura made him feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Not daring to be careless, blue water vapor began to rise slowly around him as he clasped his hands together and suddenly pulled them apart. A water blue mark appeared in front of him. Divine Water Overlord Seal. With a low shout from Chu Xian, the entire arena felt an overwhelming aura of dominance. The corners of Chu Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Although he had only mastered the basics of this combat technique, it was more than enough to deal with Shin Haoyu. Meanwhile, behind Chu Xian, the bodyguards also revealed their trump cards one after another, making the scene instantly dazzling. Shin Haoyu curled his lips and sneered, "All show, no substance." With a swing of the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, a sword aura in the shape of a dragon instantly charged toward Chu Xian's side. In an instant, the clash of battle techniques left the surroundings in ruins, and everyone retreated in fear of being caught in the aftermath. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Chu Xian and his bodyguards were sent flying. Shin Haoyu flashed forward and was already in front of Chu Xian, pressing the dragon-slaying sword against his neck. Chu Xian's face turned as pale as paper, disbelief written all over it. "Do you yield?" Shin Haoyu asked indifferently. Chu Xian's lips curled into a twisted arrogance. "Ha! If you have the guts, kill me right now." Shin Haoyu frowned, thinking to himself that this kid truly had a stubborn streak. Then, he suddenly thrust the dragon-slaying sword into Chu Xian's thigh. Chu Xian immediately let out a piercing wail, shocking everyone around. Their gazes shifted, unable to believe Shin Haoyu could be so ruthless. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding, mission accomplished. Reward issued, eliminate all clutter." A trace of joy appeared on Shin Haoyu's face, but before he could celebrate for long. At this moment, a furious low shout suddenly echoed across the scene. "Kid, you're courting death." Immediately afterward, a figure charged at Shin Haoyu like a fierce tiger. Shin Haoyu's heart tightened, and he quickly prepared to respond, but the attacker's strength was clearly extraordinary, sending him flying backward with a single strike. Just as Shin Haoyu was about to crash heavily onto the ground, a fiery red protective shield suddenly lit up around him, gently lifting him and placing him steadily on the ground. Shin Haoyu coughed, struggling to stand up from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, his face dark as he stared at the suddenly appearing enemy. At that moment, a striking and spirited figure walked in through the door behind Shin Haoyu. Instantly, all eyes in the room focused on her. Lin Xiaoen was still wearing the same outfit as before, exuding an enchanting aura. The boys in the room couldn't help but feel their hearts itch as they looked at her long, slender legs and black stockings, secretly thinking, "So beautiful, such beautiful legs."
Lin Xiaowen stole a glance at Shin Haoyu, a trace of distress flashing in her eyes.
She quickly walked to his side and softly asked, "Are you okay?"
Shin Haoyu shook his head with a wry smile, his gaze returning to the opponent on the field. This person is obviously not a low-level spiritual martial artist. Lin Xiaowen nodded slightly upon hearing this, her heart on alert. At this moment, Chu Xian had yet to realize the gravity of the situation. Clutching his thigh, he coldly said to the newcomer, "Uncle Hu, grab that kid. I want to torture him to death." As soon as these words were spoken, a chill swept through the crowd. The girls who had previously held a favorable impression of Chu Xian now retreated one after another. Seeing Chu Xian's true colors, everyone finally realized that this seemingly refined young man was actually a hypocrite. "Young master," the person next to him is the youngest daughter of Lin the god of war, the middle-aged man called uncle who said in a panic, swallowing hard, clearly somewhat intimidated by Lin the god of war's daughter.
After hearing this, Chu Xian's expression instantly turned grim.
At that moment, commotion arose outside again as Ji Xing and Wu Qiren entered together.
"Stop following me!" Ji Xing shouted at Wu Qiren. "No way! You are my sister-in-law, I must protect your safety," Wu Qiren said firmly, without backing down. The two walked through the door and were stunned to see the venue in complete disarray. Their eyes immediately fell on Shin Haoyu, whose mouth was stained with blood. "Haoyu, what happened to you?" Ji Xing asked anxiously. "Big brother, what happened?" Wu Qiren also asked.
Ji Xing immediately raised her hand and waved, sending a surge of pure energy into Shin Haoyu's body. Shin Haoyu instantly felt a wave of warmth, and the pain in his body was greatly alleviated.
"Thanks."
He looked at Ji Xing gratefully. Wu Qiren's gaze was sharp as lightning at this moment.
Pointing at the enemies on the field, he roared furiously, "Who the hell messed with my big brother? Looking for death, huh?" Shin Haoyu looked at Wu Qiren and thought to himself, "Has this little werewolf been beaten silly?"
Chu Xian's face instantly turned extremely grim upon seeing Wu Qiren's highly recognizable face.
The eldest son of the Xie Chamber of Commerce? He actually calls this kid big brother?
Beside him was the eldest daughter of the Ji Chamber of Commerce, the youngest daughter of Lin the war god.
Chu Xian instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He had hit a brick wall.
At this moment, the thought of revenge was thrown to the back of his mind.
"Uncle Hu, take me away quickly."
The middle-aged man immediately understood the situation. This group of people was not someone they could afford to provoke.
"Better to leave first." The middle-aged man directly grabbed Chu Xian and was about to take off.
Lin Xiaowen saw this, her eyes turned cold.
"Leave?"
Without hesitation, she waved her hand, and a fiery red barrier instantly appeared around the venue. At the same time, Lin Xiaowen's face instantly turned pale. Using such advanced combat techniques at the first stage was truly overwhelming. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded, his heart filled with shock.
How is that possible? The opponent actually possesses barrier combat techniques.
They are only at the first stage.
The man frowned.
At the moment, he had no choice but to forcibly break through. Fortunately, they are only at the first stage, so breaking this barrier isn't too difficult. Afterward, the man took Chu Xian and directly soared into the air, crashing into the fiery red barrier.
Lin Xiaowen frowned and said coldly, "Don't let them escape." Wu Qiren reacted instantly and immediately shouted loudly behind him, "Someone! Stop them for me!" In an instant, all of the Xie family's bodyguards sprang into action, attacking Chu Xian and the other person.
The middle-aged man saw this and his expression changed drastically. Among this group of bodyguards, there were actually 3 strong individuals whose level was comparable to his.
"Young master, what should we do?"
the middle-aged man asked with a grave expression. At this moment, Chu Xian's face turned pale instantly.
"It's over, there's no escape." The two were instantly surrounded by the Xie family's bodyguards.
Seeing this, the man's face darkened.
It seemed he had no choice but to fight.
The leading Xie family bodyguard coldly looked at the man and said icily, "Lin Hu, surrender.
You can't get out. Even if you get past us, there are still people from the Ji family outside."
Lin Hu, who had originally planned to fight to the death, turned pale instantly upon hearing this.
"Young master, I am incompetent." He sighed toward Chu Xian.
The other party was right. In the current situation, they no longer had the ability to resist. At this moment, Shin Haoyu and the others had already walked up.
Wu Qiren saw Chu Xian and directly slapped him. "Damn it, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's you, you pretty boy. You actually dared to provoke my big brother? You're courting death."
Chu Xian was slapped by Wu Qiren so hard that he felt dizzy, and his entire left cheek was swollen. Seeing this, Lin Hu's face instantly turned ferocious. "Young Master Wu,
Our Chu family is not a pushover either, you'd better think carefully.
When Wu Qiren heard this, his face immediately darkened. He hated being threatened the most.
Raised his hand and slapped Chu Xian again. So what? I hit him. Lin Hu's face changed drastically as he looked at his young master's miserable state. He immediately changed his tone. Young Master Wu, I was the one who hurt this young man. Please spare my young master. Wu Qiren heard this and instantly came to Shin Haoyu's side, asking with a flattering expression, Big brother, tell me, how should we handle this? Don't worry, if anything happens, my Xia family will take responsibility.
Shin Haoyu heard this and gave Wu Qiren a sidelong glance. Then he walked up to Lin Hu and the other person, saying calmly, I'm not someone who is unreasonable. But your young master bullied my friend.
Shouldn't you give an explanation for this?
Lin Hu's face instantly lit up upon hearing this. Since the other party had loosened up, it meant there was room for negotiation.
This young man, what do you want? As long as the Chu family can provide it, we will do our best to satisfy you.
Lin Hu's attitude was extremely sincere at this moment. A trace of cold light flashed in Shin Haoyu's eyes as he replied indifferently, I just broke one of this kid's legs.
If you break his other leg, I won't hold it against you. Otherwise, let him keep his life for today.
Lin Hu's expression changed instantly upon hearing this. He had thought this young man would be easier to deal with.
Who would have thought he was even tougher?
At this moment, everyone in the club who heard Shin Haoyu's words couldn't help but shudder.
This guy must not be offended. He's a ruthless character.
Shin Haoyu looked at Lin Hu's expression, without the slightest ripple in his heart.
He understood today's matter clearly. If you don't want to be bullied, you have to be ruthless. I'll give you 5 minutes to think it over.
After saying this, Shin Haoyu turned his head away and no longer looked at the two of them. He then looked at Ji Xing and Wu Qiren, nodding slightly to the two of them. Thank you. Ji Xing rolled her charming eyes at him upon hearing this. You're being too polite.
With our relationship, what's with the thanks?
Wu Qiren chimed in at this moment. Yeah, big bro, big sis is right.
Lin Xiaoan raised an eyebrow upon hearing Wu Qiren's words, clearly displeased. Shin Haoyu's face instantly darkened, and he roared internally, what the hell is this? He quickly flicked Wu Qiren on the forehead, don't call her that randomly. Wu Qiren instantly shrank his neck, puzzled in his heart, what's wrong with that?
At that moment, he noticed Lin Xiaoan beside him staring coldly
at him. His body trembled, and he cursed inwardly, it's over, I forgot this lady was here too.
This wretched mouth of mine really causes trouble. At this moment, a piercing scream suddenly came from behind the group, sending chills down their spines. Everyone turned to look, only to see Chu Xian lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth,
in a pitiful state. Lin Hu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his gaze lingering on Chu Xian as he sighed. Now that he's back to the Chu family, he's probably going to be skinned alive. He looked at Shin Haoyu, a newfound sense of wariness rising in his heart. This young man truly has impressive tactics, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Can we leave now? Lin Hu asked cautiously. Shin Haoyu nodded. Tell that guy not to be so arrogant in the future.
Lin Hu remained silent, then picked up Chu Xian and quickly fled the scene.
Shin Haoyu watched the two leave, breathed a sigh of relief, and turned around, just in time to meet Lin Xiaowen's gaze. Miss Lin, thank you.
Shin Haoyu gave her a sunny smile.
Lin Xiaowen nodded lightly, well done. Shin Haoyu's handling just now was simply perfect, letting the Chu family's dogs fight among themselves. The Chu family could only silently swallow this loss, not daring to retaliate.
Now, Shin Haoyu's status was not something they could afford to provoke. This matter was considered settled. At this moment, Li Xiaoxiao finally walked over. Earlier, she had been watching the group from a distance, not daring to approach, afraid of causing trouble for them. Seeing Shin Haoyu's slightly pale face now, her heart was filled with guilt. Brother Haoyu, it's all my fault. Shin Haoyu looked at her, showing a warm smile, and reached out to rub her little head. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your brother, of course I have to stand up for you. Li Xiaoxiao heard this, forced a smile on her face, and silently vowed in her heart, in the future, I must help Haoyu Ji. At this moment, Nakano Keiko also came over, her little face full of excitement. Shin-san,
you're so handsome. Ji Xing looked at the two of them, frowning, why do I have so many rivals? And now there's even a Fusong girl? This really is a high-level game. Lin Xiaowen saw the sudden appearance of Nakano Keiko and couldn't help but frown. Why is this guy such a flirt? She just stepped away for a moment, and he's already hitting on someone else. Lin Xiaowen was burning with anger, utterly annoyed. Damn pervert. At this moment, Wu Qiren was squeezed in the middle of the crowd, secretly shocked and hardly daring to breathe. The 4 girls around him made him feel immense pressure. Oh my goodness, how did I suddenly end up with so many sister-in-laws? The girls looked at each other, their eyes sparkling with fire. Jixing spoke first. Yo, has our goddess Lin changed her style? You're dressed quite sexy. Lin Xiaowen's face instantly turned cold upon hearing this. Someone not only wears it but also takes photos. Truly shameless. You. Jixing's face flushed red, and she couldn't help but glare at Shin Haoyu, secretly wondering, how did she find out about this? Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko saw the clash between the two and couldn't help but shrink their necks. They felt a strong aura, especially Lin Xiaowen, who instantly sensed a chill. At the same time, the two women listened to the conversation and couldn't help but exchange a glance at Shin Haoyu, feeling a wave of surprise in their hearts. So this is the kind of thing Haoyu Ge, Shin Sang, likes? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Shin Haoyu quickly said to the group, how about we find a place to sit and talk? Wu Qiren immediately understood. This hotel was a property of the Xia family, making the arrangements perfectly suitable. Hurry up and clear out the Yashan pavilion, my big brother is tired. He instructed his subordinates, then said with a fawning expression, Big brother, ladies, this way please. This time, he wised up and no longer called her sister-in-law, instead addressing them as ladies, fearing his big brother might not take it well. Ji Xing and Lin Xiaowen exchanged a glance and both turned their heads away. Afterward, under Wu Qiren's guidance, they arrived at a private room. Once the door was closed, the room instantly fell silent. After taking their seats, Nakano Keiko sat beside Shin Haoyu, affectionately calling him Mr. Shin and asking him all sorts of questions. Ji Xing's expression instantly turned a bit unpleasant, thinking to herself, why is this Fusang woman so overly familiar? Shin Haoyu chatted with Nakano Keiko for a while and finally understood that this was actually a fire seed trial exchange meeting. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel puzzled and asked the crowd, if it's an exchange meeting, why are there so few people? Wu Qiren immediately answered Shin Haoyu's question, Big brother, not everyone has arrived yet. The exchange meeting is supposed to start at 12 o'clock, and it's only just 10 o'clock now. Shin Haoyu suddenly realized, no wonder. Then what is this exchange meeting about? It can't just be a social gathering, right? Shin Haoyu asked again, rolling his eyes at Lin Xiaowen in dissatisfaction. This guy didn't say anything to me. So hateful. Noticing Shin Haoyu's gaze, Lin Xiaowen glared at him fiercely, thinking to herself, serves you right, you pervert. Ji Xing then said, this time it's not just a social gathering. I heard there will be seniors who have retired from the Stargate sharing their experiences. So, later on, there probably won't be a small crowd. How can you not even know this? Ji Xing finished speaking, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. Shin Haoyu awkwardly rubbed his nose, glancing out of the corner of his eye at Li Xiaoxiao on his left. Seeing Li Xiaoxiao, he recalled the time when he clashed with Chu Xian and the others, and the buff Li Xiaoxiao gave him, it was ridiculously powerful. He quickly changed the subject and asked, Xiaoxiao, what talent did you awaken? Li Xiaoxiao quickly replied, an SS-level support-type talent. As she spoke, she flipped her small hand, and a 7-colored pagoda appeared in her palm. The moment Lin Xiaowen saw this pagoda, her heart trembled sharply. She knew who this girl was. This girl was Shin Haoyu's exclusive support master in her previous life. She remembered that her abilities were quite extraordinary. After Shin Haoyu's death, this girl retired and no longer supported anyone. At this moment, everyone looked at Li Xiaoxiao, their faces showing expressions of surprise and delight. Auxiliary-type spiritual warriors are truly rare. If an excellent auxiliary-type spiritual warrior could provide support, it would instantly elevate the level. Therefore, the vast majority of strong individuals have their own dedicated auxiliary masters. It's easy to imagine how sought-after auxiliary-type spiritual warriors are. What's the ability? Shin Haoyu asked curiously. Everyone perked up their ears, ready to hear her answer. Li Xiaoxiao felt a bit embarrassed when everyone looked at her. It's actually nothing much. My current exploration of the pagoda is still quite limited. So far, I only know that it can enhance the giver's speed and strength. Oh, right, there's also an all-attribute boost, but I'm too weak. I used it on Brother Haoyu once before, and I was immediately drained. Li Xiaoxiao said this with a somewhat dejected look on her face. If only she were a bit stronger, she could help Brother Haoyu a little more. Everyone listened and swallowed hard. An all-attribute boost? What kind of concept is that? My goodness! Shin Haoyu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. When Li Xiaoxiao had buffed him earlier, he had already felt that immense power. This talent was simply too overpowered, practically defying the heavens. At this moment, Shin Haoyu looked at Li Xiaoxiao, his eyes gleaming with fervent excitement. Xiaoxiao, from now on, be your brother's exclusive support. I promise you won't regret it. Li Xiaoxiao's face instantly flushed red upon hearing this. She shyly nodded, her face full of anticipation as she replied, okay. Shin Haoyu was overjoyed at this moment. With Li Xiaoxiao's support, wouldn't he be invincible? He secretly felt proud, as if he could already see his glorious achievements in the trial. At this moment, Lin Xiaoen looked at Li Xiaoxiao and couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. How is it that after being reborn, this guy is still so popular with girls? It's truly exasperating. Lin Xiaoen suddenly asked everyone, do you understand the situation with the Stargate? Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Indeed, they didn't know much about the situation with the Stargate. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoen sighed and continued, you must have heard at least a little about it. Beyond the Stargate, countless races stand side by side. If it weren't for the restrictions imposed by the Stargate, our human race might have been annexed long ago. Of course, I'm not saying this to create anxiety, but to make you understand that the area beyond the Stargate is extremely dangerous. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious, and the atmosphere became tense. Lin Xiaoen continued, this trial will be conducted in groups, assigned to various gathering points to carry out cleanup tasks. Outside the Stargate, in addition to the presence of myriad races, there are also some low-intelligence star beasts. These star beasts often harass our base near the Stargate, and most of them are either first or second tier in strength. The so-called cleanup tasks involve eliminating these star beasts while obtaining the energy cores within them, the star cores. Ultimately, the trial results will be determined by the star cores each team collects. As soon as Lin Xiaoen finished speaking, a brilliant idea flashed through Shin Haoyu's mind. Aren't the few of us just enough to form a team? Ji Xing can be the healer, Li Xiaoxiao the support, and Lin the goddess and I as the main carries. It's perfect. Wu Qiren, standing nearby, got anxious and quickly asked, what about me? What about me, big bro? You just need to finish them off and follow us to retrieve the star core. Wu Qiren immediately beamed with joy upon hearing this. Alright, leave it to me. He thought to himself that as long as Shin Haoyu was willing to take him along, it was an absolute victory. Ever since he heard that Shin Haoyu had defeated a second-tier opponent right after awakening, his admiration for Shin Haoyu had become boundless. Coupled with the fact that the god of war had taken him as a disciple and the goddess favored him, his intuition told him that Shin Haoyu was the man with the protagonist's aura. Following him was definitely the right choice. Nakano Keiko excitedly chimed in at this moment. What about me? What about me? I want to join too. Everyone turned to look at Nakano Keiko, filled with curiosity. It's a summoning type talent. Keiko Nakano said, then reached out her hand. With a bang, a wolf cub the size of a ball dropped onto the table from the void. Everyone stared at the ugly yet cute little creature in front of them, momentarily stunned, their faces full of surprise and helplessness, as if anticipating the surprises and changes this wolf cub might bring. Did she just summon a pet? The wolf cub's big, lively eyes scanned the few people around, and the corners of its mouth revealed an incredibly adorable smile, enough to melt anyone's heart. Wow! So cute! Ji Xing couldn't help but lower her head, gently stroking the little wolf cub's head. The little guy instantly sprawled out on the table, exposing its round belly, which filled Ji Xing's heart with joy. Shin Haoyu tilted his head to look at Nakano Keiko, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Sis, your talent seems a bit kawaii. Is this little thing protecting you, or are you protecting it? He asked teasingly. Nakano Keiko blushed slightly upon hearing this and answered shyly, it is indeed a bit small right now. Shin Haoyu felt a wave of helplessness upon hearing this. How was it just a little small? It was so small that it could be held in the palm of one's hand. What level is your talent? Lin Xiaoen suddenly interjected, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She looked at this little wolf cub, finding it somewhat familiar. Nakano Keiko instinctively shrank her head, feeling a bit uneasy. SSS-level. Shin Haoyu was instantly stunned, his eyes full of doubt. Are you sure? This little one is a top-tier summoning type? The little wolf cub looked incredibly adorable, almost like a mascot. Keiko Nakano pouted slightly, feeling a bit hesitant in her heart. It was indeed pitifully small, but it was really SSS level. Lin Xiaoen listened and immediately understood in her heart it was her, after all. You can join, she nodded toward Keiko Nakano, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. Keiko Nakano's face instantly lit up with joy. Thank you, sister. You're so kind. Shin Haoyu looked at Lin Xiaoen with great confusion at this moment, thinking to himself, she actually agreed? With her personality, she shouldn't be bringing along a mascot. Lin Xiaoen was observing the little wolf cub on the table, silently pondering. This little wolf cub was not as simple as it appeared on the surface, it just hadn't grown up yet. she could basically conclude
that Nakano Keiko was the moon-swallowing empress, one of the 3 12th-tier figures of Fusang Kingdom in her previous life, and this little wolf cub was likely the legendary moon-swallowing wolf king. Don't be fooled by its current adorable and innocent appearance. The former moon-swallowing wolf king was a ferocious existence capable of swallowing an army of 100,000 in one bite.
Seeing Lin Xiaowen agree, Shin Haoyu didn't say much more. Adding one person was no big deal.
Keiko, put the little one away for now, Shin Haoyu said to Nakano Keiko.
Keiko Nakano nodded and waved at the little wolf cub, Little Gray. You're back.
When Shin Haoyu heard this name, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. He silently complained in his heart, Little Gray, I know your daddy. The little wolf cub, hearing the call, immediately leapt out of Ji Xing's arms, wagging its big tongue as it pounced into Keiko Nakano's embrace, instantly stirring up a wave of commotion. Shin Haoyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva and sighed inwardly, this little wolf cub is really lucky.
Subsequently, Keiko Nakano gently stroked the little wolf cub's head.
A flash of light passed, and the little creature instantly disappeared from her arms. Shin Haoyu averted his gaze and coughed lightly twice. Everyone, our little group is officially formed, he announced loudly.
It's time to choose a leader. I am unworthy, someone jeered. Willing to. Another person continued.
Shin Haoyu paused for a moment, his gaze falling on Lin Xiaowen. I'd like to recommend Goddess Lin as our captain. Lin Xiaowen was stunned for a moment, then glanced at him, thinking this guy sure knows how to find her work, and rolled her eyes.
Everyone had no objections after hearing this. A captain, after all, whoever wants to take the role can have it.
Seeing the indifferent attitude of the group, Lin Xiaowen sighed helplessly, then said calmly, I understand that everyone doesn't really care much about this captain role. But after arriving at the Stargate, I hope everyone can follow my lead. I promise, we will achieve a remarkable result. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone immediately felt an invisible confidence emanating from her.
This confidence was not conveyed through words but was a natural aura radiating from within.
Just as she said, as a reborn individual, she was more than clear about the situation at the Stargate. Under such conditions, taking first place was simply a piece of cake.
Shin Haoyu looked at Lin Xiaowen and felt a sense of relief.
With someone to oversee the big picture, all he had to do was focus on fighting, making things incredibly easy. The team was basically finalized, and there was still some time before the exchange meeting began. Ji Xing excitedly invited everyone to play a game, while Nakano Keiko, whose Chinese was not yet fluent, watched from the side, full of anticipation. Originally, Goddess Lin had no intention of participating, but under Ji Xing's sarcastic taunts, she resolutely joined the battle. Now there were exactly 5 people, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. It was Goddess Lin's first time playing this game, and unsurprisingly, she became the weakest player among the 5.
When the game ended, the other 4 players exchanged glances, holding back their laughter. Who would have thought that our Goddess Lin could actually end up at the bottom?
Seeing the expressions on their faces, Lin Xiaowen's competitive spirit surged, and she secretly vowed to prove herself.
Just as she was thinking
about playing another round, the bodyguard outside the door knocked. Young masters and misses, the exchange meeting is about to begin.
Lin Xiaowen was immediately a bit disgruntled. How could time pass so quickly?
Suddenly, a thought struck her.
No wonder her father and Li Zhanchen were so obsessed with this game, it was way too addictive. No, she couldn't play it anymore. With that in mind, Goddess Lin expressionlessly uninstalled the game.
This scene happened to be caught by Shin Haoyu.
Goddess Lin was starting to fall into the trap.
Shin Haoyu chuckled inwardly. Based on his experience from his previous life, it wouldn't be long before she downloaded it again.
Then let's go.
Shin Haoyu shifted his gaze and said to everyone. After speaking, the group began to walk outside. At this moment, in the venue, the traces of the previous fight involving Shin Haoyu and the others had completely disappeared, and the number of people had doubled compared to before. The group entered the venue and chose a relatively quiet spot
to sit down.
In the front row, a few people were scattered about, seemingly all prominent figures. Among them, Shin Haoyu spotted 2 familiar faces. Sitting in the very center were none other than Lin Xiaowen's father and his own nominal master. At this moment, the two had their heads close together, their faces lit up with smiles as the glow of their phones reflected on them.
It was impossible to tell they were 2 war god level figures. Shin Haoyu's face darkened. Were they seriously still playing mobile games? These 2 were truly addicted. Just then, a few people suddenly entered from outside.
Leading them was an elderly man who, despite his frail and aged appearance, had an exceptionally sharp gaze. At this moment, Wu Qiren leaned close to Shin Haoyu's ear.
and whispered, "This doesn't look good, big brother. That man is the patriarch of the Chu family, also a war god level figure. He hasn't appeared in the public eye for a long time. I reckon he's here because of Chu Xian." Shin Haoyu's eyes instantly narrowed upon hearing this, and he thought to himself, it seems something big is about to happen. The old man walked to the first row, and someone immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Mr. Chu, why have you come in person?" The old man cast a cold glance, his gaze like a blade slicing through Li Xuanzong, who was engrossed in his game, with a hint of anger in his tone. "Humph, if I don't show up and move around, some people might really think Chu Jiangshan doesn't matter." But Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan seemed completely oblivious, still fully immersed in their game, their faces occasionally lighting up with joy or furrowing in concentration, paying no attention to their surroundings. Chu Jiangshan saw that the two completely ignored him, and the anger in his heart instantly surged. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he heard a loud laugh. "Brother Chu, what a surprise!" Chu Jiangshan turned around and saw two men in military uniforms pushing a wheelchair toward them, and a wave of emotion instantly welled up in his heart. "Brother Qin." Chu Jiangshan quickly stepped forward, a smile on his face, as if all his anger had vanished. The two chatted happily, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Not far away, Wu Qiren said to Shin Haoyu, "That is our Qingyang Military District's Commander-in-Chief, Qin Song. Big brother, it seems like they have a very good relationship. What should we do?" After speaking, Wu Qiren's face revealed a trace of worry, and he looked uneasily at Shin Haoyu. Shin Haoyu glanced at him sideways. "Are you scared?" Wu Qiren immediately shook his head and said boldly, "How could I be? I've grown up not knowing how to write the word fear." At this moment, Nakano Keiko suddenly interjected, "I know. I can teach you." Wu Qiren's face instantly darkened, and he thought to himself, "Sister, it's just a metaphor." Shin Haoyu couldn't help but laugh, then turned his gaze to the two elderly people, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "Soldiers will block, water will cover." He absolutely did not believe these two would dare to take him away in public. Several more prominent figures entered the room one after another, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Wu Qiren introduced them to Shin Haoyu one by one. Among them were quite a few important figures from the capital, which greatly surprised Shin Haoyu. Why had people from the capital come to Qingyang? Not long after, most of the people had already gathered at the venue, and the host stepped onto the high platform after everyone was seated. "Everyone, you all already know the theme of this exchange meeting. Without further ado, let's get straight to the point. Please welcome Mr. Lin Zhan, the chief person in charge of this fire seed trial, to come on stage and give a speech." Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen simultaneously looked toward the stage. At this moment, Lin Zhan and Li Xuanzong were no longer playing games, their expressions serious. Lin Zhan stood up, gave a slight smile to the crowd, and immediately triggered a round of enthusiastic applause. Many students were seeing Lin Zhan for the first time, and everyone was filled with curiosity about him. Lin Zhan's expression was solemn as he scanned the entire room. His voice was firm and powerful. "Fellow students, colleagues, I won't waste words. Let's get straight to the point. The trial of the spark was proposed by me 10 years ago, and it faced considerable opposition. Even now, there are still those who don't understand. Why should we let our children witness the cruelty of the Stargate so early? I must once again emphasize the original intention of our trial of the spark, to ensure the survival of humanity and preserve the flame." As Lin Zhan spoke, a resolute light flashed in his eyes. "Why say that? Everyone should be aware that the current situation of the Blue Star human race is already extremely precarious. If it weren't for the restrictions of the Stargate, the myriad alien races would have invaded on a large scale long ago. I'll tell you very clearly, if that happens, our Blue Star won't last even a month." The students below the stage trembled upon hearing Lin Zhan's words, secretly thinking, is the human race really this weak? At this moment, Lin Zhan looked at the expressions of the crowd below the stage, a trace of sorrow appearing on his face, and continued, "Perhaps you don't believe it, because you are immersed in the current peace and harmony. But I tell you, it is precisely because your lives are too good that you have become so naive. Rather than sending you to die at the Stargate, it's better to throw you onto the battlefield earlier, to temper your will with blood and chaos." Lin Zhan's words were powerful and resonant. The students and bigwigs below the stage all fell silent, the atmosphere so heavy it seemed to cut through the air. Lin Zhan took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and continued, "At this very moment, your predecessors are still fighting valiantly outside the Stargate. It is because of them that you can enjoy such a wonderful life. You children who emerged from the Fireseed trial. One day, Blue Star will become even more beautiful because of you. Let your descendants no longer endure war and suffering." Lin Zhan's voice was like thunder, echoing throughout the venue.
His gaze was resolute, solemn, and heavy. He bowed deeply, his tone firm and powerful.
May each of you be as mighty as dragons. Strengthen our human race.
At this moment, the audience below the stage was like a blazing flame, instantly boiling over. The bow of the god of war stirred their blood. The excitement shone on everyone's faces, as brilliant as the stars. Lin Zhan smiled faintly, slowly straightened up, and thought to himself, it seems my goal has been achieved. Before the trial of the spark, reigniting the passion of these complacent young people is truly an indispensable step. With a swift movement, he left the high platform. At the same time, the host returned to the stage, his voice loud and clear.
Thank you, War God Lin, for the wonderful speech. Next, an officer from the Qingyang military district will explain the basics of the Stargate.
Before the words had fully settled, a burly man in military uniform stepped onto the stage at a steady pace.
Without any unnecessary preamble, he dove straight into the topic and began his explanation. The audience gradually calmed down from their excitement and listened attentively.
Lin Xiaowen initially listened, but upon realizing the content was basic knowledge, she closed her eyes to cultivate, absorbing the surrounding energy.
Fluctuations.
Shen Haoyu glanced sideways, his eyes showing surprise as he thought to himself, truly a top student, not even wasting this bit of time. Shen Haoyu snapped out of his thoughts and began listening to the explanation with interest, gradually gaining a general understanding of the Stargate. The world beyond the Stargate resembled ancient times, where Blue Star's technology could not be used. Upon entering the Stargate for the first time, everyone must obtain a pass, which becomes the most important communication tool outside the Stargate. The pass contains a small formation that can receive and transmit information, and even add friends. Although it is not as intelligent as modern chat software, it is still quite convenient.
Next, the officer explained the division of areas behind the Stargate and precautions to take. The content was simple and easy to understand, helping everyone prepare in advance and avoid chaos when the time comes. The officer explained for about an hour, and the meeting was nearing its end. Just as everyone was preparing to set off, a cold voice suddenly pierced the silence. Who crippled my grandson earlier? Step forward. My Chu family may not be a prominent clan, but we cannot be bullied like this. The speaker was none other than Chu Jiangshan, who spoke with an imposing aura and a voice like a booming bell.
Shen Haoyu's eyes gradually turned cold upon hearing this, and he thought to himself, what was bound to come has finally arrived. At this moment, as the old man spoke, no one left, instead, they looked on curiously. Many had previously witnessed the conflict between Shen Haoyu and Chu Xian firsthand, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The faces of the people beside Shen Haoyu turned grim, as the old man's status was undeniable. Not only was he an aged war god, but his credentials were also astonishingly high. This was going to be a tough situation. The people in the first row were also puzzled at this moment.
Qin Song, sitting in a wheelchair, frowned and asked, Brother Chu, what's going on?
Chu Jiangshan snorted coldly, a trace of anger flashing in his eyes. Earlier, a young man had some conflict with my grandson.
Initially, it was just a minor scuffle, nothing that would make me step in.
But this young man went too far, he actually crippled both of my grandson's legs. Qin Song was shocked upon hearing this. He knew very well that his elder brother was famously protective of his own.
At this moment,
Chu Jiangshan stood up, swept his gaze across the room, and stared fiercely at Shen Haoyu and his group, his eyes as sharp as knives. Lin Zhan and Li Xuanzong frowned upon seeing this. Naturally, they had noticed Shen Haoyu and his group earlier. Now, seeing the situation unfold, their expressions turned icy.
What is this old man trying to do?
Chu Jiangshan said indifferently, Shaolin, oldly, your juniors hit my grandson.
Don't you have anything to say?
Lin Zhan and Li Xuanzong heard this, but their expressions remained unchanged. Li Xuanzong was the first to respond, it's normal for juniors to spar and get hurt.
Why are you so worked up?
Lin Zhan stood to the side, his face showing a nonchalant expression.
He was well aware of his daughter's personality. Would she make a move if no one provoked her? Since someone deliberately caused trouble, getting beaten was well deserved. Chu Jiangshan, hearing Li Xuanzong's words and seeing their attitudes, was burning with rage. Fine, so that's your stance. Someone, grab that boy for me first. Shen Haoyu's face gradually darkened upon hearing this, and he cursed inwardly, old bastard, have you no shame? Li Xuanzong's expression instantly turned serious as he said, Chu Jiangshan, what do you mean by this? Seeing Li Xuanzong angry, Chu Jiangshan's men did not act rashly.
At this moment, Qin Song also spoke up, Brother Chu, don't get angry just yet. Whatever the issue is, we can discuss it calmly.
Chu Jiangshan, still fuming, glared and huffed, discuss calmly? You saw it yourself,
these two had no intention of discussing anything just now.
Li Xuanzong, now also irritated, shouted angrily, "Not interested in discussing with you, so what?"
Your grandson embarrassed himself, and instead
of teaching him a lesson as his elder, you're blaming others.
No wonder your grandson's a disgrace, it's all because of your indulgence. Shin Haoyu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing his cheap master's words, secretly thinking to himself, my master really has a sharp tongue. Then he looked at Chu Jiangshan and found his face flushed red with anger, utterly furious.
Li Xuanzong, don't push me too far.
Chu Jiangshan glared angrily, wishing he could tear Li Xuanzong to pieces. This old man, daring to humiliate him in front of so many people, showed no respect at all.
Li Xuanzong waved his hand, his face carrying an indifferent expression. So what if I'm pushing you too far? If you dare lay a finger on my disciple today, don't blame me for taking action against your Chu family.
Everyone was stunned by Li Xuanzong's domineering protection, and their gazes toward Shin Haoyu were filled with envy. Having such a bold and protective master was truly amazing. Chu Jiangshan's face darkened as he was provoked by Li Xuanzong, a nameless anger igniting in his heart. He originally didn't want things to escalate too much, considering they had once been colleagues, but now, Li Xuanzong showed no mercy towards him. Chu Jiangshan gritted his teeth and shouted to the people behind him, "Grab that kid for me.
Don't worry about anything else." After speaking, he looked at Li Xuanzong, his eyes full of indignation, secretly vowing in his heart, "Today, I'm making my move." Li Xuanzong frowned immediately upon seeing this. "Chu Jiangshan, are you trying to challenge me or what?"
As he spoke, he waved his hand, freezing several of Chu Jiangshan's subordinates in place.
"So what? Do you really think I'm afraid of you?"
Chu Jiangshan's eyes widened in fury, his heart raging uncontrollably.
At this
moment, Lin Zhan stood to the side like a spectator enjoying the show, listening to their words and secretly feeling delighted.
Fighting is great. He had long been displeased with this old man surnamed Chu.
Over the years, Lin Zhan had been serving in the military district and had endured quite a bit of trouble from
this old man.
Relying on his age, not only did he often boss Lin Zhan around, but he also supported his own cronies within the army, causing significant difficulties in Lin Zhan's work. Qin Song, sitting in a wheelchair, saw the two men on the verge of clashing and secretly worried.
He sighed and said, "I say, you two old brothers, can't you talk things out calmly?"
The two men simultaneously turned their heads and said in unison, "Shut up." Qin Song's face immediately turned red with embarrassment, and he cursed inwardly.
These two actually dared to talk to him like that.
He, a dignified general, was being
reprimanded by two young men. It was truly humiliating.
But there was nothing he could do. After all, these two war gods were not people he could afford to provoke.
"Instead of losing your temper with your own people here, why don't you go outside the Stargate and kill a few more high-ranking aliens to make our Huaxia stronger?"
Qin Song tried to mediate the situation. At this moment, a man dressed in a loose black robe, seemingly unremarkable, stepped forward and coldly said to the two, "Where is Shin Haoyu?" As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes in the room turned to Shin Haoyu. Shin Haoyu looked astonished, thinking this man must be an
official from the revision hall in the capital.
However, because the man appeared so inconspicuous earlier, Wu Qiren hadn't introduced him. Seeing this, Wu Qiren quickly stepped forward and whispered mysteriously, "Big brother, this man must be from the revision hall." The revision hall is a critical place responsible for compiling historical records and publishing techniques for spirit warriors.
Hearing Wu Qiren's explanation, Shin Haoyu's eyes lit up. Could this person have come to improve the breathing technique?
His heart stirred, and he waved at the man before quickly walking over.
Lin Xiaoan also reacted, thinking to herself that the purpose of this black-robed revision officer's visit was not simple.
It seemed the improvement of the breathing technique had caught their attention. The rank of revision officers can be distinguished by the color of their robes, ranging from low to high as follows: white, yellow, blue, green, black, and purple. Black-robed revision officers are already considered senior members of the revision hall. At this moment, Shin Haoyu stepped onto the stage, and Chu Jiangshan's gaze instantly locked onto him like a venomous snake.
"Was it you who crippled my grandson?" Chu Jiangshan asked coldly.
By now, Shin Haoyu was already prepared and responded calmly, "It was me.
Senior Chu Xian bullied my friend first.
If I crippled him, he brought it upon himself."
"Senior, being so aggressive, isn't that quite unbecoming?"
Shin Haoyu's tone carried a hint of disdain. Upon hearing these words, Chu Jiangshan's blood surged, and he was furious. "It's one thing for your master to speak to me like this.
But you, a junior, hasn't anyone in your family taught you to respect your elders?"
Before the words had even finished, Chu Jiangshan's oppressive aura instantly bore down on Shin Haoyu like a mountain, suffocating.
However, at that moment, the black-robed revision officer standing in front of Shin Haoyu lightly waved his sleeve, and the oppressive aura dissipated instantly. The many big shots present were all stunned. The people from the revision hall had always refrained from getting involved in conflicts. What was going on today? Shu Warlord, Shin Haoyu is now a provisional revisor of our revision hall, the black-robed revisor calmly said. If you dare touch him, our hall master will not agree. This statement was like a thunderclap, instantly causing an uproar among those present. Shen Haoyu? Provisional revisor? Is this a joke? At this moment, Chu Jiangshan's face turned so dark it seemed water might drip from it. What does the revision hall mean by this? This young brat is actually a prospective revision officer? Does he really think he's so easy to fool? Is a revision officer something any random nobody can become? I know, your curator and Li Xuanzong are old acquaintances. Even if you're speaking on his behalf, there's no need to use such a lame excuse, Chu Jiangshan said furiously. At this moment, Li Xuanzong was also completely baffled. What happened? When did my disciple become a provisional revision officer? Shin Haoyu raised an eyebrow upon hearing the words of this revision officer. What's going on? The man spoke again. This is the unanimous decision of all our colleagues at the revision hall. It has nothing to do with War God Li. The contributions made by Shin Haoyu deserve our respectful treatment. The man's words caused an uproar instantly. What is the existence of the revision hall? They are not just a functional department. Moreover, they have a very prestigious title, Recorders of the Era. In order to maintain objectivity when documenting history, they avoid any interaction with others. They adopt an impartial attitude toward everything. However, at this moment, Shin Haoyu, a newly awakened nobody, is actually being treated with respect by them? What exactly did he do? Now, everyone looked at Shin Haoyu with a different expression. Li Xuanzong listened to the man's words and couldn't help but glance at his disciple. Has it only been half a day? And he's already become a provisional revision officer at the revision hall? This disciple of mine is really quite fierce. What does the identity of a prospective revision officer signify? Perhaps others are not too clear about it, but he knows it all too well. As a special functional department that records the era, their power is astonishingly great. The stronger and higher ranking the big figures are, the more extraordinary their respect for this department. Because every word and action of theirs could be recorded by this group and preserved forever. Therefore, no one has ever dared to provoke such a group of scribes. Otherwise, they can write anything casually and ruin your reputation. Chu Jiangshan, standing to the side, heard the man's words, and his expression grew serious. He then spoke again. What contribution can this kid possibly make? Hearing this, the man glanced at Chu Jiangshan indifferently, his face maintaining a calm and detached expression. Sorry, it's a matter of national secrecy. You have no right to know. Chu Jiangshan was infuriated by these words, but in front of the reviewing official, he could only suppress his anger with great effort. How is this kid so lucky? He actually managed to establish connections with the group of scholars at the revision hall. He really needs to weigh his actions carefully, or else he might end up ruining his reputation in the end. The man, seeing this, no longer paid attention to the crowd and turned back to Shin Haoyu. The technique you submitted earlier holds great significance for our China. The curator personally ordered that if you are willing to join the revision hall, you will be directly granted the status of yellow robe. The man said to Shin Haoyu. Seeing Shin Haoyu's puzzled expression, he then explained, the ranks in the revision hall, from lowest to highest, are white, yellow, blue, green, black, purple. Considering your current lack of strength, you will temporarily be granted the status of yellow robe. As your strength improves, your rank will also be elevated. The man finished speaking, and the people around him were all stunned. What kind of technique did this kid submit? It's important to know that the rank evaluation of the revision hall is extremely strict. Some people remain at the white robe level their entire lives. And now the revision hall is actually promising Shin Haoyu a direct promotion to the yellow robe upon joining? Shin Haoyu scratched his head upon hearing this. From the expressions of these big shots around him, he could tell that the conditions offered by the revision hall were quite favorable. However, he truly couldn't muster any interest in the work of the revision hall. This kind of serious work is not quite suitable for him. At this thought, Shin Haoyu said dejectedly, thanks for the offer, but I'm really not suited to be a revision officer. As Shin Haoyu's words fell, the surrounding big shots all looked utterly incredulous. He actually refused just like that? Chu Jiangshan's eyes flashed with a hint of joy upon hearing Shin Haoyu's response. This kid is truly ridiculously stupid. But this works out well. Without the status of a revision officer, he wouldn't have so many concerns. The man heard Shin Haoyu's words, and a trace of regret appeared on his face.
This young man before him, able to improve the basic breathing technique in such a short time,
is truly a rare talent.
But their revision hall would never resort to coercion or forceful transactions.
Hearing the other party's refusal, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. The man then said again, "All right, if you ever become interested, the doors of our revision hall will always be open to you." Shin Haoyu bowed slightly to the man and said, "Thank you all for your kindness."
The man nodded and continued, "However, the hallmaster also mentioned that if you are unwilling to join,
my revision hall is still willing to grant you the status of an external revision officer. It's essentially a nominal position, without the obligations of a revision officer. May I ask if you are willing?"
Not far away, Li Xuanzong's eyes lit up instantly, and he transmitted his voice to Shin Haoyu, "Disciple, agree to it."
Shin Haoyu heard this and couldn't help but look at Li Xuanzong.
The other party slowly nodded, his eyes gleaming with encouragement.
"I am willing,"
Shin Haoyu answered without hesitation, his tone firm, as if he had already glimpsed a glorious future. Since Li Xuanzong had spoken, he naturally wouldn't hesitate any longer.
The other party would never harm him. The man, hearing this, nodded in satisfaction.
Then he raised his hand, and with a flash of brilliance, an ancient-looking diary and a completely jet-black pen instantly appeared in his hand.
"This is the magical artifact of my position as a revisor, and also a symbol of identity.
The curator said that from now on, anything you want to write can be recorded in this notebook. The revision hall will also use it as a reference and include it in the history books."
The people around couldn't help but swallow nervously upon hearing this, their eyes glimmering with envy.
This carries a completely different significance. Being able to leave your name in the annals of history is simply the highest honor.
Chu Jiangshan's face darkened, and he shouted at the man, "This is unreasonable. Such a rigorous matter as historical records, and your revision hall actually entrusted it to a wet-behind-the-ears young lad?" The man responded expressionlessly, "God of War Chu, this is the decision of our curator.
If you find it unreasonable, you are entirely free to report it to the relevant authorities." Upon hearing this, Chu Jiangshan gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of helplessness and anger.
"Report them? What nonsense! That department can't even control their revision hall." For a moment, Chu Jiangshan was burning with anger, secretly thinking to himself, could it be that his grandson was really crippled by someone for nothing?
Shin Haoyu, upon hearing this, took the diary and pen from the other party's hand, a trace of joy flashing in his eyes as he thought to
himself, "This thing is great. If anyone dares to mess with me again, I'll write them down and make them infamous for eternity. Wahahaha."
The man saw Shin Haoyu accept the items, nodded at him, and then instantly disappeared from the spot, as if he had never been there.
The crowd, seeing the man suddenly leave, was already used to it.
The scribes of the revision hall had always been this unrestrained. Afterward, Shin Haoyu held the two items in his hand and looked at Chu Jiangshan with ill intent, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
"Senior Chu, what did you just say? Could you say it again?"
"I'll take notes and learn from it." As Shin Haoyu spoke, he opened his notebook, ready to jot something down.
Hearing this, Chu Jiangshan was so furious that even his beard seemed askew, silently fuming. "This brat dares to act so brazenly in front of me. Just you wait and see."
Chu Jiangshan spat out harsh words and stormed out with his subordinates in a huff.
Shin Haoyu watched his retreating figure and curled his lips disdainfully. That old man is truly shameless, bullying the young with his seniority.
At his age, he should at least have some dignity. Just as everyone thought the commotion was over and began to leave the venue, Jin Song was pushed forward toward Li Xuanzong and sighed, "War God. Li, I'll mediate the matter between your disciple and the Chu family. We're all war god level figures here, let's not create internal strife."
Li Xuanzong nodded, "Do you think I'm the kind of person who stirs up trouble? You should talk more with that old immortal."
Jin Song listened to Li Xuanzong's way of addressing Chu Jiangshan and smiled awkwardly, "All right, I'll do my best." After all, Chu Jiangshan had always valued his reputation and protected his own.
Li Xuanzong's disciple had beaten his only grandson so badly, it was practically a public slap in the face.
Jin Song thought to himself that no matter how much he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. After speaking, Jin Song was pushed
out by someone, but before leaving, he specifically glanced at Shin Haoyu. To have the revision hall people go to such lengths to win him over, this young man must be quite capable.
As expected of the disciple chosen by Li the god of war.
It seems I'll have to let my own children interact with him more in the future.
As the crowd dispersed, only Shin Haoyu and a few others remained in the venue.
At this moment, Lin Xiaoen and her group also walked over. When Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan saw Lin Xiaoen for the first time, they couldn't believe their eyes. "Ran, why are you dressed like this?"
Lin Zhan was heartbroken, feeling as if this was even more painful than being killed. Especially when he looked at that brat Shin Haoyu, his anger flared up.
Dad, I was just trying it out.
Lin Xiaowen felt a bit embarrassed. Lin Zhan immediately felt heartbroken and thought to himself, it must be this kid causing trouble. He knew his daughter's temperament and personality like the back of his hand. Without hesitation, he slapped Shin Haoyu on the head, the crisp sound echoing across the scene, "You brat, behave yourself. Don't lead my precious daughter astray." Shin Haoyu was hit so hard that he saw stars, feeling aggrieved. "I'm innocent." Lin Xiaowen saw this and a sly glint flashed in her eyes. "Serves you right. You perverted wolf." Shin Haoyu noticed the change in Lin Xiaowen's expression and instantly realized what was happening. He was utterly speechless. This woman did it on purpose.
No wonder she wore that outfit, it was all a trap for me.
At this moment, Li Xuanzong was still immersed in shock, completely unable to keep up with the young people's shifting thoughts. Ran, you mustn't dress like this in the future.
You're a young lady. I understand. Lin Xiaowen nodded obediently.
Li Xuanzong snapped out of his daze, observed Shin Haoyu for a moment, and suddenly looked astonished. You broke through to the first stage? As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Zhan looked at Shin Haoyu with a face full of question marks, utterly shocked in his heart. Wait, the breathing technique I
gave you this morning, and you've already broken through by the afternoon? My precious daughter took an entire night. Is this kid's talent really this outrageous?
At this moment, Ji Xing and the others were also utterly stunned, thinking to themselves, we all just awakened, so how did you break through already?
Seeing Lin Zhan's reaction, a trace of smugness flashed through Shin Haoyu's heart. Scared you, didn't I?
Then he nodded calmly and said, well, I broke through by sheer luck.
Lin Xiaowen rolled her eyes at this and said, sheer luck, huh? This guy really knows how to put on a show.
Li Xuanzong heard Shin Haoyu's words, and a trace of joy flashed across his face. Not bad.
But still a bit slow, keep it up. Back in my day, your master here got it done in just 4 hours. Lin Zhan couldn't help but want to expose him. 4 hours? Who are you fooling?
Shin Haoyu listened to his master's words, his face darkened. Alright, you're better at pretending than me. Master, I also did it in 4 hours, Shin Haoyu said again. Li Xuanzong's expression froze, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, said too much.
Ah, is that so? Well, that's not bad, you've caught up with your master.
Although Li Xuanzong was spouting nonsense, Shin Haoyu's speed still shattered his perception. This is way too fast.
Lin Zhan couldn't stand these two show-offs anymore and changed the subject, asking, what did you submit? It actually caught the attention of the Revision Institute?
Lin Xiaowen frowned upon hearing this, her face full of confusion. Didn't your aunt tell you? Lin Zhan shook his head, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. What could she possibly say to me? Shin Haoyu unintentionally improved the basic breathing technique, doubling the absorption speed. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, their hearts filled with shock.
Improved the basic breathing technique? The speed actually doubled? This is simply a fantasy.
Li Xuanzong and Lin Zhan almost simultaneously turned their gaze toward Shin Haoyu. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu scratched his head and revealed a hint of embarrassment. Just a stroke of luck. The shock on their faces became even more evident, and they secretly thought to themselves how significant this impact truly was. As everyone knows, spirit warriors below the 3rd rank can only rely on the basic breathing technique for cultivation, which significantly accelerates their training speed.
No wonder the people at the revision hall are so eager to recruit him. Lin Zhan swallowed hard at this moment, his tone serious. And then you handed over the technique? Shin Haoyu nodded firmly, yes.
Lin Zhan immediately looked at him in a new light, not expecting this kid to have such awareness. Li Xuanzong patted Shin Haoyu on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, well done.
It's truly commendable that you have such thoughts. You have the demeanor of my master. Li Xuanzong added proudly.
Lin Zhan couldn't help but glance at him, thinking to himself that this old guy really knows how to flatter himself. Since you've already broken through, tonight, Master will give you some proper training, Li Xuanzong said with a meaningful smile. Shin Haoyu's heart tightened, secretly thinking that this sounded way too ambiguous. At this moment, Li Xuanzong looked at the other young people on the field. Except for Wu Qiren, the rest were all young girls, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This kid, could he have a bit of a playboy streak?
At this moment, Lin Zhan also noticed the issue.
A trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes, and he thought to himself, this won't do. I need to have a good talk with my precious daughter and make sure she stays away from this kid. Li Xuanzong cast a suggestive glance at Shin Haoyu, then said, alright, you young people have fun.
The two of us will take our leave. With that, Lin Zhan whispered a few words into Lin Xiaowen's ear before leaving with Li Xuanzong. As he walked away, he didn't forget to shoot a fierce glare at Shin Haoyu. This left Shin Haoyu even more puzzled, so he asked Lin Xiaowen, "What did War God Lin say to you?" Lin Xiaowen cast a faint glance. "Oh, nothing, he said you're a scumbag." Shin Haoyu immediately protested indignantly, "I'm wronged. How could I be a scumbag?" Lin Xiaowen ignored him and turned to the others, saying, "There are still 2 days until the fire seed trial begins. You must break through to the first tier within these 2 days." The crowd heard this, and Wu Qiren, Li Xiaoxiao, and Nakano Keiko all nodded. Ji Xing pouted and said bluntly, "I don't need you to say that." Lin Xiaowen glanced at her indifferently, her tone cold, "Just don't hold us back when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Ji Xing's face flushed slightly with anger, and she turned her face away in dissatisfaction. Wu Qiren looked at the two of them confronting each other and sighed inwardly. As expected of Big Brother, he could even make two goddesses compete out of jealousy. Shin Haoyu quickly said, "Alright, let me teach you the improved version of the basic breathing technique first." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately lit up with excitement, their expectant gazes burning like flames. Afterward, the group returned to the private room they had been in earlier. Shin Haoyu directly recited the formula to them. Everyone was a bit puzzled, feeling that it sounded no different from the previous version. But when they started practicing the breathing technique, they were completely stunned. The speed was simply unbelievable, at least more than twice as fast as before. Everyone turned their heads to look at Shin Haoyu, their eyes filled with incredulous expressions. How did you do it? That's amazing. Ji Xing sincerely praised. Shin Haoyu heard this and gave an awkward smile. Actually, I don't know either. Ji Xing's face was full of admiration. That means you're truly a genius. Shin Haoyu thought to himself, the real genius is Master Tong. Afterward, everyone went home, as there were only 2 days left until the fire seed trial, and everyone was busy preparing. Naturally, Shin Haoyu had to follow Lin Xiaowen, as Li Xuanzong had already ordered that training for him would begin tonight. The two returned to the Imperial City Villa, and seeing that his master and Lin Zhan had not yet returned, Shin Haoyu told Lin Xiaowen that he was going to check out the house gifted to him by the Xie family. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaowen followed along. Shin Haoyu was a bit surprised. "Goddess Lin, aren't you going to train?" Lin Xiaowen shook her head, a trace of worry on her face. "Missing a little time won't matter, I just want to clear my mind." Shin Haoyu detected a hint of something unusual, as if Goddess Lin was feeling a bit down. However, he didn't ask further, thinking that if she wanted to talk, she would naturally tell him. Shin Haoyu led the way in front, with Lin Xiaowen following behind. They first went to the property management office to get the keys. Upon arrival, Shin Haoyu took out the property deed and was immediately greeted with enthusiastic service from the staff. After completing the registration, the property management thoughtfully arranged for someone to drive them directly to the destination in a sightseeing vehicle. Shin Haoyu, accompanied by Lin Xiaowen, opened the door to the house and was instantly stunned by the luxurious interior. The accompanying property agent introduced, "Mr. Shin, the decor style of this house is Nordic minimalism, which is currently quite popular. It's very suitable for you and your wife to live in low-key luxury with a touch of elegance." Shin Haoyu thought to himself that it was indeed nice, but quickly corrected, "What? Wife? We're just friends." The property agent broke into a cold sweat, realizing his flattery had backfired. "My apologies, Mr. Shin, I thought." Shin Haoyu waved his hand to interrupt him. "Forget it, you can leave now. There's no need for further introductions." The property agent quickly nodded. "Alright, Mr. Shin. If you need anything, just contact us directly." Saying this, the agent handed Shin Haoyu a business card, which he accepted with a nod. The property agent left, leaving only Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen in the room. Shin Haoyu looked around at the house's layout, feeling very satisfied. This small villa was approximately 400 square meters, with 2 floors and an open-air swimming pool. Upstairs. At this moment, Shin Haoyu stood by the pool, his heart filled with emotion. In his previous life, he had rented a 14-square-meter basement in Beijing for 2,000 yuan a month. He never imagined that this time he would be living in a villa. "Miss Lin, have a seat," Shin Haoyu called out to Lin Xiaowen. As the sun set, the view from the second floor was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Xiaowen nodded and sat down by the poolside. Shin Haoyu rummaged through the wine cabinet inside the house for a while before finally emerging with 2 bottles of soda in hand. He gazed at Lin Xiaowen, who was lost in thought while sitting in her seat, and couldn't help but be mesmerized. At this moment, her graceful figure blended harmoniously with the distant sunset, forming a unique and picturesque scene. Shin Haoyu took out his terminal and captured this moment. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaowen was looking at the sunset not far away, her mood tinged with melancholy.
Since her rebirth, she often found herself trapped in the despair of humanity from
her previous life.
Although she was full of confidence in herself in this life, she still dared not hold too much hope for the situation of humanity. The gap was simply too vast. Just as she was lost in thought, Shin Haoyu's voice sounded in her ear, "Goddess Lin, have something to drink." Lin Xiaoen looked up and saw Shin Haoyu standing beside her, holding a chilled bottle of soda in his hand, a mischievous smile on his face, as if he intended to sweep away all her worries. She reached out to take the soda handed to her by Shin Haoyu, who casually sat beside her like a carefree, sunny youth.
"Why the gloomy face?"
Shin Haoyu asked, his voice carrying a hint of concern. He pulled open the tab on the canned soda and took a hearty sip, the contentment on his face instantly overflowing, as if this drink could solve all the troubles in the world. Turning back, he looked at Lin Xiaoen with a burning gaze.
Upon hearing his concern, Lin Xiaoen lowered her head and pondered for a moment before responding lightly, confused.
Shin Haoyu was taken aback, then found it amusing.
The fact that these two words came out of Lin Xiaoen's mouth was simply unbelievable.
He couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice as clear and crisp as a bell.
"I thought only people like me would feel lost.
I never expected the goddess Lin to have moments of confusion too," he teased, raising the soda in his hand as if celebrating this discovery. Lin Xiaoen rolled her eyes, but her heart was slightly moved. "Actually, this so-called confusion comes from overthinking," Shin Haoyu continued, his gaze firm.
"Regretting the past and worrying about the future, it's completely unnecessary. You just need to focus on the present."
His voice was like a key, unlocking the heavy door in Lin Xiaoen's heart. The past cannot be undone, the future cannot be controlled, only the present is something we can firmly grasp in our hands. Shin Haoyu's words were like sunlight, warm and bright, illuminating Lin Xiaoen's soul. She was slightly moved, not expecting this seemingly carefree guy to utter such profound truths. After hearing it, her heart suddenly felt enlightened. Rather than worrying here, it was better to put in more effort. Besides, this life has just begun, and the future is still uncertain. At that moment, all of Lin Xiaoen's previous confusion vanished instantly.
She took a sip of the soda in her hand and said to Shin Haoyu, "Thank you."
Seeing this, Shin Haoyu smiled, his eyes sparkling. He placed his hands behind his head, gazed at the distant sunset, and slowly closed his eyes, seemingly savoring the tranquility.
"Then I'll head back first."
Lin Xiaoen stood up, intending to leave, her heart filled with a clear sense of purpose.
Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu quickly opened his eyes and jumped up from his seat, as if suddenly provoked. "No, Lin Goddess, let's go back together. Don't call me that, it sounds awful. Just call me by my name."
Lin Xiaoen glanced at him, feeling uneasy but also a little expectant. Shin Haoyu's eyes lit up, thinking to himself that it seemed the goddess Lin now considered him a friend.
"Then I'll call you Ran Ran."
He beamed brightly, as if he'd discovered a new continent.
Lin Xiaowen's face immediately darkened. "That won't do either." "All right, Ran Ran."
Shin Haoyu responded playfully without a care, clearly not planning to let this opportunity slip by. Looking at Shin Haoyu's cheeky expression, Lin Xiaoen sighed helplessly, thinking to herself, "Forget it, whatever. Perhaps, this is the joy of life."
The two families weren't far apart, and Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoen returned to Lin Xiaowen's home after walking for just over 10 minutes.
As soon as they entered, the thunderous sounds of two big shots battling filled the air.
Go, go, go. They're low on health. Wave after wave. Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoen exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness on each other's faces.
These two really have quite the gaming addiction. Upon seeing Shin Haoyu, Lin Zhan and Li Xuanzong looked as if they'd spotted prey, their eyes gleaming with excitement.
"Disciple, log in quickly."
Shin Haoyu's face was full of black lines, secretly smiling bitterly in his heart. He transformed into a ruthless ranking machine, leading these two rookie big shots to rampage through the canyon. After playing 2 or 3 rounds, he finally managed to stop. At this moment, Lin Zhan suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, what are we eating tonight? I forgot to order food."
Shin Haoyu immediately said, "I think Ran Ran went to do it." Lin Zhan's eyes widened instantly. "What did you say?" "Ha? I said Ran Ran went to do it."
Lin Zhan's face turned pale instantly. "Go stop her quickly.
Otherwise, we're done for tonight."
Shin Haoyu hurriedly rushed to the kitchen upon hearing this. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he witnessed a scene that he would never forget. Lin Xiaowen excitedly threw a lively honghu carp into the pot, then directly poured an entire bag of salt into it. Shin Haoyu swallowed hard, feeling emotional. So this is what Lin Zhan meant by disaster. Lin Xiaowen turned her head and said proudly, "Go tell my dad and the others that dinner will be ready soon."
Shin Haoyu smiled wryly. "If dinner starts now, we'll have to eat a meal for 3. Well, Ran Ran, let me do it." Lin Xiaowen looked at Shin Haoyu with full skepticism. Are you sure you can handle it? Of course I can. I'm a 5-star chef.
Shin Haoyu exuded confidence, his aura fully unleashed.
Really? Then I can only reluctantly assist you. Lin Xiaowen nodded, brimming with confidence.
When it came to cooking, she never admitted defeat to anyone. In her previous life, everyone praised her cooking endlessly, calling it an unbeatable delicacy.
But she seemed to forget her status and position at the time. Who would dare say it wasn't good? Shin Haoyu rolled his eyes, thinking, where does this confidence come from? But he couldn't help but praise her. Yes, Ranran's cooking is the best. However, you don't need to trouble yourself today. It's a good chance for everyone to try my cooking. Lin Xiaowen frowned slightly. Oh, I see. All right then.
Shin Haoyu let out a sigh of relief. Ran, you can go rest for now.
Lin Xiaowen glanced at him with a hint of doubt. Are you sure you can cook? Don't make it too awful.
She said this while taking off her apron and handing it to Shin Haoyu.
Shin Haoyu sighed helplessly. This confidence was truly baffling. Putting on the apron, he looked at the fish in the pot and shook his head. Sorry for you, brother fish. I'll make sure you taste delicious.
In the living room, Lin Zhan saw Lin Xiaowen coming out and finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness, otherwise today would have been a disaster.
Not long after, Shin Haoyu finished cooking. He managed to put together 5 dishes and a soup with the ingredients from the fridge.
After serving the dishes on the table, Lin Zhan and Li Xuanzong looked at the colorful and aromatic food, both casting a new light on Shin Haoyu. Lin Xiaowen felt a flash of competitive desire in her heart. She hadn't expected this guy to actually know how to cook.
It definitely won't taste better than mine.
She immediately picked up her chopsticks and tasted each dish one by one, her expression becoming increasingly fascinating.
Shin Haoyu saw this and smiled. How is it?
Lin Xiaowen immediately restrained her expression. It's okay, but it's still far from what I can make.
Li Xuanzong, who didn't understand the situation, brightened up upon hearing this. Really, Ran? Then I must try it next time. Lin Zhan and Shin Haoyu exchanged a glance, secretly thinking, please, don't try it. Don't let it end up sending you off. Lin Xiaowen immediately said, sure, seniorly, tomorrow's meal is on me. Shin Haoyu and Lin Zhan looked utterly miserable. Fine, guess we'll go hungry tomorrow.
After everyone finished eating, Li Xuanzong took Shin Haoyu to the backyard. With his back to Shin Haoyu, Li Xuanzong solemnly said, kid, now that you're at the first stage, I'll teach you my signature technique. Shin Haoyu became serious upon hearing this, secretly anticipating that today he would finally turn things around.
The main event is here.
Then, a flash of brilliance appeared in Li Xuanzong's hand, and a completely purple longsword materialized in his grip. The sword's light flickered, seemingly tearing through the air, inspiring awe in those who beheld it. When I first started practicing swordsmanship, I was deeply engrossed in all kinds of flashy sword techniques, unable to extricate myself. Li Xuanzong's voice was as cold as a blade, piercing straight into Shin Haoyu's soul. Later, I gradually realized that although sword techniques are ever-changing, they all adhere to the same fundamental principles. His eyes sparkled with a sharp light, as if narrating an untold legend. I also managed to glimpse a trace of the true essence of swordsmanship, ultimately creating my own sword technique, which brought me fame across the world. Li Xuanzong's aura was overwhelming, his sword intent rampant and unrestrained, as if the entire heavens and earth trembled in response. Shin Haoyu felt Li Xuanzong's presence and immediately felt like an ant before the vast sky, a sense of awe and yearning rising in his heart. Such powerful sword intent. He secretly clenched his fists, his heart ignited with boundless determination. Watch closely, this move of mine is called Awakening of Insects.
Li Xuanzong's voice roared like spring thunder, deafening and earth-shaking.
He leaped into the air, the purple longsword tracing a graceful arc in the sky, with all the sword intent concentrated at its tip.
In an
instant, Li Xuanzong's gaze turned exceptionally sharp, aiming directly at the artificial lake in the center of the imperial city's villa.
Go!
He swung his sword, and the sword energy shot out like a rainbow, tearing through the sky. The entire lake was instantly split in two, revealing the shimmering lakebed, creating an incredibly breathtaking scene. Shin Haoyu looked toward the lake, his eyes filled with shock. The sword energy lingering above the lake refused to dissipate for a long time, and the water, like a torn curtain, remained suspended in midair, as if time itself had come to a halt. At this moment, Li Xuanzong slowly descended, a smug smile appearing on his face, as if savoring Shin Haoyu's astonishment. Jingja signifies the awakening of hibernating insects by the first spring thunder. His voice was like a deep rumble of thunder, carrying endless philosophical meaning. The true essence of my sword technique is this, striking like the swift spring thunder, and withdrawing like the first rumble of spring thunder, echoing endlessly.
Li Xuanzong's eyes sparkled, as if unveiling the mysteries of swordsmanship.
Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu's eyes revealed a glimmer of understanding, and he began to grasp the profound meaning of this sword technique. Simply put, the strike must be swift, and the impact of the sword move must have lasting resonance. This is the true way of the sword. Afterward, Li Xuanzong sheathed his gifted longsword and said to Shin Haoyu, "I see you must have understood." A cruel smile played on his lips, as if he were brewing some mischievous scheme. "Next, let's start with practicing sword strikes." Li Xuanzong's words were like a sharp blade, cutting into Shin Haoyu's heart. Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu's heart tightened. Looking at Li Xuanzong's expression, he shivered all over, feeling an ominous premonition. This was definitely not a simple practice, it seemed to hide an even greater challenge.
Later, in the backyard of Lin Xiaowen's house, Shin Haoyu's wailing cries echoed, each sound piercing the ears and tugging at the heartstrings.
At this moment, Lin Xiaowen was meditating inside the house. Hearing the noise, she opened her eyes and slowly took a pair of earplugs from the drawer beside her. She thought to herself, if Shin Haoyu were here, he would definitely say, "Damn, that's cold."
Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Too slow. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. Faster.
At this moment, the atmosphere in the backyard was extremely tense.
Li Xuanzong moved with agility, deftly dodging Shin Haoyu's swinging blade.
The purple longsword in his hand lashed out
like lightning, striking Shin Haoyu's body with pinpoint accuracy. Shin Haoyu's training method was simple and brutal. He had to keep swinging his sword until he could touch Li Xuanzong. However, after an hour had passed, Shin Haoyu hadn't even managed to graze the hem of Li Xuanzong's clothes, let alone land a hit on him. Each time he swung his sword, if Li Xuanzong was dissatisfied, it resulted in a merciless lash.
Shin Haoyu had lost count of how many strikes he'd endured. The pain across his body had almost numbed him. At first, he had the strength to fight for progress, but as time went on, his shouts grew weaker and weaker, his heart filled with helplessness and despair.
Yet, he dared not relax his movements.
At this moment, Lin Zhan stood to the side, holding a bottle of beer, watching the scene with great interest. He occasionally clicked his tongue and let out a tisk-tisk sound, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were enjoying a spectacular performance.
"Alright, that's enough for now."
Li Xuanzong finally stopped his actions, glanced around, and realized it was already 10 o'clock at night. Shin Haoyu felt as if he had heard the sound of heaven, a surge of joy filling his heart.
The grueling battle was finally over.
Li Xuanzong casually tossed him a small porcelain bottle and said coldly,
"Apply the medicine. We'll continue tomorrow.
You'll be considered to have graduated when you can land a strike on me."
With that, Li Xuanzong yawned and walked off to his room without another word. Shin Haoyu wore a wry smile, thinking to himself, when will this kind of life ever end?
Late at night, Shin Haoyu sat alone in the living room, shirtless, his body covered in wounds and scars, with blood seeping through his skin.
He opened the ointment Li Xuanzong had given him and prepared to treat his injuries.
As soon as the ointment touched his wounds, a sharp, piercing pain shot through him, twisting his face in agony.
"This ointment is truly amazing."
He gritted his teeth, trying hard to suppress any sound from escaping.
However, it wasn't long before he encountered an awkward problem. How was he supposed to apply it to his back? "Give it to me."
At that moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Shin Haoyu turned around and found that Lin Xiaowen had somehow appeared behind him. She had just finished her cultivation and decided to go
out for a walk,
but upon entering the living room, she saw Shin Haoyu in such a sorry state and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy.
Ran, you really care about me."
Shin Haoyu gratefully handed the ointment over.
Lin Xiaowen rolled her eyes, took the ointment, and sat down beside him. "Turn around."
Shin Haoyu immediately turned around, presenting his back to her. Seeing Shin Haoyu's scarred and battered back, Lin Xiaowen's expression subtly changed, and she couldn't help but marvel at Li Zhanshan's
ruthless methods.
She began applying the ointment to his wounds, causing Shin Haoyu to grimace in pain. Yet, as he felt Lin Xiaowen's cool, delicate hands, an unusual feeling unexpectedly arose in his heart. At this moment, Lin Xiaowen's face was slightly flushed, and she felt a wave of nervousness. To be honest, it was her first time applying medicine to a boy, and the close contact left her somewhat at a loss. This scene, however, was clearly observed by Lin Zhan from the bedroom. As an extreme doting father, he was constantly paying attention to Lin Xiaowen's every move, especially when he saw his daughter applying medicine to Shin Haoyu. His heart was practically boiling with anger, and he felt like gritting his teeth. Yet, this time, he surprisingly did not intervene, merely letting out a faint sigh. In the living room, Lin Xiaowen finished applying the ointment for Shin Haoyu and handed it back to him.
"Thank you, Ran," Shin Haoyu said sincerely. Lin Xiaowen nodded indifferently, then turned and returned to her room under his gaze.
Watching her departing figure, Shin Haoyu's lips curved into a slight smile as he thought to himself, although Goddess Lin is aloof, her heart is still soft. Afterward, he put on his clothes and headed toward his own place, secretly looking forward to tomorrow's training. Back at his home, Shin Haoyu leaned against the sofa in the living room, completely relaxed. He had to admit, the ointment given by Li Xuanzong was indeed effective. In just a short time, the pain from his wound had almost disappeared. He took out his terminal and casually browsed through messages on social media. It was just about to hit 11 o'clock, and the class group chat was still lively. Shin Haoyu clicked in and quietly observed everyone's discussions. Everyone was chatting away, discussing topics ranging from the upcoming Fireseed trial to the martial artist special recruitment happening in a month. The so-called martial artist special recruitment was a major exam held after the college entrance exams, specifically for freshmen who had just awakened their talents. Through this recruitment, they could be directly admitted to spirit martial colleges. I heard the policy for this year's martial artist exam has changed. Does anyone know the details? A message caught everyone's attention. The 4 great academies seem to have announced that this time there will be no restrictions on talent levels for admissions. The class representative suddenly spoke up, instantly igniting the group chat.
Damn, does that mean I can get into the 4 great academies too? A classmate spoke excitedly, and the group chat instantly exploded. Calm down. Since there's no restriction on talent levels, the other assessments will definitely be stricter than in previous years, someone rationally reminded. True, let's leave it to fate. Shin Haoyu watched everyone's heated discussion with boredom.
Having merged the memories of this life, he clearly understood what the 4 great academies were. The 4 great academies are Kyoto Lingwu, Moto Lingwu, National Defense Lingwu, and Huaxiao Lingwu. Kyoto Lingwu and Moto Lingwu are the 2 most powerful schools. National Defense Lingwu has a military background, and is also quite strong. Huaxia Lingwu, on the other hand, is shrouded in mystery, with no fixed enrollment schedule. It could be once every 3 years or once every 5 years, entirely at its own whim. But since it's called Huaxia, it must be extraordinary. Shin Haoyu glanced at the screen again, then closed the window. He scrolled through his moments and happened to see Ji Xing's post, today's happiness, accompanied by a group photo taken in the private room. Shin Haoyu couldn't help but take a few extra glances, thinking she captured it well. He moved his fingers and gave Ji Xing a like. Then, as if on impulse, Shin Haoyu clicked the publish button and uploaded the photo of Lin Xiaowen's back that he had taken today. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he wrote the caption, "Today's happiness." After a while, notifications from the social app started pouring in, all about likes and comments on his post. Shin Haoyu browsed through them, unable to resist laughing at the comments. Super Tyrannosaurus Warrior, envious with my real name. 8 or 9 times out of 10, envious with my real name. Among all the monkeys, my butt is the reddest, envious with my real name. Shin Haoyu grinned at the sight, thinking to himself, go ahead and be envious. Suddenly, another notification popped up. Your beautiful deskmate liked your post. Shin Haoyu was stunned. Beautiful deskmate? Who could that be? He had no recollection at all. Just as he was puzzled, the beautiful deskmate sent him a private message, "Send me the original picture." Shin Haoyu was utterly confused and quickly typed in the chat box, "Wait, big sis, who are you?" At this moment, Lin Xiaowen was lying on her bed. When she saw Shin Haoyu's message, she was furious. That bastard. He actually forgot about her. Angrily, she sent a string of ellipses. Shin Haoyu frowned slightly at the sight, his playful side kicking in, and quickly typed, "Beauty, forgot to add a note, how about a photo?" I just remembered. Lin Xiaowen saw the message, anger flaring in her heart. She gritted her teeth, then took a selfie and sent it over. On the other side, Shin Haoyu saw the photo and was stunned. Oh my god, a beauty. Why does this person look so familiar? He took a closer look, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Isn't this Goddess Lin? Yes, that's right, it's Goddess Lin. Shin Haoyu swallowed hard and quickly typed in the chat box, "Haha, just kidding, I actually recognized you right away." Lin Xiaowen saw these 2 messages and was so angry she laughed. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and send me the original photo. Shin Haoyu quickly sent over the photo he had taken today, misunderstanding. After receiving the photo, Lin Xiaowen ignored Shin Haoyu. Shin Haoyu smiled bitterly, thinking, when did I ever add her? The note still says beautiful deskmate. Beautiful deskmate? A flash of inspiration struck Shin Haoyu's mind, and he remembered that beautiful deskmate from middle school. She was Lin Xiaowen. Back then, they had only been deskmates for a month before she transferred to another school.
He never expected to meet her again today. Early the next morning, Shin Haoyu eagerly arrived at Lin Xiaowen's house. The moment he saw her, he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward, as the events of the previous day were still fresh in his mind. However, Lin Xiaowen seemed completely unbothered by him and simply grabbed a bottle of drink before heading back to her room. At that moment, Li Xuanzong waved at Shin Haoyu. With a helpless expression, Shin Haoyu followed him to the backyard. For the rest of the morning, Shin Haoyu endured the grueling training under Li Xuanzong's intense regimen, crying out in pain. Gritting his teeth, he persevered, and by the end of the rigorous training, his sword speed had improved significantly, even managing to slice the corner of Li Xuanzong's robe. Li Xuanzong raised an eyebrow, clearly satisfied with Shin Haoyu's progress. "You're improving quite fast." Shin Haoyu looked at the torn piece of fabric on the ground and couldn't help but grin. He had finally made it through. "Alright, that's about a passing grade." Li Xuanzong sheathed his longsword and clapped his hands. "Take a break for now. I'll teach you the mantra for Jingjia in a bit." Shin Haoyu quickly nodded, secretly letting out a sigh of relief, feeling as though he was on the verge of collapse. By noon, Lin Xiaowen personally cooked up a table full of dishes resembling a Manchuan imperial feast. Shin Haoyu and Lin Zhan sat at the dining table, looking at the spread of dark cuisine before them, and couldn't help but shiver inwardly. Recalling Lin Xiaowen's bizarre antics from the day before, Shin Haoyu swallowed hard, a bitter taste in his heart. Ran, I. As soon as he started speaking, Lin Xiaowen interrupted him, "Eat more, replenish yourself." Shin Haoyu was helpless, utterly dejected. At this moment, Li Xuanzong took his seat. Seeing the table full of dishes, he immediately beamed with joy. Ran, your cooking skills are really impressive. Disciple, eat more, replenish yourself." Shin Haoyu forced a smile. "Master, you should eat more too." Li Xuanzong nodded repeatedly. "Of course, it's my first time eating Ran's cooking, I definitely have to eat more." After saying that, Li Xuanzong eagerly picked up his chopsticks. Lin Xiaowen looked at him expectantly. Li Xuanzong picked up a piece of rib meat and devoured it, while still commenting, not bad." However, after just 2 bites, his face instantly turned pale. He stared dumbfounded at the ribs on the table, secretly thinking, "Why is it so salty? Curse the one who sold the salt." He quickly grabbed the drink and downed it in one gulp, hesitating as he looked at Lin Xiaowen. Seeing her expectant expression, he forced himself to say, not bad, just a bit heavy on the flavor." Lin Xiaowen thought seriously for a moment before replying, "Maybe the tastes in the north and south are different." Shin Haoyu immediately felt a wave of awkwardness, silently chanting in his heart, "Master, can't you just tell the truth?" Lin Zhan held his forehead, feeling utterly helpless. This was truly self-inflicted. He should never have let Ran learn to cook in the first place. Li Xuanzong noticed the odd expressions on their faces and instantly understood, secretly laughing to himself. Come on, eat up, don't let Ran's heartfelt effort go to waste." After saying that, he picked up another piece of braised pork. After just a few chews, he instantly felt like he was about to vomit. This fatty meat, it wasn't even cooked. Shin Haoyu and Lin Zhan, seeing this, felt helpless and could only brace themselves to start eating, their expressions on their faces unusually vivid. The taste at this moment was so wonderful it almost brought tears to their eyes. After finishing the meal, the three of them rested for quite a while before recovering. Before the afternoon nap, Li Xuanzong handed the Jingjia mantra to Shin Haoyu. "Rather than calling it a mantra, it's more about the application of sword intent. I can't help you with this, you'll have to comprehend it on your own." He handed Shin Haoyu a notebook and continued, "There are some of my personal insights written here, which should be helpful to you." After passing on the mantra and his thoughts, Li Xuanzong went back to his room for a nap. The lunch had left him sweating profusely, and he urgently needed rest. At this moment, only Shin Haoyu remained in the living room. He looked at the mantra in his hand, contemplating his future path of cultivation. He currently has a perfect combat skill achievement scroll that hasn't been used yet. Should he use it on Jingjia or on Zhanjin Wuzhou? After a brief moment of thought, Shin Haoyu ultimately chose Jingjia. As Li Xuanzong's signature move, this technique is absolutely extraordinary. With this in mind, Shin Haoyu decisively summoned the system interface and applied the Perfect Combat Skill Achievement Scroll to Jingjia. Beep, Perfect Combat Skill Achievement Scroll has been used. Combat Skill Jingjia, Perfect Level. In an instant, a flood of insights surged into Shin Haoyu's mind like a tide, leaving him utterly stunned. After fully mastering Awakening Thunder, he felt the immense transformation brought by this combat technique, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. Indeed, he had made the right choice.
He thoroughly absorbed all the insights and immediately sensed the profound depth of this sword technique. As the sword intent continued to strengthen, the power of this combat technique would grow even more formidable. Now, heading to the Stargate, his confidence had significantly increased. That afternoon, Shin Haoyu devoted himself wholeheartedly to practicing eliminating chaos. Tomorrow, they would set off for the Stargate to undergo training, and taking this opportunity to prepare more was always a wise choice. With the blessing of the translucent sword blade, he managed to cultivate eliminate chaos to the entry level within just one afternoon. Now, Shin Haoyu not only possesses the perfect level awakening of insects, but also the entry level eliminate chaos. Coupled with his innate sword intent dragon, he is more than prepared to face the upcoming challenges. In the evening, Shin Haoyu chose to stay at Lin Xiaowen's house, as they were setting off for the Stargate tomorrow, and staying together would be more convenient. He specifically called Aunt Huang to briefly inform her of the itinerary, reassuring her not to worry. After hearing this, Aunt Huang said in a concerned tone, "Haoyu, you must be careful on this trip. A few days ago, I specially got you a protective talisman. Tomorrow, I'll have Xiao Xiao bring it to you. You must take care of yourselves and don't act recklessly, do you hear me?" Listening to her, Shin Haoyu felt a warmth in his heart and immediately replied, "Got it, Aunt Huang, don't worry." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two hung up the phone. Then, Shin Haoyu packed his belongings briefly. Besides a few changes of clothes, he also brought along some functional potions gifted by the Xie family, which he had deliberately taken more of when leaving the orphanage, just in case. Once everything was packed, Shin Haoyu lay down comfortably, ready to rest well and face tomorrow's challenges. Early the next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Lin Zhan and Li Xuanzong got up early, full of energy. They also called Lin Xiaowen and Shin Haoyu to join them. The four gathered in the hall, where the atmosphere was slightly tense. "Disciples, we'll head out first, but let me give you some instructions," Lin Zhan said with a serious expression, his gaze exuding an undeniable authority. "When you reach the Stargate, you'll have to rely on yourselves. Don't act recklessly, your lives are the most important." His words were like a warning bell, ringing in the hearts of Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen. That's right. After all, this is your first time entering the Stargate. Prioritize your own safety above all else, Li Xuanzong added, his tone filled with concern. Lin Zhan spoke as he lightly kicked Shin Haoyu, a playful smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, act like a man and take good care of Ran Ran. If anything happens to her, you'll have to answer to me." Shin Haoyu snapped to attention after the kick and quickly nodded, silently vowing to himself that he would take good care of Lin Xiaowen. "All right, we'll be leaving now. There are many things to take care of." After saying this, Li Xuanzong walked out of the house with Lin Zhan. Outside, the driver who had been waiting was shivering in the cold wind. Just as Li Xuanzong was about to step out the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to Shin Haoyu, saying, "Oh, by the way, disciple, take some time to study those 2 items the revision hall gave you. There's a surprise." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Li Xuanzong hurriedly departed, leaving behind a bewildered Shin Haoyu. He was puzzled, wondering what exactly his master was talking about. Now fully awake, Shin Haoyu sighed and turned to look at Lin Xiaowen beside him. At this moment, she was wearing pink pajamas, half reclining on the sofa, seemingly entangled in her dreams. Her head swayed slightly, making her appear both adorable and innocent. Shin Haoyu's heart stirred. He leaned down, gently patted Lin Xiaowen's shoulder, and said softly, "Ran Ran, go back to your room and sleep. It's still early." It was indeed early. Shin Haoyu remembered seeing the notice last night. The assembly time was at 9 o'clock. When Lin Xiaowen felt his pat, she let out a soft hum and then lazily sprawled out on the sofa, her long, fair legs exposed to the air, causing Shin Haoyu's heart to tighten. "Isn't this just testing me?" Shin Haoyu thought to himself, suppressing the flutter in his heart. He quickly grabbed a blanket from the side and gently draped it over Lin Xiaowen, his heart filled with reluctance. At 8 o'clock, Lin Xiaowen, who had been sound asleep on the sofa, slowly woke up. Seeing the blanket covering her, a sweet smile appeared on her face. She vaguely remembered Shin Haoyu's care, and a warmth surged in her heart. She immediately caught a whiff of a delightful aroma that captivated her senses. Unable to resist, she followed the scent and headed straight to the kitchen. "Oh, Ran Ran is awake?" Shin Haoyu, busy in the kitchen, turned his head with a smile upon hearing footsteps. "Just wait a bit, it'll be ready in 5 or 6 minutes." Lin Xiaowen silently nodded, feeling a sense of joy, and then retreated to the dining table. Before long, Shin Haoyu came out carrying the pot. Lin Xiaowen was sitting dazedly at the dining table, and Shin Haoyu couldn't help but laugh. "Here it is. Try my century egg and lean pork congee." He He set the pot down, opened the lid, and a rich aroma immediately wafted out.
Lin Xiaowen smelled the fragrance, couldn't help but swallow, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face.
The two began to eat heartily, finishing the entire pot of porridge. Lin Xiaowen felt a bit embarrassed, thinking to herself that she might have eaten 3 bowls, but Shin Haoyu didn't seem to mind. After eating, Lin Xiaowen drove, and the two headed toward the school. At exactly 9 o'clock, they arrived at the playground of
Xingyan University.
2 buses were parked on the field, and when the crowd saw their arrival, they began whispering in surprise.
Are these two progressing this fast?
Wu Qiren stuck his head out of the bus window and shouted excitedly, "Big bro!
Goddess Lin!
This. After the two got in the car, Wu Qiren, sitting in the back, hurriedly pointed to the seat in front. "Big brother, I saved it for you."
Shin Haoyu sat down while saying to Wu Qiren, "Thanks." "Ah, no need to thank me. We're all on the same journey now," Wu Qiren said excitedly.
At this moment, Shin Haoyu turned his head and noticed Ji Xing looking at him with an unhappy expression.
"Feeling a bit awkward," he said. "You finally noticed me."
Ji Xing pouted and said, then asked with a hint of shyness, "How do I look today?
Am I dressed nicely?"
Shin Haoyu glanced out of the corner of his eye and noticed that Ji Xing was wearing white stockings today. His heart surged with excitement, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't help but swallow hard. It looked even better than in the photos.
"Beautiful," Shin Haoyu praised sincerely.
To be fair, Ji Xing's body proportions are truly perfect, making it impossible to look away.
"Slut."
Suddenly, Lin Xiaowen, sitting next to Shin Haoyu, said coldly. Hearing this, Ji Xing didn't get angry but instead smiled, a hint of provocation flashing in her eyes.
"Oh, someone was dressed even hotter than me yesterday. Double standards." Lin Xiaowen's gaze instantly turned icy, as if ready to explode at any moment.
The gazes of the two women collided instantly, filled with tension. Sandwiched in the middle, Shin Haoyu immediately felt a headache coming on and sighed inwardly. Why do these two start fighting the
moment they meet?
The people on the bus listened to their conversation, grinding their teeth in frustration and cursing inwardly. "Damn Shindog. What makes you so special?
This is just too infuriating."
At this tense moment, a man in military uniform stepped onto the bus, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Clearing his throat, he spoke firmly, "Students, we are ready to depart.
Everyone, take your seats. Destination, Stargate."
Upon hearing the officer's words, everyone immediately began to feel a surge of anticipation, as if sensing the thrilling adventure that lay ahead.
The officer glanced
at the excited faces of the group and smiled faintly, thinking to himself, truly, newborn calves are unafraid of tigers.
Once you arrive, you won't be smiling anymore.
At this moment, Shin Haoyu let out a sigh of relief, feeling grateful for this big brother's timely appearance, which successfully diffused the conflict between the two women.
Soon
after, the bus began to move slowly, and the windows on both sides rolled down instantly. The fresh breeze brushed against their faces, and the atmosphere immediately became lively. At the same time, the dome light inside the car lit up, and the officer spoke, "Since none of you have entered Lingwu High School yet, the route to the Stargate is classified. I hope you all understand." After saying this, he sat in the front passenger seat, his expression stern. Seeing this, the group said no more. On the way, Shin Haoyu, feeling idle, took out the 2 artifacts given by the revision hall from his bag and
began studying them. He couldn't help but recall what Li Xuanzong had said to him earlier, "Just write something random, there'll be a surprise?" For a moment, Shin Haoyu was puzzled, a trace of curiosity rising in his heart. Then, he opened the notebook, pondered for a while, and picked up a pen to write, "Shin Haoyu, the most handsome man in the world." On the black notebook, a line of golden embossed text suddenly appeared. As the string of words he had written began to pulsate, Shin Haoyu's eyes sparkled like stars, and he thought to himself, what kind of magical artifact is this?
Then, the golden text slowly disappeared before his eyes, and at the same time, a new line of text appeared on the notebook. Text resonance failed. Shin Haoyu saw this and felt slightly intrigued, thinking to himself, this thing looks quite fun. He decided to keep trying, and an infinite desire for exploration ignited in his heart.
Afterward, Shin Haoyu continued writing on it.
Shin Haoyu, a man of great talent and vision.
Text resonance failed. Shin Haoyu is exceptionally talented. Document resonance failed.
Shin Haoyu is a man of great literary talent.
Document resonance failed.
Shin Haoyu wrote while chuckling to himself, as if the process brought him endless joy. At this moment, Lin Xiaowen turned her head to the side, glanced at him in puzzlement, and thought to herself, is this guy crazy? Meanwhile, in the revision hall in the capital, the expression of the elder in the purple robe appeared somewhat helpless. He was standing in front of a massive black ancient book, while two men in black robes quietly observed from behind. "This kid is really getting addicted to it," the elder said with a chuckle, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. One of the men in black robes said discontentedly, "Master, if I may say, giving him the artifact earlier was already a bit reckless. How can the compilation of the Chronicle of Time be entrusted to a mere youngster?" The elder smiled faintly and replied slowly, I think it's fine. Recording the truth is not an exclusive privilege of our revision hall. Truth can come from the hands of anyone." The man in black nodded slightly, feeling a bit convinced in his heart. "That's true, but how many people can achieve complete truth? Otherwise, our revision hall wouldn't need to exist." Another man in a black robe saw this and immediately stopped him, saying, "Enough, say no more." At this moment, the old man waved his hand. "It's fine. Although this boy is a bit outrageous, I still believe him." Just then, the Chronicle of Time suddenly emitted a golden light. A trace of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. "Oh? Someone succeeded in resonating with it?" the two men in black robes simultaneously asked curiously. The old man gently waved his sleeve, and instantly a line of golden text appeared in everyone's view. "I, Shinhaoyu, am unparalleled in the way of the sword." When the group saw this line of text, they were all stunned. Did the Chronicle of Time make a mistake? One of the men in black robes asked in astonishment. The old man in the purple robe looked solemn and said seriously, "Impossible, the Chronicle of Time does not make mistakes." Another man in a black robe tentatively asked, "Then this?" The old man smiled faintly, "That just means it's true." At the same time, the black notebook in Shinhaoyu's hand suddenly emitted a faint glow, and the system's voice sounded in his ear, "Resonance with the script successful." He was instantly stunned, his mind filled with confusion. What's going on? Immediately, a pure energy surged into his body. Shinhaoyu felt a sudden clarity in his mind, as if he had just eaten a strong mint candy, and his entire state was instantly elevated. For a moment, this change left Shinhaoyu dumbfounded, secretly wondering, what does resonance successful even mean? And what is this energy? As he was pondering, the vehicle suddenly jolted violently, startling everyone. The officer in the passenger seat lazily said, "It's nothing, we're almost there." Hearing this, everyone relaxed, having just thought they were being ambushed. At this moment, Shinhaoyu temporarily put away the notebook and pen. Although he was still puzzled, he had no time to dwell on it. As the vehicle moved forward slowly, the window covers on both sides gradually rolled up. Looking outside, they saw that they had arrived at a massive town. The car drove through the streets of the town, attracting the attention of many onlookers. Which martial arts academy's convoy is this? How did they arrive so quickly? Someone in the crowd whispered. That can't be right. The call for help was just sent out. How could they have arrived so fast? Another person responded. Yeah, and Lingwu High School has its own portal. Why would they come to Qingyang's portal? Stop overthinking it. It's just the convoy of freshmen from an ordinary college. Someone in the crowd provided the answer, instantly sparking a heated discussion. Freshmen? Haven't they just awakened? What are these kids doing here? People expressed their confusion. Exactly. We're not all dead yet. There's no need to send these kids up. The crowd shook their heads and sighed, discussing animatedly. Seems like it's the new policy this year, an experienced elder interjected. It's good for them to get some early exposure. Everyone chimed in agreement. The people in the car couldn't hear the conversations outside, their hearts filled with curiosity. Through the car window, they saw vibrant and energetic faces, unsure whether they were feeling regret or nostalgia. Soon, the car slowly drove into a massive square, and the convoy gradually came to a stop. The officer in the car called out to everyone, "All right, everyone, get off the bus." One by one, they stepped off the bus, their eyes instantly drawn to the towering bronze gate standing in the square. Lin Xiaowen's gaze turned complex the moment she saw the gate, and she thought to herself, the Stargate. I've returned. Shinhaoyu was also captivated by the towering bronze ancient gate and couldn't help but ask aloud, "Is this the Stargate?" At this moment, Ji Xing and Wu Qiren both had the same look of confusion on their faces, their hearts surging with waves of emotion. Lin Xiaowen spoke softly, her gaze fixed on the towering bronze ancient door. Yes, to be precise, this place should be called the Qingyang Gateway. The group once again turned their eyes to the ancient and simple door, faintly sensing a vast and desolate aura emanating from it, as if it were narrating endless stories. How Uge. Shun sang. At this moment, the heavy atmosphere was suddenly broken by the calls of two female voices from not far away. Shin Haoyu and the others looked in the direction of the voices and saw Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko waving at them from the crowd, smiling.
Didn't expect you to be at this school too, Shin Haoyu smiled faintly, secretly sighing to himself.
At this moment, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly tense as the convoys from several schools had all arrived.
Everyone
Looked ahead and saw a squad of soldiers standing in neat formation, as imposing as a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura. At this time, an officer stepped forward, his expression solemn, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Welcome, everyone, to the Stargate base in Xingyang City.
In front of you stands the gateway of humanity, the Stargate."
He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, and continued, "I believe many of you have heard something about the Stargate. Today, I will show you its true significance." The officer's tone grew even more serious. "Now, please look behind you." The crowd turned around in confusion, only to see a towering monolith reaching into the clouds.
Its grandeur was awe-inspiring, evoking a deep sense of reverence.
"Let me explain to everyone," the officer's voice carried a solemn tone.
"This is the monument to the heroes of Huaxia. Engraved on it are the names of every human ancestor who sacrificed their lives at the Qingyang Gateway. Within the borders of Huaxia, there are a total of 21 such gateways, which means there are also 21 monuments like this one." As the crowd listened, they couldn't help but feel a jolt in their hearts. The monument before them covered an area of at least 200 square meters and stood a full 100 meters tall. The stone tablet was densely inscribed with tiny characters, almost beyond imagination. At this moment, everyone was deeply moved, their hearts filled with heavy respect and emotion. The stories of the Stargate they had heard in the past now became reality before their eyes. Countless names echoed in their minds, causing their hearts to ache in silence.
The officer spoke slowly, his voice carrying a sense of tragic heroism. "For 1,000 years, the ancestors of humanity have fought tirelessly to protect their homeland. Countless heroic souls shed their blood on the battlefield, holding the alien races at bay beyond the Stargate, paving the way for the peaceful society we have today."
He raised his head, his gaze resolute. "I know that everyone here is only about 20 years old, having just awakened your talents. Perhaps witnessing all of this so early feels cruel to you. But have you ever thought about this? On this very monument, at least 10,000 martyrs sacrificed their lives for us when they were just 20 years old." The officer's voice gradually choked, his eyes slightly red. At this moment, everyone lowered their heads upon hearing his words, their hearts deeply shaken. In just a few sentences, they were reminded of the profound history and countless heroic sacrifices behind the Stargate. The officer once again addressed the crowd. "I know each of you is a genius. But that's not enough. How many geniuses have faded into mediocrity because of a little setback? You are missing one essential thing, and that is faith.
Therefore, on this journey, I sincerely hope that after understanding the situation clearly, neither despondent nor discouraged, all can take the revitalization of humanity as their mission. From now on, strive for strength and progress." After finishing his words, the officer's gaze suddenly turned resolute, and he bowed deeply to everyone. Listening to the officer's words, everyone's blood began to boil, their eyes filled with fiery determination. Then, the officer straightened up, his gaze sharp as he looked at the crowd, solemnly saying, "Now, everyone, please get on the bus. Head to the Stargate." As soon as the words were spoken, the crowd boarded the buses in an orderly manner. The entire process was silent, as if each person was quietly contemplating their own mission. The bus started slowly, and more people gradually gathered in the square, elderly, middle-aged, men, and women all watching the convoy of ordinary school buses with solemn eyes.
"They are all just children. That's damn gutsy. Humanity will prevail. Humanity will prevail."
In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted these 4 words, instantly igniting the atmosphere. The sound surged like a tide, eventually converging into a powerful force that soared into the sky, echoing above the square.
"Attention, salute."
As the vehicle started, the officer gave the command, and the soldiers uniformly saluted the bus, watching it head toward the Stargate. At this moment, the people on the bus looked out the windows at the surrounding army and the human race, their hearts filled with fervor, and their eyes unknowingly grew moist. The bus, under the gaze of the crowd, slowly drove into the bronze-colored gate. The moment it entered the gate, everything around instantly turned pitch black. The vehicle shook violently for a moment, then suddenly accelerated sharply. No one knew how much time had passed when a blinding light suddenly shone through. After enduring a prolonged darkness, everyone found it difficult to open their eyes when they first encountered the light. As they adjusted to the brightness and slowly opened their eyes, the first thing that came into view was an incredibly magnificent sea of stars. Under the vast starry sky, a seemingly endless wall appeared before them, stretching beyond sight. At this moment, the officer on the vehicle proudly said, "This is the most formidable defense of our human race, the Great Wall of Humanity." Everyone heard this and looked at the magnificent and majestic city walls ahead, each showing an expression of excitement.
This is the architecture from the textbooks. 100 years ago, War Godly single-handedly defeated 10 War God-level powerhouses of the alien race right here. On the city walls, there are still sword marks left by War Godly back then. The officer continued speaking. Everyone turned to look at the city wall, faintly making out a ravine stretching across it. The moment they saw the ravine, it was as if they were transported to the scene, witnessing that earth-shattering battle with their own eyes. Shin Haoyu gazed at the shocking ravine, astonished, and gained a new understanding of his cheap master's strength. According to the records in the history books, this city wall has existed for at least 1,000 years, enduring countless battles, yet the traces left on it are minimal. One can imagine its level of hardness.
And yet, such an incredibly sturdy wall was slashed with a sword mark by Li Xuanzong, an unprecedented feat that left people in awe. Just as Shin Haoyu was lost in thought, the car slowly drove through the gates of the human Great Wall. Outside the city gate at this moment, heavily armed soldiers stood guard. Upon seeing the approaching vehicle, all the soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted. At the same time, the city gates slowly opened, and under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, the vehicle gradually drove in.
Everyone also caught sight of the scene inside the city.
Within the city walls lay a massive city, with architecture that was both retro and diverse, encompassing styles from both east and west. The street was bustling with people, with yellow, white, and black skin tones, and a variety of clothing styles. The car slowly came to a stop in front of a Chinese-style building. After everyone got out of the car, they saw a plaque that read, Huaxia Embassy.
Shin Haoyu looked at the plaque and murmured, "So there are embassies outside the Stargate too?"
Ji Xing and Wu Qiren looked at everything in front of them, their faces showing expressions of curiosity. Lin Xiaoan, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, as she was already extremely familiar with this place. At this moment, two melodious voices, like that of orioles, came from behind the four of them.
"Brother Haoyu!" Shun sang.
The four of them turned toward the voice and saw Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko breaking away from their school's group and walking toward them. Li Xiaoxiao walked up to Shin Haoyu, gave him a sweet smile, and then handed over a protective charm. "Brother Haoyu, this is from Aunt Huang.
She asked me to bring it to you."
Shin Haoyu took the protective charm, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and reached out to ruffle her hair. "Thanks a lot."
A blush appeared on Li Xiaoxiao's face. "What are you thanking me for, Haoyu?"
At this moment, the leading instructor stepped forward and spoke loudly, "All right, students, quiet down. The place where everyone is now is called Hope City, the main base of the human race outside the Stargate. It is relatively safe here.
The embassy will verify everyone's identity shortly and assign accommodations.
Everyone has had a long journey today, so take a good rest first.
Tomorrow morning, we will gather at the embassy to assign tasks.
Also, for this special training, everyone can freely form groups.
Submit the personnel list to me by tomorrow."
Shin Haoyu, upon hearing this, immediately said to everyone, "Let's go, we'll get the passes first." Before he finished speaking, he led everyone toward the embassy. Due to the large number of people, they spent an entire hour in line before finally completing all the procedures. Everyone received a nameplate and a set of brand new black combat attire. The staff explained that this clothing is very practical to wear here.
The nameplate serves as a pass, recording personal identity and battle achievements.
Because the six of them handled the arrangements together, their accommodations were also arranged in the same place. Amid laughter and chatter, they headed toward their residence. At that moment, Shin Haoyu suddenly paused. In the crowd not far away, he spotted a familiar figure. Following his gaze, everyone burst into laughter.
"Wow, Chu Xian is truly resilient despite his injuries. He still managed to come?" Wu Qiren laughed heartily.
What everyone saw was none other than Chu Xian, whose legs had been crippled by Shin Haoyu a few days ago. At this moment, Chu Xian was a pitiful sight, leaning on crutches with his face covered by a mask, afraid of being recognized.
Shin Haoyu couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Truly, a strong will despite physical setbacks.
Serves him right. Ji Xing added sarcastically. Although Chu Xian was covered in injuries, his ears were still sharp. Hearing the group's mockery, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood.
He glared at them angrily and secretly vowed in his heart, "Damn it, just you wait."
At this moment, Wu Qiren glanced at Chu Xian in the distance and whispered to Shin Haoyu,
"Big brother, I think Chu Xian's grandfather will definitely find a way to retaliate."
The Chu family is not as simple as imagined, they have extensive connections in the military.
This time, we need to be more cautious and watch out for anyone trying to trip us up. Shin Haoyu nodded upon hearing this. That old scoundrel Chu Jiangshan is indeed not simple.
After a minor episode, everyone finally arrived at their assigned accommodations. The place arranged for them by the embassy was quite secluded, with 6 people sharing 2 per room, leaving just 1 empty room. Shin Haoyu naturally shared a room with Wu Qiren, Li Xiaoxiao with Nakano Keiko, and Lin Xiaoen with Ji Xing. As they were about to enter the rooms, Shin Haoyu secretly glanced at Lin Xiaoen and Ji Xing.
These two never got along, would they end up fighting?
However, the two surprisingly had no objections, leaving Shin Haoyu helpless.
After entering the room, Shin Haoyu tried on the clothes provided by the embassy.
Once he put them on, his demeanor instantly improved significantly. Clothes make the man, just as a saddle makes the horse. At this moment, Shin Haoyu appeared even more refreshed and capable, exuding a faint but sharp aura. Damn, bro, your compatibility with this outfit is off the charts. I feel like I should just stick to my old clothes.
Wu Qiren had also changed into his outfit and couldn't help but complain.
On him, the clothes made him look like a clown, while Shin Haoyu resembled a hero. Shin Haoyu rolled his eyes. I suggest you just keep it on properly.
Wu Qiren sighed. Alright, I'll listen to you, big bro.
Shin Haoyu glanced at Wu Qiren, feeling a bit puzzled. This guy might be a little ugly, but after looking at him for a while, he's not that bad.
Could he really lower my aesthetic standards?
The two of them took a brief rest in the room when Shin Haoyu suddenly said, Wu Qiren, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you.
Big brother, go ahead, Wu Qiren quickly responded. No offense intended, but I remember your father married into the Xie family. Why do you still carry the surname Wu? Shin Haoyu asked.
Ah, because my mom loves my dad very much, so she let me take my dad's surname.
Wu Qiren said truthfully. Shin Haoyu nodded knowingly upon hearing this.
He remembered that when Li Xuanzong injured Wu Feng back then, Xia Wudi was indeed very anxious. Afterward, the two chatted for a while, when suddenly there was a commotion outside the courtyard. Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren exchanged a glance, then walked out of the room together.
Unbelievable, what kind of lousy conditions are these? When have I, Zhang Ziyang, ever stayed in such a shabby house? At this moment in the courtyard, a young man named Zhang Ziyang, dressed in luxurious clothing, was complaining with a look of disdain. Young master, please bear with it. The conditions outside the Stargate are indeed rather basic. Behind him, a burly middle-aged man spoke respectfully. When Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren came out and heard the conversation between the two, they couldn't help but show a speechless expression. The young master of this family is truly an arrogant and reckless character. However, through their conversation, the two instantly understood. It seems that the empty room in the courtyard was prepared for this young master. At this moment, Zhang Ziyang also noticed Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren. His eyes flickered as he thought to himself, this person definitely doesn't seem simple. He trusted his intuition, which had never been wrong. Then, Zhang Ziyang changed his previous attitude of disdain and enthusiastically said to the two, friends, are you here to participate in the trial as well? As he spoke, Zhang Ziyang walked up to the two of them. Let's get acquainted. My name is Zhang Ziyang, from Kyoto University. After speaking, Zhang Ziyang flipped his hand, and 2 bottles appeared in his palm, which he handed to the two. Nice to meet you, here's a little gift for our first meeting. Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren were momentarily stunned. This guy, is he always this forward? The two hesitated for a moment before accepting the small bottles. Wu Qiren was instantly stunned when he saw the words on the bottle. Damn! Top-grade recovery elixir? This thing would be worth at least 5 million federal coins on the market. Shin Haoyu was also dumbfounded at this moment, thinking to himself, this guy is definitely loaded. Ah, just a little trinket. If you two want it, I have plenty. Zhang Ziyang saw the shocked expressions on their faces and waved his hand generously. Then he turned to the man behind him and said, Uncle Jia, go ahead and put the stuff in the house. I want to chat with my 2 new friends. Yes, young master. The man nodded immediately upon hearing this and began to busy himself. Zhang Ziyang turned his head at this moment and gave Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren a bright smile. This is the attendant my family arranged for me. Just call him old Jia. Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren exchanged a glance, feeling puzzled. Why did this guy suddenly take the initiative to get close? Sure enough, something seemed off. Neither of them said a word, quietly observing the situation. Sure enough, the next second, Zhang Ziyang grinned at them. Hey, do you two have a team? Can I join? Shin Haoyu snatched the small bottle from Wu Qiren's hand and mercilessly stuffed it back into Zhang Ziyang's hand. Sorry, buddy, our team is full. This thing is too valuable, we can't accept it. He added coldly, then turned around, intending to head back inside. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyang panicked immediately. Come on, buddy, don't do this. Just let me join, name your price, anything you want.
Shin Haoyu rolled his eyes helplessly.
Really, no. We're full. Go find another group. No, I want to join your group.
Zhang Ziyang said firmly, his eyes full of longing. After hearing this, Shin Haoyu felt a bit puzzled.
Why? Zhang Ziyang chuckled. I trust my intuition. Following you guys can't be wrong.
Shin Haoyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. No, we have too many people. Zhang Ziyang seemed a bit impatient. Come on, buddy, I'll pay.
Name your price, whatever it takes.
The veins on Shin Haoyu's face were showing. He was about to be driven mad by this rich guy's remarks. Seriously, does having money make you so great? Zhang Ziyang replied nonchalantly and matter-of-factly, having money is awesome. After speaking, he grabbed Shin Haoyu's neck and laughed brightly. Buddy, just name your price.
My family has nothing but plenty of money. If you dare to ask, I dare to give.
Shin Haoyu felt a bit disoriented, secretly thinking to himself, this guy is way too arrogant.
Hearing him say that actually makes one feel a bit inferior. Alright, since you're so insistent, let's first see if you can keep up with our pace.
Shin Haoyu finally compromised, secretly pondering that perhaps this rich guy might bring some unexpected surprises to their team.
How about it, buddy? We definitely won't hold you back. Let me tell you secretly, old Jia is actually a 6th tier expert. With the two of us, we definitely won't lose out.
Zhang Ziyang continued speaking. Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren were stunned upon hearing this.
6th tier? A 6th tier expert serving as an attendant? What kind of family background is this?
Shin Haoyu thought for a moment and finally nodded.
Alright then. A 6th tier expert, does that mean the journey will be safe?
Zhang Ziyang immediately beamed with joy and then handed 2 top-grade recovery elixirs to the two of them.
Hee, since we're all on the same side, just take it as a meeting gift.
Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren then put the small bottle away again.
May I know your names?
Zhang Ziyang asked with a cheerful smile after seeing them accept the gift. Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren exchanged a glance, then introduced themselves.
Shin Haoyu. Wu Qiren. Brother Shin, Brother Wu, where are the other members? How about I treat everyone to a meal at Lu Wai Lu to get acquainted?
Zhang Ziyang suggested. Shin Haoyu shook his head and directly refused.
Forget it, everyone is probably tired. We'll naturally get to know each other tomorrow. Zhang Ziyang nodded, that's true. Then I won't disturb you. Brother Shin, Brother Wu, have a good rest. Shin Haoyu nodded towards Zhang Ziyang and then led Wu Qiren back into the house. Inside the house, Wu Qiren asked hesitantly, Big brother, are we really letting them join like this? Shin Haoyu nodded lightly, the 6th tier attendant by his side is the key. With him around, we'll have some security on the way. Wu Qiren listened and nodded silently.
He had some thoughts but wasn't sure if he should voice them. Shin Haoyu glanced over and said with a smile, if you have something to say, just say it. Wu Qiren chuckled and scratched his head, Big brother, that person's attendant is a 6th rank.
What if his character isn't that great?
Shin Haoyu's eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight as he reassured, don't worry. From the interaction just now, although this guy seems a bit unusual, he's not a bad person. With that 6th rank around earlier, he was still polite to us, not like some spoiled rich kid.
Wu Qiren nodded, understanding in his heart. That's true. If it were him, he'd have been arrogant beyond measure by now. This afternoon, everyone seemed a bit tired and stayed in their rooms. Shin Haoyu was vaguely worried, fearing that Lin Xiaoan and Ji Xing might clash. However, after a long time without any commotion, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he sat cross-legged on the bed and began cultivating, stopping only in the evening. He sensed his own level and felt somewhat helpless. An entire afternoon had passed, yet his progress had only increased by a few %. And this was using the improved version of the breathing method. If it were the regular version, it would have been even slower. Shin Haoyu stretched lazily and thought to himself, time to call it a day. Time to sleep. Silent throughout the night.
Early the next morning, everyone quickly packed up their things. As soon as Shin Haoyu stepped out the door, he saw 4 stunning girls, his eyes lit up.
This sense of aesthetics is truly impressive. The compatibility of this outfit is simply perfect. 4 girls put on this outfit, each exuding a sense of heroism, while their individual characteristics were not overshadowed by the clothing. Lin Xiaoan remained aloof, Ji Xing was as charming as ever, Li Xiaoxiao appeared delicate, and Nakano Keiko looked sweet and obedient. Each of the 4 girls had their own highlights. Wu Qiren was feeling utterly dejected at this moment, so he was the ugliest one after all. How do you look great in these clothes, even more handsome than before.
Ji Xing said with a laugh, covering her mouth. The other 3 women also brightened up at the sight.
Wearing this outfit, Shin Haoyu's aura became even more striking.
Shin Haoyu grinned upon hearing this.
At this moment, Zhang Ziyang and his attendant also walked over. Brother Shin, Brother Wu. Good morning.
Zhang Ziyang greeted warmly. When Shin Haoyu saw the two, he whispered to Lin Xiaoen and the others, "This guy will join us later."
The man behind him is a 6th tier.
Everyone was astonished upon hearing this.
6th rank?
Lin Xiaoen saw Zhang Ziyang and frowned.
Why does this person look so familiar? Brother Shun, are these all of our members? Zhang Ziyang asked. Shin Haoyu nodded.
Zhang Ziyang saw this, waved his hand, and said to the old Jia behind him, "Uncle Jia, bring a jar of beauty cream for each of the lovely ladies."
Yes, young master.
Then, old Jia took out 4 small bottles from his spatial ring and handed them to Zhang Ziyang. Holding the bottles, Zhang Ziyang initially intended to hand them directly to the 4 women, but after hesitating for a moment, he ended up shoving them all to Shin Haoyu.
Brother Shin, these are meeting gifts for the ladies.
I won't hand them out one by one, you can give them to them on my behalf. Shin Haoyu raised an eyebrow at the sight, thinking to himself, this guy is quite well-mannered. Then, he distributed the small bottles to the women. Take them, we're all on the same side, Shin Haoyu said while giving them a meaningful look. The women felt reassured and promptly accepted the bottles.
Ha ha ha, that's right, Brother Shin is correct. We're all on the same side, no need to be polite, someone chimed in with a laugh.
This is a new spiritual liquid developed by my Lin family. It can slow down aging, Zhang Ziyang said proudly.
Ji Xing was very surprised upon hearing this. You're from Lin Pharmaceutical Group? Shin Haoyu was also taken aback, secretly thinking, how is this guy so wealthy?
Lin Pharmaceutical is a pharmaceutical giant in China. Almost all commonly seen medicines on the market come from them.
No wonder he has a 6th tier attendant following him. At this moment, Lin Xiaoan asked, General Zhang, the elder, is your grandfather, right? This time, it was Zhang Ziyang's turn to be surprised, and the old Jia behind him also looked at him nervously. Zhang Ziyang gestured to old Jia to relax, then asked, may I ask who you are, sister? My father's name is Lin Zhan, Lin Xiaoan said calmly.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyang was instantly enlightened, as if a great revelation had dawned on him. So you're the daughter of General Lin Zhan.
No wonder.
At this moment, Shin Haoyu was a bit puzzled, thinking to himself, who is this General Zhang?
Does this guy have such a complicated background?
Wu Qiren's face was full of shock. Don't tell me your grandfather is General Zhang Qingfu, the old General Zhang. He had heard bits and pieces about it at the Wu family.
The reason why Lin Pharmaceuticals could become the leader in the pharmaceutical industry
was precisely because they were in-laws with the Zhang family.
At this moment, upon hearing Lin Xiaowen's words, he immediately understood.
Shin Haoyu was also stunned upon hearing this name, secretly thinking, Zhang Qingfu, this is a true giant in the military world, someone who oversees the entire army.
This old man is hailed as the god of war.
The various battles recorded in their history textbooks, where the few defeated the many, were all commanded by Elder Zhang.
Zhang Ziyang smiled bitterly upon hearing this and said, everyone, it's enough that you know.
Seeing him admit it, everyone except Lin Xiaoan was stunned.
The background of this guy is truly terrifying.
Seeing the shocked expressions of the group, Zhang Ziyang smiled wryly again.
Just think of me as an ordinary rich 2nd generation. This time, I was purely sent here to experience life. Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. Ordinary? A rich 2nd generation? Just Lin's Pharmaceuticals alone is already far from ordinary. Shin Haoyu sighed. Alright, let's head to the embassy first.
Then he turned to Zhang Ziyang and said, no matter what your identity is, once you're in our team, you follow the captain's orders. Look, this beautiful lady is the captain of our team. Shin Haoyu said, pointing at Lin Xiaoan. Zhang Ziyang immediately beamed with joy upon hearing this and agreed wholeheartedly. In fact, he feared being treated differently the most. Seeing Shin Haoyu speak to him like this, he felt genuinely happy.
Afterward, the group headed straight to the embassy.
On the way, Shin Haoyu introduced everyone to Zhang Ziyang one by one. At the same time, he also noticed that although Zhang Ziyang came from an unparalleled family background, he completely lacked the arrogance typical of noble family heirs.
He was very easygoing to get along with. This couldn't help but make him feel a bit emotional.
The descendants of such prominent families are indeed different, far superior to the likes of Chu Xian.
After everyone arrived at the embassy, quite a few people were already there.
Shin Haoyu first reported the names of the team members.
Afterward, a soldier led them to the mission dispatch office.
This soldier didn't seem very old, just 3 or so years older than Shin Haoyu and the others, and he appeared a bit shy. On the road, the soldier said to the group,
My name is Su Butsai. You can just call me Xiao Su.
Shin Haoyu heard this and replied with a smile.
How can that be? You're older than us, so we'll call you Brother Su. Hello, Brother Su.
At this moment, everyone spoke in unison. Su Butsai heard this, smiled at them, and showed an embarrassed expression on his face.
Being someone who wasn't good at socializing, he was practically invisible in the army.
Hearing the way they addressed him warmed his heart. These younger siblings were quite adorable.
Afterward, under Su Butsai's guidance, the group arrived at the mission location.
Shin Haoyu, as the vice captain of the team, went to draw the mission location. The mission location for this trial was completely random, which was also to prevent certain families from using connections to cheat. While everyone was waiting nearby, a military officer suddenly walked over and whispered something in old Jia's ear.
A wry smile immediately appeared on old Jia's face.
Young master, the family head has ordered me to stay in Hope City, so you'll have to go on your own.
What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyan's little face instantly drooped. Although he was somewhat angry, he was helpless at the moment. This was an order personally issued by the old man, and he had no way to refute it. On the other side, Shin Haoyu handed his team's information card to the officer in charge of assigning tasks. After taking the information card, the officer glanced at the details on it, then looked up at Shin Haoyu. Wait a moment. The officer finished speaking, then turned around and began to rotate the wheel behind him.
Shin Haoyu watched as the wheel slowly came to a stop, finally landing on the number 0. Seeing this, the officer took a task card from the drawer of the cabinet and handed it over. Shin Haoyu took the card and returned to the group.
Seeing Zhang Ziyang looking dejected, he couldn't help but ask, "Why the long face?"
Zhang Ziyang heard this and replied with a wry smile.
"My old man has ordered that old Jia is not to follow me anymore."
Shin Haoyu was quite surprised and glanced at old Jia beside him. Old Jia nodded and said to him, "Apologies, young master Shen. From now on, I hope you can help take care of my young master."
Shin Haoyu nodded upon hearing this.
"All right, since we're all on the same team, I'll definitely help where I can." Old Jia heard this, solemnly cupped his fists toward Shin Haoyu, and then turned to his young master and said, "Young master, take care of yourself on the journey ahead and stay close to Brother Shin and the others." Zhang Ziyang nodded upon hearing this, then looked at Shin Haoyu with a grateful expression and said,
"Thanks, Brother Shin. It was originally because of old Jia and you that I was allowed to join the team. Now." Shin Haoyu waved his hand. All right. Since the team has already been registered, saying this won't change anything. Let's set off first."
Subsequently, Su Butsai walked over and took the card from Shin Haoyu's hand.
Seeing the address on the card, Su Butsai couldn't help but show a wry smile. "Your luck is really bad, you actually drew such a remote place."
Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu frowned.
"Brother Su, is there any particular significance to this?" Su Butsai sighed.
"This place is where the star beasts caused the most trouble."
The tense atmosphere instantly spread, and everyone's hearts were in their throats.
Zhang Ziyang and Shin Haoyu exchanged a glance, their eyes igniting with the flames of adventure.
"All right. Since this is a trial, let's see what kind of challenges are hidden in this area."
Shin Haoyu's voice was firm and powerful as he took a determined step forward.
The others followed suit, pressing on with courage.
After speaking, Su Butsai felt that his words might not have been appropriate, so he quickly corrected himself.
"But it's not without its benefits.
The more star beasts there are, the more star cores we can obtain. Of course, the level of danger will also rise accordingly." Everyone nodded after hearing this, thinking it was acceptable and that they just needed to be more cautious upon arrival.
Afterward, Shin Haoyu said to Su Butsai, "Brother Su, let's set off."
Su Butsai nodded, leading the group to board a military jeep and drive toward the outskirts of Hope City. Old Jia watched them leave from the doorway, sighing involuntarily. His young master's personality was truly too timid. He hoped this journey might bring some change. At this moment, everyone was heading toward their destination, with an endless wasteland stretching out before them, as if countless challenges awaited them.
Su Butsai, who was driving, introduced to the group while steering, "Once you leave Hope City, these areas are shared by all races. The human race has some outposts here, and your main task this time is to head to these outposts and assist the humans there in carrying out the Star Beast cleanup mission." After hearing this, everyone nodded, their hearts already ignited with fighting spirit. Su Butsai continued, "Because these areas are vast beyond measure, some places have yet to be explored by the human race. Therefore, we divide these areas into layers, with the danger increasing the farther you are from the human defensive line. This time, your trial range is limited to within the third layer, and you happen to draw the edge of the third layer.
Upon hearing this, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, secretly lamenting their incredibly bad luck.
After 3 hours of bumpy travel, the group finally arrived at their destination. Seeing the small city ahead, Subutsai revealed a long-lost smile. "We're here." Everyone's spirits lifted. After sitting in the car for 3 hours, they could finally get out and stretch their legs. At this moment, the gates of the small town were wide open, and Subutsai drove in without hesitation. However, when they entered the town, they found the surroundings completely deserted, eerily quiet to the point of chilling. Subutsai's expression gradually turned grim. "Something's wrong. This stronghold has already been abandoned." Everyone was shocked, incredulous. "What?" Lin Xiaowen's expression instantly turned icy. She knew in her heart what an abandoned stronghold meant. Danger was imminent. Shin Haoyu noticed the unusual behavior of the two and couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" Subutai gritted his teeth, too pressed for time to explain, and abruptly turned the car around, speeding toward the outskirts of the city. Everyone on the vehicle hurriedly grabbed the handrails, their hearts filled with fear. With the roar of the jeep, countless humanoid creatures instantly rushed out from the houses within the city. Their bodies were covered in fine scales, their hair tangled like dreadlocks, and their mouths bore 2 rows of vertical, sharp teeth, sending chills down one's spine. Ji Xing, Li Xiaoxiao, Nakano Keiko, and Zhang Ziyang were stunned, exchanging glances as a faint fear arose in their hearts. Zhang Ziyang was even more exaggerated, curling up on the car seat and trembling like a frightened little rabbit. Shin Haoyu saw Zhang Ziyang's reaction and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "You're the descendant of a military family, yet you're this spineless?" The alien creatures in the city, upon seeing the jeep, frantically chased after the vehicle with such speed that everyone was dumbfounded. Subutai's face turned extremely grim as he urgently said, "Everyone, hold on tight." Before the voice faded, Subutsai slammed on the accelerator, and the car shot out of the city like an arrow leaving the bowstring. From time to time, the sound of sharp objects slicing through the air came from the car. Everyone suppressed their inner fear, but Lin Xiaowen appeared exceptionally calm. As the car drove out of the city, everyone finally relaxed a little. Shin Haoyu opened the window, looked outside to confirm there were no pursuers, then breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Brother Su, what exactly is going on?" Subutsai furrowed his brows tightly and answered seriously, "Your mission location has been abandoned. There are only 2 reasons for a base to be abandoned. One is that the human race voluntarily retreats, and the other is that it has been breached by the alien race," he continued. Voluntary retreat by the human race is an extremely rare occurrence. Once a stronghold is abandoned, the higher-ups will be immediately notified to have it removed. Subutsai's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Shin Haoyu's expression instantly turned grave. "So, this mission location was deliberately arranged by someone." Subutsai nodded silently. Although he was reluctant to admit it, this was the only explanation for now. Shin Haoyu's anger flared. He had already guessed who was behind the scheme. That old scoundrel Chu Jiangshan. He actually wants us dead. He gritted his teeth, seething with rage. That old man is really bold. Doesn't he fear that we'll find out it was him? Wu Qiren instantly reacted, "Big brother, was all of this arranged by the Chu family?" Ji Xing was shocked. "The Chu family has gone mad?" The Chu family has deep connections within the military, but Chu Jiangshan's sons are mostly disappointing, their strength even inferior to the Ji Trading Company and the Xie Trading Company. Yet they dare to act so ruthlessly. Are they really planning to tear relations apart with the other families? Lin Xiaowen calmly interrupted everyone's discussion. "Enough, now is not the time to talk about this. Take us to the nearest base first, these matters need to be reported." Subutsai nodded, quickly turned the car around, and drove straight east. The atmosphere in the car was heavy, and Shin Haoyu glanced at Zhang Ziyang, noticing that the guy was still trembling in his seat. "I'm just saying, how can you be such a coward?" Shin Haoyu said helplessly. Only then did everyone notice Zhang Ziyang's state, rolling their eyes one after another, feeling exasperated. Zhang Ziyang snapped out of his panic and gave them an awkward smile. Shin Haoyu shook his head, thinking to himself, how can this guy be so spineless? If we really had to fight the aliens, wouldn't he be scared out of his wits? Is he really the grandson of General Zhang Qingfu? Old Zhang was so brave, how could he have such a timid grandson? Just as Shin Haoyu was complaining in his heart, suddenly there was a loud bang, and the car was violently hit, leaving everyone instantly stunned and speechless. Zhang Ziyang, who had just regained his composure, immediately shrank back again. What happened? Shin Haoyu was the first to ask Subutsai. Then, he looked outside the car and saw a bizarre-looking war chariot suddenly appear behind their vehicle, like a ghost in the night, exuding an intense sense of oppression. At the same time, the strange war chariot swiftly overtook their jeep,
like a ravenous beast, forcibly bringing everyone to a halt.
People from another race? Shin Haoyu's expression changed as he exclaimed in shock.
Su Butsai frowned deeply at the sight, a trace of unease flashing in his eyes.
The Crescent War Chariot. It's the Crescent Clan.
Zhang Ziyang, sitting in the back seat of the car, turned as pale as paper the moment he heard those words, his small face wrapped in his hands. Lin Xiaowen frowned slightly at this moment. Although the Crescent Moon Clan was not considered a powerful group, in these turbulent times, they were still a mid-tier clan. Right now, encountering the Crescent Moon Clan was practically a dead end for them.
Head in the opposite direction.
Lin Xiaowen quickly said to Su Butsai, her tone carrying a resolute strength.
Upon hearing this, Su Butsai gritted his teeth. There was no other choice, escape first and deal with it later. At the moment, he had no idea of the opponent's strength, and besides, he couldn't handle it alone. Secretly making up his mind, Su Butsai immediately turned the car around, revved the engine to full power, and sped off in the opposite direction. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats, adrenaline surging, as if they were caught in a desperate high-speed chase. Shin Haoyu looked outside, seeing the Crescent Moon Clan's war vehicle relentlessly pursuing them, like a giant eagle ready to swoop down at any moment. He frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this won't work either. How far can we keep running like this? Give me the map.
At this moment, Lin Xiaowen spoke again, her tone carrying an undeniable authority. Everyone in the car instantly turned to look at her. Su Bukai, upon hearing this, was also visibly surprised, but his hands didn't pause as he directly handed over the map in front of him.
At the same time, he asked with a hint of doubt, can you understand it?
Lin Xiaowen took the map, her gaze sharp as a blade, and nodded firmly. This map is not a paper version but a type of small-scale formation, exclusively used by the military, capable of providing real-time feedback on the vehicle's location. At this moment, Lin Xiaowen focused her mind and stared intently at the map, quickly contemplating an escape route in her head. Shin Haoyu tilted his head for a glance, only to see the map covered in densely packed grids, which made his head spin. Looking at Lin Xiaowen's focused expression, he couldn't help but marvel, the captain truly chose the right person. After a while, Lin Xiaowen suddenly raised her head, a glimmer flashing in her eyes, and said to Su Butsai ahead, go to the abandoned stronghold from earlier.
Hearing this, Su Butsai's expression immediately showed some surprise. Are you sure?
Yes. Lin Xiaowen nodded confidently, as if she had already seen the dawn of victory. At this moment, Su Butsai was filled with hesitation. Is our escape route going to lead us into the tiger's mouth? He pondered silently, a trace of anxiety appearing on his face. Seeing Su Butsai hesitate, Lin Xiaowen immediately interjected, I just analyzed it. If we proceed in this direction, we'll only end up in the gathering area of Zone 4. But the risk is too high. You should understand that the farther out we go, the higher the probability of encountering high-level alien species. We can't take this risk. Speaking, Lin Xiaowen's eyes sparkled with a resolute light, then she asked, do you remember which tribe the aliens in the abandoned city belonged to before?
Su Butsai pondered for a moment and exclaimed, the Iron Blood tribe? And what about the ones who were chasing us just now? Lin Xiaowen continued to ask, the Crescent Moon tribe?
For a moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Su Butsai's eyes, and he suddenly understood.
Great! Let's go there!
Everyone listened to the conversation between the few people, utterly confused and unable to grasp the situation.
What does this mean? Shin Haoyu quickly asked. The Crescent Moon Clan and the Iron Blood Clan have always been mortal enemies. If we lead them there, they'll even thank us for it.
Lin Xiaowen smiled faintly, explaining to everyone.
Shin Haoyu turned his gaze to Lin Xiaowen and asked in confusion, Ran, how do you know so much? Everyone also looked at Lin Xiaowen with questioning eyes. Lin Xiaowen showed a hint of nervousness and said, my dad taught me.
Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but reveal expressions of sudden realization, surprised at how hardcore Lin the Warlord's teaching methods were. Subsequently, Su Butsai drove the vehicle, speeding across the boundless wilderness with the group. Shin Haoyu occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror to observe the war chariots of the Kayue tribe, noticing that they were relentlessly pursuing them. Before long, the previously abandoned human outpost suddenly appeared directly ahead of the vehicle. Without hesitation, Su Butsai headed straight for the outpost. Shin Haoyu was staring intently at the Crescent Moon chariot behind them, surprised to find that its speed had noticeably slowed, as if showing some hesitation.
What if they don't follow us? Su Butsai also noticed this situation and hurriedly asked.
A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Xiaowen's eyes, if they don't follow, then we'll lure the Iron Blood clan out. Seeing the vehicle about to approach the city gate, Lin Xiaowen decisively said, stop the car now and honk the horn. Su Bucai immediately understood Lin Xiaowen's intention, and the piercing sound of the whistle instantly echoed across the entire wasteland. The Crescent Moon War chariot behind them saw them stop and dared not pursue further, also coming to a halt. In the city, several warriors of the Ironblood clan charged aggressively toward their vehicle. The Ironblood clan, seeing them dare to court death, were now sharpening their blades with a tense atmosphere. Lin Xiaowen saw this, smiled slightly, and said to Su Bucai again, "Right now, drive fast." Su Bucai nodded, stepped on the gas pedal to the floor, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow leaving the bow, kicking up a cloud of dust. The Ironblood clan in front of their car and the Crescent Moon clan behind it happened to spot each other. The soldiers of the Crescent Moon clan were momentarily stunned when they saw the Ironblood clan charging out of the city, but their fighting spirit quickly surged. At the same time, the members of the Ironblood clan, upon seeing the Chumun clan's war chariot, completely ignored Shin Haoyu and his group who had already fled, and rushed toward the Chumun war chariot. On the Chumun war chariot, several creatures with purple skin stepped down, holding spears, each exuding an imposing aura. The two groups instantly clashed in a chaotic battle. Not far away, Shin Haoyu and his group's vehicle stopped at a distance. Everyone witnessed the two opposing forces on the verge of conflict, their faces full of surprise and delight. Who would have thought that after seeing each other, these two groups would completely ignore us? Shin Haoyu remarked with emotion. Lin Xiaowen smiled faintly. The Ironblood clan and the Crescent clan have their strongholds in the same space. The two clans have been fighting over resources for years and are already sworn enemies. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, expressing their understanding. At this moment, Su Bucai asked, "Are we still heading to the stronghold next?" Lin Xiaowen shook her head. "Let's assess the situation first." Her gaze turned to the fierce battle between the Crescent Moon clan and the Ironblood clan not far away. "I've observed that both sides are mostly third-tier warriors. The Ironblood clan has only 5 people, while the Crescent Moon clan has 7. However, the stronghold hasn't shown any activity yet. I guess that abandoned stronghold might only have those 5 guarding it." Wu Qiren's eyes lit up. "You mean, reap the benefits as a bystander? And take back the stronghold in the process?" Lin Xiaowen rolled her eyes at him. "Do you think the Ironblood clan are fools? Those 5 are just an advance team. They've definitely reported back to the higher-ups of the Ironblood clan. How could we possibly take it back with just a few of us?" Shin Haoyu, upon hearing this, thought for a moment and then slowly said, "Since there's only a small squad of soldiers here, it indicates that this stronghold wasn't abandoned due to an attack. Rather, the humans voluntarily withdrew?" Lin Xiaowen nodded in agreement. "Well, when humans voluntarily evacuate, it's usually an emergency evacuation. They might leave behind something good." A hint of anticipation flashed in Lin Xiaowen's eyes. Listening to the conversation between the two, Su Bucai suddenly had a flash of inspiration and excitedly said to everyone, "If that's the case, perhaps we can take the coordinate device with us." Everyone was puzzled upon hearing this and asked in confusion, "What is the coordinate device?" Su Bucai immediately explained, "The coordinate device is essentially the core of the nameplate communication array, similar to a base station in the outside world. Every human outpost has one installed. With this device, people within a 100-mile radius can use the nameplate to communicate." Shin Haoyu frowned and said, "If this thing is so important, shouldn't the humans have taken it when they evacuated?" Su Bucai slowly shook his head. "Normally, they would, but it seems the coordinate device for this city wasn't taken. I heard a few officers mention. Before that one city received an emergency evacuation order, and apparently, only the people were evacuated, leaving everything else behind." As Su Bucai spoke, he gave the group an apologetic smile. "Sorry, if I had thought of this earlier, we wouldn't have been chased." Shin Haoyu waved his hand. "Brother Su, how can this be your fault?" Su Bucai scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "But don't worry, I'll definitely get you all safely to the stronghold." Everyone cast encouraging looks at Su Bucai. Then, Lin Xiaowen suggested to everyone, "Let's decide together. Should we take a stroll around the city later?" Zhang Ziyang immediately said, "Better not. What if the Ironblood clan shows up?" Shin Haoyu rolled his eyes, thinking this guy was too cowardly. He said coldly, "Bring back the device core, at least we can get a third-class merit." The others' eyes lit up upon hearing this. "We have no objections, let's go." Lin Xiaowen looked at Zhang Ziyang again. "All right, the minority obeys the majority." Zhang Ziyang immediately pulled a long face, secretly lamenting his misfortune. Shin Haoyu, seeing this, said to Zhang Ziyang irritably, "Why are you so cowardly? Aren't you from a prestigious family? You're really disgracing General Zhang." Hearing Shin Haoyu's words, Zhang Ziyang had no way to refute and thought to himself, "I really am cowardly. Sitting in the driver's seat, Su Butsai was stunned when he heard this, then widened his eyes.
That General Zhang? Is it the one I'm thinking of?
Shin Haoyu nodded toward him. Su Butsai was instantly shocked and thought to himself, the grandson of General Zhang. He must bring this group of younger siblings back safely and unharmed. Before long, the sounds of fighting in the distance gradually came to an end. Everyone hurriedly looked over, only to see that there was just one soldier of the Kue tribe still standing on the field. Shin Haoyu shook his head with a smile, truly a fight to the death.
Doesn't this work out perfectly for us now? He turned to Su Butsai and asked, Brother Su, can you handle the last one? We'll back you up.
Su Butsai smiled and said, No need, I can handle it alone. After speaking, everyone got off the vehicle. Su Butsai instantly exuded an astonishing aura S-level blazing flame talent. His entire body was enveloped in fiery red flames, resembling a war god bathed in fire, inspiring awe in those who saw him. He turned back and gave the group a slight smile before swiftly charging toward the Crescent Moon tribe soldier. Seeing this, the others followed closely behind. At that moment, the Crescent Moon tribe soldier was cleaning up the battlefield. Around him were two other Crescent Moon tribe soldiers who were not dead but severely injured. Suddenly, he sensed a hint of danger and abruptly grabbed a spear from the ground. At this moment, Su Butsai's figure appeared like lightning, launching an attack on the soldier of the Crescent Moon clan.
Having endured fierce
battles, the Crescent Moon clan soldier's psychic reserves were already depleted, leaving him struggling to fend off Su Butsai's assault. In their first clash, Su Butsai gained a slight advantage. After the two distanced themselves, Shin Haoyu and the others quickly arrived behind Su Butsai.
Witnessing this scene, the Crescent Moon clan soldier's expression changed drastically, and he thought to himself, the humans have actually fought their way back. He knew that a direct confrontation was absolutely impossible. So, with a flash in his eyes, he threw a spherical metal object toward the group. Seeing this, Su Butsai was instantly alarmed and shouted to the group, Bomb! Get out of the way! Shin Haoyu and the others reacted instantly upon hearing this and quickly dodged to the side. Only Zhang Ziyang stood foolishly in place, looking utterly bewildered. Su Butsai's heart tightened, and a trace of determination flashed across his face as he decisively rushed toward Zhang Ziyang. In the blink of an eye, his figure appeared in front of Zhang Ziyang, forcefully shoving him away. Immediately after, a deafening explosion erupted with a thunderous roar. Su Butsai was blown away in an instant, like a falling leaf. Shin Haoyu snapped back to his senses and, seeing this scene, was consumed with rage, his blood pressure skyrocketing. Do you have a death wish? He shouted angrily at Zhang Ziyang.
Zhang Ziyang's face was ashen, guilt written all over it.
Shin Haoyu couldn't be bothered with this coward anymore and hurriedly ran to Su Butsai's side.
Su Butsai lay on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was deathly pale, as if he might faint at any moment.
Brother Su, are you okay? Shin Haoyu asked nervously, his heart aching.
Su Butsai shook his head with difficulty.
I'm fine, not going to die.
His voice was weak but carried a hint of resilience. Ji Xing immediately activated her talent and began treating Su Butsai. Shin Haoyu, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief, but his gaze suddenly turned icy as he swept his eyes toward the fleeing Kue clan in the east.
Xiao Xiao. Boost my speed, Shin Haoyu said in a deep voice.
Li Xiaoxiao immediately reacted, stretched out her hand, and summoned the seven-colored pagoda into her grasp. With a distant point toward Shin Haoyu, he instantly felt as light as a swallow. Su Butsai, seeing this, immediately understood Shin Haoyu's intention and hurriedly shouted, Brother!
Don't go! He's tier 3.
Shin Haoyu cast a reassuring glance at Su Butsai. Don't worry, Brother Su. A third tier whose oil has run dry, I can handle it. After speaking, Shin Haoyu turned back, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto the fleeing figure. In a flash, his figure darted forward, chasing after the target. With Li Xiaoxiao's speed enhancement, Shin Haoyu was like a wild horse unleashed, his speed skyrocketing as an excited smile spread across his face. Although this Crescent tribe soldier was third tier, his energy had long been depleted, making him no match for Shin Haoyu at full power. In the blink of an eye, Shin Haoyu caught up with him. Seeing Shin Haoyu chasing after him, the soldier's face turned pale, his heart filled with even greater fear.
Shin Haoyu, however, paid no attention to this. With a wave of his hand, the dragon-slaying sword instantly appeared in his grasp, radiating a terrifying cold light. Die for me!
Shin Haoyu roared furiously, raising his hand to unleash a powerful strike of awakening thunder, giving the opponent no chance to react.
The soldier hastily raised his spear to block, but in the next moment, the spear was sliced in half, and the terrifying sword energy struck him like lightning. Under Shin Haoyu's fiery gaze,
the Crescent Moon Tribe soldier was instantly cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere, creating a gruesome scene. Shin Haoyu was stunned, his face full of astonishment. This was his first time using Jingxia, and he hadn't expected its power to be so incredible. Although the opponent had a tier 3 physique, he was actually killed just like that? It was simply unbelievable. Afterward, Shin Haoyu stepped forward to search through the opponent's remains, hoping to find something useful, but was disappointed to discover nothing at all. So poor, he couldn't help but mutter. Finally, he took one last look at the unlucky soldier of the Keiwei tribe and quickly returned to the group. At this moment, Su Butsai was barely able to stand up. Although his face was pale, it showed a hint of determination. When Shin Haoyu returned, everyone cast concerned glances his way. Shin Haoyu smiled at everyone and said, "It's taken care of." He looked at Su Butsai and asked with concern, "Brother Su, are you alright?" Su Butsai gave a weak smile and said, "I'm fine. Brother Zhang used a top-grade recovery elixir on me. I'll be better after some rest." Hearing this, Shin Haoyu gave Zhang Ziyan a cold glance, feeling dissatisfied. That's what he should do. If it weren't for Brother Su, he would have been blown to pieces. Wu Qiren also chimed in at this moment. "Exactly. We're not trying to criticize you, but how could you be so cowardly?" Several girls looked at Zhang Ziyan with faces full of disdain. Listening to them, Zhang Ziyan lowered his head in shame. "I'm sorry." Seeing this, Su Butsai quickly waved his hand and smiled at the group. "Alright, stop blaming him. It's everyone's first time entering the Stargate, it's natural to feel nervous. Besides, this is part of my responsibility, it's what I should do." Shin Haoyu was displeased, his brows tightly furrowed. "Brother Su, don't speak up for him. This kid needs to reflect on himself. Who knows what unexpected situations might arise along the way. You can't keep shielding him forever." Zhang Ziyan listened to Shin Haoyu's words in silence, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Although Shin Haoyu's words were harsh, they were undeniably true. At this moment, Lin Xiaowen said to everyone, "Hurry up and get into the city. If the Ironblood clan's troops arrive, it'll be a real mess." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and rushed toward the city gates, secretly vowing never to let a coward hold them back again. Everyone heard this and showed expressions of agreement, seemingly realizing the seriousness of the situation. Afterward, they quickly jumped into the jeep, started the engine, and the wheels kicked up sand as they sped toward the city. The atmosphere inside the car was tense, with everyone's eyes fixed ahead, silently speculating about what might happen next. Later, everyone returned to the jeep, and due to Su Butai's injury, Shin Haoyu took over driving. Although he didn't have a license, his driving experience from his previous life made him skilled, and his driving technique was quite impressive. Shin Haoyu sat in the driver's seat, his face flushed with excitement. The Akina Speedstar is online. With a roar, the jeep instantly whipped up a gust of wind at its starting point, speeding toward the stronghold city. Along the way, passers-by were completely awed by his astonishing driving skills. The jeep, like a wild horse off its reins, galloped across the wasteland, paying no heed to the road conditions, charging and crashing recklessly, leaving everyone inside shaken to the point of dizziness. Upon arriving in the city, everyone got out of the car, their faces pale. Shin Haoyu, having indulged in his driving spree, jumped out of the car with satisfaction. Lin Xiaowen, looking at his smug expression, said irritably, "You better not drive again." Hearing this, everyone silently nodded at him. Shin Haoyu was instantly a bit hurt. "Why? I drove so fast." Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. It was indeed fast enough to almost jolt their hearts out of their chests. After a brief rest, Lin Xiaowen addressed the group, "Time is limited, let's split up and act. Brother Su, you've been injured. Stay here and watch the car. Shin Haoyu, Wu Qiren, you come with me to retrieve the tracking device. The rest of you, scout around and see if you can find anything useful." Everyone nodded. The Ironblood clan could arrive at any moment, so they had to act quickly. Thus, the group swiftly split into two teams. Lin Xiaowen led Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren straight along the main road in the city and arrived at a Western-style church. Upon entering the church, a mechanical device emitting a faint glow was prominently placed in the center. "Is this the thing?" Shin Haoyu asked Lin Xiaowen. Lin Xiaowen nodded. "Do you see the core on the device?" Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren quickly looked at the device and discovered a glowing sphere about half a meter in diameter slowly floating at its center. "All we need to do is take that thing away, right?" Shin Haoyu asked. Lin Xiaowen nodded again. "In a moment, I'll cut off the device. You need to seize the opportunity to grab the light sphere. Make sure it doesn't fall to the ground. This thing is very fragile, if it drops, it will definitely break." Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren nodded solemnly, and the three immediately began to act. Lin Xiaoan walked to the control panel of the positioning device and gave the two a signal with her eyes. Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren instantly understood, their eyes fixed tightly on the sphere on the positioning device. Ready, Lin Xiaoan said in a deep voice. As she operated, the light emitted by the positioning device gradually dimmed. Just as Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren focused their attention, the sphere dropped downward. The two caught it steadily, feeling a warm sensation emanating from it. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu gestured to Lin Xiaoan. Lin Xiaoan quickly grabbed a black bag from beside the console and walked toward the two. After the group secured the core of the device, they swiftly returned to the front of the jeep. At this moment, Su Bucai had almost fully recovered. Although the top-tier recovery elixir was expensive, its effects were remarkable. The others also returned one after another, bringing back some food and water. Lin Xiaoan saw this and said to everyone, "Load up the car, let's hurry and retreat." She gave Shin Haoyu no chance at all and directly took the driver's seat. Shin Haoyu shook his head helplessly, thinking, "My skills are so good." After packing up, everyone got into the car, and Lin Xiaoan drove the jeep toward the outskirts of the city. In the car, Lin Xiaoan said to everyone, "We're heading to the nearest stronghold to bring back the core of the device. This item is extremely valuable to both humans and aliens. As long as we bring it back, a third-class merit is ours." Everyone's faces were instantly filled with joy. In Huaxia, military merits carry significant weight. Su Bucai laughed and said, "Indeed, it's my first time seeing a first-tier third-class merit. This time, it seems misfortune has turned into a blessing." Hearing their words, Shin Haoyu couldn't help but grin. This whole ordeal had unexpectedly turned into a generous gift from the Chu family. If Chu Jiangshan found out, he'd probably be so furious he'd explode. Just as the crowd had just emerged from the city, a triangular aircraft suddenly appeared in the sky above the city. The aircraft projected a beam of light toward the ground, and instantly, a squad of soldiers from the Ironblood tribe descended upon the area. The leader of the Ironblood tribe held a trident-shaped scepter in his hand. Towering and imposing, he was none other than the high priest of the Ironblood tribe, whose strength had reached the peak of the 4th tier. He surveyed the surroundings, his brows furrowing slightly as he noticed the advance team was nowhere to be found. A trace of unease rose in his heart, and he immediately gestured for his subordinates to begin searching. Several soldiers quickly began operations within the city, while the high priest headed straight for the church. When he discovered that the core of the positioning device had been stolen, his expression turned as dark as water, and he could barely contain the fury in his heart. At that moment, his subordinates also returned with several corpses of deceased Ironblood tribe soldiers. Seeing this, the high priest's anger intensified, and he hurriedly pulled out a compass-like magical artifact. On the compass, a light point was moving toward the east. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the high priest's eyes. He immediately led his subordinates out of the church, pointed his scepter at the triangular aircraft, and a dazzling beam of light was once again projected onto the ground. In an instant, their figures transformed into light and shadow and vanished. The aircraft shot like an arrow toward Shin Haoyu and his group's direction. At this moment, Shin Haoyu and his group were speeding across the wilderness in their car, about an hour away from the nearest stronghold. Shin Haoyu leaned against the car window, idly admiring the scenery outside. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the sky, and a triangular aircraft appeared in their view. "What is that thing?" Shin Haoyu frowned, his face full of doubt. Lin Xiaoan glanced at it, her expression instantly turning grave. The Ironblood clan. Everyone in the car immediately tensed up. The moment Su Bucai saw the aircraft, his face changed drastically, realizing in his heart that it was very likely the Ironblood clan coming to reclaim the device core. "What should we do?" Wu Qiren asked anxiously. At this moment, Shin Haoyu frowned deeply, fully aware that running was absolutely not an option. He turned to look at Lin Xiaoan, hoping for her idea. Lin Xiaoan quickly thought of a countermeasure in her mind. After a brief silence, she said firmly, "Use the nameplate to ask for help." Shin Haoyu's eyes lit up. He quickly took out his nameplate, infused it with spiritual energy, and the nameplate instantly lit up, projecting a light screen that displayed an interface similar to a group chat, with messages flooding in continuously. Northwest of the base, 10 kilometers away, encountered the Predator clan, come to the rescue immediately. Lin Xiaoan promptly sent out a distress message. Shin Haoyu did not hesitate and entered the message right away. Immediately after, Lin Xiaoan ordered, "Stop the vehicle. Prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere instantly grew tense, hearts raced, and the scent of battle filled the air. Then, Lin Xiaoan's voice echoed through the air as everyone got out of the vehicle. The atmosphere became even more intense. Under Shin Haoyu's sharp gaze, Zhang Ziyang nervously stepped out of the car, thinking to himself, this is the end. At that moment, a dazzling white beam of light suddenly shot out from the triangular aircraft, instantly enveloping everyone. As the beam disappeared, a squad of Ironblood soldiers appeared, each exuding a murderous aura that sent chills down the spine. Shin Haoyu's gaze sharpened, his eyes locking onto the high-ranking Ironblood leader at the forefront. That person held a scepter and radiated a powerful presence, causing Shin Haoyu's heart to tighten. This is definitely a high-level spirit warrior. Thinking of this, Shin Haoyu muttered to himself, this is big trouble.
Lin Xiaoan and Su Bucai also noticed this, and their expressions instantly turned grave. A high-level spirit warrior was not someone they could possibly contend with. You go, I'll cover the rear. Su Bucai said resolutely, stepping forward as if he had already prepared himself for sacrifice. No way. Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan almost spoke in unison.
Shin Haoyu's gaze was sharp, his eyes becoming incredibly resolute. Brother Su, we'll face this together. We just called for reinforcements, as long as we hold on, we can definitely win. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the dragon-slaying sword instantly appeared in his grasp.
The sword's light flickered, its aura overwhelming.
Su Bucai's heart trembled, his lips moved slightly, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to refuse.
I'll handle the high-level one. Can you take care of the rest? Su Bucai's voice was low and firm. No problem.
Shin Haoyu responded, his eyes blazing with the fire of battle.
Smile, Ji Xing, you two help Brother Su. Leave the rest to us.
Shin Haoyu commanded decisively and resolutely.
Li Xiaoxiao and Ji Xing nodded.
Although they felt nervous inside, their determination had long been made. Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a trace of resolve, their hearts perfectly in sync. Faced with the overwhelming number of enemies, they had no choice but to fight with all their might. Wu Qiren transformed into the second form of the nightmare wolf, his fur glowing red, resembling a beast tearing through the darkness. Shin Haoyu glanced back and saw Zhang Ziyang slumped on the ground, feeling a pang of helplessness. Forget it, leave him be. He turned around to look at Nakano Keiko, only to see that she had already summoned her little wolf cub. His heart tightened involuntarily. Well, you decide based on the situation. Nakano Keiko nodded solemnly, her eyes shining with courage. Lin Xiaoan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and suggested to Nakano Keiko, let this little guy secretly go and consume the opponent's skills later.
Shin Haoyu was stunned. How can this little thing consume skills? Listen to me and do as I say.
Lin Xiaoan smiled, her gaze firm.
Keiko Nakano, though confused, still nodded in agreement.
The atmosphere of battle grew increasingly tense as the Ironblood clan assumed their
combat stances.
The leading high-ranking Ironblood member waved coldly, and the soldiers charged at Shin Haoyu and his group like a pack of wolves. Shin Haoyu, Wu Qiren, and Lin Xiaoan rushed forward without hesitation. The battle erupted instantly, sparks flying, blades clashing, and the scene was intensely fierce. Su Bucai faced off against the high-ranking Ironblood member from a distance. Li Xiaoxiao's seven-colored pagoda shimmered in her hand as she pointed lightly, sending a stream of light into Su Bucai's body, all attributes enhanced. Su Bucai was deeply shaken, his fighting spirit surging as he charged at the high-ranking Ironblood member.
The two clashed instantly, blades flashing, and shadows dancing, their momentum overwhelming. Although Su Bucai felt somewhat strained, with Li Xiaoxiao's support, the battle stabilized.
Outside the battlefield, Keiko Nakano stared intently, her heart anxious, gently patting the little wolf cub's head. Little Gray, sister says you should sneak over and eat the skill.
Can you do it?
The little wolf cub nodded with a mix of understanding and confusion, confidently charging toward the battlefield. On Shin Haoyu's side, facing 5 second-tier Ironblood clan members, the pressure was immense. Wu Qiren fought 2 second-tier opponents alone, crying out in pain as he barely held on with his robust physique. The battle grew fiercer and fiercer, in the face of life and death. Only by giving it their all could they see the dawn of victory. On the other side, Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan were facing 3 second-tier members of the Ironblood clan, engaging in a fierce battle of wits and strength. At that moment, a gray streak of light flashed like lightning and instantly joined the battlefield.
Little Hui Hui darted among the crowd, its
tiny mouth constantly absorbing the spiritual energy released by the Ironblood clan, resembling a miniature spiritual energy vacuum cleaner. Shin Haoyu immediately noticed that the enemy's attack power had weakened significantly. His gaze locked onto little Hui Hui, his eyes lighting up. This little guy is truly a pleasant surprise. Meanwhile, Wu Qiren on the side wore a bitter expression. Big brother, I can't hold on much longer. His disheveled appearance made Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan exchange a glance, silently thinking, we must end this quickly. Shin Haoyu gripped the Dragon Slayer sword tightly,
his entire aura surging violently like a beast awakening. He shouted to Lin Xiaoen, "Buy me some time." Lin Xiaoen nodded without hesitation and faced the 3 Tier 2 Iron Blood clan members alone. With a wave of her hand, a fiery red longsword appeared instantly in her grasp. Phoenix Dance. As the 2 words left her lips, the longsword was enveloped in phoenix flames, as if a blazing phoenix was about to soar into the sky. With a swing of her sword, the fiery red phoenix streaked forward in an instant. The 3 Ironblood clan members underestimated the power of this move and were all forced back several meters, their faces filled with shock and fear. Lin Xiaowen smiled faintly, secretly pleased. This was a combat technique she had created in her previous life. Though she was only at Tier 1 now, its power was not to be underestimated. Before the 3 could recover, Shin Haoyu's awakening thunder was already poised to strike. The sword energy shot forth like a rainbow, aiming straight for their hearts. The pupils of the 3 Ironblood clan members dilated instantly, as if they realized something, but it was already too late. The sword energy pierced through their bodies, erasing their life force in an instant. The 3 stood motionless, like kites with their strings cut. Shin Haoyu's expression suddenly changed. This move had almost exhausted all his strength. But immediately after, the bodies of 3 Ironblood clan members were sliced in half as if they were made of tofu, with the cuts smooth as a mirror. Lin Xiaoen, seeing this, couldn't help but cast a look of admiration. This guy has gotten even stronger. From afar, Ji Xing quickly sent out 2 streams of light toward the 2 of them, which instantly merged into their bodies. Restored to their full state, Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoen wasted no time and swiftly joined Wu Qiren's battle. The 3 worked together and, in no time, eliminated the remaining 2 Ironblood clan soldiers, leaving the battlefield in sudden silence. But at that moment, everyone turned their heads towards Su Bucai, only to see that he could no longer hold on, his figure swaying unsteadily before being sent flying in an instant. Shin Haoyu, anxious and distressed, hurriedly caught Su Bucai, and the group immediately gathered around him. Su Bucai steadied himself, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. With a faint smile, he said, "High-level opponents are indeed hard to deal with." On the other side, a high-ranking member of the Ironblood clan, enraged by the sight of their companion's corpse, charged furiously toward the group. Seeing this, Su Bucai's pupils trembled slightly. He mustered all his strength to push the others away. "Go now!" In the end, dragging his battered body, he forcibly took the opponent's furious strike head-on. The group, who had been pushed away, froze for a moment before quickly snapping back to their senses, anxiously looking toward Su Bucai. They saw Su Bucai's body pierced through by a scepter, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Yet, he still clung tightly to the opponent's arm, turning back to roar at the group, "Go! Take the device core back!" This scene pierced everyone's hearts, igniting a blaze of anger within them as the call to battle sounded once more. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned red with emotion. Shin Haoyu stared at the scene before him, his heart trembling as if something inside him had been torn apart. "Brother Su," he murmured, his eyes flickering with both anger and helplessness. Looking at the soldier's chest pierced through, an indescribable sorrow surged like a tide. He knew that Su Bucai had sacrificed his life to protect everyone. "What are you standing there for? Go now!" Su Bucai's face twisted with ferocity as he shouted at the crowd once more, his voice carrying a fearless determination. Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu forcibly suppressed the grief and anger in his heart. With reddened eyes, he shouted to the crowd, "Go!" This was the threat of a high-level spiritual warrior. If they didn't leave now, they might never escape. Su Ji's sacrifice must not be in vain. "Go!" Shin Haoyu shouted again, his voice like a war drum, inspiring everyone. Before getting into the vehicle, everyone stared intently at the scene before them, as if engraving Su Bucai's figure into their hearts. Never to forget. As the hum of the engine sounded, a look of relief appeared on Su Bucai's face, as if to say he had no regrets. The high-ranking member of the Ironblood clan saw this and immediately tried to give chase, but Su Bucai firmly grabbed his arm, making it impossible for him to break free. The Ironblood clan high-ranker's gaze turned icy cold, and he struck down at Su Bucai's head with a palm. Su Bucai's pupils contracted sharply, the palm strike was like thunder, completely destroying his meridians. Yet, his hands still gripped the Ironblood clan high-ranker's arm like steel clamps, earning admiration. But admiration aside, he had to fulfill his duty and could not allow the core of the positioning device to fall into enemy hands. The Ironblood clan high-ranker pulled the trident staff out of Su Bucai's body, then ruthlessly severed his arm, breaking free from the restraint. He quickly boarded the aircraft and pursued Shin Haoyu and the others in the direction they had fled. At the scene, only Su Bucai's upright figure remained, standing like an eternal monument.
The aircraft moved at an incredible speed, catching up with Shin Haoyu and the others in the blink of an eye. Seeing the aircraft reappear in their line of sight, Shin Haoyu's heart sank to the bottom, and everyone's expressions turned grim.
It caught up. This means Brother Su sacrificed himself. Although this outcome was inevitable, the sadness still weighed heavily on everyone's hearts.
Shin Haoyu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the sorrow within him, his mind racing to devise a plan. At this moment, figuring out how to escape was the most crucial. Just as Shin Haoyu was pondering, the aircraft had already stopped directly in front of them, blocking their path.
The expressions of everyone in the vehicle instantly turned even darker. Wu Qiren asked furiously, "Why hasn't the reinforcements arrived yet?"
Shin Haoyu sighed, feeling utterly hopeless. Meanwhile, on the aircraft, a high-ranking member of the Ironblood clan had already stepped down. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoan gritted her teeth and resolutely said to everyone, "In a moment, Shin Haoyu and I will hold him off.
Take the chance to drive away. Make sure to bring the core of the device back. It must not fall into the hands of the aliens."
Her voice was like a war drum, stirring everyone's hearts.
"No way." Everyone opposed in unison. "If we go together."
Ji Xing looked firmly at the two of them, her tone full of determination.
"Yes. If we stay, then we all stay together," Wu Qiren immediately declared, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit. Nakano Keiko and Li Xiaoxiao nodded simultaneously, their small faces full of resolve.
Only Zhang Ziyang remained silent, his gaze hollow, as if still immersed in the sorrow of losing Su Bucai.
Seeing this, Shin Haoyu spoke to the group in a firm tone. "What did we say before? Listen to the captain. Move." Then, he turned to Wu Qiren, "You'll drive later. Don't worry about anything else. Go get reinforcements."
Shin Haoyu finished speaking, opened the car door directly, leapt out, and the dragon-slaying sword instantly appeared in his hand. The sword's intent surged like a rainbow, bursting forth and heading straight for the enemy. Lin Xiaoan, seeing this, finally glanced at the others before resolutely following Shin Haoyu out of the car. The people in the car exchanged uneasy looks, their hearts filled with apprehension. Wu Qiren silently climbed into the driver's seat, glanced at the two of them, and drove the car swiftly toward the stronghold.
"We're just leaving like this?"
Ji Xing felt unwilling, her eyes gradually reddening.
Wu Qiren's face turned wild at this moment. "We must survive."
This sentence was like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of everyone in the car, and their eyes brimmed with tears. Only by living can there be a chance for revenge. A tragic and solemn atmosphere spread throughout the car. Watching the car drive away, the expression of the high-ranking individual changed instantly, and he immediately attempted to reboard the aircraft.
But how could Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan give him such an opportunity? Without hesitation, the two launched an attack on him.
Shin Haoyu dared not slack off, raising his hand to unleash a move called Awakening Thunder, with dense sword energy surging like a tide toward the high-ranking member of the Ironblood clan. The opponent frowned slightly, and the trident scepter in his hand emitted a faint glow. With just a single swing, Shin Haoyu's sword energy was instantly dispelled, as if everything was within his expectations. Immediately after, Lin Xiaoan let out an angry roar, brandishing the fiery red longsword in her hand. A crimson phoenix charged forward with unstoppable momentum, like a divine bird spreading its wings amidst blazing flames. However, a high-ranking member of the Ironblood clan merely smiled faintly and waved lightly. The phoenix, formed of gathered spiritual energy, instantly dissipated into nothingness, leaving not even the slightest ripple behind. Clearly, this high-ranking member of the Ironblood clan had grown tired of Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan's overestimation of their abilities. His eyes gleamed with a cold light.
"You truly have a death wish. In that case, I'll grant it."
Before the words had fully left his mouth, the Ironblood clan elite raised his trident scepter, and a dark red surge of energy roared toward Lin Xiaoan like a flood. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu's expression changed drastically, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered the last of his spiritual energy into the dragon-slaying sword in his hand and muttered in a low voice, "Cut through the chaos." This was the first time he had used this move with all his strength. In an instant, Shin Haoyu transformed into a streak of light and appeared before Lin Xiaoan. 4 or 5 sword energies crisscrossed, directly targeting the high-ranking member of the Ironblood clan, the sword momentum.
Like a rainbow, aggressive and fierce.
However, with just a single exchange, the sword energies were neutralized one by the opponent's energy aura, as if in his eyes, Shin Haoyu's efforts were nothing but futile. Under Lin Xiaoan's astonished gaze, that energy aura struck Shin Haoyu fiercely, instantly sending him flying like a kite with a broken string,
crashing heavily to the side.
He felt excruciating pain in his internal organs, blood gushing out uncontrollably, staining his lips red.
"Why?
Tears glistened in Lin Xiaowen's eyes, her heart wrenching in agony as she hurriedly rushed to Shin Haoyu's side to catch him. Looking at Shin Haoyu's blood-covered face, her heart ached deeply, almost unbearable. Shin Haoyu managed to pull out a faint smile, his voice weak yet resolute. "Your father entrusted me to protect you." This single sentence was like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Lin Xiaowen's heart, filling her with an indescribable warmth. As Shin Haoyu's vision gradually blurred, his consciousness sank into darkness in an instant, completely passing out. Lin Xiaowen felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, her nose tingled, and a soft spot deep within her was touched. She smiled gently and murmured in a low voice, "Thank you." However, at this moment, the high-ranking members of the Ironblood clan clearly did not intend to give them any chance, as another surge of energy forcefully blasted toward the two of them. Lin Xiaowen felt a sense of unwillingness, but faced with such a dire situation, she knew she could no longer turn the tide on her own. She sighed, lowered her head to look at Shin Haoyu in her arms, and thought to herself that dying together with this guy might not be so bad after all. As she thought this, she gently wiped the bloodstains off Shin Haoyu's face, revealing a slightly handsome visage. At this critical moment, a sound of something breaking through the air came from the horizon, and Lin Xiaowen looked up in surprise. In an instant, a figure appeared before the two of them, resolutely blocking the incoming surge of energy. It was a man dressed in white, exuding an extraordinary aura. He turned back and smiled warmly at Lin Xiaowen, saying, "Miss, leave the rest to me." His voice was as gentle as the morning light, instantly reigniting the last spark of hope in Lin Xiaowen's heart. Immediately, on the desolate plain, dust billowed, and a tense atmosphere spread. Lin Xiaowen glanced back and was shocked to see 3 army green jeeps racing toward them like lightning, her heart tightening. The high-ranking member of the Ironblood clan also sensed the anomaly, his eyes flashing as he immediately chose to flee, boarding a flying device to escape. "Don't let him get away!" Lin Xiaowen shouted anxiously, her face turning pale in an instant. The man in white curled his lips into a faint smile. "Don't worry, miss, he won't get away." Before the words had even faded, a dazzling streak of fire suddenly shot across the sky above the three of them, striking the Ironblood clan's aircraft with pinpoint accuracy. With a deafening explosion, the aircraft instantly turned into a fireball and plummeted to the ground. The high-ranking member of the Ironblood clan was violently thrown down but managed to avoid a fatal injury. The man in white's pupils contracted, and a chilling aura instantly spread out. With a wave of his hand, an ice-blue longsword appeared in his palm. He then hurled it forcefully, and the sword shot out like lightning, piercing through the high-ranking Ironblood clan member and pinning him to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Xiaowen felt a wave of relief wash over her, secretly thankful. Meanwhile, 3 army green jeeps slowly came to a stop. Wu Qiren, Ji Xing, and others jumped out of the vehicles one after another, rushing toward the two in a hurry. When they saw the critically injured Shin Haoyu, their expressions instantly turned grim. "Doctor! Where's the doctor?" Wu Qiren shouted, his voice filled with urgency. A female doctor in a white coat quickly rushed over, weaving through the crowd to reach the unconscious Shin Haoyu. She began examining his injuries, and as the examination progressed, her expression grew increasingly grave. "Doctor, how is he?" Lin Xiaowen asked nervously, her heart sinking. "The situation is very bad. His internal organs have suffered severe damage," the female doctor replied in a deep voice. Hearing this news, everyone felt their hearts tighten. Zhang Ziyang hurriedly took out a large handful of spiritual liquid and handed it to the doctor. "Will these help?" The female doctor glanced at them. Although the spiritual liquid was top-notch, Shin Haoyu's injuries were simply too severe to be salvaged. She shook her head helplessly, a look of powerlessness in her eyes. "These spiritual liquids are no longer effective. I can only use medication to keep him alive for now. Whether he can pull through will depend on himself." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces instantly turned as pale as paper, a sense of despair filling their hearts. The doctor quickly took out an injection from the medical kit and administered it to Shin Haoyu. Lin Xiaowen stared at Shin Haoyu's pale face, her heart aching as tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. "Back to the base," she said firmly, without hesitation, lifting Shin Haoyu into her arms, struggling to stand up from the ground, and heading toward the jeep. The group watched her slightly frail figure carrying Shin Haoyu, their hearts trembling involuntarily, and they quickly followed. Wu Qiren volunteered to take the driver's seat. The vehicle roared like a fierce tiger, kicking up clouds of dust as it sped off into the distance. Outside the Stargate, in the 3rd District, at the hospital of the base codenamed N318, everyone anxiously waited in front of the emergency room, their hearts filled with unease. Wu Qiren sat on a chair in the corridor, his head lowered in silent remorse, overwhelmed with guilt. He had followed Shin Haoyu's suggestion to drive for help, never expecting such an outcome. He regretted it deeply, thinking that if they had all stayed, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. Lin Xiaoan sat across from him, her brows tightly furrowed, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision. At this moment, the door of the emergency room suddenly opened, and everyone immediately gathered around. "Doctor, how is he?" they asked in unison, their hearts taut like a drawn string. The doctor removed his mask and sighed. "For now, we can only save this young man's life, but it will only last for a day. Without a ninth-tier healer, I'm afraid." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in everyone's eyes. As long as there was a way, everything could be worked out. "Thank you, doctor. We'll contact them immediately." Wu Qiren hurriedly expressed his gratitude and pulled out his badge to call for help. Zhang Ziyang quickly used his badge to send a message to old Jia, pleading with him to ensure he could reach a healer of at least the 9th rank, agreeing to any conditions necessary. Not long after, old Jia replied to the message. "Young master, I can make contact, but one day is too tight. I'm afraid they won't make it in time." Old Jia's message was like a bolt from the blue, and Zhang Ziyang's face instantly twisted in fury. "Quick! Do everything possible." He typed urgently on the nameplate, his heart as anxious as ants on a hot pan. "Contact my grandfather immediately. Whether he's on the front line or can't make it, I must see him within a day." Zhang Ziyan's voice was like thunder, shaking everyone present. "Understood, young master." The response carried a sense of urgency. At this moment, not only Zhang Ziyan but everyone was giving their all, using their connections to find a 9th-tier healing expert who could rush over to save a life. The military personnel also sprang into action, starting to reach out to various resources. However, the replies they ultimately received were almost identical. Either the time was too short, or the people were trapped on the front lines and simply couldn't get away. Everyone's faces were filled with anxiety. 4 hours had passed, and they still hadn't found a 9th-tier healing expert near Zone 3. Even though General Zhang himself had stepped in and contacted several capable individuals, a single day still wasn't enough. Damn it! Zhang Ziyan's eyes were bloodshot as he furiously pounded the hospital wall. He was overwhelmed with guilt and self-reproach, repeatedly questioning himself, "What have I done?" Brother Su sacrificed himself, and now even Brother Shen. His helplessness only deepened his despair. As the seconds ticked by, everyone grew increasingly restless. Were they really going to just stand by and watch Shin Haoyu die right in front of them? Thinking of this, Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko couldn't help but burst into tears, while the others clenched their teeth, their eyes red, still making continuous attempts. Even if there was only the slightest chance, they absolutely couldn't let it slip by. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, Lin Xiaowen suddenly stood up and walked toward the ward. Seeing this, everyone quickly followed, but when she reached the door, she abruptly turned around and blocked everyone. "Stay at the door. No matter what happens, no one else is allowed to come near here." Her voice was firm and calm. Ji Xing frowned upon hearing this. "Do you have a solution?" Lin Xiaowen nodded lightly, and a glimmer of hope instantly appeared on everyone's faces. "Lin Goddess, what is the solution?" Wu Qiren asked eagerly. "Don't worry about it." After saying this, Lin Xiaowen directly closed the door. Everyone looked at each other, filled with confusion. "What do we do now?" Wu Qiren asked the others. Ji Xing pondered for a moment and decisively said, "Keep in touch and prepare for both possibilities." Everyone nodded one after another, silently praying in their hearts. In the hospital room, Lin Xiaowen sat on the stool beside the bed, gazing at the unconscious Shin Haoyu, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She knew she had a way to save him, but the cost was immense. Her talent was called Phoenix Fire, a special ability of the legendary Chinese mythical beast, the Phoenix, Nirvana and Rebirth. And this ability was the hidden secret within her talent. This power could not only be used for herself but also for others. However, in her previous life, she had never used it on anyone, as it required intimacy with the person, and that person had to be a sincere man for the effect of the Phoenix Nirvana to manifest. Her gaze fell on Shin Haoyu once again, and a faint blush gradually appeared on her face. "I really owe you," she murmured softly, making up her mind. She didn't want Shin Haoyu to die like this. So, she took a deep breath, waved her hand, and a fiery red barrier instantly enveloped the two of them, as if the entire world had frozen at that moment. Subsequently, the ward fell silent. Within the fiery red barrier, a figure moved rhythmically, emanating a gentle aura. Faintly, the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed from within the barrier, as if warming up for the miracle about to unfold. Inside the barrier, brilliant lights began to flicker, as though narrating the incredible events that were about to happen. 2 hours later, the door to the ward finally opened. The crowd outside heard the sound and quickly gathered around, looking at Lin Xiaoen with anticipation. At this moment, Lin Xiaoen appeared slightly weak, her face pale, yet tinged with an unusual blush, like a blooming flower, vibrant and captivating.
How is it? Ji Xing asked eagerly.
It's fine now, Lin Xiaoen said calmly, though her voice carried a trace of exhaustion. After speaking, she silently walked past the crowd, her steps slightly unsteady, as if she might be blown away by the wind at any moment.
Wu Qiren watched Lin Xiaoen's retreating figure, his heart sinking involuntarily as he sighed.
Goddess Lin must have put in a lot of effort for Big Brother to be this weak. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiaoen's steps suddenly faltered, then abruptly accelerated, disappearing from everyone's sight like a streak of lightning. Everyone was startled and immediately headed toward the hospital room. They saw Shin Haoyu lying on the bed with a rosy complexion and
a shiny face, snoring rhythmically like a slumbering dragon.
His breathing was steady, as if he were brewing in infinite strength. However, what puzzled everyone was the distinct handprint on Shin Haoyu's left cheek, as if it were telling some unknown secret. But this detail was quickly overlooked, as everyone was only concerned about Shin Haoyu's safety.
Wu Qiren quickly ran to fetch the doctor.
As soon as the doctor arrived, he conducted a full-body examination of Shin Haoyu, and his expression instantly turned to one of astonishment.
Doctor, how is he? Ji Xing asked nervously.
The doctor scratched his head, his expression complex. This is truly strange, I've never encountered such a situation before.
Wu Qiren grew anxious, his tone becoming worried. Doctor, stop keeping us in suspense, will you?
The doctor quickly snapped out of it and said to everyone, this young man is just a bit low on energy, but he's perfectly healthy in every other aspect. Everyone exchanged glances and almost simultaneously let out a sigh of relief.
Did you call for a 9th-tier healer? The doctor asked, puzzled. Everyone shook their heads. The doctor was shocked. He hadn't expected that without a 9th-tier healing ability, someone on the brink of death could be brought back to life. This was simply a medical miracle. How on earth did you manage to do it? The doctor asked, full of confusion. Wu Qiren quickly waved his hand. Why are you asking so many questions? The person is fine now, that's all that matters. Hurry up and leave, there's nothing more for you here.
The doctor gave an awkward smile, realizing that his question had indeed been a bit abrupt. He turned and left, but his face still carried an expression of doubt.
Could it be that I made a mistake during my earlier examination?
The doctor fell into deep self-doubt, silently pondering in his heart.
Shin Haoyu's consciousness slowly awakened, and he found himself in a vast, white space.
He rubbed his aching forehead, feeling confused as he looked around.
He couldn't help but wonder, where is this?
At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in the space. Congratulations to the host for achieving the narrow escape achievement.
Reward, 1 triple cultivation card. System upgrade conditions triggered.
System upgrade in progress, remaining time 23 hours 23 minutes. As the voice faded, a light screen appeared before Shin Haoyu's consciousness, clearly displaying all his information.
Host name, Shin Haoyu. Race, human. Age, 20 years old. Level, 1st tier spiritual warrior. Talent, SSS-level Dragon Slayer Sword Talent, Phoenix Soul. Talent effect, comes with Sword Intent Comprehension, seals the ancient Azure Dragon's soul, added Phoenix Fire. Combat skills, Awakening of Insects, Perfect level, Sweep Away Chaos, Beginner level. After reading the information, Shin Haoyu was dumbfounded, his mind full of questions. What on earth is the Phoenix Soul? And what is this added Phoenix Fire? Isn't this Lin Goddess's talent? How did it end up on me? What happened while he was unconscious?
Immediately, Shin Haoyu's gaze fell on the triple training card floating in front of him, and he felt a surge of joy.
He grabbed it at once.
The system's prompt sounded abruptly. Triple training card, your training speed is tripled, lasting for 4 hours. Shin Haoyu grinned widely, this thing was practically a blessing falling from the sky. He was already close to reaching the 2nd tier, and with this triple training card, he might be able to break through in one go.
System, where is this? Shin Haoyu couldn't help but ask.
The consciousness space has been unlocked ahead of schedule due to the host's previous achievement, the system responded. Shin Haoyu nodded knowingly after hearing this, thinking to himself, this is the consciousness space I saw mentioned in the Comprehensive Guide to Spiritual Martial Cultivators given by Li Xuanzong. It truly lives up to expectations. A series of events left Shin Haoyu both surprised and delighted, igniting boundless anticipation in his heart. Then, he looked beyond the system's light screen, filled with hope and conviction. Right in front of him, the dragon-slaying sword floated gently, surrounded by a transparent azure dragon spirit and a majestic phoenix spirit. Although the Phoenix spirit appeared significantly weaker than the azure dragon spirit. It exuded a powerful aura, as if warning him, this place is no ordinary one. Shin Haoyu felt utterly confused. He had heard of the azure dragon spirit body, but where did this phoenix spirit body come from? No, he had to go out and see what had happened recently. System, how do I exit the consciousness space? He asked urgently in his mind. It is determined by the host's subjective consciousness, the system's voice replied calmly and clearly. Shin Haoyu nodded, and with a single thought, he instantly returned to the real world. He opened his eyes in confusion, surrounded by the pungent smell of disinfectant, which made him feel uncomfortable. He looked around and found himself lying on a hospital bed, with the people around him appearing particularly tense.
Haoyu, you're awake?
A slightly surprised voice sounded beside his ear. The people in the ward saw him open his eyes, their excitement barely concealed as they gathered around him.
Big brother, how are you feeling?
Wu Qiren was the first to rush forward and ask with concern. Shin Haoyu only felt his head swelling, as if it had been emptied, and shook his head. I'm okay for now.
Li Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked, Haoyu, are you hungry?
I'll go prepare something for you to eat.
When Shin Haoyu heard this, his eyes lit up instantly. Thank you, Xiaoxiao.
He was indeed hungry now, feeling a sense of emptiness. Li Xiaoxiao immediately nodded happily and quickly ran out of the ward, followed closely by Nakano Keiko.
Shin Haoyu looked around and suddenly asked, where did Ran go?
Wu Qiren sighed, big brother, you really need to thank Goddess Lin. There was a hint of emotion in his tone. You had already been issued a critical condition notice, and it was Goddess Lin who pulled you back from the brink of death. Just now, I saw that Goddess Lin looked quite weak. Shin Haoyu felt a warmth in his heart and immediately realized that the strange talent emerging in him must be related to Lin Xiaoen.
Where is she now? Shin Haoyu asked urgently.
Ji Xing replied, I just went out to take a look. She seems to be with her brother.
Shin Haoyu nodded, secretly feeling relieved. Not long after, Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko brought a feast of food.
Shin Haoyu's eyes lit up with excitement at the sight of the delicious dishes and he began devouring them without restraint. After eating, he felt much better, and his strength seemed to have recovered significantly. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he climbed out of bed and excitedly shouted, Hu Han-san is back alive. However, in an instant, he felt a chill in his lower body and realized something was wrong. Pervert! The girls around him immediately averted their gaze, their faces flushing red, their shyness evident. At that moment, Lin Xiaoen walked in holding a cup of tea, locking eyes with Shin Haoyu, who wasn't wearing pants.
The situation instantly became extremely awkward. Why are you limping while walking?
Shin Haoyu's heart tightened, feeling so embarrassed that he wished he could disappear. He quickly shrank back into the covers, as if this could help him avoid all the gazes.
Lin Xiaoen said nothing, simply walked over to his side and handed him a cup of tea. Shin Haoyu took the tea with a bewildered expression.
Just as he raised the cup, he looked down and was instantly stunned by the ingredients inside. What dates, mulberries, goji berries, ginseng, such a variety. It's practically a medicinal meal. He smiled wryly, helplessly. Ran, I'm just sick, not so weak that I need this much nourishment, right? Lin Xiaoen cast a faint glance, her tone firm, drink it quickly. Although Shin Haoyu was reluctant, he still downed it in one gulp. The people around couldn't help but stifle their laughter, and the atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed. However, after the meal and drinks, Shin Haoyu's mood suddenly grew heavy as he thought of Brother Su.
Brother Su, he...
As soon as this name was mentioned, the surroundings fell silent, and the atmosphere became so heavy it felt as if even the air had thickened. Wu Qiren swallowed hard and slowly said, Big brother, Brother Su's remains are about to be transported back to the country.
Shin Haoyu's eyes darkened, and sorrow surged like a tide. He took a deep breath and resolutely said, Let's go see Brother Su one last time. Everyone silently nodded and followed him out of the hospital room. Let's go.
Shin Haoyu's voice was low but firm. Along the way, no one spoke until they arrived at the place where the martyrs' remains were preserved. Walking along a long, dim corridor, the smell of formalin hit them, yet it brought a faint sense of familiarity. At this moment, a military doctor in a white coat walked over. Who are you? The military doctor asked, his gaze carrying a hint of curiosity. Hello, we'd like to see Su Butsai's body. Shin Haoyu's voice trembled slightly. The military doctor scrutinized them for a moment, then nodded and said, Follow me. Everyone followed behind the military doctor, their hearts heavy. After walking for a short while, the military doctor stopped in front of a door, took out a set of keys, and unlocked it. Right here, he said softly. Everyone walked in and saw that familiar face, their hearts filled with sharp pain. Su Butsai lay quietly on the bed, dressed in an army green uniform, as if merely asleep. On the brand new uniform, the gleaming metal was particularly striking. The moment Shin Haoyu saw Subutsai, his tears could no longer be held back and silently fell.
In his mind, Subutsai's smile and those heart-wrenching words surfaced, "I will definitely get you all safely to the stronghold. This is my duty."
His heart felt as if it were being torn apart.
Was it really worth sacrificing one's life for duty?
At that moment, he seemed to hear a voice, smiling as it said to him, "It's worth it." Shin Haoyu completely broke down, tears streaming like rain, and the people behind him also began to sob.
The room was filled with echoes of sorrow. Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko were crying uncontrollably, while Zhang Ziyan was also moved to tears. The military doctor noticed the change in atmosphere, turned around, and looked at everyone. "Are you the children brought back by Subutai?"
Everyone nodded silently, their hearts filled with helplessness and grief. The military doctor slowly walked to Subutsai's side, his tone heavy. Subutsai was a true man. He sighed and continued, "When we found him, his body was already stiff, his chest pierced through, and his left hand had been severed. That high-ranking member of the Ironblood clan was utterly ruthless, nearly destroying all the meridians in his body." The military doctor took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces, but even after his death, he remained standing, gripping the arm of that Ironblood clan member. The member of the Ironblood clan had no choice but to cut off his arm. Listening to the military doctor's description, Shin Haoyu felt as if his heart were being torn apart, the pain almost suffocating him. The people behind him could no longer hold back and burst into tears, with Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyan crying especially loudly. The military doctor sighed heavily at the sight, walked up to Shin Haoyu, and firmly patted his shoulder. "I hope you won't let him down." After speaking, the military doctor stepped out. Everyone stood quietly in front of Subutsai until the soldiers responsible for transporting the remains back to the country entered. A few soldiers, upon seeing the group, solemnly saluted and then carefully wrapped Subutsai's body in a brand new red flag. Everyone followed all the way outside, watching as the vehicle carrying the remains slowly drove away until it completely disappeared from sight. The air was filled with a heavy atmosphere. After a moment, everyone gradually came back to their senses, though their hearts remained heavy. Shin Haoyu took a deep breath, his gaze turning exceptionally cold, and he thought angrily to himself, "Chu Jiangshan, you old bastard, just wait, I'll make sure to take you down." At that moment, a figure approached the group. It was the white-clothed man who had previously saved Lin Xiaoan and Shin Haoyu. The man smiled faintly, first glancing at Lin Xiaoan, then affectionately patting Shin Haoyu on the shoulder, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "Kid, you've got quite the tough luck.
You managed to pull through all this?" Shin Haoyu's face darkened. "Big brother, isn't your tone a bit too casual?" "Thank you for saving Ran," the man spoke again. Shin Haoyu raised an eyebrow, puzzled in his heart. "Who are you, and who gave you the right to call her Ran?" The man froze for a moment, then looked at Lin Xiaoan, his eyes full of curiosity. Lin Xiaoan helplessly pursed her lips and said to Shin Haoyu irritably, "He's my brother, Lin Xiling."
Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu instantly broke into a cold sweat, silently lamenting to himself, Sorry about that, bro."
Lin Xiling saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Then, with a carefree attitude, he casually put his arm around Shin Haoyu. "No big deal, no big deal. I've already heard about you from Aunt Chu. You're Shin Haoyu, right? The last disciple of old Li?" Shin Haoyu quickly nodded, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. However, in the next second, a hint of mischief flashed in Lin Xiling's eyes. "I heard from Aunt Chu that you want to be my brother-in-law, is that true?"
Shin Haoyu froze, panic rising in his heart. "Hey, let me give you some advice, brother. The sea of suffering is boundless, turn back while you can. That girl's personality is practically an iceberg." Everyone listened to Lin Xiling's teasing and showed helpless expressions. When Lin Xiaoan heard this, her face instantly turned red with shame and anger. She raised her foot and kicked. "Shut up!" Lin Xiling immediately wilted, casting a look of good luck toward Shin Haoyu, as if to say, "Brother, take care." "Well, I consulted with my father. You all will carry out your missions at this base from now on," Lin Xiling said seriously, turning to address the group. Afterward, Lin Xiling led the group toward the urban area. On the way, Shin Haoyu suddenly glanced at Lin Xiaoan and noticed her walking posture seemed a bit odd.
Ran, did you hurt your leg earlier?"
Lin Xiaoan shook her head, feeling a wave of displeasure.
"Mind your own business." Shin Haoyu frowned, thinking to himself, could I be overthinking this?
The others also cast concerned glances, and a tense atmosphere quietly spread along the street.
Lin Xiaoan gave the order, her pace suddenly quickened, rushing ahead of everyone like a beast ready to strike.
Shin Haoyu scratched his head upon seeing this, puzzled. Why is she so irritable today? Soon after, the group followed Lin Xiling through the bustling city district, heading straight to the resting area.
Lin Xiling quickly arranged accommodations for everyone. The place was a brand new modern villa, elegant in appearance, exuding a European charm. After settling in, everyone gathered in the first-floor lobby where Lin Xiling was waiting. Seeing that everyone was present, Lin Xiling smiled faintly and gestured for them to take their seats. Ran has already given me a detailed report on the situation this time, Lin Xiling said, her tone carrying a hint of mystery. The core of the device you brought back has made a significant contribution. I believe the results will be revealed soon. A subtle and intriguing expression appeared on her face, causing Shin Haoyu's heart to tremble as he understood Lin Xiling's implication. This matter would ultimately end hastily. Zhu Jianshan, that old fox, was a seasoned veteran who had long prepared an escape route for himself. Trying to catch him red-handed would be no easy task. The final outcome would most likely involve casually pushing forward a scapegoat. A squad had previously been to this base, so I've redivided the area, Lin Xiling said as she took out a map, spreading it on the table with a determined look. Your squad will be responsible for clearing the area north of the base. Another squad is out on a mission today, and I'll notify them when they return. Everyone nodded one after another, secretly filled with anticipation. Alright, take a good rest today. Tomorrow, you'll start to suffer, Lin Xiling joked, lightening the mood considerably. After finishing the serious talk, Lin Xiling pulled Lin Xiaowen aside and started chatting casually. Seeing this, the others tactfully left. Shin Haoyu and his two companions were assigned to a triple room. After returning to the room, the three each found a spot to rest. Zhang Ziyan lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, seemingly lost in endless thought. Wu Qiren fell asleep immediately, his snores thunderous. Shin Haoyu sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the triple cultivation card previously gifted by the system, silently chanting to activate it. The system notification sounded, ding, triple cultivation card successfully activated, duration, 4 hours. He began practicing the basic breathing technique without hesitation. As time passed and night fell, a crisp crack sound was heard. Shin Haoyu suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of excitement. He broke through. Second stage achieved. He felt the strengthening of his meridians and the significantly faster absorption of spiritual energy. Shin Haoyu smiled faintly. The triple cultivation card was indeed miraculous. In the final few minutes of the 4-hour period, he finally broke through. However, this breakthrough came too quickly, and stabilizing his realm was not something that could be achieved overnight. He couldn't rush it. He stood up from the bed and glanced at the two people beside him. Wu Qiren was still asleep, while Zhang Ziyan continued staring at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought. Hey! Shin Haoyu called out to Zhang Ziyan. Zhang Ziyan snapped out of his thoughts and turned his gaze to Shin Haoyu. What are you thinking about? Shin Haoyu asked. Zhang Ziyan looked a bit dazed. After pondering for a moment, he slowly asked, Brother Shin, am I too weak-willed? Zhang Ziyan's dejected tone made Shin Haoyu laugh uncontrollably. What do you think? Zhang Ziyan nodded slightly, looking a bit wooden. Since you already know, why are you asking me? Shin Haoyu said with a serious expression. Zhang Ziyan remained silent, seemingly lost in deeper thought. Shin Haoyu saw this and said meaningfully, if you're not satisfied, go and change it. It's never too late. He paused for a moment, stared solemnly at Zhang Ziyan, and continued, I hope you won't let Brother Su down. After saying this, Shin Haoyu walked out of the room. Inside, Zhang Ziyan heard the words Brother Su, and his expression became both complex and resolute. Brother Su, I won't let you down. I will become stronger. I will become a tough man. Shin Haoyu quietly pushed the door open and walked softly to Lin Xiaowen's room. Just as he was hesitating whether to knock, a voice suddenly came from behind. Haoyu, what are you doing? Shin Haoyu was startled. He turned around and saw that it was Ji Xing, and he let out a sigh of relief. Is Ran in the room? He asked. Ji Xing pouted, looking a little upset. I thought you came to see me. Shin Haoyu immediately felt awkward, touched his nose, and thought to himself, what's going on? Seeing this, Ji Xing then said, alright, is it really that awkward? She went out for something and hasn't come back yet. Shin Haoyu was surprised upon hearing this. How did you figure out? How did I figure out you were embarrassed, huh? Ji Xing answered first, her eyes gleaming with teasing light. Shin Haoyu nodded slightly, thinking to himself, this kid has even learned to answer first. We've known each other for so long, is it that hard to tell? Whenever you're embarrassed, you always touch your nose. Ji Xing smiled faintly, seemingly proud of her keen observation. Shin Haoyu was slightly surprised, not expecting the female Neptune to observe him so closely. At this moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway, breaking the relaxed atmosphere between the two.
Shin Haoyu and Ji Xing turned around, only to see several figures slowly appearing at the corner of the staircase.
The group clearly noticed Shin Haoyu and Ji Xing and immediately stopped in their tracks.
The boy leading the group glanced at the two of them, then quickly walked over, heading straight for Ji Xing.
Xinger?
The boy's face broke into a gentle smile, as if everything was perfectly natural.
Ji Xing looked at the person in front of her, her expression instantly darkening. Get lost. Qin Yong, I'm warning you, don't ever call me that again. Disgusting. Shin Haoyu's expression became somewhat intriguing upon seeing this.
It was the first time he had seen Ji Xing so angry, and he thought to himself, this guy is really something.
Xinger, after all these years, are you still mad at me?
What happened before was just an accident, said the boy named Qin Yong, who, upon hearing Ji Xing's words, didn't get angry but instead spoke softly.
Accident? Ji Xing laughed in exasperation. You slept with someone, and that's still an accident? Qin Yong's expression froze instantly. Xinger, there are others here, let's not talk about this, okay? No matter what, you're still my fiancé. I just slept with another woman, but the one I love is still you.
When Shin Haoyu heard this, the expression on his face instantly became quite colorful.
Isn't this the classic line of a scumbag?
Ji Xing heard this and smiled bitterly. Don't you think the things you're saying are really disgusting? As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Shin Haoyu, and suddenly, an idea struck her.
My engagement with you, I'll talk to my father and cancel it with your hangrong. I have a new boyfriend now, so watch how you address me, or my boyfriend will get jealous.
Ji Xing suddenly grabbed Shin Haoyu's arm, leaving him completely stunned. At this moment, Qin Yong and his lackeys saw the scene, and their expressions turned grim.
Kid, who are you? Do you know that Ji Xing is my boss Qin's girlfriend? Exactly, the man already has a fiancé. Do you even realize you're being a homewrecker?
The crowd shouted at Shin Haoyu, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Qin Yong waved his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down, then looked at Ji Xing and said gently, Xinger, stop throwing a tantrum.
Do you think I'll believe it just because you randomly pull in some stray cat or dog as a shield?
Shin Haoyu's anger was instantly ignited, cursing inwardly, damn it, who's the stray cat or dog here? Just as he was about to retort, Ji Xing gently tugged at him. Then, under everyone's gaze, she directly wrapped her arms around Shin Haoyu's neck and fiercely kissed him on the lips. Qin Yong and his buddies were instantly stunned, as if the air around them had frozen.
Ji Xing let go of her hand, a faint blush on her face, and looked back at Qin Yong. Do you believe me now?
Shin Haoyu stood dumbfounded in place, thinking to himself, did I just get forced?
Mom, I've made it. Qin Yong's face turned terrifyingly dark in an instant, burning with rage. Fine. You're ruthless. Just wait and see.
He glared fiercely at Shin Haoyu, then stormed off with his men, leaving the crowd in an uproar. Boss, are we just letting that kid go like this? The underlings beside him asked discontentedly.
Yeah, boss, let's take him down, the group clamored.
Qin Yong sneered coldly, no rush. I bet they're the other squad instructor Lin mentioned. We'll make our move once they're out of the base. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. As long as she's his woman, no one can take her away. Watching everyone leave, Ji Xing seemed to have been drained of all her strength. She covered her face and began to cry. Shin Haoyu saw this and felt a wave of helplessness. Scratching his head, he tried to comfort her. My condolences.
Hearing this, Ji Xing looked at Shin Haoyu with tear-streaked cheeks, then suddenly burst into laughter. What condolences, seriously?
She wiped her tears, her voice carrying a hint of fragility. Shin Haoyu thought to himself, this girl really changes her mood in an instant.
Will you take a walk with me?
Ji Xing asked Shin Haoyu, a hint of longing flickering in her eyes. Seeing her downcast expression, Shin Haoyu felt a pang in his heart and immediately agreed. The two strolled to the courtyard of the small villa. The starry sky outside was dazzling, as if adding color to their moods. Ji Xing casually sat on the steps, and Shin Haoyu silently followed suit, thinking to himself, it seems that guy named Qin Yong really hurt her. After a moment, Ji Xing suddenly turned around, looked directly at Shin Haoyu, and said seriously, I'm sorry, Haoyu. Shin Haoyu was stunned, his face full of confusion.
Why are you apologizing out of the blue?
Ji Xing gazed at the starry sky, the corners of her mouth slightly raised.
I used to have a bad attitude toward you, and that was really my fault. I should apologize to you.
She rested her chin in her hands, her tone gentle, as if revealing a secret from her heart. Qin Yong and I were engaged since childhood. Our families are close, and we grew up together. Her voice gradually lowered. I used to like him a lot, tall, handsome, gentle, and considerate. But later, I saw his true colors and lost all affection for men. I became selfish, played with emotions, and now, looking back, I feel like I was really despicable. Ji Xing smiled bitterly, yet there was a hint of relief on her face. Shin Haoyu listened, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Looking at her delicate profile, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "Actually, you don't need to apologize." Ji Xing was startled, turned her head to look at him, and a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. There's no reason for liking someone, and others not liking you doesn't need any reason either. Shin Haoyu's words were like a healing balm, soothing the pain in her heart.
Don't demean yourself. Life is long, and it's really not worth it for a scumbag, he said seriously. Ji Xing's gaze softened a bit. Thank you. If you don't mind, can we be friends? Shin Haoyu was momentarily stunned, then smiled in response. Aren't we friends? We've been through hardships together, so I guess we're friends. Ji Xing's smile grew even brighter, and a wave of warmth surged in her heart. I regret it, Ji Xing suddenly said. What? That was my first kiss just now, she said with a playful smile. Damn, as if it's not the same for everyone.
Shin Haoyu was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter.
Ha 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 ha.
Under the starry sky, the two chatted more and more enthusiastically until Shin Haoyu left first, leaving Ji Xing there, secretly thinking to herself, liking someone really doesn't need a reason. Shin Haoyu returned to the rest area, his mind filled with thoughts, and headed straight to Lin Xiaowen's room. He hesitated for a moment at the door, then gently knocked.
Come in. A cold voice came from inside the room.
Shin Haoyu pushed the door open and entered, seeing Lin Xiaowen lying on her side on the bed, holding a lollipop in her hand and leisurely reading a book. At this moment, Lin Xiaowen seemed to have lost her usual indifference, exuding a hint of gentleness. When she saw Shin Haoyu, a trace of panic flashed across her face, but she quickly masked her emotions and asked calmly, "What's the matter?" Shin Haoyu stood at the door, touched his nose, and said, "Indeed, there's something."
Speak. He walked to the bedside, sat down, and felt uneasy. Ahem, you were the one who saved me earlier, right?
Lin Xiaowen rolled her eyes and responded indifferently, "You already know, so why are you asking me?" Shin Haoyu's gaze was complicated as he looked at her nonchalant demeanor. In the end, he couldn't help but say, "I don't know what's going on either, but somehow, my talent has inexplicably gained some flames." Lin Xiaowen's hand trembled slightly, and she thought to herself, "This matter is related to me."
Ran, this matter is related to you, isn't it?
Shin Haoyu asked tentatively. A faint blush flashed across Lin Xiaowen's face, and she hesitated in her heart before finally saying, "My Phoenix Fire talent has a hidden ability called Phoenix Nirvana. Today, I used this ability to save you." As she spoke, the unnatural blush on her face became even more pronounced, but inwardly she felt secretly pleased. This time, I can finally draw him closer. It might be because using this ability requires roasting you with Phoenix Fire, leaving a mark on your talent. Shin Haoyu, upon hearing this, looked as if he suddenly understood. No wonder I feel so weak today, turns out I was roasted by fire. He turned to look at Lin Xiaowen and noticed her face was as red as if it had been burned.
Ran, why is your face so red? Could it be a fever?
Shin Haoyu spoke while quickly reaching out to touch her forehead.
Still very hot. What are you doing?
Lin Xiaowen was startled by Shin Haoyu's sudden action and immediately grabbed his hand, trying to move it away, though her heart was racing like a deer. At this moment, Ji Xing came bouncing back. As soon as she entered the door, she saw the scene before her, couldn't help raising her eyebrows, and a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth.
Should I make some space for you? It seems like you really need it. The atmosphere instantly became tense yet ambiguous.
Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen exchanged a glance, and a peculiar emotion arose in both their hearts.
Who needs it?
Shin Haoyu hurriedly denied, but a blush involuntarily appeared on his face. Lin Xiaowen lowered her head, her heart racing, feeling an indescribable sweetness.
Ji Xing watched their behavior, secretly delighted, thinking, this scene is getting more and more interesting. All right, I won't disturb you anymore.
Ji Xing pretended to be helpless, waved her hand, and left the room with a smile. The moment the door closed, an indescribable ambiguous atmosphere filled the air, and both Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen felt an unprecedented intimacy.
Are you okay?
Shin Haoyu finally broke the silence, his tone carrying a hint of concern and nervousness.
I'm fine.
Lin Xiaowen's voice was as soft as a whisper, but ripples had already stirred in her heart, as if everything had become extraordinary at this moment. Seeing this, Lin Xiaowen's face showed a trace of embarrassment and annoyance, and she quickly kicked Shin Haoyu away. Shin Haoyu took 2 steps back, smiled sheepishly, and thought to himself, this little girl is really interesting.
At this moment, Ji Xing looked at the two of them suspiciously and said slowly, honestly, if you need me to make room, I'll just step out first. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu quickly said, no need.
I just came to ask Ran something, I'll leave right away. With that, Shin Haoyu disappeared in front of the two like a gust of wind, as fast as lightning. Watching Shin Haoyu's quickly retreating figure, Lin Xiaowen pretended to read a book, but her heart was in complete chaos. Whenever she faced Shin Haoyu, she would inexplicably panic, as if a little deer was running wild in her heart. Whether in her previous life or this one, she had never been so flustered because of a boy. It was simply an unsolvable puzzle. Ji Xing, leaning against the headboard at this moment, glanced at Lin Xiaowen and couldn't help but chuckle. My goddess Lin, your book is upside down. Hearing Ji Xing's words, Lin Xiaowen immediately snapped back to her senses, her face turning red as she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. She quickly put the book down, lay on the bed, and turned her back, trying to hide her embarrassment. Ji Xing looked at the flustered Lin Xiaowen and smiled. The goddess Lin is actually quite adorable in private. Shin Haoyu returned to the room and found that Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang, the two brothers, had already fallen into a deep sleep, snoring. He tiptoed back to his bed, then closed his eyes and entered the consciousness space. On the light screen within the consciousness space, it displayed, System Upgrade and Maintenance in Progress, remaining time 18 hours and 56 minutes. In other words, the system will complete maintenance by tomorrow afternoon. How exciting! System, can you see my mental power panel? Shin Haoyu asked the system in the consciousness space. As the voice fell, a light screen instantly appeared. Host, Shin Haoyu. Mental power level, beginner, experience value, 68%. Experience value flow, literary resonance 20%. Shin Haoyu saw the information on the light screen and instantly realized that the so-called literary resonance could actually increase mental strength. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu was overjoyed and thought to himself, it seems I need to read more books and participate in more cultural and sports activities. Although mental strength cannot be obtained through cultivation, it is crucial for spiritual warriors. Breaking through the third tier to step into the fourth involves the first tempering in the path of a spiritual warrior, which people call the three temperings of spirit fire. The first three tiers primarily focus on gathering spiritual energy and gradually expanding the meridians throughout the body. During the breakthrough, one must use spiritual energy as fire to temper oneself. The so-called three temperings refer to the tempering of the physical body, the spiritual sea, and finally the primordial spirit. The tempering of the physical body is actually easy to understand. It means refining the body to form one's own innate golden body. The so-called innate golden body is formed by tempering the physical body with spiritual fire, allowing it to resonate with one's innate talent, thereby creating a unique golden body. This is the foundation for stepping into higher levels and is the goal every spiritual warrior dreams of achieving. Next comes the tempering of the spiritual sea, which refers to refining the internal organs through the burning and tempering of spiritual energy fire, thereby opening up one's own energy sea. Finally, the tempering of the primordial spirit is the most critical step, the ultimate test of individual mental strength. The so-called primordial spirit tempering refers to refining one's consciousness to form their own primordial spirit, with mental strength playing a crucial role in this process. This is because the final stage of tempering takes place in the mind. If one's mental strength is weak, it is easy to burn oneself into a vegetative state, with unimaginable consequences. Currently, the mainstream way to enhance mental strength is through only one method, which is to improve it via various cultural and physical activities. For example, reading, painting, and music are all excellent ways to enhance mental strength. As one steps into higher levels, the importance of mental strength becomes increasingly evident. Each breakthrough to a new level is accompanied by a spiritual tribulation, and the strength of one's mental power directly determines whether the tribulation can be successfully overcome. Therefore, major spiritual martial arts academies not only arrange corresponding martial arts courses but also include some cultural and entertainment classes. It is easy to imagine just how powerful the importance of mental strength truly is. Then Shin Haoyu waved his hand, and the light screen in front of him disappeared. Shin Haoyu wandered around in the consciousness space and found that only a small part of his consciousness space was open, probably related to him activating it in advance. After that, Shin Haoyu exited the consciousness space and drifted into sleep, spending a silent night. Early the next morning, Shin Haoyu groggily got out of bed, his mind still somewhat hazy. He actually had an incredibly embarrassing dream, dreaming that he was being ridden like a horse by a woman. The frustrated Shin Haoyu felt a surge of turmoil in his heart. What kind of ridiculous dream was that? Afterward, he woke up Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang, who were still asleep. Get up quickly, today is the first day of our mission. We can't be late, can we? Shin Haoyu dragged the two downstairs, secretly looking forward to the upcoming adventure. Downstairs, everyone was basically present. The atmosphere was tense yet filled with anticipation. The three arrived late and joined the group under the disdainful gazes of the others, silently chanting to themselves, "Don't be afraid, absolutely don't be afraid." Next to their team, Shin Yong slowly raised a middle finger at Shin Haoyu, his face full of disdain. Upon seeing this, Wu Qiren's brows instantly furrowed. Who is this guy? So arrogant. Shin Haoyu remained calm, secretly vowing in his heart, "Today, I must show them what true strength is." Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu looked at Shin Yong, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his eyes glinting with disdain. "Oh, just a scumbag." His voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear clearly, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Ji Xing, upon hearing this, cast an approving glance at Shin Haoyu, as if to say, "As expected, you're one of mine." The people on Shin Yong's side instantly became displeased, and angry voices surged like a tide. "Kid, what are you talking about? Looking for trouble, huh?" At this moment, Lin Xiling happened to walk over. Hearing the clamor of the few people, his face instantly darkened, like the calm before a storm. "What are you yapping about? I think you're the one looking for trouble." Lin Xiling's sharp gaze pierced like a blade toward the guy who had just spoken. The other party immediately wilted, quickly lowering his head, not daring to make another sound. Lin Xiling saw this and coldly glanced at the group, exuding authority. "Don't give me any damn nonsense. If you have energy, use it outside." After reprimanding the group, his tone became serious. "The special circumstances have been explained to everyone. Your two teams will carry out tasks separately, without interfering with each other. In case of special circumstances, report immediately using the nameplate. No acting alone. Alright, let's move out." After Lin Xiling finished speaking, Shin Yong's group cast an extremely provocative look at Shin Haoyu and his companions, as if declaring the impending showdown with their eyes. Then, Shin Yong and his group swaggered out the door, completely ignoring Shin Haoyu behind them. Lin Xiling saw this and secretly slipped a map into Lin Xiaowen's hand, a hint of trust in his eyes. "Ahem, since you're new here, remember, you must follow the map." After saying this, he walked away on his own, as if everything had already been arranged. Lin Xiaowen saw this and immediately took out the map in his hand and opened it. Several locations were clearly marked on it, with small text reading, "Star Beast Gathering Area." Everyone immediately understood the situation. Having connections really makes a difference. This directly saved them the time of exploring the map and conserved a lot of energy. Afterward, everyone headed toward the northern area of the stronghold, filled with anticipation for the challenges ahead. On the way, they happened to run into Qin Yong and his group, and the air was thick with tension. Judging by the looks of it, they were probably waiting for them on purpose. "I didn't recognize you just now. Isn't this the famous Shin Dog? I heard you've been chasing Ji Xing for 4 years. Does being a simp feel good?" A short-haired girl from Qin Yong's team said to Shin Haoyu, a mocking smile on her lips. Upon hearing this, Qin Yong's face lit up with a smug smile, as if he had witnessed Shin Haoyu's embarrassment. "Shinger, finding a simp to act as a shield, your taste is really something else." Wu Qiren immediately got angry, and the flames in his heart were instantly ignited. "Bah! Where did this ugly freak come from? Someone like you isn't even worthy of being a simp for me." As soon as Wu Qiren spoke, he immediately startled the two young girls in Qin Yong's team, who exchanged glances in surprise. "This guy is so ugly, Yongji." "Yeah, he is." When Wu Qiren heard the two girls' comments, his face instantly turned bright red, and he felt deeply annoyed. "Ugly? Are you all blind?" He roared in his heart, but had nowhere to vent his anger. He could only grit his teeth in silence, preparing for the imminent counterattack. Shin Haoyu noticed the situation and walked up to Wu Qiren, silently pondering. The girl who had just spoken seemed somewhat familiar to him. She appeared to be his high school class monitor, Zhong Ai. He remembered her braces, and everyone affectionately called her Big Tooth class monitor. Later, he heard she went to Qingyang Normal University, got her braces removed, and transformed into a campus beauty. "What are you saying, Big Tooth? Who's the simp?" Shin Haoyu retorted mercilessly. Zhong Ai's face instantly turned bright red upon hearing Big Tooth. That nickname was simply her greatest humiliation. "Exactly, who are you calling a simp? We are all Haoyu's girlfriends," Ji Xing said aggressively at this moment, and the people behind her all cast approving glances. Exactly. We are all Haoyu's girlfriends." Li Xiaoxiao's bright voice joined in, her little face tilted up, full of momentum. "Yeah, who are you calling a simp?" Nakano Keiko was not to be outdone, looking provocatively at Zhong Ai. Lin Xiaowen shot a cold glance at Zhong Ai at this moment, as if to say, "Let's see how you respond." Zhong Ai faced the four beauties and was momentarily at a loss for words. "This guy, how does he have such good luck with women?
Did the roles reverse? The simp actually turned into a playboy? Shinyang's expression changed instantly when he saw Nakano Keiko. Miss Keiko? What are you doing here? He lowered his voice, trying to hide his unease. Nakano Keiko rolled her eyes at him. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Shinyang's expression shifted, and he quickly put on a gentle demeanor. How could I, Miss Keiko? Keiko Nakano snorted coldly. I warn you, do not speak rudely to my friends. Shin Haoyu listened on the side, breaking out in a cold sweat. Rude speech, sister. Ah, rude speech. Keiko Nakano blushed upon hearing this, realizing she might have been a bit too emotional. A trace of coldness flashed in Shinyang's eyes. He hadn't expected the eldest daughter of the Nakano family to actually be on their team. He had invited Keiko Nakano to join multiple times, but she had always refused. Shinyong couldn't help but glance at Shin Haoyu. What was this kid's background, exactly? Afterward, Shinyong's face darkened as he coldly glanced at everyone before turning around and leaving with his people. Shin Haoyu and the others exchanged glances, unable to help but look at Nakano Keiko in a new light. Truly a hidden talent. Keiko, he seems a bit afraid of you, huh? Ji Xing teased Keiko. Nakano Keiko, feeling a bit embarrassed under everyone's gaze, replied, maybe it's because our family has been discussing a collaboration with Hengrong recently. Ji Xing was stunned and instantly associated Keiko Nakano's surname, exclaiming, are you the eldest daughter of the Nakano family? Keiko Nakano nodded obediently, and everyone was immediately dumbfounded. The Nakano family is the top financial conglomerate in Fusan, operating key enterprises such as machinery manufacturing and tank production. It can almost be said to hold the economic lifeline of the entire Fusan nation. Ji Xing explained. After hearing this, everyone showed expressions of surprise, secretly thinking, a rich lady. Actually, it's nothing much, Nakano Keiko said, slightly shy. Everyone rolled their eyes. Nothing much? Lin Xiaoan waved her hand at this moment. Let's talk as we walk. Everyone nodded and continued forward. On the way, Ji Xing told everyone about her earlier encounter with Qin Yong and his infidelity. The girls were all indignant. Keiko Nakano said indignantly, I didn't expect him to be such a person. I'm going to ask my father not to cooperate with them anymore. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this, which was rare. Business cooperation is business cooperation, and friends are friends. Once interests are involved, friendships change. Afterward, everyone followed Lin Xiling's map and arrived at the edge of the northern district. On the way, Wu Qiren kept pondering the reactions of those girls earlier, feeling very uncomfortable. So, he approached Zhang Zheyan. Brother Zhang, am I very ugly? Zhang Zheyan looked at Wu Qiren, who had a serious expression on his face, and couldn't help but grin. Bro, you don't know? It's quite unique, unique. Zhang Zheyan reluctantly found a suitable word. After hearing this, Wu Qiren immediately got excited and patted Zhang Zheyan on the shoulder. I knew it. Their sense of aesthetics must be off. How could I possibly be ugly? With that, he proudly stroked the tuft of hair on his mole. Zhang Zheyan helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth, while the people ahead, listening to Wu Qiren's words, broke out in a cold sweat. However, no one said anything and just let him be. Having confidence is a good thing. Afterward, the group finally arrived at the first location marked on the map. From a distance, they saw more than 20 unknown creatures wandering around, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The unknown creature resembled a monkey, with 4 sturdy arms, each arm bearing massive bone blades. Its head was oval-shaped, and its slightly open mouth revealed 2 rows of sharp fangs, striking fear into anyone who saw it. Zhang Zheyan turned pale at the sight, exclaiming inwardly, oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Shin Haoyu glanced at him calmly, seemingly reminding him to stay composed. Zhang Zheyan noticed Shin Haoyu's gaze and immediately clenched his teeth, forcing down the fear in his heart. He repeatedly reminded himself, no. You have to be a tough guy. How can you be scared so easily? Stay strong. Tough guy, tough guy, tough guy. He kept cheering himself on in his heart. Lin Xiaoan quickly scanned the surroundings and said to the group, these star beasts are all first tier. Let's finish this quickly. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and filled with determination. Shin Haoyu switched the dragon-slaying sword to its flying sword form without hesitation and waved it toward the star beasts. Although he had reached the second tier, he still felt somewhat strained facing these first-tier star beasts. These creatures were just too tough. The flying sword instantly startled the star beasts, and their red eyes turned vicious as they charged toward them. The battle erupted in an instant. Everyone worked together, and Li Xiaoxiao quickly summoned the 7-colored pagoda, adding a strength buff to Shin Haoyu.
Shin Haoyu immediately felt as if he had eaten chewing gum that never loses flavor. He simply couldn't stop. Next, Li Xiaoxiao added strength buffs to Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang, while giving Lin Xiaowen a speed buff, as her lethality in battle was truly ferocious. The Phoenix Fire transformed into blazing light blades, striking the Star Beast fiercely, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Zhang Ziyang faced a Star Beast, his heart somewhat trembling, but at the thought of Brother Su, he forced himself to muster courage. At that moment, a deep blue aura surged from Zhang Ziyang's body. His talent was the SS-level Elemental 3 Light Divine Water, with 3 strange lights swirling around him. Then, he slowly formed seals with his hands, weaving golden, silver, and purple colors into a mysterious tricolored magic seal, which he launched toward the Star Beast. The Star Beast was instantly reduced to a pool of blood, leaving behind only a black bead. Shin Haoyu raised an eyebrow at the sight and remarked, "Damn, this kid is so fierce. He used to act like a coward." Seeing the Star Beast turn into a pool of water, Zhang Ziyang's face turned pale, and he clung to an old tree nearby, vomiting uncontrollably. Shin Haoyu rolled his eyes helplessly. In just over 10 minutes, the 20 Star Beasts were all taken down under the group's combined assault, leaving behind a scene of devastation. Ji Xing waved her small hand, and streams of pure energy surged into everyone's bodies, instantly restoring their condition and making their wounds disappear. Wu Qiren excitedly extracted black beads one by one from the Star Beasts' bodies. These black beads were presumably the so-called star cores. Behind him followed a silly and adorable little wolf cub, which opened its mouth, and the corpses of the Star Beasts were instantly sucked into its mouth. Shin Haoyu and the others looked at each other in astonishment and said, "Keiko, your little wolf cub sure has a big appetite." Nakano Keiko was also somewhat puzzled and admitted that she hadn't quite figured out this little wolf cub either. After eating and drinking its fill, the little wolf cub transformed into a streak of light and flew into Nakano Keiko's forehead. Little Gray said he's full and ready to evolve, Nakano Keiko said helplessly. Lin Xiaowen nodded and comforted her, "Your talent needs nurturing in the early stages, but it will be very powerful later on." Upon hearing this, Nakano Keiko's face lit up with joy. "Really?" Lin Xiaowen nodded again, while Wu Qiren reaped a great harvest, holding 23 star cores in his hand. The group took a short rest on the spot and was preparing to head to the next gathering point when suddenly a voice came from afar, "Friends, help me." Everyone turned toward the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man dressed in the attire of the revision hall frantically running toward them, with a large group of unknown creatures chasing behind him. "Run!" Shin Haoyu shouted, and the group immediately took off running. "Damn it, this guy brought the aliens here." Shin Haoyu cursed inwardly. "Friends, I'm from the human race." The middle-aged man hurriedly shouted upon seeing everyone's reaction. Shin Haoyu's face darkened. "No matter what race you are, we still have to run. We're just kids." The man chasing after the group heard this and his face instantly turned deathly pale. Immediately, the middle-aged man formed a seal with his hands, a breeze swept under his feet, and his speed suddenly surged, shooting toward Shin Haoyu and his group like an arrow released from a bow. When he got a clear look at Shin Haoyu and the others' faces, he was instantly stunned. "Damn, where did these little kids come from? Only at the second tier?" Shin Haoyu and the others exchanged glances, speechless in their hearts. "Then why did you lead them here?" Shin Haoyu questioned angrily. The middle-aged man spread his hands helplessly. "I didn't know you were so weak." Shin Haoyu felt a surge of anger in his heart and glanced back at the pursuers behind him. There were at least 50 of them, all exuding an intimidating aura. "What the hell did you do? Why are they chasing you like this?" Shin Haoyu asked furiously. The man looked slightly embarrassed and said to everyone, "It's nothing, I just took one of their eggs." When Lin Xiaowen heard this, her expression instantly turned serious. She glanced behind her and, upon seeing the people chasing them, her face changed dramatically. "You actually stole an egg from the Snake People tribe?" She helplessly covered her forehead, looking utterly speechless. The Snake People tribe is one of the few egg-laying species, and their young are extremely fragile during infancy. This has made them famously protective of their offspring. No wonder they're chasing so fiercely. The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. "Where's the egg? Return the egg," Shin Haoyu asked through gritted teeth. The man shook his head. "No way, I'm using this egg for research." Shin Haoyu sighed helplessly. "Brother, you're running out of time." A trace of cunning flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and then he pulled out something very familiar to Shin Haoyu from his coat, the revision hall's notebook. He flipped through the pages, looking at them with a pained expression. Suddenly, with a ripping sound, he tore out one of the pages. The black page instantly transformed into a strand of golden light and merged into his body. "Hold on. I'll go get reinforcements." After saying this, The man formed a seal with his hands, his speed suddenly increased, and he disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant.
Are you kidding me?
Shin Haoyu stared at his departing figure, feeling extremely frustrated.
What a shameless guy. What should we do, big brother? Wu Qiren asked with a bitter expression.
They were almost too exhausted to run, and Shin Haoyu also felt powerless. At this moment, Zhang Ziyang suddenly spoke weakly, I have a teleportation array. As he spoke, Zhang Ziyang extended his hand, and something resembling a compass appeared in his palm.
This is something I secretly took from home.
It can teleport us up to 5 kilometers away, but...
Damn, why didn't you bring this out earlier? Wu Qiren's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly interrupted, hurry up and use it.
All right. Zhang Ziyang nodded helplessly, held the teleportation array, and slowly infused spiritual energy.
The teleportation array instantly radiated a brilliant light.
As a blinding flash of light passed, everyone instantly vanished from their original spot. When they came to their senses, they found themselves in a dense, primeval forest, surrounded by towering trees that felt oppressive. At this moment, the figures of the snake people had already disappeared. Everyone quickly breathed a sigh of relief.
Shin Haoyu looked around, his face full of confusion. Where are we?
Zhang Ziyang smiled wryly. This teleportation array can only send us 5 kilometers away, but it didn't say where exactly. Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan exchanged glances, feeling helpless.
Could it be that they were lost?
Just as everyone was taking a short break, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from deep within the forest, instantly putting them on edge.
Hide first.
Shin Haoyu frowned deeply and gave a low-voiced instruction.
He looked around and his eyes lit up. Quick, hide in the tree hollow.
Following his gaze, everyone saw a faintly visible opening on the old tree behind them, cleverly concealed by the surrounding shrubs.
Without hesitation, everyone quickly crawled inside.
The interior of the hole was slightly damp, but the tree was sturdy, and the group did not feel cramped. At that moment, the sound of footsteps outside the hole grew closer and closer, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. There were as many as 100 people. Judging from the sound of footsteps, Shin Haoyu secretly thought something was wrong. Under the cover of the bushes, he looked out and saw a large group of strange creatures approaching from afar.
Startled, he realized there were definitely more than 100.
Behind this group of creatures, countless heads surged like a tide, sending chills down one's spine.
The others noticed Shin Haoyu's sudden change in expression and immediately looked out cautiously.
When they saw the densely packed army of alien races, the terror on their faces instantly became evident.
Why are there so many alien creatures? Wu Qiren was shocked and murmured, did they stumble into someone else's lair?
The alien creatures came closer and closer, and the air was thick with tension. Everyone held their breath, afraid to make the slightest sound. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with panic. At this moment, Lin Xiaoan frowned deeply, thinking to herself that this was not good. She had just taken a quick glance and, although she hadn't seen clearly, she had spotted at least 3 different types of alien creatures. Different clans rarely cooperated easily, and if they joined forces, it must mean something major was happening. The group crouched inside the cave, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Outside, alien creatures kept passing by the old tree, as if searching for prey. They waited for a full hour, yet the group of aliens still hadn't left, leaving everyone on edge. At that moment, a sudden burst of conversation came from outside the cave. Shin Haoyu and the others exchanged glances, completely unable to understand. Lin Xiaoan heard the voices outside and suddenly squeezed closer to the entrance, appearing highly focused.
Shin Haoyu noticed this and quickly stepped aside, secretly astonished. Lin Xiaoan could actually understand this?
The incomprehensible chatter outside left him utterly baffled, completely clueless as to what language it was. After a while, the people outside gradually dispersed. The group dared not take any chances and stayed in the cave for a full hour, with time seeming to stretch endlessly. Finally, Shin Haoyu cautiously crawled out of the cave. After carefully scouting the surroundings, he called everyone else to come out.
My goodness, I was about to suffocate.
Wu Qiren emerged from the cave, his complexion instantly improving, as if he had regained his freedom. At this moment, Shin Haoyu turned to Lin Xiaoan, his gaze carrying a hint of urgency.
Ran, did you understand what they were saying just now? Lin Xiaoan's expression was grave as she nodded slightly. I understood some of it. What did they say?
Shin Haoyu's heart tightened, sensing something was wrong, and he asked urgently.
Those people just now were speaking the universal racial language.
Lin Xiaoan's voice was low and grave, as if sounding the alarm for an impending crisis. The general meaning is that they plan to launch a night raid on the N318 stronghold tonight.
Everyone's expressions instantly turned grim upon hearing this. Isn't in 318 the base where they are currently located? Shin Haoyu's heart sank abruptly. The situation was clearly far more serious than they had imagined. Based on the earlier observations, the number of these aliens was at least in the tens of thousands, and the situation was extremely precarious. No, we have to go back immediately, Shin Haoyu said urgently, his gaze falling on Lin Xiaoen, his expression growing even more grave. Lin Xiaoen nodded, her expression growing more serious. The people who were speaking just now must be the leading commanders. They mentioned the device core we brought back earlier. At present, there are 2 device cores inside N318. I suspect they are very likely here for that. Isn't the device core just a positioning device? Can something like that really make the alien race go to such lengths? Shin Haoyu asked in confusion. No. Lin Xiaoan shook her head in denial, her eyes gleaming with determination. The so-called device core is a special crystal containing immense energy. We call it star source. Outside the Stargate, all technological means are rendered useless, and star energy becomes the primary source of power. The positioning device not only serves as a base station but is also the energy source for every stronghold. The core of this device can convert starlight into star energy. Possessing a device core is equivalent to having an inexhaustible and perpetual power system. Everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, instantly realizing the importance of this device. No wonder that high-ranking member of the Iron Blood tribe was relentlessly pursuing them. This device core is practically a miniature nuclear power plant, and even more, a perpetual motion machine. This time, the alien forces are making quite a move. We must bring this information back immediately, Lin Xiaowen said seriously to the group. But how do we get back? Wu Qiren asked with a bitter expression, his voice filled with helplessness. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. For this trip, they had only brought a paper map, and now they had been transported by the teleportation array to an unknown location, completely unable to determine their direction. At that moment, Nakano Keiko suddenly exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, Little Gray is awake. Maybe we can let Little Gray take us back." Shin Haoyu's eyes lit up, his gaze filled with anticipation. "Are you sure he can take us back?" Nakano Keiko nodded proudly. "Little Gray's nose is incredibly sharp. He can follow the scent to find our way back." After speaking, she waved her hand, and a little wolf cub instantly appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, Little Gray was no longer the silly and adorable wolf cub he used to be. His silver-white fur shimmered with a purple glow, making him look much more mature. Little Gray landed and happily circled around everyone, clearly having just had a big meal. "Little Gray!" Keiko Nakano called out excitedly. Hearing the call, Little Gray immediately ran to her feet, affectionately rubbing against her pant leg. "Little Gray, can you take us back to the previous base?" Keiko Nakano bent down, gently stroking Little Gray's head as she asked. Little Gray heard its master's words, rolled its eyes, and then nodded. Everyone present couldn't help but show delighted smiles. This little guy always manages to bring surprises at critical moments. Next, under everyone's gaze, Little Gray took a deep breath, its body rapidly expanded, transforming into a towering giant 5 meters tall. Lin Xiaowen's gaze sharpened, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It seemed that Little Gray's evolution had already turned it into the initial form of the moon-swallowing Wolf King. Everyone was taken aback. Who would have thought that the silly and adorable little wolf cub would grow up to be so handsome? At this moment, Little Gray held his head high with pride, exuding a powerful aura. His silver-white fur shimmered with a purple sheen. Keiko Nakano was so delighted she almost jumped up. "Wow, Little Gray, you've grown up. Amazing." Hearing his owner's praise, Little Gray stuck out his tongue, showing a silly and adorable expression. Keiko Nakano was the first to climb onto Little Gray's back. "Come on." She waved to the others. Everyone exchanged smiles, secretly feeling fortunate. With Little Gray as their guide and mount, the hope of returning became even slimmer. One by one, everyone climbed onto Little Gray's back. Seeing that everyone was ready, Keiko Nakano gently patted Little Gray with her small hand. "Let's go." Upon hearing this, Little Gray immediately leaped forward, swiftly darting through the jungle. Everyone sat on Little Gray's back, tightly gripping its fur, a glimmer of hope and anticipation igniting in their hearts. Shin Haoyu felt the wind brushing against his face and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. An adventurous journey was about to begin. This damn thrust. It's amazing. Little Gray's speed was as swift as lightning, carrying everyone out of the jungle and racing across the wasteland like a wild beast. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wasteland, the alien army had already gathered, their momentum overwhelming. Their numbers reached a staggering 50,000, resembling a moving mountain, striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld them. Under Xiao Huihui's full-speed sprint, Shin Haoyu and the others finally saw the gates of the stronghold, their eyes gleaming with hope. Upon reaching the city gates, everyone immediately dismounted and jumped off Xiao Huihui's back. At this moment, Xiao Huihui was already panting heavily. Nakano Keiko gently stroked Xiao Huihui's fur with a heartache, softly saying, "You've worked hard, Xiao Huihui." Hearing this, Xiao Huihui instantly transformed back into the adorable little wolf cub from before, happily burrowing into Nakano Keiko's arms, seemingly seeking a sense of security. However, the group did not pause for a moment, hurrying toward the city with a sense of urgency in their hearts. Just as they stepped into the city, they ran into Lin Xiling head-on. Upon seeing them, Lin Xiling immediately showed a worried expression and anxiously asked, "Where have you been? The people from the revision hall said you were chased by the snake people all the way. I've been searching everywhere for you with my team." "Brother, let's not talk about that now. We have urgent matters to report." Lin Xiaowen quickly interjected, her expression grave. The others also looked serious, as if sensing the gravity of the situation. Seeing this, Lin Xiling dared not delay and immediately said, "Then follow me to the council hall." On the way, Lin Xiaowen recounted in detail everything they had seen and experienced in the primeval forest to Lin Xiling. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiling's face changed drastically, alarm bells ringing in his mind. He couldn't spare the time to escort the group to the council hall and hurriedly said, "You go ahead, I'll summon the stronghold's commanders." With that, Lin Xiling dashed off in the opposite direction, as if time was his only enemy. The group then arrived at the council hall, and the scene before them made their hearts sink. A middle-aged man was leisurely sitting in a chair, sipping tea, as if completely indifferent to the chaos outside. Upon seeing this, Shin Haoyu immediately burst into a tirade, "You old bastard." As he spoke, he rushed forward, grabbed the man by the collar, and fumed with rage, "How dare you still stay here?" The middle-aged man panicked at the sight, repeatedly saying, "Young man, calm down." However, Shin Haoyu was having none of it and angrily retorted, "Calm down, my foot." He was so furious that he wished he could throw the man into the lair of the snake people, so he could experience the terror of being hunted. At this moment, everyone glared at the middle-aged man, their anger boiling over. This guy was utterly shameless. He caused trouble and left them to take the blame. If it weren't for Zhang Ziyang's teleportation array, they would have already been captured by the snake people and become sacrifices to feed their snake babies. Just then, two middle-aged men in military uniforms walked in. The man leading them exuded an air of righteousness, his square face marked with a few faint scars. He was none other than Su Ximiao, the Supreme Commander of Outpost N318. Su Ximiao frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Didn't Lin Xiling say there was an urgent matter to discuss?" Seeing the group's expressions, he was puzzled and confused. Lin Xiaowen immediately stepped forward and asked firmly, "Are you the Supreme Commander of the base?" Su Ximiao nodded, exuding an air of authority. Lin Xiaowen took a deep breath and quickly and concisely said, "The alien army is currently assembling, and they are planning a night raid on base N318 tonight." "What?" The two generals and the middle-aged man from earlier instantly showed expressions of shock, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Their faces turned deathly pale. The crisis was upon them, and at this life-and-death moment, the horn of battle had already sounded. After a moment of shock, the group quickly regained their composure, and the tense atmosphere began to spread. Su Ximiao frowned, his gaze sharp as he asked Lin Xiaowen, "Young lady, are you sure? This is a matter of life and death." The people behind Lin Xiaowen stepped forward one after another, firmly stating, "We can all testify." Su Ximiao looked at their resolute expressions, his brows slowly furrowing into a shape, instantly realizing the gravity of the situation. He turned to the generals behind him and said in a deep voice, "Deploy all members of the intelligence team. Make sure to grasp the enemy's every move within an hour." Young Marshal Su. The general hesitated slightly, clearly skeptical of the group's words. "Go quickly," Su Ximiao sternly said to the group again. "Better to believe it exists than to assume it doesn't. Moreover, Lin Xiaowen's speculation is well-founded. The enemy's significant efforts for the two device cores are by no means baseless." Seeing this, the officer no longer hesitated and immediately began to act. Subsequently, Su Ximiao nodded to everyone and then hurriedly walked out. He had to report the news as soon as possible. If what Lin Xiaowen said is true, and the aliens are here for the device core, then there are at least tens of thousands of troops. This is absolutely not something the N318 outpost can handle. As everyone watched Su Ximiao leave, their gazes instantly focused on the middle-aged man sitting in the chair. The middle-aged man saw this and immediately shouted to everyone, "Misunderstanding." Everyone looked at this guy, gritting their teeth in hatred. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding my foot. Hit him.
With Shin Haoyu's command, everyone swarmed to attack. On the other side, Su Simyo had just walked into the office and happened to bump into Lin Xiling.
Lin Xiling hurriedly asked, "Young Marshal Su, did Ran Ran tell you?" Hearing this, Su Simyo nodded. Noticing Lin Xiling's form of address, he frowned slightly. "That girl is your sister?" Lin Xiling nodded vigorously. "Yes, my sister Lin Xiaoen." Su Simyo glanced at Lin Xiling suspiciously. "Your sister is so beautiful, how come you look so plain and ordinary?" Lin Xiling was left embarrassed. "What do you mean by plain and ordinary? Young Marshal Su, you still have the mood to joke around? This matter is no small deal." Lin Xiling couldn't suppress the anxiety in his heart. Su Simyo merely nodded lightly, then instructed Lin Xiling, "Go issue the assembly order and have all the spirit warriors near the base return immediately." Lin Xiling saluted Su Simyo solemnly, "Yes." Afterward, Su Simyo walked into his office, his expression instantly turning grave. He activated the communication device exclusive to officers and sent a conversation request to Lin Zhan. "Beep beep. Hello? This is Lin Zhan. God of War Lin Zhan, this is Su Simyo, requesting support for N318 outpost." Su Simyo's voice was crisp and decisive. What happened?" Lin Zhan was slightly stunned, his expression tense. "Your daughter's squad encountered a large alien army while on a mission today and received information that these aliens are planning a night raid on the N318 stronghold." "What?" Lin Zhan's voice instantly rose a few notches, sounding particularly anxious. "How is my daughter?" Su Simyo was taken aback by this response, feeling helpless inside. "Big brother, it seems like you missed the main point." Your daughter is fine." Su Simyo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Zhan also realized he had been somewhat biased and cleared his throat. "Understood, I'll immediately report to the military district command and request reinforcements as soon as possible." He paused, his tone serious. "Old Su, you know as well, the N318 outpost is in a remote location, and the nearest reinforcements to you will take at least a dozen hours to arrive at the fastest." "So?" Su Simyo sighed, "I understand, we'll do our best to hold out until reinforcements arrive." Lin Zhan nodded, then hung up the call. He looked at the disconnected communication, his expression instantly turning grim. N318 currently has 2 device cores. He had anticipated that the aliens would take action, but he hadn't expected them to move so quickly. Just now, when he told Su Simyo about a dozen hours, it was actually to prepare them for the worst-case scenario and buy some time. Let a poorly defended and underpopulated stronghold withstand a fierce attack from foreign forces for 10 hours, this is simply a fantasy. He hurriedly initiated communication with the military district, his voice firm. "Hello? Connect me to General Zhang." "All right, please hold." "Hello?" A deep voice came through the communication device. The horn of battle had already sounded. "General Zhang, the N318 outpost urgently needs support." Lin Zhan did not hesitate and quickly informed Zhang Qingfu of the crisis at the N318 outpost. On the other end of the communication device, after a brief silence, the old man's voice sounded. "Tell the commander of N318 to hold out for 10 hours at all costs." "General Zhang, 10 hours. Lin Zhan's voice was somewhat heavy. The enemy, aiming to seize the core of the device, must have prepared thoroughly. 10 hours is really too long. No choice, N318 is already considered a border area, unless... Zhang Qingfu sighed as he spoke. Lin Zhan's eyes lit up. N318 is backed by the Arctic Empire. If we can get their support, the problem will be much simpler. Zhang Qingfu was silent for a moment before finally saying, "That's not wrong, but the Arctic Empire's situation isn't great either, and they've already owed quite a few favors before. General Zhang, now is not the time to think about these things. Don't forget, your grandson is still in N318. Lin Zhan said urgently. He understood that as the commander of the entire army, Zhang Qingfu had to consider the bigger picture, but the current situation was fraught with danger. There was no time for hesitation. Owing a favor can be repaid later. All right, I'll make contact. Zhang Qingfu finally made up his mind. Lin Zhan breathed a sigh of relief, and his furrowed brows relaxed considerably. At this moment, Su Simyo paced back and forth in the office, quickly formulating countermeasures in his mind. Lin Zhan had given him 10 hours, but the forces at N318 numbered only over 8,000. Including the surrounding spiritual warriors, they could barely muster 10,000. Based on experience, the alien army was estimated to be at least 30,000 strong. With such a disparity in forces, holding the city for 10 hours seemed like an almost impossible task. The outpost was not an indestructible Great Wall, it lacked heavy fortifications and had no large-scale weapons for defense.
At that moment, Lin Zhan's message arrived. After negotiations, the Arctic Empire is willing to send reinforcements, but you must hold out for at least 7 hours.
This is the bottom line. Su Ximiao took a deep breath and quickly stepped out of the office.
Outside the door, numerous commanders were already waiting.
Su Ximiao gazed at them with a resolute expression.
An army of foreign invaders is at our doorstep. The higher-ups have ordered us to hold the stronghold for 7 hours.
Everyone, our homeland needs us.
His voice was resolute, inspiring the generals present. We swear to live and die with the stronghold, the generals responded in unison, their morale soaring.
Hearing the general's oaths, Su Ximiao's doubts instantly dissipated, replaced by an unshakable confidence. Generals, hear my command.
Immediately organize all available forces within N318 and deploy defenses around the stronghold.
Sound the alarm.
Su Ximiao had not finished speaking when a soldier suddenly burst into the office, his face filled with panic, and promptly saluted everyone.
Report, young Marshal Su.
According to the intelligence team's investigation, movements of foreign forces have been detected 10 kilometers east of the stronghold.
The young soldier's voice trembled, revealing his extreme nervousness.
All the generals turned to look at him in unison. The young soldier swallowed hard and said with difficulty, their numbers exceed 50,000.
Boom! The news exploded like thunder, and the faces of several generals immediately turned extremely grave. 50,000 men. This was even more than they had anticipated. Sound the alarm, the entire city on high alert. Su Ximiao's expression remained unchanged as he calmly commanded, go and arrange the deployments immediately. Upon learning the enemy's numbers, Su Ximiao appeared even calmer and more composed. The generals dared not delay and quickly headed out. Watching their departing figures, Su Ximiao felt a surge of excitement, his hands trembling slightly. He took out a pack of Great Wall cigarettes from the side pocket of his military uniform, tapped it lightly, and a cigarette landed precisely at the corner of his mouth. With a crisp click, thick smoke curled upward. After finishing the cigarette, Su Ximiao straightened his collar, fastened his military cap, and strode out of the office with an imposing aura. Meanwhile, in the conference hall, the middle-aged man from earlier had a face covered in bruises, his expression filled with sorrow. Speak! Why did you betray us? Shin Haoyu demanded furiously, questioning the man.
The man looked aggrieved.
A dignified blue-robed revisor, was he really going to be bullied to this extent? Seeing that he didn't answer, Wu Qiren stepped forward and kicked the man, gritting his teeth as he said, "Deaf? My big brother is asking you a question." The man was kicked back to reality by this blow and immediately put on a bitter face. "Gentlemen, you've hit me and scolded me. Can we just let this matter go now? You think it's over just because you say so?"
Shin Haoyu asked coldly.
"Speak."
His voice rose, his gaze sharp as a knife.
"Wasn't I just running fast?"
The man replied sheepishly, secretly regretting in his heart.
Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. "What exactly are you planning to do with that egg?"
Shin Haoyu changed the subject and continued to press, his eyes glinting with curiosity. The man brightened up upon hearing this, instantly becoming excited, as if he had grasped hope. "I am working on a great project. As long as this egg hatches, we can understand the habits and abilities of the snake people through the snake baby."
He spoke passionately, his eyes shining, as if painting a grand blueprint. "Do you know what this means?"
"It means that our human race will have a much greater chance of victory when facing the snake people. Ancient China has a saying, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle."
"If this project succeeds?"
The man was interrupted by Shin Haoyu before he could finish.
"Stop. We don't want to hear this.
You've caused us to be hunted down, so you owe us some compensation for the mental distress."
Shin Haoyu's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. "Since you managed to get this egg, we should have a share in it too, right?"
He stared at the man intently, his tone firm. Hearing Shin Haoyu's words, the man's face was full of embarrassment. He was just a poor scholar, with pockets emptier than his face, and under such pressure, he could only put on a bitter expression.
"As a revision officer, you shouldn't be short on money, right? Just hand over 3 million federal credits first," Shin Haoyu said bluntly. "I really don't have any money,"
the man argued with a pained expression. Shin Haoyu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, secretly doubting it in his heart.
A dignified public official telling him he has no money? Who would believe that?
Then he waved at Wu Qiren, who immediately understood Shin Haoyu's intention.
Rubbing his hands, he grinned as he walked toward the man. "What are you going to do?" "Don't!" "Ah!"
the man exclaimed, his face instantly turning pale. In just a short while, Wu Qiren had taken out all the items from the man's body. Shin Haoyu looked at the pile of junk on the ground, feeling utterly helpless.
"What the heck is all this?" Nameplate, notebook, pen, there's not even a drop of spirit liquid. Why are you so poor?
Shin Haoyu said with great disdain. The expression on the man's face was almost tearful. Young master, I really don't have any money.
If I had money, I'd give it to you.
Shin Haoyu felt a wave of helplessness upon hearing this.
He really couldn't do anything about him. He picked up the nameplate on the ground and glanced at it. Seeing the name on it, Shin Haoyu was stunned. Your name is Joe Shuren? Joe Shuren shrank his neck and gave an awkward smile. Is there a problem?
Shin Haoyu rolled his eyes.
That name was really something. My apologies, my apologies.
He cupped his fists toward the man, but inwardly, he was already considering how to make use of him. At this moment, Lin Xiaoan walked over and gave the man a cold glance. Hand over your spiritual secret technique.
Joe Shuren's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing the words spiritual secret technique. He was puzzled in his heart. Weren't these just a group of newly awakened college freshmen? How could they even know about spiritual secret techniques?
Shin Haoyu's eyes lit up upon hearing Lin Xiaoan's words. He had read in the Comprehensive Guide to Spiritual Martial Cultivation that spiritual secret techniques were extremely rare and precious.
He immediately chimed in, hand it over.
At this moment, Joe Shuren wore a pained expression.
This spiritual secret technique was something the curator had specially approved for him when he was promoted to a blue robe. Wu Qiren raised an eyebrow upon seeing Joe Shuren's hesitation. Not going to hand it over, huh?
Joe Shuren shuddered upon hearing this and said with a bitter expression, can't I just give it to you? Then, under the pressure of the crowd, Joe Shuren picked up pen and paper and wrote furiously, here. After Joe Shuren finished writing, he handed it over. Shin Haoyu reached out to take it, but the other party hesitated to let go.
Shin Haoyu raised an eyebrow and glanced at Joe Shuren.
Seeing this, Joe Shuren gave an awkward smile and finally released his grip. Shin Haoyu took the paper and looked at it. Written on it were the 3 large characters Shin Xing Ju, Divine Movement Technique. However, he couldn't make sense of it, so he handed it to Lin Xiaoan. Ran, take a look.
Is it correct? Lin Xiaoan took the paper and quickly skimmed through it.
After reading, Lin Xiaoan nodded at Shin Haoyu. No problem, it's a mental secret technique to enhance speed. However, it requires high mental strength, at least a breakthrough to the 3rd tier to use.
Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu nodded, feeling secretly satisfied.
Although this was a minor gain, it was still an indispensable bargaining chip. Then, Shin Haoyu waved his hand at Joe Shuren. Alright, I'll let you off this time.
Joe Shuren breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, secretly feeling fortunate.
Finally, this group of people was dealt with. What a jobapi. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Shin Haoyu's mind. System upgrade and maintenance complete.
New features are now online.
Hearing this voice, Shin Haoyu's face immediately lit up with a joyful smile.
The system upgrade was complete?
This was practically a blessing from the heavens. However, before Shin Haoyu could think further, Lin Xiling came running into the council hall, only to see Joe Shuren with a bruised and swollen face.
She frowned slightly. Brother Joe, what happened to you?
Everyone turned their gaze toward Joe Shuren upon hearing this, their eyes filled with doubt and threat. Seeing this, Joe Shuren could only force an awkward smile.
Well, I fell on my own.
Lin Xiling nodded, a trace of suspicion flashing in his eyes. To think someone could fall like that, Joe Shuren truly was a talent. The revisers all wore peculiar expressions, but upon hearing such an absurd explanation, Lin Xiling wasn't particularly surprised. The intelligence team has already investigated thoroughly. The number of aliens is vast, Lin Xiling said gravely. Although you are all freshmen and have only recently awakened, the outpost is currently short-handed, so you must contribute as well. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Of course. Lin Xiling smiled faintly, but don't worry, I definitely won't send you to the front lines. He continued, right now, there are 2 places urgently in need of manpower, the intelligence department and the logistics department. I suggest you go to the intelligence department, it's relatively safer, while the logistics department is too close to the battlefield. Everyone's gaze turned simultaneously to Lin Xiaoan. At this moment, in Shin Haoyu's mind, the system's voice rang out once again. Ding, the system has detected a choice option. Choose to go to the intelligence department, successfully defend the city, mental power level +1. B. Choose to go to the logistics department, successfully defend the city, reward true man pills ×3.
Shin Haoyu was taken aback. A newly launched system feature? True man pills? What kind of bizarre thing is that? It doesn't sound very reliable. But his curiosity was piqued. No, this is it. He had to see what these true man pills were all about. I want to go to the logistics department.
Shin Haoyu said without hesitation, his gaze firm. Lin Xiling gave him a surprised look.
Shin Haoyu cleared his throat and said righteously, I'm here to train myself. The most dangerous group is the one I want to join. Lin Xiaowen raised an eyebrow, wondering what was up with this guy again. Wu Qiren immediately raised his hand, then I'll join the logistics team too.
Zhang Ziyang hesitated for a moment. Seeing the two had already expressed their stance, he steeled himself and said, I'll go too.
Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren were surprised by the guy's reaction, secretly thinking, bold move.
Lin Xiaowen rolled her eyes at the scene and then said to Lin Xiling, then we'll all join the logistics department.
Lin Xiling nodded helplessly, all right. Then, he turned to Zhou Shuren behind the group, Brother Zhou, what about you? Zhou Shuren looked stunned and pointed at himself. Me?
Lin Xiling nodded firmly, the whole city is mobilized now, Brother Zhou, you can't just sit idle.
Zhou Shuren sighed, then I'll go. He's going to logistics too.
Shin Haoyu quickly said, interrupting Zhou Shuren before he could finish speaking. Lin Xiling nodded helplessly.
All right, Brother Zhou,
then you go to the logistics department with them.
At this moment, Zhou Shuren was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? I haven't even finished speaking. I don't want to stay with this group of people. Well, Zhou Shuren was just about to refuse when a piercing alarm suddenly sounded from outside, interrupting his thoughts. Everyone's expression changed slightly upon hearing the commotion outside. Lin Xiling's face turned serious, follow me quickly.
With that, Lin Xiling hurriedly led the group outside.
Zhou Shuren reluctantly followed behind, thinking to himself, as a Blue Rogue revision officer, do I not even have basic human rights? But just as the group rushed outside, Zhou Shuren's eyes darted around, and he seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. When everyone arrived at the designated location, they discovered that Zhou Shuren had already vanished. Shaking their heads helplessly, they thought to themselves, this guy is just too clever.
At this moment, the sky gradually darkened, and the wilderness outside was eerily quiet.
Under Lin Xiling's lead, Shin Haoyu and the group ascended the defensive high platform on the western side of the outpost.
Climbing onto the high platform, Shin Haoyu looked around and found that the artillery unit was already in full readiness. Every 5 meters, there was a large mortar, creating an atmosphere that was both tense and exhilarating. Suddenly, he noticed a familiar figure. Su Ximiao was standing on the western platform, silently smoking a cigarette. As if hearing the commotion behind him, Su Ximiao turned his head, his gaze falling on Lin Xiling.
Lin Xiling, why did you bring this group of kids here?
Young Marshal Su, they are here to follow the logistics unit, Lin Xiling replied, a hint of urgency in his tone.
Oh? Su Ximiao raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly a bit surprised.
Su Ximiao was taken aback upon hearing this, casting a surprised glance at the group, his eyes soon revealing a look of admiration.
Good, that's the spirit.
His voice was firm and powerful, as if injecting a dose of confidence for the impending battle.
At that moment, a deafening sound echoed from the distant wilderness.
Su Ximiao quickly looked ahead, only to see on the horizon a dense army of alien forces now exposed before everyone's eyes, like a dark cloud gradually closing in. Shin Haoyu and the others felt a chill run down their spines as they faced the overwhelming alien army. The aliens surged toward the stronghold like a tide, leaving not a single gap. The scene seemed to foretell a bloody slaughter about to unfold. Seeing this, Su Ximiao dropped the cigarette in his hand and said resolutely to Lin Xiling, inform the commanders of all city defenses to act according
to the defense plan. Lin Xiling immediately saluted with a serious expression, yes, sir.
He then quickly gathered the others to relay the orders.
Following Lin Xiling's instructions, Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen took the lead, rushing with everyone toward the logistics department. The officer in charge of the logistics department was slightly taken aback when he saw their appearance. You all.
Before he could finish his sentence, Shin Haoyu responded, Sir, we are here to report to the logistics department. The officer looked at their somewhat youthful faces, a complex expression appearing on his own. Stay safe, he solemnly reminded them, then quickly assigned tasks to them.
Shin Haoyu and his
companions were assigned to the front lines to deliver supplies to the artillery unit, while several girls were tasked with managing the ammunition inventory and distribution in the supply depot. At the ammunition storage on the high platform, Shin Haoyu and the others stood by, waiting in place.
Through the window, they could see the overwhelming army of alien invaders surging like a tide, numbering at least 40 to 50,000. Zhang Ziyang's face turned pale, his voice trembling, Brother Shin, can we hold them off?
Unease filled his heart, and the sight of the city defenses made him feel an immense pressure.
Shin Haoyu frowned slightly, thinking to himself, even if we can't hold them off, we must fight desperately to defend.
By now, the sky had completely darkened, and the alien army resembled a ravenous beast, with an oppressive tension permeating the air.
Su Ximiao's eyes were sharp, fixed on the approaching alien army, a look of excitement appearing on his face. He knew that during the setup of the city defenses, they had laid a minefield 5 kilometers away from the stronghold. As the aliens drew closer, Su Ximiao's gaze suddenly sharpened. Now's the time. With a wave of his hand, the previously silent plain erupted with a series of deafening explosions, the thunderous blasts tearing through the sky as flames soared into the air. The sudden strike threw the alien forces into instant chaos. The foreign general's gaze turned icy upon seeing the situation, realizing that their plan had been discovered by the enemy in advance. He quickly adjusted the army's formation and issued orders for a rapid siege. The foreign army's formation shifted swiftly, siege engines were pushed to the front, and their marching speed increased instantly. At this moment, Su Ximiao gave the foreign forces no chance to catch their breath, immediately ordering the artillery unit to carry out ground suppression. As the command was issued, shells roared out from the stronghold. In an instant, explosions echoed across the wasteland, turning the foreign forces into sitting ducks, utterly unable to fight back. Shin Haoyu, stationed at the ammunition depot, felt a wave of tension as he heard the rumbling explosions outside. At this moment, the battle had finally begun. As the roar of mortars thundered outside, the logistics personnel sprang into action, and Shin Haoyu and his 2 companions were no exception. They followed the veteran soldiers, carrying shells back and forth between the supply point and the elevated platforms. When the 3 stood on the high platform again, overlooking the densely packed alien army below, they couldn't help but feel a wave of tension. The massive siege engines slowly advanced under the aliens' push, and despite the full firepower of hundreds of mortars, the enemy's pace remained undeterred. As one siege engine was destroyed, another was immediately pushed forward. In the brief moment of their distraction, the alien army had already advanced 100 meters toward the stronghold. Zhang Ziyan looked at the situation before him, his face turning slightly pale. At this rate, they'll reach the base of the city walls very soon. In front of the siege engines, the walls seemed as fragile as paper. Shin Haoyu also felt uneasy. Can we really hold them off like this? What are you staring at? Get moving. The soldier leading the team laughed and scolded, snapping everyone back to reality. They quickly set down the shells in their hands and headed back to the supply point. On the way, the atmosphere was heavy. The soldier glanced at them and smiled faintly. Have some confidence. None of our Huaxia commanders are here just for show. All we need to do is give it our all. The 3 exchanged smiles, nodded, and followed the veteran soldiers to resume their busy work. Gradually, they felt their bodies filled with strength. When they stood on the high platform again, they saw the siege engines had already reached the base of the city walls, and their hearts tightened once more. If these aliens truly reached the stronghold, with the aid of the siege engines, breaking through the walls would be a matter of moments. At that point, they would face a life and death decision. They couldn't help but look toward Su Ximiao on one side of the high platform. His expression remained calm as he stared at the approaching siege vehicles, showing no fear. Su Ximiao took a deep drag on his cigarette and tossed the nearly burnt out but downward signal flare. He gestured to the adjutant beside him, who quickly handed over a long, cylindrical object. Taking the signal flare, Su Ximiao's eyes burned with intensity, and a fervent smile gradually appeared on his face. You want to take down my N318? No way. Today, I'll show you something. He decisively pulled the pin on the signal flare, and instantly, a streak of fire shot into the sky. The moment the signal flare ascended, figures within the city soared into the air. Shin Haoyu and the others were stunned, their jaws dropping in shock. Those figures were all 4th-tier or higher powerhouses, nearly 100 of them. Seeing this, Su Ximiao solemnly handed his military cap to the adjutant and then flew into the sky. Meanwhile, atop the high platform on the city wall, the bright red national flag fluttered fiercely in the wind. Outside, the alien commander looked puzzled. What on earth were these humans up to? He grew wary and ordered the marching speed to slow down. The earlier losses from landmines had made him cautious. Su Ximiao in midair smiled faintly, feeling secretly pleased his opponent had fallen for it. Raising the flag was merely a ploy to confuse the enemy and buy time. He shouted loudly, "Comrades, lend me a hand." Everyone immediately unleashed their spiritual energy, and hundreds of yellow streams of energy surged toward Su Ximiao like a tide. A smile curved at the corner of Su Ximiao's mouth as he clasped his hands together, and an overwhelming aura burst forth from him in an instant. The earth-colored spiritual energy rippled like a storm, sweeping across the scene. Sand and stones flew uncontrollably toward the stronghold, gradually coalescing into massive stone spheres in midair. At this moment, Su Ximiao's face appeared slightly pale, but his eyes sparkled with fearless determination.
Shin Haoyu and the others on the high platform looked up at the enormous stone spheres. In the sky, their faces filled with shock. The soldiers with them, witnessing such a spectacular sight, couldn't contain their excitement. Young Marshal Su was about to unleash his ultimate move. Shin Haoyu hurriedly asked, "Brother, what is young Marshal Su planning to do?" The soldier's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. "Our young Marshal Su has an S-level earth elemental talent. This time, we'll crush those bastards to death." Upon hearing this, the group instantly understood and once again looked at the massive stone spheres in the sky, their eyes gleaming with excitement. At the same time, more figures flew into the air under everyone's gaze. The fluctuations emanating from these individuals were identical to those of the previous group. They were all 4th tier or higher experts. Flames surged around them as they launched several fiery streams of spiritual energy from their hands, instantly igniting the massive stones. Hundreds of blazing stone spheres floated in the air, illuminating the entire battlefield as if heralding the prelude to the impending slaughter. At this moment, the alien commander saw the situation, his pupils contracting sharply as he cursed inwardly. This is bad. He had been worried earlier about potential traps set by the humans, but he never expected them to retaliate in such a manner. Having fought the humans for years, this was the first time he had encountered such an inconceivable tactic. After a brief hesitation, the commander swiftly issued an order, commanding the alien army to launch a rapid assault on the city. At this point, they had no other choice. The siege engines moved too slowly, and retreating would undoubtedly result in their complete destruction. While this might reduce casualties, it would leave them even more vulnerable to the humans' counterattack. There was only one solution now: at all costs, use the siege engines to destroy the fortress walls. As long as a breach was made in the walls, the humans would be at their mercy. The ordered aliens suddenly accelerated, and the siege engines sped toward the city walls, completely ignoring the barrage of cannon fire. Seeing this, Su Simiao's lips curled into a slight smile as he thought to himself, "Getting anxious? Too bad, it's too late." He held hundreds of blazing boulders in his hands and hurled them fiercely at the siege engines near the stronghold. Shin Haoyu and the others on the platform estimated that Su Simiao had timed it perfectly. The boulders hit their mark with precision, striking the leading siege engines directly. The crowd on the high platform was instantly filled with excitement, cheering and shouting to encourage Su Simiao. The alien general, upon witnessing this situation, panicked instantly and, along with several high-ranking powerhouses, rushed toward the battlefield at the fastest speed, attempting to intercept the massive boulder in mid-air. However, it seemed that everything was already too late. At this moment, the human generals on the high platform of the stronghold sensed the movements of the alien high-rankers. They immediately leaped into action, charging fiercely toward the aliens. Each of the human generals was at the 7th tier level, and their faces were filled with excitement as they confronted the alien high-rankers. "Want to make a move? Did you ask for our permission?" Their momentum was unstoppable as they fearlessly attacked the aliens, leaving no room for the enemy to intervene. The alien high-rankers exchanged glances, their faces turning ashen. The leading general was furious and initially intended to stop these humans single-handedly, but the human generals before him were utterly fearless, recklessly launching a charge without regard for their own lives. "If you want to die, then I'll grant your wish." The crazed laughter of the alien commander echoed in the sky. In an instant, 2 7th-tier human commanders fell at his hands. Before their deaths, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on their faces. "Our mission is complete. The rest is up to you." The people on the high platform witnessed this scene, their eyes instantly reddening. Farewell, predecessors. Thanks to the fearless sacrifice of these commanders, the aliens ultimately failed to stop the boulder. Soon after, the boulder crashed down with a series of thunderous booms, destroying all the siege engines under the impact of the fiery rock. The alien army suffered heavy losses, with nearly half of the 10,000-strong vanguard wiped out. The entire situation was reversed in an instant. The remaining human commanders, seeing this, felt a surge of joy and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. There were still tough battles ahead, and unnecessary casualties must be avoided. The alien commander's face darkened, burning with rage. This time, they had been completely outmaneuvered. He couldn't help but roar at Su Simiao in the common language. Of the races, on the battlefield, high-tier individuals are not to intervene. This is an unspoken rule agreed upon by all races. Are you humans trying to break it? Su Simiao sneered coldly, completely indifferent. So what if I interfere? Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. He responded loudly. In the common language of the races, there's an old saying among humans: war is the art of deception. If you can't handle it, then don't play. The alien commander's gaze suddenly turned icy, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then let's exchange a few moves.
With that, he gestured towards Su Simiao.
At that moment, Su Simiao's adjutant quickly threw a pure stream of energy toward him, helping him recover most of his depleted strength. Su Simiao frowned slightly, aware that the opponent intended to stall him, but he had no choice but to accept. His actions were indeed unjustifiable, and if he refused, the alien commander might directly attack the stronghold, leading to unimaginable consequences.
With this thought in mind, Su Simiao said to the alien commander, "Fine. To the distance."
Before his words had fully landed, he transformed into a streak of light and flew toward the far horizon. Seeing this, the alien commander smiled and followed closely behind. Their army still had over 40,000 soldiers. As long as they could stall the opponent, this battle would be theirs. At this moment, the clash between the two armies had also begun.
Without siege engines, the alien race chose the most direct method. Members of the Ironblood tribe quickly fetched a sturdy log and began ramming it furiously against the city gate.
Meanwhile, spider-like aliens started climbing along the walls of the stronghold. The remaining human generals immediately took action, deploying large numbers of spirit warriors and troops to the high platforms to counterattack the climbing aliens.
The city
gate was entrusted to the 100 or so Earth Element spirit warriors assisting Su Simiao, while the high platform on Shin Haoyu's side was commanded by Su Simiao's adjutant.
At this moment, Shin Haoyu and his two companions stood out conspicuously among the crowd.
Addressing his soldiers, he said, "This isn't
your fight right now. Get back into the city."
After speaking, the soldier turned and rushed toward the high platform without looking back.
"Big brother, what should we do?" Wu Qiren asked anxiously.
Shin Haoyu pondered for a moment before replying in a deep voice, "Let's
observe for a while first."
The two nodded in agreement, and the three of them hid in a corner, closely monitoring the battle. Time flew by, and 5 hours had passed. The battlefield had descended into chaos. The opposing side's numerical advantage gradually became apparent, and the soldiers and spirit
warriors defending the stronghold were visibly struggling.
On the high platform, many of the alien race had begun climbing up, and the tension of the battle grew even more intense. Shin Haoyu led the two others, moving like ghosts across the high platform, launching silent ambushes. Seizing the moment when several of the alien race let their guard down, the three swiftly struck from behind, delivering a fierce stab. Most of these aliens were at the second tier, and faced with the sudden assault from Shin Haoyu and his companions, they had no chance to react and were taken down instantly. Just as they were enjoying the thrill of battle, a streak of light suddenly darted over, startling the three of them. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a little wolf cub, playfully sticking its tongue out at them.
"How did this little guy get here?"
A trace of delight flashed in Shin Haoyu's eyes. But soon, he understood that Lin Xiaowen must have instructed Huizi to release Little Gray, perfectly setting the stage for Little Gray to enhance the battle atmosphere. Thus, the three of them, accompanied by the little wolf cub, began darting around the high platform like the wind. They were responsible for finishing off enemies, while Little Gray devoured meat voraciously and without hesitation. Just as they were engrossed in the fight, two alien creatures suddenly climbed up from behind. In this area, the soldiers had suffered heavy casualties, and no one had noticed these two alien creatures stealthily approaching, preparing to ambush the human soldiers. Little Gray suddenly started shouting at the top of his voice. Shin Haoyu and the other two immediately realized something unusual about Little Gray, and quickly turned to check. They saw the two alien creatures had gone berserk, charging at the human soldiers. They couldn't help but be greatly shocked, their hearts filled with tension. At this moment, the number of alien creatures on the city wall was simply overwhelming, making it impossible for the humans to fend them off. Just as the three were in a daze, a blood-soaked figure was ruthlessly thrown at their feet by the alien race.
The human soldier was already on the brink of death. Upon seeing Shin Haoyu and the other two, he used the last of his strength to say, "Run, quickly."
It turned out he was the soldier who had previously helped them transport ammunition. Seeing their fallen comrade lying at their feet, the three were instantly consumed by rage.
"Damn aliens!"
Zhang Ziyang roared, his entire fighting spirit completely ignited.
"Brother Shin, let's fight them to the end."
Flames flickered in his eyes as he stared directly at Shin Haoyu.
At this moment, the three exchanged glances, their anger transforming into fearless determination, charging toward the aliens like tigers descending a mountain.
Meanwhile, the battle situation at each city gate grew increasingly dire.
Those fourth-tier Earth Element talent users were already exhausted after prolonged depletion. With a loud bang, a city gate was completely smashed open.
Lin Xiaowen and her female warriors also joined the battle, fighting desperately to kill the enemy with their seamless coordination. The three people on the high platform, Shin Haoyu among them, were already consumed by the frenzy of killing, their faces stained with the blood of the alien race. At this moment, some foreign tribes took the opportunity to break through the city gates and surged onto the high platform, causing them immense pressure. Just as the three felt powerless, a sudden horn blast echoed across the battlefield, like a thunderclap on flat ground. The people on the high platform all turned to look northward, and the scene before their eyes made their hearts race. They saw a bright red flag fluttering in the wind. This red flag was completely different from the red flag of Huaxia. It bore no intricate decorations, only a hammer and a sickle crossed together. The moment the people on the high platform saw the red flag, a blazing fire of hope ignited in their hearts. Big Brother is here. Immediately afterward, on the northern horizon, a well-disciplined troop was marching majestically toward the stronghold. Reinforcements are here. Everyone, charge and wipe out these beasts. On the high platform, a general raised the head of an alien, his voice booming like a bell, inspiring the fighting spirit of every soldier. The previous despondency vanished in an instant, and everyone seemed invigorated, their battle fervor surging. Shin Haoyu heard the general's voice, gripped the Dragon Slayer sword, and without hesitation pierced through the chest of an alien. Blood splattered, and his entire body was filled with the exhilarating thrill of battle. After dealing with the enemy in front of him, he looked toward the north, a hint of joy appearing on his face. On the side, Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang quickly approached, excitedly asking, "Big Brother, what do we do now?" The wolf fur on Wu Qiren's body was already soaked with the blood of the alien race, making him appear exceptionally brave. Shin Haoyu pondered for a moment and then said firmly, "Let's go find Ranran and the others to regroup." The two immediately nodded and followed without hesitation. The three rushed down the high platform, heading deeper into the battlefield. Along the way, they overcame obstacles, fought bravely, and showed no mercy. At this moment, Zhang Ziyang no longer displayed his previous timidity. His entire body shimmered with a tricolored radiance, growing more courageous with each kill, causing Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren to glance at him in surprise. This guy finally exuded the aura of a general's descendant. The three joined forces to carve out a path, heading straight into the city. However, the situation in the city was equally dire. The defending forces struggled to hold their ground against the overwhelming numbers of the foreign invaders. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaowen unfortunately encountered two third-tier aliens. She held a crimson longsword, fending off the attack alone. Little Hui Hui stood protectively in front of the other three girls, desperately biting at the enemies rushing from behind. However, they were already surrounded by numerous aliens. Lin Xiaowen frowned deeply. The situation was critical, and she had to quickly eliminate these two third-tier aliens. With a ruthless determination, she instantly ignited a blazing crimson flame. Taking advantage of a gap in the enemy's attack, she stepped back and swung her sword with all her might. The fiery phoenix sword chi struck the two aliens like lightning, instantly killing them. Lin Xiaowen knelt on one knee, her expression grave. The cost of forcefully killing two third-tier aliens had left her physically drained. The two girls behind her hurriedly helped her up. Ji Xing, seeing this, quickly transferred energy to Lin Xiaowen, but the effect was not significant. At this moment, Xiao Huihui, surrounded and attacked by numerous aliens, was already covered in wounds. With a miserable cry, it transformed into a stream of light and merged into Nakano Keiko's forehead. A large group of foreign soldiers charged toward the girls. Lin Xiaowen gritted her teeth and, despite her exhaustion, stood in front of everyone. The other humans in the city were too preoccupied to help. At this moment, she was the only one with some fighting strength left. The girls' faces were pale. Lin Xiaowen looked at the enemies before her, a sense of helplessness surging in her heart, and she couldn't help but think of Shin Haoyu. What is that guy doing? At that moment, a streak of light flashed by, and several ancient swords instantly stopped in front of the crowd, leaving the enemies completely annihilated. A few girls saw the swords and their faces lit up with joy. Lin Xiaowen was especially full of smiles, a wave of warmth surging in her heart. That guy, he's finally here. Shin Haoyu and his two companions carved a bloody path straight toward the group. Seeing Lin Xiaowen's pale face, Shin Haoyu felt a pang of heartache. He reached out to wipe the blood off her face and asked with concern, "Are you all okay?" Lin Xiaowen looked at his concerned expression, and her heart softened instantly. "It's nothing." Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible, yet it was full of reliance and warmth. Shin Haoyu's heart stirred. He immediately scanned the situation in the city. The circumstances were far from optimistic, and he decisively said, "Let's go. We'll find a place to hide first." Reinforcements were about to arrive, but their condition was not good, making it unsuitable to play the hero here.
Thus, Shin Haoyu, Wu Qiren, and Zhang Ziyan led the way, quickly guiding the group into an inconspicuous Chinese-style building.
Upon entering, everyone was surprised to discover that this was actually the place where the positioning devices were stored, and the energy core was hidden here. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but admire the courage of these generals. Is this what they call the safest place being the most dangerous? However, no one could dwell on it too much, as after a prolonged battle, everyone was utterly exhausted. Zhang Ziyang took out a considerable amount of spiritual liquid and food from his spatial storage ring, and everyone paused here for a brief rest. Ji Xing, Li Xiaoxiao, and Huizi replenished their energy briefly and then fell into a deep sleep. Shin Haoyu, resting nearby, finally noticed that he had accumulated quite a few injuries on his body. He hadn't realized it earlier, but now, after resting, the wounds all over his body throbbed faintly with pain. Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang were also injured, but one is a transformation type, and the other is protected by water elements, so their injuries are not serious. Shin Haoyu sighed, sat on the ground, took out the ointment given to him by Li Xuanzong, and began applying it to his wounds. As the ointment was applied to the wounds, the pain made him grimace, but despite the pain, the ointment was indeed effective.
Give it to me.
A cold voice reached his ears, and Shin Haoyu turned his head to see Lin Xiaowen already standing in front of him. Why don't you take a break?
I can do it myself.
Before Shin Haoyu could finish his sentence, Lin Xiaowen snatched the ointment and rolled her eyes at him. Take off your clothes, Lin Xiaowen said, her face slightly flushed.
Not far away, Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang were happily munching on their military rations.
Upon hearing their conversation, they suddenly felt the rations had lost their flavor.
Wu Qiren looked at the two figures and sighed wistfully. When will I ever have a sweet romance like this?
Zhang Ziyang glanced at the other person and silently thought to himself, buddy, this is a bit too much.
Meanwhile, Shin Haoyu heard this and seemed a little embarrassed. Isn't this inappropriate? Hurry up. It's not like we haven't seen it before. Lin Xiaowen blurted out, watching Shin Haoyu's hesitation. Not far away, Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang appeared to be eating dry rations, but in reality, they were eating dog food. Hearing Lin Xiaowen's words, the two almost choked. You've all seen it? This news is too explosive.
Shin Haoyu's face flushed red upon hearing this. But since the other party had already said so, it wouldn't be good for him to hesitate any longer. So, under Lin Xiaowen's gaze, Shin Haoyu took off his shirt. At this moment, his entire body was covered in bloodstains. Although the injuries were minor, he looked particularly miserable. Seeing this, Lin Xiaowen frowned slightly and couldn't help but scold in her heart, this guy, really, doesn't know how to be more careful. While applying ointment for Shin Haoyu, she couldn't help but say, after this mission is over, you must start body training. Body refinement is a compulsory course for weapon-type talent awakeners, otherwise, you won't be able to handle situations like this in the future. As she spoke, her tone carried a mix of reproach and concern. Shin Haoyu listened to her words, his gaze falling on Lin Xiaowen's slightly concerned face, and an unusual feeling stirred in his heart. Noticing Shin Haoyu's gaze, Lin Xiaowen felt a bit uneasy. Turn around. Shin Haoyu hurriedly complied upon hearing the words. Lin Xiaowen gently wiped his wound, seemingly afraid of hurting him, her movements exceptionally gentle.
Feeling the warmth and smoothness of her small hand, Shin Haoyu couldn't help but feel a bit distracted. Who would have thought that the usually cold and aloof Lin goddess could have such a tender side? Not far away, two onlookers were watching the interaction between the two with rapt attention.
I'll ship this couple first as a sign of respect, Zhang Ziyang muttered.
Wu Qiren wholeheartedly agreed. Although the two hadn't shown much outwardly, as bystanders, they could always pick up on some clues. The relationship between these two is definitely not simple.
Shipping this couple feels absolutely amazing. The two watched with great interest. Meanwhile, the external situation had already improved significantly. The reinforcements of the Arctic Empire pierced into the heart of the foreign tribes like a sharp sword from the north. Although the reinforcements of the Arctic Empire numbered only about 10,000, every one of these men was incredibly brave, leaving the foreign tribes scrambling in defeat. With the assistance of the Arctic Empire, the situation in the city improved significantly. At this moment, the chief commander of the foreign tribes was locked in a fierce duel with Su Ximiao, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Although Su Ximiao had consumed a lot earlier, as an Earth Element Awakener, his greatest advantage was his toughness. The alien commander couldn't gain any advantage at all. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Su Ximiao's face lit up with joy, and he teased the alien commander, still want to fight? It seems like your situation isn't looking too good now. A strange expression flashed across the alien commander's face upon hearing Su Ximiao's words. Continued to grapple with Su Ximiao, completely unaffected by Su Ximiao's words. Seeing this, Su Simiao suddenly felt a trace of unease in his heart.
Turned back to glance in the direction of the stronghold. Please, don't let anything go wrong again.
On the other side, Lin Xiaoan had almost finished wiping for Shin Haoyu. She stuffed the ointment into Shin Haoyu's hand and walked away without saying a word. Shin Haoyu watched Lin Xiaoan's departing figure and smiled faintly. He understood that for Lin Xiaoan to reach this point, she had already put in a lot of effort. Shin Haoyu stood up, stretched lazily, and then put his clothes back on. At this moment, Ji Xing and the other two had already woken up leisurely. Shin Haoyu looked out through the window to check the situation outside. With the help of reinforcements, the current situation had become much clearer.
Although there are still many aliens outside, it's much better compared to before.
At that moment, a sudden commotion came from the doorway. Shin Haoyu heard the sound, frowned, and quickly gestured to the group.
Everyone immediately hid.
At the same time, a few sneaky figures slipped in through the door.
Boss Qin, this place should be safe now, right? Yeah, let's hide here for a while.
Shin Haoyu hid in the shadows, hearing their voices, and the corner of his mouth curved slightly. The newcomers were members of Qin Yang's squad, likely here to lay low just like them. Upon seeing this, Shin Haoyu and his group stepped out from the shadows. Noticing the commotion inside the house, Qin Yang's group was startled. After recognizing their faces, Qin Yang's group finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Don't you know that scaring people can scare them to death? Joan Ai said softly to the others, patting her chest.
Shin Haoyu rolled his eyes at her words.
Who scared you, big sis?
Qin Yong quickly straightened his chest at this moment, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he said to Ji Xing, Xinger, it's such a
relief that you're okay. It's too dangerous outside right now. Why don't you stick with us? With me here, I can definitely protect you.
Ji Xing listened to Qin Yong's words and curled her lips.
Forget it. Didn't you all hide just the same?
Qin Yong paused upon hearing this, his expression somewhat unnatural, and thought to himself, that's true. At that moment, a strange figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the two squads. The newcomer was clearly a member of an alien race, with a light blue body and two antenna-like appendages on top of their head.
Upon seeing this eerie figure, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The alien glanced at the group indifferently, then waved his hand, instantly releasing a powerful aura that sent everyone flying. Shin Haoyu and the others were thrown into disarray, but fortunately, the alien did not harbor murderous intent toward them. Otherwise, they would probably have already met the King of Hell by now. Afterward, the alien walked step by step toward the positioning device, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Lying on the ground, Shin Haoyu looked up and couldn't help but feel extremely anxious. If this guy takes the core, everything will be over. So many humans have died or been injured, all to protect these two cores. If they are taken away like this, wouldn't all these soldiers have died in vain? But right now, this foreigner is at least above level 5, and they simply can't stop him.
Shin Haoyu cursed inwardly. Didn't these generals prepare some manpower to guard the core? At this moment, Lin Xiaoan also raised her head, a grave expression appearing on her face. Seeing that guy about to take two cores, Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan exchanged a glance, a hint of determination flashing in their eyes.
He must not be allowed to take the item just like that. The two instantly flipped up from the ground and launched an attack on the alien.
The alien sensed the energy fluctuations from the two, his expression unchanged, but a look of disdain flashed in his eyes.
In his view, Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan were like two insects.
He waved his hand, and before the two could even make contact, they were sent flying again. The two collided with the stone beam of the attic and fell heavily to the ground, spitting out blood.
Lin Xiaoan, struck by the violent impact, fainted on the spot.
The loud commotion caused Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang, who had been in a deep sleep, to slowly wake up.
The two first glanced at Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan, who had fallen to the ground, then saw the high-ranking alien removing the core, and their faces instantly turned pale. Without any hesitation, they joined forces to attack the alien.
At this moment, their thoughts were identical to those of Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan. Having witnessed the cruelty of war, they all understood the immense significance of the core. Even if it meant throwing themselves into the fire, they couldn't just stand by and watch the core be taken away.
The alien sensed the presence of the two and raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly mocking them. These little ones, do they have no self-awareness at all? Then, Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang were directly sent flying by a powerful force.
The alien increased the intensity of the attack, knocking them unconscious on the ground with no ability to fight back. Lying on the ground, Qin Yong didn't dare to breathe heavily at this moment. He secretly mocked himself in his heart, thinking, what kind of strength?
Do I even have to dare make a move? If they take the stuff, let them take it. It's just a couple of worthless beads, not worth mentioning at all. At that moment, the alien triumphantly obtained the core of the device, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He swept a cold gaze over the people present, seething with anger in his heart. These little bugs dared to challenge his authority, how ridiculous. His gaze fell on Shin Haoyu, who was struggling to get up from the ground. A trace of malice flashed in his eyes, and without hesitation, he fired a dazzling energy beam in the direction of Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu's expression instantly turned grave. He thought to himself, this is really troublesome. Quickly pulling Lin Xiaowen into his arms, he ignited the last glimmer of hope in his heart and, using the remaining spiritual energy in his body, unleashed several chaos with all his might. The two of them instantly turned into afterimages, successfully dodging the deadly attack. The alien, seeing this, raised an eyebrow and was furious. He hadn't expected these two little bugs to evade his attack. This was simply an unbearable humiliation. Unwilling to accept this, he fired another energy beam at the two. Shin Haoyu felt a wave of despair in his heart, thinking, damn it, my luck couldn't be worse. He lowered his head to look at Lin Xiaowen, who had already woken up in his arms. In the face of life and death, he suddenly steeled himself, leaned down, and kissed her slightly pale lips, thinking to himself, if I'm going to die anyway, I can't let this go to waste. Lin Xiaowen's eyes widened instantly, her heart filled with shock. This guy. At a time like this, he's still thinking about such things. At that moment, just as the energy beam was about to strike them, a gentle white light suddenly enveloped them, as if protecting them and bringing a glimmer of hope for survival. The sudden turn of events made the high-ranking alien's eyes narrow instantly. In front of Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen, an ancient-looking amulet, even exuding a hint of cheapness, was emitting a gentle light. The light formed a barrier, blocking the energy beam he had launched and instantly turning it into nothingness. Wrapped in the light, Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen also felt an unusual aura. Lin Xiaowen, slightly annoyed, pushed Shin Haoyu away and instinctively glanced at the amulet. The moment Shin Haoyu saw the amulet, his eyes widened in shock. This is the amulet Aunt Huang gave me. Shin Haoyu's heart trembled, and the image of Aunt Huang's kind smile flashed through his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Lin Xiaowen and Shin Haoyu exchanged a confused look, both with puzzled expressions. Lin Xiaowen stared at the amulet, her face showing surprise. In her previous life, after Shin Haoyu's death, she had met Huang Qi a few times. She had clearly thought he was just an ordinary old man, but she never expected him to possess such abilities. At that moment, the high-ranking alien across from them showed a disappointed expression, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. These two brats are really lucky. He thought to himself, since that was the case, there was no need to waste any more time. He turned around, ready to leave with the two energy cores. However, what Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen did not expect was that the alien's figure, after stirring up a cloud of dust in an instant, suddenly reappeared in the same spot. The man standing before them, holding a sharp sword, had firmly gripped the alien's shoulder. Since you're here, don't leave. The man said coldly, a contemptuous smile appearing on his face. The panic on the alien's face immediately became evident. He tried to break free but found himself completely immobilized. At that moment, the man's long sword pierced straight into the alien's chest, and pitch-black energy surged into his body like a tide. Under the gaze of Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen, the alien turned into a wisp of green smoke and vanished without a trace. The man quickly grabbed the two energy cores, then looked up at Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen, a faint smile on his lips. Junior brother, we finally meet. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaowen instantly understood the man's identity and exclaimed, Chaos Sword, Gu Changfeng. Shin Haoyu, on the other hand, felt a surge of joy. Reinforcements from Huaxia had finally arrived. Gu Changfeng approached the two, his gaze falling on them, pausing slightly. You two are. At this moment, the two were in a rather ambiguous position. Lin Xiaowen was sitting on Shin Haoyu's lap, her left hand tightly clutching his clothes. Only then did they realize the situation. Lin Xiaowen hurriedly jumped away, her face tinged with a hint of embarrassment, and she shot Shin Haoyu a fierce glare. Shin Haoyu struggled to get up from the ground, wearing a silly smile on his face, though feeling a bit flustered inside. When he caught Lin Xiaowen's gaze, he quickly turned his head, pretending to be innocent. Seeing this, Gu Changfeng's face lit up with an ant-like smile, secretly sighing to himself that Lin Zhan's youngest daughter and his little junior were truly a perfect match. Shin Haoyu looked at Gu Changfeng, momentarily unsure of how to address him. Since the other party called him Little Junior, he must also be a disciple of Li Xuanzong. However, Shin Haoyu had no idea how many disciples Li Xuanzong had or where Gu Changfeng ranked among them. In the end, he decided it was safest to call him Senior Brother. "Greetings, senior brother," Shin Haoyu said respectfully. Upon hearing the address, Gu Chongfeng's face instantly lit up with joy. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed, while wiping his blood-stained hands on his clothes and patting Shin Haoyu's shoulder. "It's our first meeting, little junior. I came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts for you." Speaking, Gu Chongfeng rummaged through the storage ring on his hand and finally pulled out a tattered book, handing it to Shin Haoyu. "This is the basic sword manual my master gave me when I broke through to the 3rd tier," the old man said. "That practicing swordsmanship is a meticulous craft that requires repeated study. This sword manual has been with me for many years, and it contains many of my insights. Now, I'm giving it to you as a token of your senior brother's goodwill." Shin Haoyu looked at the ancient book in his hand, deeply moved, and quickly nodded solemnly. The insights of a high-level sword cultivator were beyond measure in value. This was an invaluable treasure for his path of growth. Meanwhile, on the battlefield outside, reinforcements from the Arctic Empire surged in like a tide. Both sides were evenly matched, and the fierce battle had reached a stalemate. In the distance, Su Ximiao was locked in a standoff with an alien commander, neither able to gain the upper hand. At that moment, the token in Su Ximiao's arms suddenly vibrated, causing his heart to jolt. His eyes flickered, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I was wondering why you were so calm. Turns out you sent someone to steal the energy core. But sorry to disappoint you, your plan has failed," Su Ximiao said indifferently, her voice as chilling as ice. The alien commander's eyes suddenly narrowed upon hearing this, a trace of unease flashing through his heart. Had the mission failed? Before he could react, a loud and clear battle horn pierced through the sky in the distance, instantly igniting the passion of the battlefield. Su Ximiao's face lit up with joy the moment she heard the horn. The reinforcements from Huaxia had finally arrived. The Huaxia soldiers on the battlefield, upon hearing the horn, seemed to be infused with boundless strength. Their morale soared as they shouted in unison, "Comrades! The Huaxia army has arrived. Slaughter this scum!" In an instant, the situation underwent a dramatic change. The warriors of the human race in the Northern Empire surged forward as if invigorated, advancing with unstoppable momentum, while the alien forces retreated step by step. The alien commander, seeing this, panicked and immediately abandoned his fight with Su Ximiao, swiftly flying toward the direction of the alien army. Su Ximiao's lips curved into a faint smile as he thought to himself, "Go ahead, someone ahead is waiting to deal with you." Inside the attic, apart from Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang, everyone else had already woken up. Seeing the room in ruins, they instantly recalled the scene before they lost consciousness, their hearts tightening involuntarily. Ji Xing, Li Xiaoxiao, and Nakano Keiko, upon seeing the slightly disheveled Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoen, immediately gathered around them. "Are you okay? What about that alien?" Shin Haoyu waved his hand, looking relaxed. "It's all fine now. Reinforcements have arrived and the situation has been resolved." The three women, hearing this and seeing Gu Chongfeng standing beside Shin Haoyu, finally felt the weight in their hearts lifted. Just then, Ji Xing suddenly noticed something and looked suspiciously at Lin Xiaoen. "Goddess Lin, why are your lips swollen?" Everyone instantly turned their gaze to Lin Xiaoen. At this moment, she stood in place with her arms crossed, her expression dazed. Hearing Ji Xing's words, Lin Xiaoen's heart tightened, sensing something was amiss. Ji Xing's gaze gradually shifted to Shin Haoyu, who was pretending to act nonchalant. With her keen intuition, she immediately pieced things together. "You two seem to be having quite the fun." Her tone carried a hint of grievance as she teased them openly. Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko shrank their necks, secretly curious, wondering to themselves, was that a kiss? So forceful. Lin Xiaoen looked at everyone's reactions and seemed to understand something. Her face instantly turned bright red as she shot Shin Haoyu a fierce glare, silently vowing in her heart, "I must find an opportunity to teach this brat a good lesson." She couldn't help but feel extremely awkward under the ambiguous gazes of the others. Gu Chongfeng listened to Ji Xing's words, his eyes widening in surprise. He glanced at Shin Haoyu with a calm expression, but inside, waves of shock surged. "My little junior brother is no ordinary person. Could he actually be a sea king?" At this moment, Shin Haoyu, seeing everyone's reactions, felt a wave of embarrassment. His face grew slightly warm as he thought to himself, "It seems I might have overdone it a bit." Gu Chongfeng could no longer hold back and hurriedly said to Shin Haoyu, "Junior brother, you take the core first. I still have a mission to complete." With that, he unhesitatingly stuffed the core into Shin Haoyu's hand, turned around, and dashed away. In his heart, he sighed, comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. Here he was, in his 40s, still unable to find a wife, while his junior brother was about to have women on both arms.
Gu Changfeng was filled with emotion when suddenly a streak of light tore through the sky, and the alien commander appeared on the battlefield. Looking at the gradually weakening alien army, his face was full of unwillingness.
These humans are truly cunning. What puzzled him even more was how these humans had managed to anticipate their actions in advance.
At this moment, Gu Changfeng, who had already reached the city gates, looked up and saw the figure.
A cold glint appeared on his face. A flash of brilliance shone in his hand, and a pitch-black longsword instantly materialized. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile, perfect timing. I'm in a bad mood, and I'll take it out on you.
Gu Changfeng's body instantly transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the alien commander in the distance to engage in battle. The alien commander, upon hearing the sound of something breaking through the air, immediately narrowed his eyes, his heart tightening.
He understood that the approaching figure was no ordinary foe.
By the time he reacted, Gu Changfeng's sword energy was already about to strike his face. At this moment, the alien commander dared not be careless, keenly sensing that the attacker was also an 8th-tier powerhouse like himself.
He hurriedly summoned a massive scythe taller than a person to block the strike entirely.
Although he managed to fend it off, the alien commander's expression had already turned grim, and his hand gripping the scythe trembled slightly.
How can this guy's attacks be so fierce?
Gu Changfeng steadied himself in mid-air, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. His sword energy was like a rainbow, seemingly suffocating the entire world under its pressure.
At this moment, Su Ximiao also caught up.
Watching the sword energy Gu Changfeng had just unleashed, he was secretly shocked.
As an Earth Element Awakener, his greatest strength lay in his defense, but he couldn't shake the feeling that if the opponent attacked him with full force, he might not be able to withstand it. The Chaos Sword, Gu Changfeng's reputation truly isn't undeserved.
No wonder Senior Li dared to let him come alone.
As the first disciple of Li Xuanzong, though not a direct disciple, he had deeply grasped the true essence of Li Xuanzong's swordsmanship.
As a rising star, Gu Changfeng is hailed as a once-in-a-century prodigy in swordsmanship, renowned far and wide, and considered a peerless genius, with the potential to achieve the path of the war god.
At this moment, Su Ximiao couldn't help but admire Senior Li's exceptional judgment.
At this time, Gu Changfeng stared at the alien commander before him, his aura fully unleashed, resembling a beast ready to strike. Before the alien commander could react, Gu Changfeng launched another attack, his longsword instantly radiating a dazzling brilliance. Gu Changfeng's speed was astonishing, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. The alien commander was momentarily unable to pinpoint his position, overwhelmed with panic. In midair, Gu Changfeng fixed his gaze on the opponent's figure, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Then, his pitch-black long sword slashed down fiercely. A simple yet powerful sword energy shot toward the alien commander like lightning, intent on annihilation. Feeling the sharp momentum within this sword energy, Su Ximiao's pupils trembled slightly as he thought to himself, I was too conservative earlier, this move could take his life directly. If Shin Haoyu were present, he would surely recognize at a glance that the sword technique Gu Changfeng was using at this moment was none other than Jingxia. By the time the alien commander saw the sword energy clearly, it was already too late. The sharp sword energy pierced through him, and under Su Ximiao's gaze, he turned into a wisp of blue smoke. This was Gu Changfeng's unique talent, an A-grade weapon ability, the special effect of the Chaos Sword, with terrifying destructive power that struck fear into the hearts of others. Su Ximiao swallowed hard, marveling in his heart, so ruthless. The alien commander had already met his end, and as for the alien army, there was no need to elaborate. Under the combined efforts of three forces, they were utterly defeated by the human race. Of the 50,000 who came, fewer than 10,000 managed to escape, marking an unprecedented victory. The humans below erupted in deafening roars, their cheers echoing through the skies. They had won. At this moment, Su Ximiao and Gu Changfeng exchanged a glance and smiled at each other, their hearts perfectly in sync. Inside the pavilion, Zhang Ziyang and Wu Qiren, who had been seriously injured earlier, had slowly regained consciousness under Ji Xing's healing. The two each finished a bottle of top-tier recovery elixir, their injuries somewhat improved, and a hint of joy appeared in their eyes. Shin Haoyu held 2 energy cores in his arms when a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, mission completed.
Reward issued, True Man Pills ×3.
Hearing this, Shin Haoyu raised an eyebrow. It seemed they had already won. He eagerly went to the system space to check the detailed description of the True Man Pills. True Man Pills, upon consumption, the user's strength is tripled for 5 minutes. Side effect, 1 day of weakness, effects may vary.
Shin Haoyu was stunned upon hearing this explanation. System, what do you mean by effects are not fixed? The system calmly responded, try it.
Hearing the system's words, Shin Haoyu's face darkened, feeling helpless. Try what, for crying out loud? At that moment, Shin Yong and his group walked over. Shin Yong glanced at the 2 energy cores in Shin Haoyu's arms, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. Then, he warmly said to Shin Haoyu, "Brother Shin, you must be tired of holding them. Let me carry them for you." As he spoke, Shin Yong stepped forward to take the 2 cores. Shin Haoyu saw this and immediately sidestepped. "Hey, what are you doing? Trying to steal the credit?" As Shin Haoyu's voice fell, the team immediately surrounded them, glaring at Shin Yong with hostility, and the atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Seeing this, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Shin Yong's face. "How could that be? I was just worried you'd tire yourself out, huh?" As he spoke, he reached out again, trying to take the energy cores from Shin Haoyu's arms. Shin Haoyu took a step back, a hint of mischief flashing across his face as he thought to himself, "You walked right into this, don't blame me." A yellow pill suddenly appeared in Shin Haoyu's hand, and with a flick towards Shin Yong's mouth, the situation instantly became even more tense and thrilling. The real man pill was swallowed by Shin Yong in an instant, as if he had entered another world. Ah! Shin Yong felt a strange sensation, like a fireball rushing straight into his stomach, burning hot and intense. His face turned bright red in an instant, as if he were about to spew flames. "What did you make me eat?" Shin Yong was furious, clutching his neck, his eyes flashing with vigilance as he stared fixedly at Shin Haoyu. Shin Haoyu merely laughed heartily, a trace of cunning flashing in his eyes. "Nothing much, just for healing." Shin Yong was slightly taken aback, suspicion rising in his heart. Why had this kid suddenly become so kind? Could there be some hidden agenda? Yet, as the effects of the pill gradually manifested, he felt the power within him rapidly gathering, and his wounds actually began to heal, as if filled with a mysterious energy. How is this possible? Shin Yong stared at Shin Haoyu in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by his injuries, but now he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. "I told you, this pill can give you a new lease on life." Shin Haoyu's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "Now, are you ready to face the challenge?" Shin Yong's heart trembled, as if his fighting spirit had been ignited. He raised his head, his gaze firm. "Come on. I'm no longer the person I used to be." But in the next second, Shin Yong's worries instantly vanished. After taking the true man pill, he clearly felt more energized, as if he had endless strength. "You're actually a pretty good guy." Shin Yong looked at Shin Haoyu, scratched his head, and felt his hostility toward him diminish significantly. Shin Haoyu looked embarrassed upon hearing this and said, "It's only right to help each other." "Indeed, you've been holding it for so long, you must be tired." "Let me help you carry it for a while," Shin Yong said, expressing his agreement as he reached out again, ready to snatch the device core from Shin Haoyu's arms. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu smiled faintly. He had already prepared for this and sidestepped to avoid it. "You're too kind. I'm not tired at all," Shin Haoyu said with a bright smile, though he was silently counting down in his heart. He couldn't wait to see the side effects of the real man pill. Shin Yong quietly leaned over to Shin Haoyu and whispered, "Bro, you've got 2 anyway. Share one with us. I'll definitely repay you generously later." Shin Haoyu was overjoyed upon hearing this and whispered back, "It's not impossible, but you need to show some sincerity first. Let me see how serious you are." At this moment, the members of both teams watched the two whispering to each other and felt puzzled. Shin Yong glanced at Shin Haoyu. This kid is really clever. But to earn military merits, he was willing to go all out. Then, he rummaged through his storage bracelet for a moment and handed Shin Haoyu a card. "There are 3 million alliance coins in here. How about it? Sincere enough?" Seeing this, Shin Haoyu's eyes instantly lit up. He quickly took the card and tucked it into his chest. Wah-aha! He hadn't expected an unexpected windfall. Shin Yong saw Shin Haoyu accept the bank card and smiled slightly. Exchanging 3 million alliance coins for military merits, what a huge profit. He stared intently at the 2 device cores in Shin Haoyu's arms, thinking to himself, which one should I choose? Never mind, I'll just pick one at random. Shin Yong thought, reaching out again to take the device core from Shin Haoyu's arms, but once again, he grabbed nothing but air. Shin Yong was stunned. He looked up and saw Shin Haoyu staring at him with a mischievous expression. "You broke your promise." Shin Yong realized he had been tricked. Shin Haoyu's face grew increasingly playful. 5, 4. Shin Yong heard him counting down, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. Is this kid out of his mind? 3, 2, 1. As Shin Haoyu's words fell, the previously stunned Shin Yong suddenly went weak at the knees and knelt in front of Shin Haoyu. The 2 squads were instantly dumbfounded at the sight. What was going on? Shin Haoyu was also startled and quickly took a few steps back. It's not New Year yet, I don't have any red envelopes for you. Shin Yong almost spat out a mouthful of blood in anger upon hearing this. He tried hard to stand up, but his whole body was powerless. At this moment, Shin Haoyu looked at Shin Yong, who was limp on the ground, and frowned slightly, thinking, is this side effect really so simple? Something's off. It can't be just this. Seeing the change in Shin Haoyu's expression, Shin Yong instantly realized that this brat must have done something. That's it. It must have been the thing this brat gave him to eat earlier. Shin Yong understood in his heart, but he couldn't even speak. He could only convey his anger through his eyes. The next second, Shin Yong suddenly transformed into an adorable husky. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Shin Haoyu was startled by the scene. What the heck? How did he turn into a dog? This side effect is absolutely insane. Shin Haoyu looked at the wise-eyed dog in front of him and couldn't help but reach out to pat its little head. Ha, you know what, it's actually pretty fun to pet. Although Shin Yong had turned into a dog, his consciousness remained clear. When Shin Haoyu touched him like that, he instantly felt deeply insulted, his fur bristling as he barked furiously at Shin Haoyu. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu raised an eyebrow. Bark again. Bark again and I'll stew you. Upon hearing this, Shin Yong instantly wilted. This kid might actually do it. At this moment, Shin Yong's team members all gathered around, staring at the adorable husky in front of them, their heads full of question marks. Shin, boss? Boss Shin, why did you turn into a dog? Everyone immediately looked distressed and rushed forward to pat the dog's head. The moment they touched the dog, everyone's eyes lit up. The smooth fur felt surprisingly nice to the touch. Zhong Ai couldn't resist petting it a couple more times. At this moment, Shin Yong was filled with immense sorrow, screaming internally, someone save me. Shin Haoyu watched the group and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. This was just too perfect. Ha ha ha. The group petting the dog quickly snapped out of it, their expressions turning somewhat awkward. Zhong Ai hurriedly asked Shin Haoyu, Shin, what did you do to our captain? Hearing this, Shin Haoyu restrained his smile and feigned innocence, saying, I didn't do anything. Then why is our captain, why is he, a dog now? Zhong Ai stammered, her expression extremely embarrassed. Why does this sound so awkward? Shin Haoyu suppressed his laughter and seriously said to the group, your boss just told me that he's practicing an unparalleled divine skill, which is why he turned into a dog. Don't slander good people. The group heard this, their mouths twitching a few times, secretly thinking, what kind of unparalleled divine skill turns someone into a dog? Can't you come up with a more believable excuse? At that moment, Su Simiao and Gu Changfeng suddenly appeared in the attic. Su Simiao glanced at the device core in Shin Haoyu's hand and revealed a relieved smile on his face. You did well. He smiled at the group. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu quickly handed the 2 device cores to Su Simiao. Su Simiao took the device cores and swiftly placed them into the positioning device in the attic. Then, he noticed Shin Haoyu staring at him eagerly. Feeling helpless, he rolled his eyes. The crisis of N318 has been resolved, and you all contributed a lot. I'll report this to the higher-ups later. After saying this, Su Simiao disappeared from everyone's sight. Shin Haoyu looked disappointed and thought to himself, this guy is so stingy, I thought Su Simiao would give them some kind of reward. At this moment, Gu Changfeng, who was among the crowd, stretched lazily and was about to speak when his gaze suddenly caught sight of a husky. Yo, where did this dog come from? His eyes lit up, and a greedy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Whose dog is this? If no one wants it, it's mine. Gu Changfeng stared at the husky that Shin Yong had transformed into, almost drooling, and thought to himself, outside this Stargate, I've almost forgotten what meat tastes like. I can't miss this chance. Shin Yong shrank his neck at the sight and thought to himself, what is this guy planning to do? His teammates were completely dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? Was he really going to treat the dog as a person? Gu Changfeng rolled up his sleeves and walked toward Shin Yong, saying to Shin Haoyu as he approached, little junior brother, tonight's senior brother will treat you to some dog meat. Shin Yong instantly froze in fear, his fur standing on end, and quickly used his paw to nudge Zhou Ai beside him. It was only then that Zhou Ai snapped out of it and hurriedly said, senior, this is my dog. Gu Changfeng paused slightly in his actions upon hearing this, a look of disappointment flashing across his face. However, he did not give up. Young lady, would you sell this dog? I'll pay for it and even leave you a cumin roasted dog leg. How about that? Zhong Ai's expression instantly turned awkward. Senior, this dog can't be eaten. Gu Changfeng stared intently at Shin Yong. Why can't we eat it? He looks quite plump to me. Zhong Ai said helplessly, Senior, he has rabies.
Sorry, Captain Sheen. Shin Haoyu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing as he listened to their conversation. What a pitiful dog, oh no, what a pitiful Shin Yong. Gu Changfeng smiled, rabies, huh? Then forget it. Shin Yong finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, thinking to himself, me, the distinguished young master of Hongrong, almost got mistaken for a meal. Can you believe it? Afterward, Shin Yong quietly sneaked up to Shin Haoyu and bared his teeth at him. Shin Haoyu showed no mercy, kicked him, and lazily said, "You'll turn back tomorrow. Don't mess with me, or I'll make you a dog for life." Hearing this, Shin Yong quickly tucked his tail and ran off, secretly thinking, this guy is way too sinister. Gu Changfeng greeted the group, "Go back and pack your things. Tomorrow, I'll take you to Hope City." Shin Haoyu immediately asked, "Senior brother Gu, are we not doing the mission anymore?" Gu Changfeng nodded, "Why bother with the mission? This city defense battle is far more dangerous than the mission. The goal has already been achieved, so there's no need to waste time. Moreover, HIN 318 can no longer serve as a mission base. Su Simiao will write a report on your squad's performance during the city defense battle, and this report will be used to give you a comprehensive score." Shin Haoyu and the others nodded one after another, expressing their understanding. A few of them followed Gu Changfeng back to the rest area of the base. On the way, they encountered Lin Xiling, who was in a hurry. She only exchanged a few pleasantries with them before rushing off to oversee post-disaster reconstruction work. After this great battle, HIN 318 was in ruins, but for the infrastructure-obsessed Huaxia, this was a minor issue. Upon returning to the rest area, the group saw quite a few soldiers from the Arctic Empire. Each of them was incredibly robust, though their hair was somewhat sparse. This time, the successful resolution of the HIN 318 crisis owed much to the assistance of the Arctic Empire. As a nation known for its courtesy, Su Simio immediately decided to host a celebration banquet in the evening to thank these elder brothers. As night fell, the base was bustling with activity. Shin Haoyu and the others were pulled by Gu Changfeng to attend the gathering. At the dining table, everyone was instantly amazed by the drinking capacity of the men from the Arctic Empire. It was as if they were drinking water. In such an atmosphere, Shin Haoyu and the others also pretended to raise their glasses and drink. Over time, besides Lin Xiaoen, a few other girls also joined the drinking battle, their faces flushed red. Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko were so drunk they were drowsily leaning on each other, dozing off. Ji Xing, on the other hand, stood on a chair and kept rallying, come on, one more round." In the end, both Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang were completely knocked out. However, Shin Haoyu remained unaffected, as if nothing had happened. Ji Xing refused to give up and continued to battle Shin Haoyu for another 300 rounds, but soon admitted defeat. In contrast, Shin Haoyu's face didn't even turn red. "Haoyu, how are you so good at this?" Ji Xing asked with a dazed look, hiccuping. The corners of Shin Haoyu's mouth lifted slightly as he thought to himself, when it comes to drinking, he's never lost to anyone. However, at this moment, Ji Xing directly clung onto Shin Haoyu. Lin Xiaoen, who had been silently watching the scene, frowned slightly, feeling a sense of discomfort. Ji Xing slowly buried her head in Shin Haoyu's neck, mumbling some incoherent words, her warm breath brushing against his neck, sending a tingling sensation through his body. Lin Xiaoen silently observed their intimate posture, feeling increasingly agitated. "Well, Ran, I'll take her back first." Shin Haoyu finally couldn't hold back and said to Lin Xiaoen, "Go ahead, why are you telling me?" Lin Xiaoen replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu quickly helped Ji Xing up and headed toward the resting area. Lin Xiaoen watched their backs, feeling extremely irritated. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could rush over and grab Ji Xing to demand an explanation. Her gaze involuntarily fell on the wineglass in front of her, and she silently vowed, "I will make sure they know what I'm capable of." On the road, Ji Xing's small mouth kept moving, spitting out a string of complaints, "Bastard, Qin Yong. I must have been blind back then, boo-hoo." Shin Haoyu listened to Ji Xing's muddled words and couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking, this little girl is really drunk. "Auntie, don't be mad anymore. Qin Yong has already turned into a husky, we can't keep tormenting ourselves like this." When they arrived at the room, Shin Haoyu gently placed Ji Xing on the bed. But unexpectedly, Ji Xing clung to his neck like an octopus, tightly wrapping herself around him. Shin Haoyu sighed helplessly and could only carefully pry her hands off bit by bit. Just then, Ji Xing suddenly opened her eyes, and the dazed look in them made Shin Haoyu's heart race. She gazed at him, her face instantly blooming with a shy blush. You. Shin Haoyu gave an awkward smile, "You've had too much to drink. I brought you back." "I haven't had too much to drink." Ji Xing immediately denied it, like a stubborn little lion.
Shin Haoyu's face darkened, and he sighed inwardly. Classic, everyone who drinks too much says they haven't.
Just then, Ji Xing's hand tightened, and their lips met unexpectedly. In an instant, the room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. After their lips parted, Ji Xing fell into a deep sleep. Shin Haoyu straightened up, looked at her sleeping face, and couldn't help scratching his head, thinking to himself, this woman always takes advantage of me, how infuriating. He tiptoed out of the room, but his mind kept replaying that kiss, unable to calm down. Inside the room, the sleeping Ji Xing turned over, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face, as if she were savoring that sweetness even in her dreams. After leaving the room, Shin Haoyu took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing heart, thinking, that kiss just now was truly overwhelming. He returned to the banquet and found that the big brothers of the Arctic Empire were already drinking happily, singing and dancing, their voices loud and the atmosphere lively. When Shin Haoyu returned to the dining table, he found Lin Xiaowen holding a wineglass, her face slightly flushed, lost in thought. A hint of intoxication lingered on her rosy cheeks, making her look particularly charming. Shin Haoyu felt a headache coming on. Why was this young lady drinking on her own?
He quickly walked over to Lin Xiaowen's side and gently snatched the wineglass from her small hand. Lin Xiaowen immediately frowned slightly, raised her rosy face, and said to Shin Haoyu with a hint of annoyance, "What are you doing?
You can't get drunk, that's not okay. I don't want to take the blame."
Shin Haoyu's lips curved slightly, feeling secretly pleased.
Shin Haoyu looked helpless. Why are you drinking too?
Saying this, he held the wineglass far away, thinking that if she kept drinking, she'd probably end up passed out again. Lin Xiaowen saw this and a trace of disappointment flashed across her face.
Why won't you let me drink? You all drank.
Speaking, Lin Xiaowen crossed her arms and glared angrily at Shin Haoyu, as if trying to knock him down with her gaze. Shin Haoyu looked at her puffed-up little face and couldn't help but reach out to pinch it.
So soft.
Lin Xiaowen wrinkled her nose and, with a slap, flung Shin Haoyu's hand away.
What are you doing? Always taking advantage of me.
She pouted, her face full of displeasure.
Shin Haoyu found it amusing. The drunk goddess Lin was really entertaining, even kind of adorable. Be good, Ran, no more drinking, have some of this instead.
Shin Haoyu spoke gently as he poured another glass of orange juice for Lin Xiaowen and handed it over. Lin Xiaowen took the glass, brought it to her lips, wrinkled her little nose, and immediately protested, "I don't want this, I want alcohol." As she spoke, Lin Xiaowen directly threw the glass behind her. The wine blast traced a perfect arc through the air and landed precisely on Gu Chongfeng's head.
However, Gu Chongfeng was already drunk, lying on the table snoring away, completely undisturbed.
Instead, he licked the orange juice that had dripped to the corner of his mouth with relish.
Shin Haoyu turned sideways to glance over, instantly breaking into a cold sweat.
His senior brother was truly unlucky.
I want to drink. Give me wine. Lin Xiaowen refused to let it go and grabbed Shin Haoyu's arm, biting down on it.
Shin Haoyu immediately grimaced in pain. All right, I'll give it to you.
Just let go of my arm."
Hearing Shin Haoyu's words, Lin Xiaowen finally released her bite. Shin Haoyu looked at the red mark on his hand from the bite, his face full of helplessness. "Fine, drink.
I'll drink with you."
Saying that, he grabbed the half bottle of wine to his right, then picked up his previous glass. "Come on.
Whoever chickens out is a coward."
Lin Xiaowen heard this and a spark of determination instantly ignited in her eyes. "Come on.
You think I'm afraid of you?"
The two drank for who knows how long last night, and Shin Haoyu ended up completely blacking out. The next morning, Shin Haoyu slowly woke up from the bed, feeling a splitting headache, as if he had been hit by a car. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted to his nose, refreshing and soothing. He slightly turned his head and saw Lin Xiaowen clinging to his left arm like a little wildcat, sound asleep, with a trace of crystal-clear juice at the corner of her mouth. Shin Haoyu instantly became alert. He hurriedly looked around at his surroundings and was immediately stunned.
Isn't this Lin Xiaowen in Ji Xing's room?
At this moment, he glanced to the side. Ji Xing was still sound asleep on the bed. Without thinking too much, Shin Haoyu felt a wave of panic in his heart. He had to slip away quickly, otherwise, when the two woke up, there wouldn't even be time to explain. Then, Shin Haoyu carefully and quietly withdrew his arm from Lin Xiaowen's embrace.
Seeing that she hadn't been awakened, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
He hurriedly turned over and got out of bed, cautiously pulling the quilt back into place. But at this moment, Lin Xiaowen, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw Shin Haoyu's face, a trace of confusion appeared in Lin Xiaowen's eyes, followed by her eyes widening instantly. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu quickly covered her small mouth, afraid that she might cry out. Lin Xiaowen let out a few muffled sounds, and Shin Haoyu pointed toward Ji Xing beside them.
Only then did she quiet down. However, the gaze directed at Shin Haoyu was filled with murderous intent, as if ready to attack at any moment. Shin Haoyu made a silencing gesture toward her before slowly moving his hand away. Lin Xiaowen hurriedly lifted the blanket and checked herself, discovering that her clothes were still on, and immediately let out a sigh of relief. Shin Haoyu watched the other person's actions with an awkward expression, secretly thinking to himself that today was truly a thrilling morning. Without another word, he turned and ran. As soon as he stepped out the door, he bumped into Keiko Nakano outside. Keiko Nakano looked at Shin Haoyu coming out of the room, her expression instantly turning to shock. "Mr. Shun, you." Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Xiaowen stormed out of the room, her face full of anger. When she saw Keiko Nakano outside the door, the anger on Lin Xiaowen's face instantly vanished, replaced by an expression of awkwardness. "You guys?" Keiko Nakano stared blankly at the two of them, her little head filled with question marks. "Aha, good morning, Keiko. If there's nothing else, I'll just head out first." Shin Haoyu said this while scratching his head awkwardly, then disappeared from their sight in an instant as if the wind carried him away. Keiko Nakano watched Shin Haoyu's flustered back and then shifted her gaze to Lin Xiaowen. Lin Xiaowen felt a bit guilty under the other person's gaze and coughed lightly. "Do you need something?" Hearing this, Nakano Keiko suddenly remembered her purpose. "Sister Lin, Instructor Lin came by just now and said that someone will take us back to Hope City in an hour. I noticed everyone is still asleep, so I came to wake everyone up." Lin Xiaowen nodded upon hearing this. "All right, thank you." She then returned to the room, closed the door, took a deep breath, and a trace of annoyance appeared on her face. "Son of a b*********, just you wait." Keiko Nakano, standing outside the door, saw this and slowly walked toward her own room, a hint of confusion on her face. Why would Shinseng come out of this room? Little Keiko thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure it out. Suddenly, Keiko Nakano had a flash of inspiration, her heart trembling. "The scheming frog has been touching your belly all along. Shinseng must have come to wake Sister Lin up too. Ah, I see." Keiko Nakano thought to herself, a hint of self-satisfaction appearing on her face. "Wheezy, you are simply too smart." At this moment, Shin Haoyu had already returned to the room. Wu Qiren saw Shin Haoyu return and asked curiously, "Big brother, where did you sleep last night? I got up in the middle of the night and found no one on your bed." Shin Haoyu, who had just walked in the door, heard this and his face was full of black lines. "Yesterday, I may do somewhere else for the night," he replied perfunctorily. Upon hearing this, Wu Qiren nodded and then added, "By the way, big brother, Instructor Lin came by earlier. He said he'll take us back to Hope City in an hour." Shin Haoyu nodded upon hearing this, still in a dazed state, his mind full of confusion. "How did I end up sleeping in Lin Xiaowen's bed yesterday? And to make matters worse, I got caught red-handed. What a disaster." Afterward, Shin Haoyu and the others quickly packed up. When the time came, they slung their bags over their shoulders and headed to the meeting point. Lin Xiling counted the number of people and found that no matter how he counted, something was off. "Where's Qin Yong?" Lin Xiling shouted toward Qin Yong's squad. The members of Qin Yong's squad looked embarrassed and quickly stepped aside, revealing a husky in front of Lin Xiling. Seeing this, Lin Xiling rolled his eyes and said furiously, "I asked where Qin Yong is. Is Qin Yong a dog?" The members of Qin Yong's team looked at each other, then helplessly nodded. Lin Xiling looked utterly stunned. What was going on? Shin Haoyu watched the scene, laughing so hard his stomach hurt. "You really guessed it right, Qin Yong really is a dog." Afterward, Qin Yong's team spent quite a while explaining to Lin Xiling. Lin Xiling looked at the husky in front of him with a bewildered expression, wondering, practicing martial arts? What kind of martial arts could turn you into this mess? Some kind of evil arts, perhaps. Shin Haoyu, standing nearby, listened to the explanation given to Lin Xiling and laughed so hard he could barely stand upright. He hadn't expected them to actually use practicing martial arts as an excuse. At this moment, Ji Xing looked at Shin Haoyu, who was laughing heartily, and suddenly whispered to him, "Haoyu, was it you who turned Qin Yong into a dog?" Shin Haoyu heard this and nodded at her. Seeing this, a trace of softness flashed in Ji Xing's eyes. "Haoyu, you're so kind." Shin Haoyu heard this, chuckled, and felt secretly pleased. Lin Xiling on the side reluctantly accepted the explanation after repeated clarifications from Qin Yong's team. "All right, everyone get in the car." Afterward, everyone slowly got into the car. As soon as Shin Haoyu sat down, Lin Xiaowen took the seat next to him, her small face full of coldness. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu showed a look of utter despair on his face. "Done." Subsequently, the car slowly started, but Shin Haoyu's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. "Haoyu, what's wrong?"
Ji Xing looked at him with concern, her face full of worry.
Shin Haoyu forced a faint smile. It's nothing.
However, his voice carried a slight tremble. Ji Xing frowned slightly, but seeing that he insisted on not speaking, she stopped bothering him and leaned against the car window to rest with her eyes closed.
Shin Haoyu felt uneasy and turned his head to ask Lin Xiaowen seriously, Ran, are you tired? Lin Xiaowen couldn't help but laugh, her eyes sparkling with teasing light. Not bad. Let go. Shin Haoyu leaned close to Lin Xiaowen's ear, his voice low and urgent.
Lin Xiaowen slightly raised her delicate face, her eyes filled with mischief, as if to say, no way.
Shifting his gaze downward, Lin Xiaowen's small hand was tightly pinching the inside of Shin Haoyu's thigh with such force that he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Then don't blame me. Hearing this, Lin Xiaowen's eyebrows slightly arched, and she felt a surge of anger in her heart. This guy is actually threatening me with this?
As the strength in her hand increased, Shin Haoyu's expression immediately twisted.
He hurriedly gave Lin Xiaowen a meaningful look. Let go, or I'll spill it. Lin Xiaowen frowned slightly. If you say it, you're dead.
Shin Haoyu gritted his teeth and continued signaling with his eyes. Don't push me, I don't care about my reputation anyway. Lin Xiaowen hesitated upon seeing this, thinking to herself, this guy might actually go through with it.
Shin Haoyu smiled faintly upon seeing her reaction and continued, yesterday,
Before the words were finished, Lin Xiaowen angrily let go of her hand. Shin Haoyu immediately felt a sense of relief and cast her a smug look.
Think I can't handle you?
Lin Xiaowen crossed her arms, her face full of indignation. Shameless guy, just you wait. Shin Haoyu turned his head and noticed everyone in the car was looking at him. He smiled slightly and continued the previous topic. I slept on the bed yesterday, a Simmons mattress so soft. Everyone looked speechless, silently complaining in their hearts. Damn it, we thought you were going to say something important, but who knew you'd bring up such a trivial matter? Seeing everyone shift their gaze away, Shin Haoyu felt secretly pleased. Lin Xiaowen looked at his smug expression, gritting her teeth in frustration. Ever since meeting him, she had always been taken advantage of by this guy.
It was infuriating. Equals 3.
Shin Haoyu watched her look both angry and helpless, feeling secretly delighted. However, to be fair, this woman's grip was truly strong. He felt like the flesh on the inside of his arm was about to lose all sensation.
The car fell into silence once again. The journey back to Hope City was long, with at least another dozen hours to go.
Shin Haoyu leaned against the car window, lost in thought.
2 items from the revision hall flashed through his mind, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. He had been so focused on beating up Zhou Shuren earlier that he forgot to ask him about them. Helpless, he could only plan to study them later. He was now almost certain that these 2 items seemed to be capable of enhancing mental strength, but the specific cultivation method remained unclear. The techniques Zhou Shuren had used earlier were likely driven by mental strength. He figured that the people from the revision hall were probably similar to Zhou Shuren, individuals who primarily cultivated mental strength. It seems that after going back, I can study this thoroughly. With Tong Ye's help, dual cultivation of mental power in psionics won't be difficult.
Shin Haoyu finished thinking and took out an object from his chest pocket, the protective charm given by Aunt Huang. At this moment, the charm was already worn and tattered. He held it slowly in his hand, his face filled with countless thoughts.
Aunt Huang, oh Aunt Huang, what secret have you been hiding for most of your life? What exactly happened?
Lin Xiaowen dozed off for a while, then opened her eyes and looked to the side. Seeing Shin Haoyu holding the charm with a desolate expression, her heart grew complicated. The person closest to her didn't know the real truth, which was indeed upsetting. However, the next moment, she no longer thought so. Shin Haoyu leaned against the window and fell asleep in an instant, even starting to snore. Lin Xiaowen bit her teeth helplessly, thinking to herself, why am I feeling sorry for him? The journey was silent, and after more than 10 hours, the vehicle everyone was riding in slowly came to a stop. Everyone on the vehicle instantly perked up. Finally, they had arrived at their destination.
After a long journey, their butts almost felt like iron.
Everyone got off the car, and the words embassy suddenly came into view.
Shin Haoyu stretched lazily, loosened up his body, and felt much more relaxed.
At that moment, old Jia was already waiting at the door and quickly stepped forward to greet them. Young master, he exclaimed excitedly, his face showing an uncontrollable joy. Young master, you've matured quite a bit on this trip. Old Jia looked Zhang Ziyang up and down, his smile growing even brighter. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyang scratched his head and said modestly, not bad. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu couldn't help but smile faintly.
To be honest, Zhang Ziyang's transformation this time is truly eye-opening.
From the timid coward he used to be, to now daring to fight fiercely against foreign races, it is indeed deeply moving. He thought, Zhang Ziyang is essentially a fierce tiger,
but he had always been raised as a little kitten at home, which led to his somewhat weak personality. However, a tiger is still a tiger. Once it returns to the forest, its wild nature will inevitably be reawakened. Old Jia's face was full of gratification, his heart filled with emotion. He had previously read Su Ximiao's report on the performance of Shin Haoyu's team. Initially, he thought it would be enough if the young master could overcome his timidity, but when he saw Su Ximiao's extremely high praise, describing him as brave in battle, a young hero, he was still astonished. At this moment, he looked at Zhang Ziyang, his heart filled with pride and relief. "Young gentlemen, young ladies, we owe it all to you this time," Old Jia said earnestly to Shin Haoyu and the others. "I've reserved a table at Lu Wai Lu to welcome you all and show my gratitude." "Exactly. Brother Shin, Brother Wu, and the lovely ladies, we share a bond forged through life and death, so don't be polite with me," Zhang Ziyang quickly added. Everyone saw this, exchanged smiles, and since everyone said so, there was no need to stand on ceremony. "All right." Shin Haoyu smiled at Zhang Ziyang. Zhang Ziyang beamed with excitement, pulling Shin Haoyu and Wu Qiren along. Let's go, let's go. The food outside has been terrible lately. Today we'll have a proper feast." Old Jia looked at the group, his face full of relief, and thought to himself, not only has the young master grown, but he's also made so many good friends. It truly makes one happy. Subsequently, under Old Jia's guidance, the group headed toward the Luelo restaurant. At this moment, an officer suddenly stopped them and saluted the group. "Are you the team that previously brought back the device core?" Shin Haoyu and the others nodded, feeling a bit uneasy. The officer immediately broke into a smile. "Your military merits have been approved. Originally, each of you was to receive a third-class individual merit, but in light of your outstanding performance in N318, the higher-ups have decided to award you the honor of a second-class individual merit. You can collect your medals and bonuses directly at the embassy later." Hearing about the bonus, Shin Haoyu's eyes lit up, and he secretly rejoiced. Money is a wonderful thing. The smiles on the others' faces grew even brighter. Earning military merits is no easy feat, and they hadn't expected to receive a second-class merit before even entering the Advanced Martial Academy. However, the officer quickly restrained his smile and said solemnly to the group, "At the same time, the handling of the error in your team's previous mission location report has also been finalized." Everyone became tense upon hearing this, their eyes narrowing. The officer continued, "The higher-ups are taking the matter of the incorrect mission location very seriously. Mr. Chu personally inquired about this matter and ordered us to handle it with utmost seriousness." As soon as the words were spoken, apart from Zhang Ziyang and Old Jia, the others' faces instantly darkened, as if a storm cloud had descended, making the atmosphere incredibly heavy. Zhang Ziyang and Old Jia noticed the unusual expressions of the group but were puzzled and unable to ask questions. The officer cleared his throat and continued, "That outpost has long been abandoned and should not have appeared in the mission selection. However, the responsible officer was negligent and failed to remove the invalid mission location, putting all of you in danger. According to the military regulations of Huaxia, that officer has already been dismissed." Shin Haoyu sneered inwardly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. That old bastard. He had long anticipated such an outcome but hadn't expected it to be so absurd. Simply pushing the blame onto a mission dispatching officer and brushing it off with a mere momentary negligence? Thinking of Brother Su's death, Shin Haoyu's anger burned fiercely. He said nothing, merely leading the group past the officer. Zhang Ziyang and Old Jia quickly followed, their hearts uneasy. Arriving at Lu Wai Lu, the group took their seats. Zhang Ziyang broke the silence. "Brother Shin, what's going on? Could it be that there's more to this incident than meets the eye?" Shin Haoyu nodded, his eyes flashing with determination. "I had some conflicts with the Chu family before." When Zhang Ziyang heard this, his expression instantly turned serious. He wasn't a fool and immediately understood Shin Haoyu's implication. The officer just mentioned Old Chu, combined with the past conflict between Shin Haoyu and the Chu family, clearly hinted at a deeper story. "Don't worry, Brother Shin. Once I get home, I'll bring this matter up with my grandfather," Zhang Ziyang said solemnly. Shin Haoyu slowly shook his head. "It's not that simple. Since the other side dared to make a move against us, they must have prepared thoroughly. Even if we investigate further, they'll still be able to push out a scapegoat." Zhang Ziyang's face grew even darker after listening. At this moment, the atmosphere in the private room of Lu Wai Lu was somber, and a cloud of gloom hung over everyone's hearts. Shin Haoyu took a deep breath and smiled at everyone, saying, "All right, don't overthink it. We've still gained a lot this time." Zhang Ziyang immediately responded generously, "Exactly. Let's cheer up a bit. Lao Jia, order some drinks."
Shin Haoyu's face instantly turned dark. No drinks, just some tea will do.
Alcohol was absolutely off limits. Zhang Ziyang paused for a moment, then waved to Lao Jia.
Shortly after, the dishes were mostly ready, and the gloom in everyone's hearts had lifted considerably. Zhang Ziyang stood up, holding a teacup in his hand, and said solemnly, "Thank you all for your support on this mission." Shin Haoyu was just about to interject, but Zhang Ziyang waved him off. "Brother Shin, let me finish. I, having come from a good family background, have been pampered since childhood and have a rather timid nature. Thanks to everyone's care, from now on, the cowardly Zhang Ziyang of the past is no more." With that, he raised his teacup and drank it all in one go. Old Jia, watching from the side, felt his eyes moisten, moved by the transformation of his young master. Shin Haoyu gave a faint smile at Zhang Ziyang's display, thinking to himself about why this guy was putting on such a show.
Everyone chatted and laughed, and after finishing their meal, they returned to the rest area.
After a long journey, everyone was utterly exhausted.
Back in the room, Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang fell asleep as soon as they lay down.
Shin Haoyu, however, couldn't sleep, so he stepped out of the door. He sat in the pavilion of the small courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, lost in thought.
"Haoyu, not asleep yet?"
At that moment, a gentle voice came through, and Shin Haoyu snapped out of his thoughts to see Ji Xing standing in front of him.
He smiled and said, "You're not asleep either, are you?"
Ji Xing smiled softly and sat beside Shin Haoyu without hesitation.
"I couldn't sleep because I was thinking about you," she said teasingly. Shin Haoyu couldn't help but glance at her and teased, "What? Do you need me to sleep with you?"
Ji Xing blushed slightly at his words and replied, "Sure." As she spoke, she hugged her knees with both hands and naturally rested her head on Shin Haoyu's shoulder. Shin Haoyu was momentarily stunned, catching a faint fragrance in the air, and felt a surge of surprise in his heart. Ji Xing tilted her head up, the starlight reflecting in her eyes, making her look especially enchanting. "Haoyu, thank you for what you did earlier," Ji Xing said softly, her voice carrying a hint of laziness.
Shin Haoyu was stunned, feeling a bit confused. "What is it?"
Ji Xing rolled her eyes at him upon hearing this, the matter of turning Qin Yong into a dog. Hearing this, Shin Haoyu's lips curled into a faint smile, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes.
"It's fine, I've long found that guy annoying." He spoke nonchalantly, as if everything was under his control.
Ji Xing's eyes lit up, and she turned to look at Shin Haoyu, a trace of shyness appearing on her face.
"You did it to stand up for me?"
Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, making Shin Haoyu's heart race uncontrollably. Shin Haoyu felt a wave of awkwardness upon hearing those words. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Xing interrupted him with a sweet smile. She placed her hand over Shin Haoyu's mouth and playfully said, "All right, don't say anything.
I'll just take it as you standing up for me."
The corners of Shin Haoyu's mouth lifted slightly, and he secretly felt a sense of delight. Perhaps that was indeed part of his intention. Ever since he learned about Ji Xing's relationship with Qin Yong, he had developed a certain dislike for Qin Yong. At that moment, Ji Xing suddenly stood up and sat down on Shin Haoyu's lap, a hint of mischief in her eyes.
"So, how should I repay you?" she whispered softly into Shin Haoyu's ear, her tone laced with seduction. Shin Haoyu swallowed hard, feeling the atmosphere between them instantly turn incredibly intimate.
His heartbeat quickened as Ji Xing slowly lifted her head, cupped Shin Haoyu's face with both hands, and then gently kissed him. Shin Haoyu felt the warmth coming from the corner of his lips and sighed inwardly. This woman was always teasing him. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze, and even the air became heated and tense.
Meanwhile, Ling Xiaowen was not resting.
Seeing that Ji Xing had not returned for a long time, she pulled back the curtain to look outside. Catching sight of the scene in the pavilion, she immediately yanked the curtain shut, her face showing a trace of anger as she cursed inwardly, "Shameless couple." Despite her anger, a trace of sadness welled up in her heart. She couldn't help but recall the scenes that had unfolded in the hospital room before, and her face gradually turned red. Shin Haoyu's importance in her heart was growing, so much so that seeing the two of them acting intimately made her feel agitated, sad, and unhappy. This was a feeling she had never experienced in her previous life. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became, and she pulled the blanket over her head, repeatedly convincing herself, "You're doing this to save him."
Yes, that's it.
Outside the courtyard, starlight spilled down, its gentle beauty making everything appear even more dreamlike.
The two people in the pavilion lingered together for a long time.
Ji Xing slowly raised her head, lightly biting her lip, her small face full of shyness.
What are you thinking about?"
Ji Xing asked softly, her voice growing quieter and quieter, as if afraid of hearing an unwanted answer.
Shin Haoyu helplessly pressed his lips together, thinking to himself, This must be a normal reaction, right? Ji Xing felt as if all the strength had left her body and murmured softly, "How you?" Shin Haoyu responded, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair, unexpectedly finding himself enjoying this warm feeling. "Do you like it?" Ji Xing's voice was extremely soft, like a gentle breeze brushing past. Shin Haoyu scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Sensing Shin Haoyu's silence, a trace of disappointment flashed across Ji Xing's delicate face, but she quickly smiled lightly and slipped out of Shin Haoyu's embrace. "Good night." After saying that, Ji Xing quickly ran into her room. Shin Haoyu watched her slightly hurried steps, a warmth rising in his heart. He gently touched his nose and thought to himself, "Like it? I do quite like it." These past few days, Shin Haoyu and the others had little to do, as the trial had not yet ended. They spent their mornings wandering around Hope City and their afternoons training individually. In the blink of an eye, the day the trial would conclude finally arrived. Led by an officer, the crowd arrived in front of the embassy. At this moment, all the freshmen from Qingyang University had returned, their faces filled with exhaustion and numbness. The arrival of Shin Haoyu and his group instantly drew everyone's attention. Among the crowd, Xu Xian frowned slightly upon seeing them, his expression dark and stormy as he thought to himself, "I didn't expect these people to still be alive." Shin Haoyu naturally noticed the change in Xu Xian's demeanor. At this moment, he became even more certain of his judgment. The previous error in their mission location was definitely connected to the Chu family. Just then, an officer stepped forward and addressed the crowd, "Everyone, the trial officially ends here. Team leaders, please bring the Star Corps into the embassy to report your achievements." The sound fell, and a look of joy appeared on everyone's faces on the field. It was finally over. Shin Haoyu looked at Lin Xiaoan and smiled slightly. Ran, I'll go with you." Lin Xiaoan glanced at him indifferently without responding and walked forward on her own. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu showed a wry smile and thought to himself, these past few days, the goddess Lin's attitude toward him had suddenly turned cold, leaving him completely baffled. With no other choice, Shin Haoyu quickly caught up and walked beside Lin Xiaoan. At this moment, inside the embassy, the leaders of various groups were lining up in an orderly manner, the atmosphere tense yet excited. When it was Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan's turn, Lin Xiaoan decisively placed a bag of Star Cores heavily on the table. The officer in charge of recording was momentarily stunned, secretly thinking, "Isn't this bag a bit too small?" The officer took out the Star Cores one by one, and there were only a little over 20. His face instantly darkened as he cursed inwardly, "This is way too few." At that moment, a mocking voice sounded from behind, "Ha, only a little over 20? Did your team slack off or what?" Lin Xiaoan and Shin Haoyu couldn't help but frown. When they turned around, they saw Chu Xian with a sneering smile on his face. Shin Haoyu sneered coldly, "What, your legs healed?" Chu Xian's face instantly turned grim. He let out a cold snort, turned around, and ignored them. Shin Haoyu's lips curved slightly upward in secret satisfaction, and then he walked out of the embassy with Lin Xiaoan. Ji Xing and the others saw this and immediately gathered around. Wu Qiren looked embarrassed, "Big brother, I think they have quite a few Star Cores. Are we going to end up at the bottom?" Shin Haoyu rolled his eyes and said indifferently, "Who cares?" Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding that this trial was just a minor matter. Having already earned second-class merit, finishing last wouldn't be a big deal. Soon, the reports from each team were mostly completed. Chu Xian walked out of the embassy with a faintly mocking smile on his face, feeling immensely proud. His team had submitted over 200 Star Cores, securing first place without any suspense. "Congratulations, Captain Chu. Looks like first place is definitely yours this time, huh?" The surrounding team members showered him with compliments. Listening to the praises, Chu Xian's smile bloomed like a flower, his heart brimming with joy. Then, he turned his gaze toward Shin Haoyu, his face full of smugness. Wu Qiren was furious, exclaiming, "Damn it, this kid is way too cocky." A trace of coldness flashed in Shin Haoyu's eyes as he thought to himself, "Find an opportunity to take this kid out." Before long, a few officers walked out of the embassy and signaled for everyone to quiet down. "Ladies and gentlemen, the results are out. Next, we will announce the rankings." Hearing this, a hint of excitement appeared on Chu Xian's face as he thought to himself, "It's finally here." He proudly puffed out his chest, and the surrounding gazes were filled with envy and admiration, as if they already regarded him as the champion. Wu Qiren looked at Chu Xian's smug expression and gritted his teeth in anger. "Big brother, watching this guy show off is even more unbearable than being killed." Shin Haoyu smiled faintly, "This guy is popping champagne at halftime, not afraid of being embarrassed." The results aren't out yet, anything is possible. Let's announce the top 3 results first. As soon as the officer finished speaking, all eyes in the room instantly focused.
Xu Xian had already begun to imagine the scene of being surrounded by the crowd, his face beaming with joy.
First prize, War God level movement technique Purple Thunder Star Motion. Exclamations erupted from the audience below.
A War God level technique, this was a priceless treasure, almost never seen on the market. The people around Xu Xian looked at him, their eyes nearly overflowing with envy.
The first place team in this trial is...
Before the officer could finish speaking, Xu Xian had already impatiently stepped forward. In his heart, first place was already in the bag.
Lin Xiaowen's team. As the officer's voice fell, the scene instantly froze, and everyone was stunned.
Xu Xian's face immediately turned bright red, and he roared, "I object. They clearly only collected 20 star cores."
The officer glanced at Xu Xian and said coldly, "Protest denied."
Meanwhile, upon hearing the results, Shin Haoyu and the others were momentarily dumbfounded.
What's going on? At this moment, a trace of astonishment also appeared on Shin Haoyu's face. 20 star cores, ranked first?
The officer saw everyone looking at him in confusion, cleared his throat, and spoke in a thunderous voice. Team Lin Xiaowen, a total of 20 star cores. Fought against the alien race at the outpost outside the Stargate, killed several second-tier aliens, one third-tier alien, and reclaimed important human resources from the aliens. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaowen's squad participated in the city defense battle at the N318 stronghold, killing several third-tier alien races and countless second-tier alien races.
All squad members were awarded individual second-class honors. After comprehensive evaluation by the military, the first place is well-deserved.
The officer's words were like a thunderclap, shocking the entire audience.
Everyone was stunned. What did I just hear? Kill third-tier alien species, second-tier alien species? Is this a joke?
Everyone's eyes in the audience instantly turned toward Lin Xiaowen's squad, their faces full of shock. Xu Xian felt as if the sky had collapsed the moment he heard the officer's words.
He knows their mission location. Isn't it an abandoned stronghold? How did they end up earning a second-class merit?
This is more unbearable than killing him. Shin Haoyu looked at the despondent Xu Xian, a trace of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth.
If it weren't for their Chu family, they might not have been able to secure this second-class merit. Since that's the case,
let's reward this kid with a perfect grave. Shin Haoyu sneered inwardly, his gaze gradually turning icy. Now, whenever he saw Xu Xian, he couldn't help but think of Brother Su's voice and smile. Sooner or later, he would make this kid apologize to Brother Su in person. Afterward, Lin Xiaowen stepped forward and retrieved the reward amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. She skimmed through it briefly and then stuffed the reward into Shin Haoyu's hand. As a reborn individual, these resources were of no use to her. Shin Haoyu took the combat technique, glanced at it briefly, and then put it away.
Let's look at it together when we get back.
Everyone nodded upon hearing this, feeling even more admiration for Lin Xiaowen. The officer spoke again at this moment. The reward for second place is Advanced Body Refining Elixir ×2. The group that won second place is... Upon hearing this, Xu Xian immediately perked up. If he couldn't get first place, at least he could aim for second, right?
Xin Yong's group.
The officer had just finished speaking when Xu Xian was dealt another heavy blow. Part of these 200 star cores of his had been bought at a high price from others.
He couldn't even get second place? Xin Yong's team immediately burst into cheers, unable to contain their excitement.
Yesterday, Xin Yong had already reverted to human form, and at this moment, his face couldn't hide his excitement. Their squad had only submitted just over 50 star cores back then, and they were originally quite disheartened. But unexpectedly, there was a pleasant surprise. Xin Yong's squad obtained a total of 53 star cores, performed well in the defensive battle at the N318 stronghold, and killed several second-tier alien races.
After discussion, the reward for the second place in the trial will be given.
Hearing this, Xu Xian gritted his teeth.
Why is it another damned city defense battle? What exactly is this city defense battle? The people present at the moment were also somewhat stunned.
The great battle to defend the city has already been mentioned twice.
What exactly happened at the N318 stronghold?
While everyone was still puzzled, Xin Yong had already walked forward excitedly and taken the spiritual liquid into his hands. Advanced Body Refining Spiritual Liquid is worth at least 5 million alliance coins on the market. Although, as the eldest son of the Hongrong Chamber of Commerce, 5 million alliance coins were nothing more than pocket change to him. But this was also the first time they earned it through their own efforts, so they couldn't help feeling a bit excited. Xin Yong was so thrilled that he couldn't help but stick out his tongue.
When Shin Haoyu and the others saw this, they couldn't hold back and secretly thought to themselves, has this guy gotten addicted to acting like a dog?
The members of Xin Yong's team saw their leader's behavior and all facepalmed. Shin Yong noticed the astonished looks from everyone and only then realized, quickly retracting his tongue.
Damn it!
After turning back into a human, he actually felt a bit unaccustomed. He thought to himself, glaring fiercely at Shin Haoyu.
Shin Haoyu raised an eyebrow at the sight and returned a provocative glance. Shin Yong immediately shrank his neck. He was truly afraid of this guy now, not daring to provoke him easily, fearing that one day he might be turned into a dog again. Seeing the other party back down, Shin Haoyu's lips curled into a smile. This kid is quite tactful, huh?
Next, it's the turn for the third place.
Chu Xian gathered his spirits again.
He just couldn't believe it. They wouldn't even get third place. Third place, Advanced Body Refining Elixir ×1. The team that won third place is Shirley's team. As the officer's voice fell, everyone was in disbelief.
Chu Xian's team hasn't been called yet?
Their team submitted a total of 200 star cores.
Could it be that Shirley's team also participated in the city defense battle?
Subsequently, the officer spoke again. Shirley's team has obtained a total of 213 star cores, ranking third. At this moment, everyone was stunned.
213? That's 13 more than Chu Xian's team.
Chu Xian now stood frozen in place, his nose instantly turning into a clown's nose.
He had once been so confident that first place was
in the bag, but now he hadn't even managed to secure third. He had spent a full 20 million alliance coins to acquire those star cores. In the crowd, a burly man resembling an iron tower stepped forward, a simple and honest smile on his face. Noticing everyone's gaze fixed on him, the man appeared somewhat shy. Then, he respectfully received the spiritual liquid from the officer's hands.
The officer seemed to notice the man's embarrassment and smiled at him. Well done.
Upon hearing the officer's words, the burly man's eyes immediately showed a hint of gratitude.
Thank you, he said earnestly, holding the spiritual liquid as he returned to the team.
Shirley's squad mostly consisted of some thin boys and girls. Seeing the spiritual liquid in Shirley's hands, several of them instantly showed excited expressions.
Brother Lei, how much can this high-grade spiritual liquid sell for? Shirley chuckled foolishly. It should sell for 5 million alliance coins. The members of Shirley's squad gasped in astonishment upon hearing this. The people around them, seeing their reaction, couldn't help but sneer. You're not really planning to sell it, are you?
High-grade body refining elixir may be worth 5 million, but it's priceless and rare.
What a bunch of bumpkins, thinking of selling such a treasure. Hearing the ridicule from those around, the young man who had just spoken immediately shrank back and whispered to Shirley, Brother Lei, did I embarrass us? But, if we had this money, we could treat the director's illness, and our orphanage could be renovated.
At least it wouldn't leak every time it rains, the young man said, a trace of melancholy appearing on his face. The person who had just spoken mockingly was stunned upon hearing the young man's words, as if 1,000 arrows had pierced his heart.
I really deserve this. No, that's not what I meant.
Sorry. The person quickly said with a bitter expression.
Shirley waved his hand and said honestly, it's okay, we are indeed a bit rustic.
The man burst into tears upon hearing this.
Brother, please stop, brother. I truly deserve to die.
At this moment, Shin Haoyu also heard the conversation of the few people, and a trace of sympathy emerged in his heart.
So, this group of people are orphans too?
Zhang Ziyang, upon hearing their conversation, felt a surge of fire ignite in his heart and walked straight toward them.
Ha! Are you planning to sell this high-grade body refining spiritual liquid? Seeing Zhang Ziyang suddenly approach, Shirley quickly nodded, feeling secretly nervous. You want to buy? Zhang Ziyang smiled faintly, his gaze firm as he nodded slightly toward Shirley. Seeing this, Shirley felt a surge of emotion, but his face remained calm as he tentatively asked, how much can you offer?
Zhang Ziyang glanced at the few people behind Shirley, pondered for a moment, and then spoke decisively, alright, advanced body refining elixir can go for 8 million on the market.
I'll offer 9 million.
As soon as the words were spoken, joy instantly lit up the faces of Shirley and his companions. But soon, Shirley forced himself to calm down and showed a kind smile. Since it's 8 million, then 8 million it is. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyang was momentarily stunned, feeling surprised by Shirley's straightforwardness.
Alright, 8 million it is.
As he spoke, Zhang Ziyang unhesitatingly took out a bank card and handed it to Shirley. This card contains 5 million as a deposit.
Once we leave, I'll transfer the remaining 3 million to this card.
Shirley froze for a moment, his hand trembling slightly as he took the bank card. The people behind him looked as if their eyes were about to ignite. In their entire lives, they had never seen such an enormous fortune.
Shirley tried hard to suppress his excitement and handed the spiritual liquid to Zhang Ziyang. Zhang Ziyang was stunned for a moment and asked, You're just giving it to me like this? Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Shirley chuckled naively, I think you're a good person. Alright, I, Zhang Ziyan, accept you as a friend.
Zhang Ziyan laughed heartily, then took out a gold-edged card and stuffed it into Shirley's hand.
This is?
Shirley looked at the gold card in his hand, utterly shocked.
The Lin's Pharmaceuticals VIP card offers a 10% discount on all purchases of Lin's Pharmaceuticals elixirs.
As Zhang Ziyan's voice fell, it instantly caused an uproar among those present.
Lin's Pharmaceuticals VIP card? What's this guy's background? Everyone was shocked. As a giant in the elixir industry, a VIP card from Lin's Pharmaceuticals is worth a fortune.
Shirley held the VIP card, momentarily unable to react. Zhang Ziyang smiled at him, then returned to Shin Haoyu and the others with the advanced body-refining spiritual liquid. Shirley watched Zhang Ziyang's back, full of doubt in his heart. This person has a VIP card from Lin's Pharmaceuticals, so why would he still purchase the spiritual liquid at a high price from me?
Didn't expect it,
you're quite compassionate, Shin Haoyu said with a smile, looking at the returning Zhang Ziyang.
Zhang Ziyang scratched his head and handed the spiritual liquid to Shin Haoyu. Brother Shin, it's for you. Shin Haoyu was slightly stunned. For me? Yes, I heard from Goddess Lin earlier that you urgently need to refine your body. This stuff is useless to me anyway, and I have plenty at home. Take it.
Zhang Ziyang's tone was sincere, and Shin Haoyu felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. He immediately understood the other party's intention, guessing that he felt it might not be appropriate to give it directly, hence using this approach. Shin Haoyu felt a warmth in his heart and smiled. All right.
He accepted the spiritual liquid, feeling secretly grateful.
It would indeed be hard to refuse at this moment.
The officer continued to announce the trial results, and the entire scene was tense yet exciting. After all the results were announced, the officer cleared his throat and solemnly said to everyone, Next, I have an announcement to share with you. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately focused their attention.
A few days ago, our Huaxia N318 stronghold was besieged by an army of 50,000.
The soldiers of N318 fought desperately to defend the city for 7 hours, successfully holding out until reinforcements arrived, nearly annihilating the 50,000-strong alien army. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this.
At this moment, they finally understood the significance of the great battle to defend the city. They had all been to the stronghold before and naturally understood what an overwhelming disparity an army of 50,000 represented for a single stronghold. Being able to defend the city for 7 hours was truly too difficult. At this point, even those who had previously criticized Shin Haoyu's 2 squads were completely convinced. This was earned with their lives, no room for complaints. After the trial results were announced, Shin Haoyu returned to the rest area with the others. Shin Haoyu committed the contents of Purple Thunder Star Movement to memory, then passed it around for others to read, while he began practicing in the courtyard.
As a god-level movement combat technique, it was indeed ingenious.
Suddenly, Shin Haoyu's entire body erupted with power. As a flash of purple light streaked by, continuous thunder marks appeared in the air one after another, and in an instant, he was 10 meters away. Shin Haoyu wiped the sweat from his forehead, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This Purple Thunder Star Movement, although a body technique combat skill, can also generate considerable offensive power.
Haoyu, tired? Take a break, will you?
At this moment, Shin Haoyu turned around and saw everyone sitting on the steps, watching him with great interest. Shin Haoyu sighed helplessly, walked up to the group, and couldn't help but furrow his brows. Lin Xiaowen's gaze at him carried a hint of playful amusement.
Ran, what's been up with you lately?
Shin Haoyu plopped down beside Lin Xiaowen, his tone filled with concern. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads, their eyes gleaming with gossip, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. Lin Xiaowen shot a cold glance at Shin Haoyu, her heart burning with anger. Thinking of his flirtatious behavior with Ji Xing last night, she was fuming. At this moment, Ji Xing noticed their expressions, smiled slightly, and teased, Goddess Lin, did Haoyu do something to you?
Tell us, and we'll back you up.
Lin Xiaowen raised an eyebrow, a trace of a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Not at all, but someone should be careful not to be completely taken advantage of.
Shin Haoyu's face instantly showed a hint of embarrassment upon hearing this, his mind completely baffled. What is going on here?
Ji Xing, seeing this, couldn't help but nudge him with her shoulder and said with a laugh, Your Goddess Lin is angry. Aren't you going to coax her? Shin Haoyu wore a bitter smile, completely clueless about how to comfort someone, his mind in utter chaos. Ji Xing shook her head helplessly and suddenly asked, How did you feel last night?
Did you sleep well?
A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes.
Shin Haoyu's expression turned unnatural, but his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Ran saw something last night? Aren't you going yet? In a moment, Goddess Lin will turn into a balloon.
Ji Xing teased, her voice carrying a hint of mischief. Inside the room, Lin Xiaowen heard this and couldn't help but pound the pillow on the bed. Ugh. Shameless couple. Shin Haoyu hurriedly got up and walked toward Lin Xiaowen's room, secretly summoning his courage. This time, I must explain properly. How you? Ji Xing called out, then tossed the room key over. Shin Haoyu caught the key and gave Ji Xing a thumbs up, though he felt a bit uneasy inside. Watching Shin Haoyu's back, Ji Xing's lips curved into a slight smile, but a trace of sadness flickered in her eyes. Shin Haoyu gently pushed the door open and walked in. Lin Xiaowen was half lying on the bed and was startled. How did you get in here? Shin Haoyu chuckled. Ran, are you angry? Lin Xiaowen replied irritably, what am I angry about? Shin Haoyu scratched his head, hesitating in his heart, unsure how to start, so he simply sat down on the edge of the bed. Seeing this, Lin Xiaowen's lips curled in displeasure, and she directly kicked over. What are you doing? Stay away from me. Shin Haoyu was caught off guard by this kick and instinctively grabbed her pant leg, but the next second turned awkward. He pulled too hard, and the pants were directly yanked down. The room instantly fell silent. Shin Haoyu stared blankly at the still warm pants in his hands. When he looked up, his eyes widened in shock. Hello Kitty. This alluring scene made him involuntarily swallow hard, secretly thinking to himself, it's over, I'm doomed this time. Lin Xiaowen snapped back to her senses, hurriedly pulling the blanket to cover herself. Her face flushed red. You bastard. Pervert. Give me back my pants, she shouted furiously. Shin Haoyu hurriedly threw the pants back, his expression unbearably awkward, and rushed out in a panic. This scene happened to be witnessed by the people outside. As soon as Shin Haoyu stepped out, he bumped right into them. The group exchanged glances, their expressions subtle. Wu Qiren couldn't help but laugh. Bro, you're moving a bit fast, aren't you? Fast? What fast? Shin Haoyu froze, utterly confused. Ji Xing looked at Shin Haoyu, showing a hint of sympathy. Haoyu, it's okay, this kind of thing can be fixed. Li Xiaoxiao and Nakano Keiko lowered their heads, their faces slightly flushed. Shin Haoyu was stunned upon hearing Ji Xing's words. Huh? Ji Xing patted Shin Haoyu's shoulder, then returned to the room and saw Lin Xiaowen's embarrassed and angry expression. He couldn't help but sigh. How did yesterday's feeling turn into this? Shin Haoyu looked at the expressions of the group at this moment, his heart full of confusion. What do you mean? Wu Qiren scratched his head, his gaze somewhat evasive. Seeing this, Zhang Ziyang hurriedly rummaged through his storage ring and finally took out a bottle of spiritual liquid, mysteriously handing it to Shin Haoyu. The group exchanged glances and instantly dispersed, leaving Shin Haoyu alone, holding the bottle of spiritual liquid in his hand, his heart full of confusion. Dragon Tiger Essence, what is this? But in an instant, he understood the marvelous use of this spiritual liquid, his heart secretly shaken. This is going to be interesting. Looking at the crowd, Shin Haoyu's face was furious. Damn it, I'm not scared at all. On the bus, everyone embarked on the return journey, their faces filled with excitement, except for Shin Haoyu, who sat silently with a dark expression. These people have such wild imaginations. Do I look like someone who's quick? Shin Haoyu felt frustrated, thinking he was truly a lonely warrior. After taking their seats, Ji Xing quickly sat next to Shin Haoyu. Noticing his sour expression, she chuckled lightly and said, still upset? Everyone has different physical conditions, I understand. Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu's face darkened even more, thinking, what do you understand? He angrily thought to himself, I'm not quick at all. All right, Ji Xing quickly responded, her tone carrying a hint of playfulness. The more she acted like this, the more speechless Shin Haoyu felt, secretly wondering, why does no one believe me? Hey, let me talk to you about something serious. Ji Xing pinched Shin Haoyu's shoulder and said with a hint of annoyance. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu straightened his expression. Go ahead. Well, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. As Ji Xing spoke, her cheeks flushed slightly, as if she were anticipating something. Can you do me a favor? Ji Xing's voice softened, and a trace of longing appeared in her eyes. Shin Haoyu felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. Why? Ji Xing immediately pulled a long face. Because my family wants to set me up with Qin Yong this time, but I don't like him. Hearing Ji Xing's words, Shin Haoyu instantly understood. He thought of that scumbag Qin Yong and sighed. Alright. Upon hearing this, Ji Xing's face lit up with joy. It's a deal then. Saying this, she couldn't help but give Shin Haoyu a quick kiss before dashing away from his side. Shin Haoyu stroked his cheek and gave a helpless bitter smile. This little girl was truly lively. At that moment, Lin Xiaowen slowly sat down beside Shin Haoyu, her face cold and silent. Shin Haoyu was infected by the chill emanating from her and shivered involuntarily. Ran, I'm sorry about earlier, he said tentatively. Hearing this, Lin Xiaowen rolled her eyes at him. thinking to herself, he really has some nerve.
Oh, come on, don't be mad, Shin Haoyu said patiently, his face full of distress, as he looked at Lin Xiaoen. Lin Xiaoen glanced sideways at him, and when she saw the awkward expression on his face, her heart softened inexplicably. She let out a humph, her face still full of displeasure. But she couldn't explain it clearly, her heart filled with contradictions. This guy took such advantage of her and was still being affectionate with someone else. It was truly infuriating. At this moment, Lin Xiaoen was deeply conflicted inside.
Shin Haoyu looked at her expression and let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, much better than before.
Remembering the reason for Lin Xiaoen's anger, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Ran was jealous? Realizing this belatedly, he swallowed nervously, secretly feeling pleased.
Immediately, Shin Haoyu tentatively reached out through the armrest of the seat and gently held her small hand. Lin Xiaoen trembled all over, her small hand struggling fiercely in Shin Haoyu's palm, while she shot him a fierce glare. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu tightened his grip even more, thinking to himself, I don't believe you'll push me away.
Lin Xiaoen's face instantly flushed red.
Experiencing this feeling for the first time, she was overwhelmed with panic, her whole body tingling as if electrified. Shin Haoyu saw this and felt a surge of joy in his heart, thinking, she didn't refuse, which means there's hope. His eyes lit up instantly, and a flame of hope ignited within him.
Let go,
Lin Xiaoen said softly to Shin Haoyu, her voice carrying a hint of trembling. Shin Haoyu heard this, slowly shook his head, and secretly felt smug. Lin Xiaoen saw this, her face full of helplessness, thinking, what is he doing? And so, Shin Haoyu stubbornly held on all the way until the bus carrying everyone reached Xingyang.
Only then did he reluctantly let go. Lin Xiaoen's expression was somewhat unnatural as she quickly walked off the bus, though her heart was surging with emotions. Before leaving, Ji Xinglin didn't forget to throw Shin Haoyu a flirtatious glance. Haoyu, remember this? Shin Haoyu nodded and immediately locked eyes with Lin Xiaoen. What did she say to you?
Lin Xiaoen looked at him suspiciously, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Shin Haoyu suddenly burst into laughter.
Nothing much, isn't her birthday coming up in a few days? Lin Xiaoen's suspicious gaze became even more pronounced, and she thought to herself, this guy is definitely not simple.
However, she did not continue to press him further.
Too deliberate. As if she really cared about him. Humph.
Thinking about Lin Xiaoen, she couldn't help but glance at Shin Haoyu. I saw the other party chatting enthusiastically with Wu Qiren and Zhang Ziyang.
At the moment, the two were about to head home.
Zhang Ziyang specifically saved the two's social media numbers.
Brother Shin, Brother Wu, let's keep in touch.
Oh, by the way, the admissions for major spiritual martial arts colleges are coming up.
Once you choose a school, be sure to let me know.
Zhang Ziyang gave instructions to the two of them before leaving with old Jia.
Big brother, I'll head back too, Wu Qiren said. Alright, Shin Haoyu said, watching the two walk away. Then he turned to look at Lin Xiaoen. Ran, I can't go back with you. I need to make a trip to the orphanage.
Lin Xiaoen heard this and nodded lightly. Let's go, I'll take you. In the car, Shin Haoyu sat in the passenger seat and created a group chat for several people.
Messages immediately started coming into the group. Ji Xing, what the heck? Haoyu, what kind of ridiculous name is that? Zhang Ziyang, Brother Shin, what refined taste you have. Ji Xing, pft, pervert. Wu Qiren, so pretentious emoji. Keiko Nakano, Red Romance VIP member group? What does that mean? Ji Xing, hurry up, Keiko, don't let yourself be led astray.
Shin Haoyu looked at the group chat messages and chuckled.
Lin Xiaoen, who was driving, couldn't help but glance at him. What's wrong with this guy again?
In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the gate of Sunshine Orphanage.
Lin Xiaoen and Shin Haoyu got out of the car. Lin Xiaoen hesitated for a moment in front of the gate.
I won't go in, I'll head home first, she said lightly. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu grabbed Lin Xiaoen's small hand. Since you're already here, come in and sit for a while. Then, without giving her a chance to refuse, he held Lin Xiaoen's hand and walked through the gate. Feeling the warmth from his palm, Lin Xiaoen couldn't help but show a hint of shyness on her face.
This guy, why is he so overbearing? After entering the door, the children in the yard were playing and frolicking. Huang Qi was sitting under the shade of a tree, enjoying the cool.
The moment she saw the two of them, Huang's mother's eyes lit up instantly.
Back already?
When she saw the two holding hands tightly, Huang Qi's smile grew even brighter.
Come, have a seat inside.
Lin Xiaoen quickly pulled her hand away from Shin Haoyu's palm. A faint pink blush adorned her face, making her look exceptionally charming. The children glanced at each other, giggling and whispering to one another. After the two entered the room, Huang Qi sized up Lin Xiaoen from head to toe, his face full of joy. Seeing this, Lin Xiaowen's face turned even redder. She, who had always been confident and composed, couldn't help but feel a bit nervous at this moment.
How is it? Has everything gone smoothly on this trip?
After guiding the two to their seats, Huang Qi asked them. Upon hearing this, Shin Haoyu remained silent for a moment.
Mrs. Huang, thanks to the talisman you gave me, it saved our lives at a critical moment.
Huang Qi froze for a moment upon hearing this, then smiled faintly. That's good, as long as you're safe. Shin Haoyu noticed Mrs. Huang's expression and no longer concealed the doubts in his heart.
Mrs. Huang, you, actually.
Huang Qi smiled faintly upon hearing this. It's all in the past, I'm old now.
Shin Haoyu's face showed a trace of complexity upon hearing this.
He opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Since Aunt Huang was unwilling to bring it up, he thought it best not to ask further. Huang Qi then smiled at the two of them. I'll go cook.
Ran, stay and have a meal before you leave. Lin Xiaowen hurriedly nodded upon hearing this.
Afterward, Huang Qi walked out the door, leaving only Shin Haoyu and the other person in the room. Watching Huang Qi's departing figure, Shin Haoyu let out a long sigh. I still need to grow up quickly. At the dining table,
Huang Qi leaned close to Lin Xiaowen, whispering. The two occasionally glanced at Shin Haoyu, their eyes filled with amusement. Shin Haoyu started playing rock-paper-scissors with a few mischievous kids. Noticing the two people's gaze, Shin Haoyu awkwardly touched his nose. Aunt Huang must be telling them embarrassing stories from his childhood. However, he was already used to it. After finishing her meal, Lin Xiaowen drove away. Shin Haoyu spent the whole day with Aunt Huang at the Sunshine Orphanage.
Early the next morning, he received a message from Li Xuanzong. Disciple, come to the Imperial City Villa. The special recruitment policy for martial artists has been finalized this time.
Shin Haoyu saw the message and raised an eyebrow. He then bid farewell to Aunt Huang and headed to Yuqing Villa.
Huang Qi stood at the orphanage entrance, watching Shin Haoyu's departing figure, a meaningful smile appearing on her face.
Ah, little Haoyu, work hard with old Li. The castle annex, Lin Xiaowen's home. In the living room,
Li Xuanzong looked at Shin Haoyu and Lin Xiaowen, and the two slowly began to speak. You two, whether in terms of talent or strength, are already considered top-notch among your peers.
So no matter what conditions other institutions offer you, you are not allowed to accept them.
Huaxia Lingwu is the place most suitable for both of you. Li Xuanzong's words were like a thunderclap, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar brilliance.
Shin Haoyu was stunned. Huaxia Lingwu? What kind of mysterious institution is that?
Huaxia Lingwu is the most mysterious of all Lingwu academies, Li Xuanzong continued, his voice low yet firm. As the earliest Lingwu academy in Huaxia, the faculty strength and profound heritage of Huaxia Lingwu are unmatched by any other institution. For 1,000 years, every student who has graduated from Huaxia Lingwu has become a pillar of Huaxia. Even Ran's father, and myself, are graduates of this academy. Shin Haoyu's eyes flickered, his heart secretly shaken. It turned out that Huaxia Lingwu was so powerful, and legendary figures like Lin Zhan and Li Xuanzong were actually graduates from here. Li Xuanzong smiled faintly, as if he had seen through his thoughts. Soon, I will return to Huaxia Lingwu to teach.
I'll give you two choices. First, use my connections to get you both in. 2. Participate in the admission trial of Huaxia Lingwu.
The choice is not about right or wrong, it is entirely up to your willingness. A system notification sounded in Shin Haoyu's mind. Ding, the system has detected a choice option. Of internal recommendation, reward times 3 combat skill completion scrolls.
Trial B, reward a top-tier body refinement spiritual technique.
Hearing this, Shin Haoyu's eyes lit up, and he said without hesitation, I want to participate in the trial.
Li Xuanzong looked at him with interest. Why?
Shin Haoyu smiled faintly, because what you earn through your own efforts is the most valuable.
Ha ha ha, good. Li Xuanzong laughed heartily and turned his gaze to Lin Xiaowen. Ran, what about you?
I'm the same as him, Lin Xiaowen said indifferently. Li Xuanzong nodded. Alright, since you've made your choice, take this. Before he finished speaking, a flash of light appeared in his hand, and 2 gilded jade tokens materialized.
He handed them to the two. These are the trial marks of Huaxia Lingwu. 3 days later, the envoy from Huaxia Lingwu will find you based on the mark and take you to the trial grounds. Shin Haoyu carefully examined the jade token. On the front was a gilded character, Wu, while the back featured Huaxia's 9 revered square cauldrons. The ancient patterns revealed its historical significance. Lin Xiaowen looked at the jade token in her hand, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. In her previous life, she had also studied at Huaxia Lingwu, and seeing this jade token stirred emotions in her heart.
The reason Huaxia Lingwu is so mysterious is because it exists in a peculiar space we call the spirit realm, Li Xuanzong explained, his tone filled with reverence.
The spirit realm is an
independent small world separate from Blue Star, with a spiritual energy concentration twice that of the outside world. It was once the stronghold of the ancient human race's powerful forces. These forces mysteriously disappeared over the long years, but they left behind countless legacies. Therefore, the spirit realm is now a treasure land for our human race. The trial of Huaxia Spirit Marshal will be held within the spirit realm, Li Xuanzong continued, his eyes glinting slyly. This time, the trial location is an extraordinary spiritual treasure, so your decision to participate in the trial is the right one. Shen Haoyu secretly rolled his eyes in his heart. The old guy was still thinking of testing them. Li Xuanzong continued, in the spiritual realm, there are not only humans like us but also some ancient demon clans.
They can be considered allies of our human race. Take this as some preliminary knowledge. When you enter the spiritual realm, you'll gain a deeper understanding.
After finishing, Li Xuanzong picked up his teacup and took a sip, then said, "All right, that's all I needed to explain. I should take my leave now, I have some old friends to visit."
See you in the spiritual realm. Shen Haoyu and Lin Xiaoan responded in unison.
Li Xuanzong put down his teacup, and in a flash, his figure disappeared from the living room.
Shen Haoyu glanced around, then turned and asked, Ran, where's your dad? He hasn't come back.
He went to Kyoto to report on work, Lin Xiaoan said indifferently. Hearing this, Shen Haoyu's lips curled into a devilish smile as he thought to himself, Lin Zhan isn't here, just the two of us, how wonderfully intriguing. Before long, a figure suddenly flew out of the house and landed heavily on the ground. Shen Haoyu rubbed his waist, a wry smile on his face, and thought to himself, this violent girl really lives up to her reputation. Inside the room, Lin Xiaoan adjusted her clothes, her pretty face slightly flushed, and thought to herself, this guy is getting bolder and bolder. The sun shone brightly over Sunshine Orphanage.
In this tranquil afternoon, a figure suddenly appeared, instantly shattering the peace here.
Li Xuanzong looked at the slightly dilapidated signboard in front of the door, feeling a surge of emotions. He gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. Huang Qi, sitting on the old armchair under the big tree, lulled the children to sleep and then leisurely closed her eyes to rest. When she noticed the sound of footsteps, she instantly opened her eyes. Seeing the visitor, a trace of surprise flashed across Huang Qi's face. Why are you here? After all these years, how could you not let an old friend know you're safe? Li Xuanzong said with a kind smile as he walked to the tree and sat on the small stool next to Huang Qi.
Huang Qi smiled faintly. Is it necessary? I've already retired. Li Xuanzong was slightly stunned, then he looked up at the orphanage's surroundings and changed the subject, asking, have you been here all these years? Huang Qi gently shook the palm fan in her hand and nodded. Seeing her lack of enthusiasm, Li Xuanzong's old face showed a hint of embarrassment. The main reason I came this time was to ask you, shouldn't you have received the old principal's invitation to return to teach at the school? What are your thoughts? Upon hearing this, a trace of hesitation flashed across Huang Qi's face, but she quickly dismissed it. There are still children in the orphanage to take care of. I'm not going back. Li Xuanzong fell silent, opening his mouth to speak, but all his words turned into a sigh. The blows she had suffered in the past were too overwhelming, and now she could no longer let go. All right. Li Xuanzong nodded and sighed silently, then I won't disturb you. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Huang Qi's voice came from behind, take good care of teaching our Xiao Haoyu. Li Xuanzong's pupils suddenly widened, and he turned around in shock. Haoyu is the child I raised. Huang Qi mentioned Shen Haoyu, with a touch of softness in her eyes. Li Xuanzong's astonishment gradually faded, replaced by a sense of relief. He hadn't expected fate to be so wondrous. He turned around, his figure disappearing in a flash, leaving behind a gentle voice, don't worry. Shen Haoyu returned to his house, and just as he finished tidying up, he received a video call invitation from Ji Xing. After connecting, what came into Shen Haoyu's view was a pair of slender, smooth, long legs. At this moment, Ji Xing was facing away from him, rummaging through something in the cabinet. Hello? Shen Haoyu cleared his throat lightly. Ji Xing quickly turned around upon hearing the voice. Haoyu, will you go shopping with me today? Shen Haoyu was taken aback, puzzled. Shopping for what? Tomorrow's my birthday. You promised to be my boyfriend for a day. Today, I'll give you a proper makeover, and tomorrow we'll deal with that scoundrel Qin Yong. Ji Xing's face was full of excitement. Oh, sure. Shen Haoyu finally understood, secretly thinking, I'll have to be a shield for a day tomorrow. Send me your location, I'll come pick you up, Trojan. After hanging up, Shen Haoyu quickly sent over the location. Before long, the sound of a car horn echoed downstairs. Shin Haoyu got up and went downstairs, seeing Ji Xing leaning against a red convertible sports car, waving at him. "How are you so fast?" Shin Haoyu asked in surprise. "I live here too. How could I not be fast?" Ji Xing rolled her eyes, her tone carrying a hint of grievance, as if blaming him for not telling her earlier. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu couldn't help but scratch his head. "So, how do I look today? Pretty, right?" Ji Xing spun around in front of him. Today, she was going for a rebellious girl look, with her twin ponytails looking particularly charming. She wore a black leather jacket over a tight, hollow-out long-sleeve top, paired with denim shorts. Shin Haoyu couldn't help but nod. "You look great." Ji Xing blushed shyly at his words. "Let's go." Qingyang City, Commercial District. The two got out of the car, and Ji Xing naturally took Shin Haoyu's arm. "Let's practice a bit today, okay?" She looked up and gave Shin Haoyu a sweet smile, speaking softly. Seeing this, Shin Haoyu couldn't help but feel a strange sensation in his heart. The two strolled through the pedestrian street of the commercial building, chatting and laughing, looking just like a young couple. "Haoyu, I want to eat candied hawthorn." Ji Xing stopped in front of a small shop, tugging at Shin Haoyu's sleeve, her eyes sparkling with longing. Shin Haoyu couldn't help but laugh. "Boss, 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, please." "Got it." Taking the candied hawthorn, Ji Xing took a delightful bite, her face brimming with satisfaction. "Yummy," she exclaimed excitedly. Shin Haoyu watched Ji Xing's expression, unable to suppress a smile in his heart. It was the first time he had seen her so happy. Let's go, time to shop for clothes." Ji Xing grabbed Shin Haoyu's hand and eagerly walked into the commercial building. "Haoyu, try this on." Ji Xing excitedly held up a deep blue casual suit and handed it to Shin Haoyu. "You'll definitely look amazing in it," she said confidently, her face full of assurance. "Sir, the fitting room is over here." The sales assistant quickly guided Shin Haoyu upon seeing the scene. Soon, Shin Haoyu walked out of the fitting room wearing the suit, and Ji Xing's eyes lit up instantly. "So handsome," she exclaimed. Shin Haoyu couldn't help but touch his nose, secretly feeling proud. He looked at himself in the mirror and found that his aura had improved quite a bit. Truly, clothes make the man, just as a saddle makes the horse. "Don't take it off, just keep it on," Ji Xing urged with a smile. Shin Haoyu thought to himself, is this the joy of being pampered by a rich woman? Not this, wrap up everything else. He grinned, marveling at the extravagance. After sweeping through the clothing section, the two carried large bags and returned to the car, brimming with excitement. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. "Let's head home first. In the evening, let's invite Goddess Lin for dinner," Ji Xing suggested, and Shin Haoyu naturally had no objections. Castle Courtyard. "I'm so tired." After arriving home, Ji Xing collapsed onto the sofa and said lazily, "Haoyu, I'm hungry. Do you have anything to eat? I want to order takeout," she said while fiddling with her phone, addressing Shin Haoyu. Shin Haoyu suddenly remembered that they hadn't had a proper meal at noon, only some street snacks, as they were too busy shopping to eat. He gently took Ji Xing's phone. "Why order takeout? I'll cook for you." "Takeout isn't healthy." Ji Xing widened her eyes and looked at him. "You know how to cook?" "Of course." Shin Haoyu nodded confidently. "I used to help cook often when I was in the orphanage." Hearing this, Ji Xing's expression instantly became complicated, and a trace of regret surged in her heart. It turned out that all these years, she had never truly understood Shin Haoyu's background. Thinking about the past, a wave of guilt washed over her. "Sorry, Haoyu," Ji Xing said softly. Shin Haoyu merely smiled faintly. "All right, no need to apologize. Just wait." With that, he turned and walked into the kitchen. Ji Xing watched Shin Haoyu's back, her complex emotions replaced by a hint of a smile. After everything that had happened, her attraction to this man had grown even stronger, a feeling she couldn't quite put into words. Fortunately, she had come to her senses in time and decided to make up for the past mistakes. Soon, Shin Haoyu came out carrying 2 bowls of plain noodles. The aroma filled the air, and Ji Xing instantly perked up, quickly walking to the dining table. Looking at the delicious food in front of her, she couldn't help but swallow hard. "It smells so good. Go ahead and eat. There aren't many ingredients at home, so," Shin Haoyu said apologetically. Ji Xing picked up her chopsticks, gently lifted the thin noodles in the bowl, blew on them lightly, her heart full of anticipation. With one bite, a sense of satisfaction immediately surged through her. "So delicious," she exclaimed. Shin Haoyu looked at her expression and couldn't help but smile inwardly. After the two had eaten their fill, Shin Haoyu began cultivating in the living room. He entered his consciousness space to check his panel. After several days of cultivation, the previous sense of instability had significantly diminished, and he also noticed that his mental strength seemed to have increased slightly. The consciousness space was still a chaotic void, and every time he entered, he felt a trace of fatigue. However, this was normal, as the consciousness space could only be awakened at the third tier or above. The system unlocking it in advance naturally came with some cost. At present, he needed to simultaneously enhance his spiritual energy and mental strength, at least raising his mental strength to the level required for normal use of the consciousness space. But this couldn't be rushed, as cultivating mental strength was always the slowest process. Thus, Shin Haoyu began practicing the improved version of the basic breathing technique. He knew that the issue of his unstable foundation had been resolved, and now he must quickly enhance his strength. In the room, Ji Xing idly played with her phone. About 2 hours later, her gaze finally shifted from the screen to Shin Haoyu. Seeing Shin Haoyu's slightly furrowed brows, Ji Xing was momentarily stunned, an inexplicable flutter stirring in her heart. She tiptoed closer to Shin Haoyu, her eyes fixed on his resolute face. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she thought to herself, "So handsome, why didn't I notice this before?" For years had quietly passed, and Ji Xing recalled the bits and pieces of their time together. They had known each other for a long time, yet she had always been consumed by her resentment toward Qin Yong, never realizing how much Shin Haoyu had done for her. Now, as she reflected carefully, a trace of helplessness welled up in her heart. People always fail to cherish what they have, only to be left with regret when it's gone. At this moment, Shin Haoyu suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Ji Xing, who was lost in thought in front of him, momentarily stunned. Ji Xing noticed the intense gaze, felt a surge of impulse in her heart, and countless bold thoughts flashed through her mind. Then, like a dragonfly skimming the water, she lightly kissed Shin Haoyu on the lips. Shin Haoyu felt the fleeting warmth and heat, and a wave of unease surged in his heart. This woman had taken advantage of him several times, truly intolerable. A devilish smile curved at the corner of his lips, and an incredible spark flickered in his eyes. "Ah!" Ji Xing exclaimed in shock, her face full of surprise and unease. "Xing Haoyu, what are you doing?" At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The sound of their heartbeats echoed between them, and a tense air spread, as if foretelling an impending storm.